Within the courtyard of Qingyun sect located in Xianzhou of the Xiantian continent, a voice frantic and urgent suddenly rang out, "Young master, something terrible has happened." A man hurriedly arrived before Lu Chen. "Anyo, what are you doing?" The man called Anyo leaned close and whispered, "Young master, the holy maiden of the Taichu Holy Land. The holy maiden Lu Ruyan has arrived." "She came, so what? Why all the fuss?" Lu Chen said. "That's not it, young master. The holy maiden specifically asked to see you." "What?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "Lu Ruyan wants to see me. Didn't we already give the position of Holy Son to Ji Chongquan?" "I don't know either, young master. I heard that holy maiden Lu Ruyan just arrived and specifically asked for you, completely ignoring Holy Son Ji Chongquan. The sect leader called senior sister Yuqing to come and get you. She is already waiting outside, so I hurried in to inform you." Anyo replied hastily. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Just moments ago, holy maiden Lu Ruyan of Taichu Holy Land had arrived at Qingyun sect. The purpose of her visit was to discuss a marriage alliance between the two sects. Several months ago, holy maiden Lu Ruyan had proposed a marriage to Qingyun sect. The news had shaken the entire Xianzhou. Everyone in Qingyun sect was overjoyed. All believed that by attaching themselves to the powerful Taichu Holy Land, the sect would soar to new heights. And Lu Chen was one of the victims of this marriage alliance. In truth, he was not originally from this world. Half a month ago, while camping on a mountain, he was gored to death by a wild boar and transmigrated here. Right after transmigrating, he faced a disastrous start. The original owner was a complete failure at cultivation. After 20 years of training, he had only just reached the chi refining stage. Fortunately, the sect leader was his uncle, so he wasn't kicked out, and even managed to secure the position of Holy Son. But because of this marriage alliance, Grand Elder Ji Donglai had proposed that the position of Holy Son should go to the most capable, and that it should be taken over by his son, the sect's #1 prodigy Ji Chongquan. Everyone knew that Grand Elder Ji Donglai was taking advantage of the situation to secure the marriage for his son. But there was no choice. After all, his son was the sect's top prodigy. And the original owner surprisingly voluntarily gave up the position of Holy Son. At that moment, everyone was moved by his noble character. But who would have thought that as soon as he returned to his room, his chi reversed, and he died on the spot. The transmigrated Lu Chen took over this mess. It had been half a month since Lu Chen stepped down. During this time, the sect had perfectly polished Holy Son Ji Chongquan, making him the shining symbol of Qingyun sect. All of this was to prepare for Lu Ruyan's arrival so that Ji Chongquan could marry her. With the sect's careful packaging, it was impossible for Lu Ruyan to know that Lu Chen was the former Holy Son. But why was he being summoned now? Lu Chen couldn't figure it out and found it hard to make a judgment. "Young master, what should we do? Shall we go?" Anyo looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. As Lu Chen's servant, he knew too well the young master's predicament. Given Lu Chen's current situation, going there would definitely invite a scolding. Lu Chen frowned. He felt that this plot development was oddly familiar. Could it be that he was being called over to be publicly humiliated, and then Lu Ruyan would throw herself into Ji Changquan's arms? At this thought, Lu Chen shook his head. No way, no way. That would be too embarrassing. Maybe I should go hide for a few days. At that moment, Anyo met Lu Chen's gaze. Before Lu Chen even spoke, Anyo had already started moving. He went into the room and began packing things without being told. This stunned Lu Chen. Hey there, young man, want to become strong. At this moment, a voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind. What the hell? That voice. System. Is that you, System? After hearing the voice, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then showed excitement. As expected, all transmigrators have a system. Tomatoes didn't lie to me. Ding host, no need to be excited. It's me. Quick, tell me what kind of cheat code you are. Lu Chen was extremely excited now. He thought it was going to be a depressing story, but unexpectedly the system descended from the sky. It couldn't have come at a better time. Ding, this system is the pay-to-win invincible system. The host can directly use spirit stones to trade in the system mall. Tradable items include cultivation levels, techniques, divine weapons, physiques, battle pets, servants, and other heavenly treasures. As long as the host has money, you can become invincible. As the words fell, a system interface appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes, displaying the prices of various items. For example, spiritual vision, I see through clothes for peeping 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The stealthy skill of telekinesis and swapping 100 high-grade spirit stones. Xiantian realm cultivation 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Yuandan realm cultivation 100 mid-grade spirit stones. And various cultivation physiques, techniques, martial skills, servants, and battle pets. Everything available. After seeing all this, Lu Chen was stunned. Damn, system, you look really awesome. Our business coverage is extensive. In summary, as long as the host has spirit stones, even the heavenly Tao owes a beating. Nice, I like this system. So start recharging now. System has received the command starting recharge. In the next moment, Lu Chen's personal information appeared on the interface. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 22. Special physique, none. Cultivation, Qi, refining stage 3rd level. Net worth 21000. Mid-grade spirit stones. The cultivation realms of this world, Qi, refining, Xiantian, Yuandan, Xinzong, Zifu, life, and death, venerable, half-saint, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. After seeing the net worth column, Lu Chen gritted his teeth. This was all the wealth the original owner had accumulated over 20 years. System, if I exchange all these spirit stones for cultivation, what realm can I reach? Ding. System calculating. 2100 spirit stones can directly raise the host's cultivation to Yuandan realm 9th level. Does the host wish to recharge? Recharge. Recharging in progress. Congratulations, host, for completing your first top-up. You received double spirit stones for the first recharge plus the beginner gift pack, God-Slaying Domain. God-Slaying Domain, a martial skill created by a human supreme being. When activated, it exudes a God-Slaying aura that instantly suppresses opponents of the same level. Double spirit stones for first recharge. Congratulations on obtaining Xinzong Realm 7th level cultivation. As the system notification faded, Lu Chen felt a warm current entering his body, and his cultivation began to soar rapidly. Qi refining. Xiantian. Yuandan. In an instant, he had already reached Xinzong Realm 7th level. In the next moment, a vast God-Slaying aura exploded outward from Lu Chen. God-Slaying Domain activated. Level 1. Host's all-around attributes increased by 50. Suppresses opponents by 30. Unlimited duration. God-Slaying Domain. What a powerful aura. Lu Chen punched out, and a huge booming sound instantly exploded. The entire courtyard shook violently, cracks spreading rapidly on the walls. Impressive. The host's strength is the compensation for his wealth. No money, no cultivation. Host should focus on making money. Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth curved upward. In an instant, he had become a Xinzong Realm 7th level powerhouse. And that so-called #1 prodigy Ji Changquan was only at Xinzong Realm 4th level. Now who would dare call him a useless holy son? Anyo. Coming young master. I've packed everything. We can run now. The next second, Anyo rushed out of the house, carrying large bundles. Seeing this, Lu Chen kicked him. Useless thing, always thinking about running away. Anyo, what are you standing there for? Lead the way for me. Young master, where are we going? To show off. Just as they were about to leave the yard, an untimely voice came from outside the courtyard. You two idiots, can you hurry up? Outside the courtyard, a beautiful and charming woman was looking impatiently at Lu Chen and Anyo. Former holy son, Lu, how much longer must I wait? She called out. Her name was Lin Yuqing, nominally Lu Chen's junior sister. But she had long ceased to regard him with any respect, her heart devoted solely to Ji Changquan. At this moment, she looked at Lu Chen with utter contempt. She had already been irritated seeing Ji Changquan flirting with that holy maiden. And now the sect leader had called her over to fetch this useless one. Moreover, she had been kept waiting by this waste. Meanwhile, through the original owner's memories, Lu Chen recognized Lin Yuqing. But he had a deep impression of this junior sister. Lin Yuqing was at the first layer of the divine treasury realm. She and Lu Chen had been childhood sweethearts growing up together. In childhood, Lin Yuqing clung to Lu Chen everywhere he went. But as they grew older, Lu Chen could no longer advance in cultivation and was scorned as a waste by everyone. This childhood sweetheart drifted away from him. Later, she began to loathe and despise Lu Chen as well. Then with the rise of the sect's foremost prodigy, Ji Changquan, Lin Yuqing naturally fell for him. Greetings, senior sister Yuqing. Aniyu hurriedly bowed upon seeing Lin Yuqing. But Lin Yuqing ignored him and stared directly at Lu Chen. I simply cannot understand how anyone could be so sluggish. No wonder you became a waste. Look at brother Changquan. He has already reached the 4th layer of the divine treasury realm at such a young age. Even the holy maiden of Taichu Holy Land favors him. When I was young, I thought you might amount to something. Now I see I was truly blind back then. Saying this, you won't feel inferior, will you? If I were you, I would have just smashed my head against a wall and died. What face do you have to remain in this world? After speaking, Lin Yuqing looked Lu Chen up and down. Thinking about how Lu Chen would be humiliated by everyone later at the main hall, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Are you done? Lu Chen replied calmly. Then he strode forward, raised his hand, and slapped her across the face. Slap. Ah! Lin Yuqing spun half a turn from the blow, crying out in pain. This sudden slap stunned Lin Yuqing. At the same time, Aniyu, standing behind Lu Chen, was also dumbfounded. His mouth formed a perfect O. Was he seeing correctly? The young master actually slapped senior sister Lin. Was this still the same young master he knew? By now, Lin Yuqing covered her swollen red cheek, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief, her voice trembling. You waste, how dare you hit me? Slap. Before she finished, Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped her other cheek. Her entire face was swollen. Lin Yuqing flew into a rage. You The next moment her aura surged, and the presence of the first layer of the divine treasury realm burst forth. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his hand again. Slap, slap, slap. A series of continuous blows rained down on Lin Yuqing's face, and she was instantly sent flying. She crashed heavily to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then fell unconscious. Lu Chen slowly walked over to her, looking down at her with utter disdain. How boring, a few hits, and you're done. Brother Changquan, what a sweet name. Anyone would think you were already married to him. With that, Lu Chen began to rummage through Lin Yuqing's belongings. He stripped everything valuable from her body and snatched her storage ring. System, convert all this into cultivation power. Calculating quantity. This conversion: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, plus other valuable items, total 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Note: 100 low-grade spirit stones equal 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Conversion successful. Host's cultivation has been elevated to the 9th layer of the divine treasury realm. With the system's chime subsiding, Lu Chen's cultivation rose yet another level. What a rush. He had advanced by 2 minor realms in one go. Now the smile on Lu Chen's face was unmistakable. Then he stepped over Lin Yuqing's body and strode calmly toward the main hall. Meanwhile, Aniu stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. He looked at Lu Chen's retreating figure and then at Lin Yuqing lying unconscious on the ground. At this moment, his mind had completely short-circuited. He wondered if he was dreaming or seeing things. When had his young master become so formidable? Meanwhile, Lu Chen quickly arrived outside the sect's main hall. The hall was already filled with the sect's high-ranking members. But the interior was absolutely silent. Only scattered whispers could be heard. The moment Lu Chen stepped into the hall, all eyes turned toward him. Lu Chen was momentarily startled, then quickly regained his composure and strode directly into the hall. Greetings, sect leader. From the main seat, sect leader Lu Wudi nodded. No need for formalities. Go pay respects to Holy Maiden Ruyan. On another seat, an old man with white hair showed a natural expression of disgust upon seeing Lu Chen. This was the Grand Elder of Qingyun's sect, Ji Donglai, father of Ji Changquan. Beside him sat the young man, the sect's foremost prodigy, Ji Changquan. However, this prodigy wore a lecherous expression, his gaze fixed on the Holy Maiden of Taichu, a head completely oblivious to Lu Chen. Then Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the Holy Maiden of Taichu, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's cold eyes swept over the crowd. When they landed on Lu Chen, they inexplicably grew warmer. Greetings, Holy Maiden of Taichu. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Lu Chen clasped his hands and bowed to Lu Ruyan. Though he lowered his head in salute, his gaze never left Lu Ruyan. It was said that the Holy Maiden of the Primordial Holy Land was the strongest among the younger generation and the most favored disciple of its sacred lord. Having seen her today, she was indeed extraordinary. Yet aside from Lu Ruyan, there was another woman among the escorting guards, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, her features still obscured. Like everyone else present, her gaze was fixed on Lu Chen. It seemed as though she was pondering what charm this youth possessed to have been summoned by the Holy Maiden. Young Master Lu, there is no need for such formality, Lu Ruyan said softly, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she regarded him. Holy Maiden, this is my nephew, the former sect leader's son, named Lu Chen. At this moment, sect leader Lu Wudi explained to Lu Ruyan. However, Lu Ruyan ignored Lu Wudi and quietly observed Lu Chen. Lu Chen in turn noticed her intense gaze. He furrowed his brows, his heart pounding in unease. Why was the Holy Maiden of the Primordial Holy Land staring at him like this? Could it be that she had discovered his secret? On the other side, Grand Elder Ji Donglai could no longer sit still. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ji Donglai, what are you and your son doing? Why not have your son win over the Holy Maiden of the Primordial Holy Land at once? If your son can form a marital alliance with the Holy Maiden, you can contend for the position of sect leader. Then you can take over the Qingyun sect without shedding blood. With your son and the Holy Maiden backing you, you will be the overlord of Xianzhou. Don't let this brat interfere and ruin this opportunity. As the words faded, Ji Donglai snapped back to reality, then looked at his son. At that moment, Ji Changquan was staring at Lu Ruyan, nearly drooling. Ji Donglai kicked him, then signaled with his eyes toward Lu Ruyan. Following that, Ji Changquan confidently strode before Lu Ruyan, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. He then produced a box from behind him and slowly opened it, revealing a pill shimmering with golden light. Ji Changquan spoke. Holy Maiden, I have long heard that you possess the extreme Yin physique. This saintly spirit Yin transforming pill, which I painstakingly obtained, can aid your cultivation. A small token of my regard, I humbly ask you to accept it. Having said this, Ji Changquan smiled, gazing at Lu Ruyan with supreme confidence. He knew full well. Since the Holy Maiden had come for a marital alliance, he, as the sect's impeccably packaged foremost prodigy, was undoubtedly the best choice. Who else could catch Lu Ruyan's eye? On the other side, Lu Ruyan, lost in thought, while watching Lu Chen was interrupted by the gift-bearing Ji Changquan, and displeasure rose within her. She looked Ji Changquan up and down. Apologies, young Master Ji. Today I have come for the matter of marital alliance, and do not accept gifts. Ha ha ha. At this, Ji Donglai laughed. Holy maiden, do not misunderstand. This pill is a token of our goodwill, and also a wish for a harmonious union between our families in the future. Indeed, indeed. Yenner, please accept it, Ji Changquan echoed. Meanwhile, others in the hall chimed in with agreement. How dare you? You presume to address the holy maiden by her given name. Behind Lu Ruyan, the red-haired woman stepped forward ready to draw her sword and strike down Ji Changquan. This terrified Ji Changquan. Yet Lu Ruyan stopped her. Then her gaze swept over the assembly, and she said, I believe everyone may have misunderstood. This holy maiden has not come to form a marital alliance with young Master Ji, but with him. With those words, Lu Ruyan pointed at Lu Chen. In an instant, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Sect leader Lu Wudi was stunned. Ji Donglai and all the elders were dumbfounded. Ji Changquan, standing in the center of the hall, was also frozen. Lu Chen looked at Lu Ruyan in utter bewilderment, and upon confirming that she was pointing at him, he too was dumbstruck. What on earth is happening? Am I the one she's chosen? Sect leader Lu Wudi frowned and quickly asked, Holy maiden, are you certain there is no mistake? You wish to form a marital alliance with Chainer. Even the usually composed sect leader now stammered as he spoke. Indeed, the one I Lu Ruyan wish to marry is none other than Lu Chen. Lu Ruyan declared with certainty. At these words, everyone present exchanged incredulous glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. None of them had expected that the impeccably packaged Ji Changquan would fail to catch Lu Ruyan's eye. Instead, she had set her sights on Lu Chen, a mere chi-refining third-layer cultivator and former holy son. Meanwhile, on the other side, the voice in Ji Donglai's mind spoke again. Fool, what is going on? Were you not certain of success with the perfect packaging? My lord, this. Ji Donglai became incoherent. This was not what he had anticipated. Why would she choose that waste? At this thought, Ji Donglai nearly spat blood. Holy maiden, my son is the foremost prodigy of the Qingyun sect. This Lu Chen is nothing but a waste at the third layer of qi refining. What is there in him that merits your favor? Ji Donglai said. Ji Changquan quickly chimed in. Indeed, holy maiden. His foundation is damaged, and he cannot cultivate at all, a complete cripple. If the holy maiden were to choose him, it would invite ridicule. Before he could finish, Ji Changquan stopped short, for he felt a chill. That chill was piercing straight into his back. Lu Ruyan said coldly, What? Do you think this holy maiden has misjudged? This? Ji Changquan was rendered speechless. Silence. Do not speak nonsense. At this moment, Lu Wudi from the main seat roared. It instantly silenced the entire hall. For in his view, whether Lu Ruyan formed a marital alliance with Lu Chen or Ji Changquan, as long as it was with someone from the Qingyun sect, it was a good thing. The earlier packaging of Ji Changquan was merely to increase the probability. Yet unexpectedly, the father and son who were not chosen began to bite back and insult Lu Chen. Lu Chen was after all the son of his younger brother. Yielding the throne had already been the greatest concession, yet he was still being humiliated by Ji Changquan and his father. Lu Wudi could no longer tolerate it. Sect leader, I object. Only I am most worthy of the position of holy son, and only I am deserving of the holy maiden. With that, Ji Changquan stepped forward and walked toward Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan ordered Honger stop him. Yes. The red-haired woman receiving the command was about to act. But Lu Chen from afar waved his hand, signaling them not to move. When Ji Changquan was still about a zhang away from Lu Chen, he stopped and said, Lu Chen, if you are a man, fight me. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. How shall we fight? The next moment, Ji Changquan directly produced a life-and-death contract. Do you dare to sign it? If you don't dare, then get out of the sect. Ji Changquan said, his expression ferocious. Seeing this, the entire hall erupted once more. Ji Changquan, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you are doing? At this point, the second and third elders who had been silent stepped forward. Signing a life-and-death contract meant the two would engage in a battle to the death, and even if one was killed, it was by choice. Grand Elder, look at your son. Stop him immediately. Hearing this, the Grand Elder looked at Ji Changquan and shouted, You little brat, get back here. What do you dare? Ji Changquan roared again. Lu Chen smiled contemptuously. Since you seek death, they'll play with you. Chaina, what are you doing? Lu Wudi strode over, bellowing in anger. Seeing Ji Changquan challenge Lu Chen and Lu Chen actually accepting it infuriated Lu Wudi. It's fine, uncle. I know what I'm doing. At these words, Lu Wudi was momentarily stunned. For in that instant, he sensed an extraordinary aura. It was Lu Chen's aura. Divine Treasury Realm. It was actually the Divine Treasury Realm. Lu Wudi was first startled, then puzzled. When did this kid break through to the Divine Treasury Realm? No matter if Ji Changquan truly dares to strike with lethal intent, he could still intervene in time. Your Highness. Hunger glanced at Lu Rian, hesitating to speak. Meanwhile, Lu Rian looked at Lu Chen with deep concern. Rest assured, Your Highness. Hunger will ensure young Master Lu comes to no harm. With that, she fixed a sharp gaze upon Ji Chongquan. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Chen sign the life and death pact, Ji Chongquan burst into loud laughter. Now he could kill Lu Chen openly on the arena stage, without fear of retribution. Lu Chen looked at Ji Chongquan, his eyes utterly cold. He recalled the humiliation he had suffered at his hands before. Since the man had delivered himself to his doorstep, he could not be blamed. Perfect timing. He would use this brat as a warm-up for his first battle after awakening the system. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Donglai's expression shifted from panic to smugness. Initially, he had intended to scold Ji Chongquan for this act. After all, even if the saintess chose Lu Chen, his son Ji Chongquan would still hold the position of Holy Son. Thus his plan could still proceed gradually. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen had directly signed his name. Since that was the case, he could not blame the father and son for being ruthless. At noon, at the martial arena, beneath the scorching sun, disciples had already gathered around the arena of Qingyun sect. Upon learning that the sect's foremost prodigy Ji Chongquan and the sect's foremost waste Lu Chen had agreed to a duel, the entire sect erupted. Hey, did you hear? The ones fighting later are Holy Son Ji and Lu Chen. Holy crap, awesome. My bro Lu Chen is this bold. He even dared to accept Ji Chongquan's challenge. More than that, I heard they signed a life and death pact. Holy shit. The clamor from below the stage rose and fell. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lu Chen and Ji Chongquan had both made their preparations. Ji Chongquan looked at Lu Chen across from him with disdain and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I'll send you to the afterlife. You talk too much." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, his form flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Ji Chongquan. Then he raised his hand and delivered a slap. Slap. The heavy slap landed squarely on Ji Chongquan's face. Before he could react, he was sent flying. After tumbling several times on the ground, Ji Chongquan struggled to his feet, spitting out several bloody teeth. How is this possible? Ji Chongquan stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. Not just him, but the expressions of the audience below what was happening. Lu Chen, the former waste, and ex-Holy Son. Now with a single slap, he had sent Ji Chongquan flying. How is this possible? Ji Donglai watched the scene, his face extremely grim. That power just now. Divine Treasury Realm. Wasn't this guy only at the 3rd level of Qi refining? How could he possess the cultivation of the Divine Treasury Realm? On the other side, even though Lu Wudi had sensed Lu Chen's change in cultivation earlier, seeing it with his own eyes still left him profoundly shaken. When had this eldest nephew become so formidable? He remembered that Lu Chen's dantian had been shattered in childhood, deemed unable to cultivate, destined to remain at the Qi refining stage for life. How had he now transformed into a mighty cultivator of the Divine Treasury Realm? Could it be that Lu Chen had been enduring humiliation all along? Thinking this, Lu Wudi couldn't help but wipe away a tear. Little brother. See, I told you our Lu family couldn't possibly produce a good for nothing. On the martial stage, Ji Chongquan struggled to his feet. That slap had severely wounded him. Yet with incredible willpower, he stood up again. He glared ferociously at Lu Chen. How could you have the cultivation of the Divine Treasury Realm? I'll kill you. With a furious roar, Ji Chongquan threw a punch at Lu Chen. The punch carried such immense force that it instantly shook the entire arena. That's Senior Brother Ji's signature technique, the Annihilation Fist. Senior Brother Ji has mastered this technique to perfection. No one below the 6th level of Divine Treasury can withstand this strike, and even a later-stage Divine Treasury cultivator would be severely injured by it. But in the next moment, Lu Chen smiled coldly. He held nothing back now. The full force of his 9th-level Divine Treasury cultivation erupted. The barrier of the martial arena began to tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. God-slaying domain activate. In an instant, a powerful aura completely enveloped the arena. The terrifying suppression instantly crushed Ji Chongquan's attack. Seeing this, Ji Chongquan was horrified. What kind of monster was this? His full-powered strike was neutralized before it even got close. At this moment, Ji Chongquan finally understood. He was no match for Lu Chen at all. He wanted to flee, but Lu Chen across from him would not give him that chance. He raised his hand and delivered another slap. No. Father, save me. Save me. Facing the threat of death, Ji Chongquan, abandoning all pretense of pride, screamed in terror. Bold brat. Stop. At the same time, Ji Donglai below the stage could no longer sit still and roared at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen paid him no heed. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing Ji Chongquan was crushed into a mist of blood by that slap. Then Lu Chen waved his hand and gathered all the treasures on Ji Chongquan's person into his possession. No. In that moment, Ji Donglai was utterly shattered. Having lived most of his life, Ji Chongquan was his only son. Now watching his son being killed before his very eyes. He could not swallow this outrage. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Beast, I will grind your bones to dust. The next moment, Ji Donglai's cultivation of the life and death realm erupted. Grand Elder, do not act rashly. At this moment, the second elder beside him intervened. The two have signed a life and death pact, placing life and death aside. Even if one is killed, there should be no punishment. But a frantic Ji Donglai cared nothing for that. He raised his hand and unleashed an annihilation fist, ferociously hurtling toward Lu Chen. Compared to Ji Changkun's annihilation fist, Ji Donglai's punch carried a far more formidable momentum, clearly having reached perfection. This fist of mine, backed by a century of cultivation, is enough to slay you, arrogant whelp. Clang. In that critical moment, a sword aura shot through like a meteor, instantly cleaving the erupting Ji Donglai in two. In the distance, Hong'er slowly sheathed her sword. Meanwhile, Lu Rian swept her gaze coldly across the crowd and declared, I'd like to see who dares to make another move. Seeing that the Grand Elder Ji Donglai and Ji Changkuan had both fallen, no one in the martial arena dared to utter another word. Lu Wudi approached Lu Rian, the saintess of the supreme beginning. He clasped his hands in salute and said, my apologies for the spectacle. Please forgive me, saintess. Lu Rian smiled and replied, it's of no consequence as long as young Master Lu is unharmed. Lu Wudi was momentarily speechless, his gaze shifting to Lu Chen. What are you still standing there for? At this moment, Lu Wudi's heart was frantic with anxiety. Sensing the undercurrent, Lu Rian said, how about this, sect Master Lu? Allow me to have a private word with young Master Lu. Very well, very well. Please go ahead. Subsequently, Lu Wudi immediately dismissed everyone else. In but a moment, only Lu Chen, Lu Rian, and Hong'er remained. Lu Rian looked at Hong. You may also withdraw. As you command. After saluting, Hong'er retreated to the side. Seeing that they were alone, Lu Rian walked directly up to Lu Chen. Young Master Lu, you must have many questions. Lu Chen stared at Lu Rian with an expressionless face. Wasn't that obvious? Two people were already dead, and he still hadn't figured out what was going on. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Lu Rian gave a slight smile and asked, Young Master Lu, do you recall saving a little girl 15 years ago? As her words fell, Lu Rian waved her hand, and a memory vision immediately materialized before them. At that moment, a past event surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. He remembered that when he was young, he often ran into the woods outside the sect out of mischief. By the stream next to the forest, he had discovered a girl lying on the ground. Young Lu Chen curiously poked her body with a twig. The girl stirred immediately, turning her head to look at him. Yet her eyes held a glint of murderous intent and wariness. Are you hungry? Young Lu Chen asked. Then he took a steamed bun from his bosom, tore it in half, ate one half himself, and offered the other to the girl. Eat up, it's not poisoned. At that moment, the girl froze. This seemingly ordinary greeting in her eyes permeated her soul like a warm current. Ever since her parents had passed away, no one had ever cared for her. She took the half of the bun and began to devour it ravenously. Later, young Lu Chen learned that the girl had been wandering all the way here. A few days prior, she had been chased by wild beasts and had fallen by the stream. She hadn't eaten for 3 days. Young Lu Chen bandaged her wounds and took her to an abandoned house to settle down. What's your name? Young Lu Chen asked. The girl was silent for a long time before rasping. My name is Lu Rian. Lu Chen. Lu as in land and Chun as in dust. By the way, do you not have parents? Lu Rian said nothing, silently lowering her head and burying her face in her knees. Young Lu Chen let out an, oh, and then said, the same as you. My mother left when I was very young, and my father is always in seclusion cultivating, so it's almost like he's not here either. Then he stood up and said, he'll come back tomorrow. If you don't starve to death, wait for me. Lu Rian nodded. That wait, however, stretched on for an entire autumn. Young Lu Chen ran to the woods every day without fail. Each time, he brought food, gradually progressing from steamed buns and sweet potatoes to grilled fish and rabbit. He taught Lu Rian how to make simple traps with branches, how to tell if wild berries were safe to eat, and how to follow the stream to find the direction of human habitation. All of these were things young Lu Chen's father had taught him. Because Lu Chen's cultivation had been stuck at the 3rd layer of qi refining since childhood, and he couldn't progress, his father had taught him these skills just in case. But his father was mostly in seclusion, so young Lu Chen had learned them through his own play. The fellow disciples in the sect, however, believed cultivation was the only true path and mocked these skills as something only the useless would learn. They even ostracized young Lu Chen because of it. But at this moment, seeing how earnestly Lu Rian was learning, a peculiar feeling stirred within his heart. Until one day, Lu Rian told Lu Chen that she wanted to become strong. Only then could she protect him. Lu Chen smiled faintly, took off the jade pendant from his waist, and pressed it into Lu Rian's hand. He said to her, my father told me this was a keepsake from my mother. Now I'm giving it to you. If you can't go on, pawn this at the shop to get some travel money. Lu Rian looked at the jade pendant and burst into tears. I will definitely survive, I will definitely get stronger, and I will definitely come back for you. Lu Chen, wait for me. With that, Lu Ruyan left the forest without looking back. Yet the name, Lu Chen, was already deeply etched into her heart, becoming a part of her very being. The memory vision faded. Lu Ruyan's eyes had grown misty. Later, I entered the supreme, beginning sacred ground. I cultivated with all my might, never daring to slack off for even a single day. When I was exhausted to the point of collapse, I would clutch the jade pendant you gave me and tell myself that someone was still waiting for me. At this, she paused, her gaze settling on Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I have never forgotten you. Lu Chen looked at her with a hint of astonishment. He gazed at the extraordinarily elegant saintess before him, then recalled the gaunt girl in his memories. He suddenly felt that time was a truly wondrous thing. Then Lu Ruyan took out an object and handed it to him, saying, "Look, this is the jade pendant you gave me back then. I've kept it all this time." Holding the jade pendant, Lu Ruyan smiled radiantly, like a servant seeking praise from Lu Chen. "How could I bear to pawn away something you gave me?" Lu Chen looked at the jade pendant, then at the beaming Lu Ruyan, and felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps his life wasn't as miserable as he had imagined. "But, so the reason you came here is truly for a marriage alliance with me?" Lu Chen asked. "Of course." Lu Ruyan became incredibly excited at this. "I've yearned for this day and night for 15 years, and now I finally have the courage to return." "What, you don't wanna?" Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied, "Of course not." He didn't deny it. Although saving Lu Ruyan back then had been a mere trifle for Lu Chen. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, it was profoundly significant. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was now the saintess of the supreme, beginning sacred ground. Having the supreme, beginning sacred ground as an ally would bring greater stability to the Qingyun sect. But Lu Ruyan hesitated. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen asked. "When I proposed this marriage alliance, my master did not immediately agree. She said that given my status, my future partner must be a prodigy seen once in a millennium and must also pass her trials. This trip, I only came to see you," Lu Ruyan said with a hint of grievance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell into thought. The master of the supreme, beginning saintess must be the renowned supreme, beginning sacred lord, right? Lu Chen, what's wrong?" Lu Ruyan called out. Lu Chen snapped back to reality and laughed. "Becoming stronger, that's simple. Do you have any spirit stones?" Lu Ruyan asked. "Spirit stones? What do you need spirit stones for?" Lu Ruyan asked with confusion. "Ruyan, do you want me to grow stronger and pass your master's trial?" Lu Chen retorted. "Of course, I absolutely do." Lu Ruyan replied without hesitation. "Excellent. I have consulted ancient texts." He paused mid-sentence, then glanced around. Understanding his intent, Lu Ruyan waved her hand, and a barrier instantly enveloped them. "This is the Primordial Sacred Ground's spirit crystal barrier. It can isolate the surrounding space so no one outside can hear us," Lu Ruyan explained. Lu Chen nodded and gestured for Lu Ruyan to lean closer. "I discovered a method of storing stones in the ancient texts. By depositing spirit stones into my storage ring, my cultivation speed increases. The more I store, the faster I grow." Lu Ruyan was stunned. "Really? Of course. Look at me. Am I not the best proof?" With that, Lu Chen opened his palm, and the aura of the Divine Treasury Realm's 9th level surged forth. "Then I'll give you everything I have." Lu Ruyan immediately transferred all the spirit stones from her storage ring into Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen roughly counted them and froze in amazement. Truly worthy of a saintess. She carried such a fortune on her person. Among the pile Lu Ruyan gave him were 5,000 high-grade spirit stones and 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Converted entirely into mid-grade spirit stones that amounted to a staggering 550,000. "Is this enough? If not, I have more at my residence." "There's more. Of course, but I won't be able to leave the sacred ground for a while. I'll give you the rest when I return," Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Then she pulled out a golden stone and handed it to Lu Chen. "This is a communication stone. We can use it to stay in touch. Just infuse it with spiritual energy and speak directly. It'll hear you on my end." Lu Chen frowned as he examined the communication stone in his hand. Could this be the telephone of the cultivation world? "Lu Chen, does that technique you're cultivating really have no side effects?" Lu Ruyan looked at him with worry. "Tell me honestly. If it does, let's not pursue this path. Even if we can't cultivate, we can flee far away, live in seclusion in the mountains, and never concern ourselves with worldly affairs." She had never heard of such a cultivation secret method. Even if it existed, it usually came with side effects. She feared Lu Chen might be harmed. Lu Chen flicked her delicate nose and laughed. "Rest assured, there are no side effects. But you must not reveal this secret to anyone else. Only you and I can know. So this is our little secret." Lu Ruyan gazed at him with delight. "Of course. Wonderful." Lu Ruyan excitedly threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. Though it seemed like a simple verbal promise, Lu Ruyan had already resolved never to divulge this secret, even at the cost of her life. "Lu Chen, I have to go. I can't stay long." After their embrace, Lu Ruyan gazed deeply into his eyes. Go on. Remember to bring me more spirit stones. All right. Lu Ruyan then withdrew the spatial barrier, and the surroundings returned to normal. At that moment, Honger approached and said, Saintess, we've been out for quite a while. It's time to return. Lu Ruyan nodded and cast one last glance at Lu Chen. The next instant, a piercing cry resounded through the sky. A colossal shadow loomed over the entire training ground. The spirit beast, the golden-winged rock. Good heavens, it's enormous. Lu Chen, don't forget to use the communication stone. Lu Ruyan stood on the rock's back, waving to Lu Chen before departing from Qingyun sect. As Lu Ruyan watched the figure below grow smaller, she wiped the tears from her eyes. He hasn't forgotten me after all. Saintess, you. Hunger understood Lu Ruyan's feelings. After all, 15 years of persistence and waiting had finally led to this reunion. Only Lu Ruyan could truly fathom the hardships she had endured. Then Hunger cast a glance at Qingyun sect, as if she had made a certain resolve. If Lu Chen ever betrayed Lu Ruyan, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, Hunger would hunt him down and castrate him. After seeing off Lu Ruyan and her companion Lu Chen found a quiet place to hide. System, I want to recharge. Ding, instruction received. Now evaluating the host's assets. After converting all mid-grade spirit stones to high-grade, you have a total of 5700 high-grade spirit stones. Recharge all. Lu Chen didn't answer. Instead, he opened the system shop. Spirit vision, I see through any opponent's cultivation level and information. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. This is good and so cheap. Without a second thought, Lu Chen purchased the spirit vision eye. No matter the time, this was the best eye technique for gathering information. Scrolling to the mount section, Lu Chen finally found what he wanted. Spirit Beast, Golden Winged Rock, Ancient Spirit Beast. Shop price 100 extreme grade spirit stones. Purple Mansion Realm Servant 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Life Death Realm Servant 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Sovereign Realm Servant Host is too poor, or discuss later. Damn, that's expensive. Lu Chen complained. Why don't you just rob me? This system shop offers the fairest prices, honest and fair. Forget it. Convert the rest into cultivation. Lu Chen glanced at the servant prices and felt discouraged. He couldn't afford high-level ones, and buying a servant at his own level was pointless. Better to use the spirit stones to boost his own cultivation. After all, in this world, cultivation level determined over 50% of battle outcomes. The remaining 50% was distributed among talent techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, and group attacks. Ding, 5700 high-grade spirit stones successfully recharged. Host cultivation has been elevated to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, host, on completing a stage mission. The Godslayer domain has been upgraded to level 2. Level 2 Godslayer domain increases all of the host's attributes by 80, a suppresses opponents by 50. Duration unlimited. This world's cultivation realms: Chi, refining, innate core formation, divine treasury, Purple Mansion, life death, sovereign, half-saint, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. In an instant, Lu Chen's cultivation skyrocketed to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. So quickly, I've already reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Lu Chen murmured to himself. Just a few hours ago, he was a despised waste. Now he had ascended to become a Purple Mansion Grand Cultivator. It felt like a dream. Young master. Young master. Just then, a familiar voice reached Lu Chen's ears. Shortly after, Anyo rushed up to him, panting heavily. Anyo, what's the commotion? Young master, I've been looking for you. The sect leader is waiting for you in the main hall. The forbidden land of Xianzhou, Netherworld Valley. A streak of black chi tore through the sky and flew straight into a blood-colored altar. Seated atop the altar was a bearded man, while another middle-aged man stood below. These two were the leaders of the other major sects in Xuanzhou: Wang Tianbing, the sect leader of Spirit Communication Sect, and Li Shamba, the sect leader of Heaven Overlord Sect. On the altar, Wang Tianbing slowly opened his eyes. How did it go? Li Shamba asked. Recalling the scene at Qingyun sect, Wang Tianbing couldn't help but curse. Fool. Li Shamba. Wang, why do you curse me for no reason? The Tianba sect master thundered. You fool, I wasn't cursing you. Wang Tianbing retorted furiously. He had schemed for so long, watching the fish approach the hook, only for that worthless holy sun to come back and ruin everything halfway. Now, not only had the primordial saintess failed to take the bait, but he had also lost 2 of his pawns. What exactly happened? Li Shamba asked, bewildered. Wang Tianbing then recounted the events that had transpired at Qingyun sect. How is this possible? How could a waste with merely the 3rd level of spiritual energy realm suddenly break through to the 9th level of divine treasury realm? Li Shamba frowned. I thought the same, but I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Wang Tianbing insisted. Li Shamba scoffed. Don't tell me you're just making excuses for your failed plan, old man. In Li Shamba's view, Lu Chen being a worthless holy son was common knowledge across the entire Xianzhou. now telling him that Lu Chen was at the 9th level of Divine Treasury Realm. Who in the world would believe that? Believe it or not, why would I ever cooperate with a fool like you? Wang Tianbing said angrily. You think I want to be in the same boat as this bastard? Li Shamba retorted. Neither would concede, and they hurled insults at each other in Nether Valley for a long time. After several hours, Li Shamba stormed out of Nether Valley in a rage. Fool, you really think you're the boss? I don't need you to complete my plan. Immediately, he sent a voice transmission across thousands of miles to Tianba Sect. Meanwhile, at Tianba Sect, the Holy Son, Li Yuankue, instantly received Li Shamba transmission. Go to Qingyun Sect immediately and set up a challenge arena. At Qingyun Sect in Xianzhou, within the Grand Hall, Lu Wudi inspected Lu Chen from head to toe multiple times, even stripping him down to nothing but his underpants. Lu Wudi stared at this Lu Chen, who seemed both familiar and a stranger, and asked almost to himself, Are you really my nephew? Lu Chen. Not only Lu Wudi, but the elders present were also baffled. After all the scene moments ago was utterly shocking. Ji Chongquan, the foremost prodigy of Qingyun Sect at the 4th level of Divine Treasury Realm, had been defeated by Lu Chen with just 2 slaps. Yet just half a month ago he was a useless waste forced to relinquish the position of Holy Son. Now he had become a Divine Treasury Realm powerhouse. Could it be that he was possessed by some mighty being? Uncle, should I take off this last piece too? Lu Chen said, looking at Lu Wudi in utter exasperation. Huh, I get it now. Lu Wudi laughed heartily. It must be your father's doing. Ah, that younger brother of mine, does he even remember who's the sect master now? Which bastard dares to bully my nephew? Your uncle will be the first to settle the score. Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, just a few hours ago he had truly been a waste. It was only because he awakened a system that he skyrocketed in power. Although the Grand Elder and his son are dead, they brought it upon themselves. Lu Wudi then addressed the crowd. A sect cannot be without a Grand Elder for even a day. Let us now nominate who among us is most suitable for the position. At these words the hall fell silent. Fourth brother, why don't you take it? The 3rd elder suggested to the 4th elder. The 4th elder was taken aback. 3rd brother, why don't you do it? You've already broken through to the 2nd level of Life and Death Realm, while I'm only at the 9th level of Violet Mansion Realm. Cultivation realms of this world, Qi Refining Realm, Innate Realm, Primordial Core Realm, Divine Treasury Realm, Violet Mansion Realm, Life and Death Realm, Venerable Realm, Half-Saint Realm, Great Saint Realm, Saint King Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, Great Emperor Realm. I'm only at the 1st level of Life and Death Realm. When did I reach the 2nd? Said the 3rd elder. Meanwhile, Lu Chen quietly activated his spiritual inside eye. Name Yunshan Identity, 3rd elder of Qingyun Sect, Cultivation Surface Life and Death Realm, 1st level Actual Life and Death Realm, 5th level. Name Lin Shi Identity, 4th elder of Qingyun Sect, Cultivation Surface Violet Mansion Realm, 9th level Actual Life and Death Realm, 3rd level. Damn, they're sly old foxes. After reading the information on the 3rd and 4th elders, Lu Chen nearly cried out. Then he turned his spiritual insight eye toward the 2nd elder. Name Ling Tian Identity, 2nd elder of Qingyun Sect, Cultivation Surface Life and Death Realm, 4th level Actual Life and Death Realm, 6th level. 2nd brother, you should take it. Since the eldest is dead, it's only right for the 2nd to inherit the position, the 4th elder said, redirecting the focus to the 2nd elder. Nonsense. To be Grand Elder, one's cultivation must at least reach the 5th level of Life and Death Realm. I am only at the 4th level. I am unworthy of the position. After saying this, the 2nd elder swept his gaze around to see if anyone would object. As long as he wished, he could remain at the 4th level of Life and Death Realm forever. What's all this? Who are you putting on a show for? Lu Wudi looked at the elders. What's so special about the 5th level of Life and Death Realm? Isn't this sect master also only at the 5th level? Name Lu Wudi Identity, Sect Master of Qingyun Sect, Cultivation Surface Life and Death Realm, 5th level Actual Life and Death Realm, 8th level. The elders exchanged glances and no one spoke further. Lu Chen watched this scene with considerable confusion. Why was the position of Grand Elder being avoided like a plague? But these elders knew full well. If anyone actually became Grand Elder, this sect master would surely shirk all his duties. The burden of all sect affairs would then fall squarely on that Grand Elder. When that happened, they'd be doing the sect master's work for a Grand Elder's salary. Enough, let's drop this for now. Lu Wudi looked at Lu Chen and suddenly smiled. Nephew. But before he could finish, a report from outside the hall interrupted him. Greetings, sect master. The 5th elder has something to report. A disciple hastily bowed and presented a letter. You may leave. Lu Wudi took the envelope and opened it impatiently. However, upon seeing the contents of the letter, Lu Wudi's expression drastically changed. Sect master, what's the matter? The 2nd elder inquired. The other elders looked at Lu Wudi with confusion. Old 5th says he found traces of the soul-devouring mark on Ji Donglai's body. What? The elders were all greatly shocked upon hearing this. The soul-devouring mark was a forbidden art that allowed the caster to remotely control the victim and even probe their memories. Second brother, third brother, what do you make of this? Lu Wuti said sharply. The third elder slammed the table in anger. It must be those bastards from the Spirit Communication Sect and Tianba Sect. In all of Xuanzhou, only those two old devils have been eyeing us covetously. Third brother speaks the truth. I also suspect them given our long-standing conflicts. The fourth elder said, Sect Master, why don't we launch a surprise attack and annihilate them? Lu Wuti turned to the second elder and asked, Second brother, what is your view? The second elder replied, if the Grand Elder was truly afflicted with the soul-devouring mark, then our sect's internal secrets have certainly been leaked. We must make plans accordingly. Lu Wuti nodded and ordered, arrest all of the Grand Elder's faction. Interrogate them harshly. We will get to the bottom of this. Just then another disciple rushed in to report, Trouble Sect Master. The people from Tianba Sect have set up a challenge arena outside. What is going on? Lu Wuti demanded loudly. Sect leader Li Yuanba, the holy son of Tianba Sect, has set up a challenge arena at our sect's gate, proclaiming that Lu Chen must come out to fight. The disciple hastily added, several senior brothers charged forward to challenge him, but Li Yuanba was too formidable, and they were all defeated. What did you say? That little brat from Tianba Sect dares to set up an arena at my doorstep. Damn it. The third elder, growing angrier by the moment, said, that little wolf cub dares to bully me. Unless it was sanctioned by Li Shanba, the sect leader of Tianba Sect, how would that little brat dare to set up an arena at our mountain gate? The second elder remarked. Indeed. The fourth elder stroked his beard and said, since it is a challenge directed at Chainer, it concerns the reputation of our sect's younger generation. Deities. To hell with their deities. With that, the third elder slammed the table and stood up. Sect leader, second elder, wait here. He'll go skin that wolf cub alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode out of the hall. The remaining few exchanged glances, unable to stop him in time. Uncle Ogo, take a look, Lu Chen said. Go ahead. Subsequently, Lu Chen also headed to the mountain gate. Meanwhile, at the gate of Qingyun Sect, many disciples had already gathered. Quite a few disciples were already injured, clearly just defeated by Li Yuanba. This is too much. How could you strike so viciously? Everyone, don't act rashly. This guy is the holy son of Tianba Sect with cultivation at the first level of the Violet Mansion realm. The Qingyun Sect disciples supporting the wounded cautioned the others who were eager to fight. Li Yuanba had set up the arena, declaring a challenge to Lu Chen, the holy son of Qingyun Sect. Upon seeing this, several Qingyun disciples angrily stepped forward to challenge him, but were all defeated and knocked off the stage. Yet Li Yuanba did not relent, he even crippled the dantian of one of them. Though the Qingyun disciples were seething with rage, Li Yuanba stood calmly at the center of the arena. Hurry and call your holy son to face me. If anyone else dares to step forward, they will suffer the same fate as that one, Li Yuanba said coldly. Meanwhile, among the Tianba Sect disciples, a middle-aged man watched the Qingyun group with a smile. This man was Nie Tian, the accompanying elder of Li Yuanba with cultivation at the first level of the life and death realm. You mongrel! How dare you cause trouble at my sect's gate? I'll skin you alive. A loud roar came from within the mountain gate. The third elder instantly teleported to the arena, raising his hand to suppress Li Yuanba. At the same time, Tianba Sect elder Nie Tian also made his move. Their palms clashed, instantly generating a powerful pressure that radiated outward. Both were then jolted back by the shockwave. By then, Lu Chen had also arrived at the arena. Recognizing the newcomer, Nie Tian sneered, I wondered who the fool was. It's you, old thing. Upon hearing this, the third elder retorted with a cold laugh. Nie Tian, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the life and death realm. Nie Tian chuckled. Yinshan, our score from last time isn't settled yet. Now that I've reached the life and death realm, it's anyone's guess who will come out on top. The third elder said, is that so? At this moment, the Qingyun disciples gathered around. Third elder, you must avenge us. Li Yuanba not only severely injured our fellow disciples, but also crippled our junior brother's dantian. Ha ha ha. Hearing the Qingyun disciples' complaints, Li Yuanba burst into laughter. Isn't that what a competition is all about? Fists and feet have no eyes. Getting hit or hurt is only natural. Li Yuanba swept his gaze over the crowd with a smug expression. On the other side, Nie Tian's lips curled up involuntarily, fully adopting the air of an elder from a superior sect. Well said. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Huh. Li Yuanba turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Simultaneously, everyone present looked in that direction. Lu Chen slowly stepped out from the crowd, fixing his calm gaze on Li Yuanba. It's His Highness the Holy Sun. His Highness has finally arrived. You must avenge this humiliation for us. The Qingyun disciples clenched their fists upon seeing Lu Chen. This Holy Sun was now the last hope for their younger generation. I was wondering who it was. So the trash Holy Sun has come. Li Yuanba said disdainfully, looking at Lu Chen below the stage. Lu Chen smiled. You went to all this trouble traveling so far to set up an arena at my doorstep just to challenge the holy sun you call trash. That's right. Do you dare to come up? I promise I won't kill you, Li Yuanba taunted with a grin. Sure, I'll play with you. With that, Lu Chen walked toward the arena. But the third elder stopped him, first asking, Little Chen, are you sure you can beat him? The third elder's concern was not unfounded. Although Lu Chen was at the 9th level of the divine hidden realm, his opponent had already broken through to the Violet Mansion realm. The difference seemed like a minor realm, but he understood the principle that a realm apart is like a world apart. No problem. Lu Chen responded briefly, uttering only these 2 words before heading to the arena, leaving the bewildered third elder behind. Seeing Lu Chen step onto the stage, Li Yuanba grinned. I heard you've recovered your cultivation you waste. This holy sun has come to verify it. But a match without a wager is no fun, is it? No need to troublesome, Lu Chen said. At this, Li Yuanba's smile widened. What, don't tell me you think you can instantly kill me? Slap. Before Li Yuanba could finish his sentence, a heavy slap landed on his face. He was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody teeth. He was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody teeth. He was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody teeth. What the? Damn. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Neither the third elder nor Nie Tian had anticipated the battle to conclude so swiftly. With a single slap, Lu Chen sent Li Yuanba flying off the arena platform, instantly ending the duel. At that moment, the disciples of Tianba sect erupted into cheers and applause. They initially believed it was Li Yuanba who had slapped Lu Chen off the platform, but upon discerning the figure on the ground, their jubilation swiftly faded. Wah! Yo! You dare hit me! Li Yuanba pointed at Lu Chen on the arena platform, a string of comical garbled sounds escaping from his toothless mouth. Puffed! Someone in the crowd couldn't stifle their laughter. Immediately, peals of laughter echoed throughout the entire mountain gate. The Qingyuan sect disciples, who had maintained a rather solemn atmosphere, could no longer hold back after hearing Li Yuanba's voice. What did he say? A Qingyuan sect disciple cupped his ear. Can't make it out, probably some regional dialect. The third elder Yunshan, standing beneath the platform, laughed heartily, without restraint, stroking his beard. Is this the eloquence of the Tianba sect's holy sun? Can't even speak clearly. Nie Tian, does your Tianba sect not teach its disciples how to talk? Nie Tian's face turned ashen. He strode forward to help Li Yuanba up. Li Yuanba shoved Nie Tian away. Enraged by the mockery from the onlookers, Li Yuanba's fury ignited instantly. He, the esteemed holy son of Tianba sect, had never suffered such humiliation. I want you dead. Boom. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen on the arena, instantly unleashing the cultivation power of the first layer of the Zifu realm. A violent aura enveloped the area, gales sweeping up gravel from the ground. Li Yuanba stomped his feet, cracking the bluestone slabs and leaving 2 deep pits. He soared into the air, landing on the arena platform. Tianba's steely shattering hand. A massive black aura coalesced in Li Yuanba's right palm, forming a colossal illusory steel. Then he punched the steely, hurtling it down towards Lu Chen's head. This strike was driven by murderous intent. This technique was a supreme art of the Tianba sect, which Li Yuanba had mastered to perfection. Any cultivator in the early Zifu realm who dared to meet it head-on would either die or be severely injured. A fierce storm of spiritual energy raged across the arena, causing Lu Chen's robes to flutter violently. Facing this formidable assault, Lu Chen remained composedly in place. He lifted his eyelids slightly, and the oppressive aura of the 7th layer of the Zifu realm instantly radiated outward. He raised his hand. He struck. No flashy moves, merely an unadorned slap. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap drowned out the howling storm. The colossal illusory steel shattered inch by inch upon contact with Lu Chen's palm, dissolving into specks of light. The dark light dissipated, and the spiritual energy recoiled. The slap drove Li Yuanba down, smashing a large crater into the hard arena floor. Debris scattered in all directions. At this moment, a deathly silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone was stunned. That strike was so powerful. Had it directly killed Li Yuanba? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes locked on the arena. Lu Chen, ignoring the reactions of those around him, strode straight to the edge of the crater. Li Yuanba lay within, limbs twisted, seemingly unconscious. Lu Chen crouched down and unceremoniously stripped the storage ring from Li Yuanba's right hand. System appraise it, Lu Chen said. Ding scan complete. A 3rd-grade storage ring containing 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and various miscellaneous items. Total value 41,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen curled his lip in disdain. Cheapskate, that's all you brought out. Pocketing the ring, Lu Chen's gaze continued to roam over Li Yuanba's body. He reached out and tore open Li Yuanba's tattered outer robe, revealing an inner armor gleaming with a faint golden light. A fourth-grade heart-protecting armor. Lu Chen grabbed the edges of the armor and ripped it off with force. Rip! The armor was stripped off by Lu Chen. The Qingyun sect disciples below exchanged glances. What is the Holy Sun doing? Seems like he's stripping clothes. I recognize that inner armor. It's one of Tianba sect's ultimate treasures, the golden silk soft armor. Stop! How dare you scoundrel! Nie Tian finally snapped out of his shock. Seeing Lu Chen's actions, he erupted in fury. He moved to suppress Lu Chen. The third elder Yunshan stepped forward, blocking Nie Tian. Nie Tian, it's a spar between juniors. Why are you an old fool interfering? Can't your Tianba sect take a loss? Nie Tian ground his teeth. Yunshan? He's committing robbery. Nonsense, that's called a trophy. The third elder stood his ground. You? Nie Tian was rendered speechless. Lu Chen leisurely rolled up the armor and stashed it into his storage space. His movements were fluid without a hint of hesitation. Cheapskate, that's all you brought out. Lu Chen stood up, dusting off his hands. Just then Li Yuanba beneath him twitched. He struggled to open, his eyes swollen to mere slits. Staring fixedly at Lu Chen, he mumbled indistinctly, Lu Chen, you dare touch me. Tianba sect will never forgive you. Oh, still daring to threaten me. Lu Chen revealed a smile, lifting his foot and suspending it over Li Yuanba Dantian. Seeing this, Li Yuanba panicked, his voice hoarse. You dare? Isn't this how competitions go? Fists and feet have no eyes. Getting hit or hurt is only natural, right? Lu Chen chuckled. Hearing this, Li Yuanba felt a strange sense of familiarity, a flash of recovered memory. Then before Li Yuanba could react, Lu Chen stomped down, turning the others' own methods against them. A dull sound like a balloon bursting accompanied Li Yuanba's agonizing pig-like scream. The shattered Dantian meant his cultivation was completely destroyed, reducing him to a useless cripple. Nie Tian and the third elder were drawn by the scream. Upon witnessing the scene, the third elder inhaled sharply. Good lad, even more ruthless than I was back in the day. But then again, I like it. Holy Sun! Nie Tian roared, unleashing the full power of his first-layer life and death realm cultivation. Step aside, or he'll suppress you too. The third elder sneered disdainfully. You really think you can defeat me? How dare you? Just then a thunderous shout came from within the sect. The second elder of Qingyun sect had arrived at the mountain gate unnoticed. Nie Tian, you dare set up an arena at the gate of my Qingyun sect? Do you wish to return to Tianba sect horizontally? As his words fell, several other high-ranking elders of the sect arrived, all glaring menacingly at Nie Tian. Nie Tian felt the pressure mounting as he saw so many elders from Qingyun sect arriving. One Yunshan was already a tough nut to crack, let alone so many of them. Weighing the pros and cons, Nie Tian withdrew his spiritual energy. He quickly rushed onto the arena and saw Li Yuanba lying in the deep pit, beaten like a dead dog. Without a moment's hesitation, Nie Tian hoisted Li Yuanba onto his back and fled. His speed was like lightning, showing no trace of reluctance. Elder Nie, wait for us. The disciples of Tianba sect, seeing this, scrambled in disarray to follow. As the Tianba sect fled in disgrace, the Qingyun sect disciples erupted in cheers. What are you standing around for? Hurry and take the wounded back for treatment, the second elder shouted. The Qingyun sect disciples quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, the third elder fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. He walked over to Lu Chen and smacked him on the backside. You little rascal, tell me honestly, what cultivation level are you really at? Lu Chen smiled. Third elder, haven't you already sensed it? Though he had already guessed the answer, hearing Lu Chen admit, it still stunned the third elder. A holy sun at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, barely over 20 years old. The third elder shook his head and slapped himself across the face. After letting out a cry of pain, he finally confirmed this wasn't a dream. You sly dog, tell me the truth. Are you still hiding something? The third elder felt that no one could rival this one in terms of being a sly dog. He had claimed since childhood that his Dantian was shattered and he couldn't cultivate, yet now he revealed he was at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. He had hidden it from childhood to now never discovered. Even more absurdly, this kid's cultivation speed was truly heaven-defying. At just over 20, he had already reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. These old fogies had cultivated for centuries to attain their current level. So the one before them was truly the ultimate sly dog. The second elder was equally shaken, as if his worldview had been reshaped. But he quickly calmed down. He said to the two, now that Li Yuanba has been crippled, I'm sure Tianba sect will come for revenge. To hell with that, the third elder said. I'm burning with rage right now, I'm afraid they won't come. In the main hall of Qingyun sect, excellent, well done. Those whelps from Tianba sect dared to set up an arena at our mountain gate, they deserve to be crippled. Lu Wudi couldn't suppress the smile on his face after hearing that Lu Chen had crippled Li Yuanba. He had often been mocked by Tianba sect for having a useless holy son. Now their own holy son had been crippled by the so-called useless holy son of Qingyun sect. If word got out, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Chainer, you've done a great deed today. Your uncle is very pleased. Tell me, what reward do you want? Lu Chen said, Uncle, I need no reward. But if you insist, give me some spirit stones. Lu Wudi waved his hand. Spirit stones? That's no reward. Young people grow up and need money for everything. It's normal. He took a sip of tea from the cup. How many do you need? Not too many, just about 800,000 to 1,000,000 will do. Uffed. Lu Wudi spat out the tea in his mouth. How? How many? 1,000,000. I do say you look like 1,000,000. Lu Wudi wiped his mouth. Uncle, what did you just say? Lu Chen recalled. Oh, fine, fine. Lu Wudi glanced at Lu Chen, thinking this little rascal was really shooting his mouth off. Reluctantly, he pulled out a storage ring. There are 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones in here. Take them for now. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he accepted it immediately. Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he strode out of the hall. Soon Lu Chen returned to his residence. Young master, you're finally back. Anyo jumped for joy at the sight of Lu Chen. After all, news of Lu Chen crippling Tianba sect's holy son Li Yuanba on the arena had spread throughout Qingyun sect. It was now known to everyone. Anyo had heard about it too. First, he had killed the sect's top prodigy Ji Changquan with a single slap, and now even the Tianba holy son had been crippled. Who would dare call Lu Chen a useless holy son now? Even Anyo basked in the glory being called Brother Nyo by everyone. But at that moment, a familiar figure stood outside the courtyard gate. Lu Chen recognized the visitor at a glance. It was Lin Yuqing. He walked to the gate and glanced at her. Lin Yuqing looked back at him, her lips parting as if to speak, but the words died in her throat. Lu Chen ignored her and walked straight into the courtyard. Brother Lu Chen, Lin Yuqing called out as he was about to enter. But Lu Chen paid no heed, ordering Anyo to close the door and refuse visitors. Seeing this, endless regret surged in Lin Yuqing's heart. She could only take the hint and leave. Back in his room, Lu Chen closed the door tightly. Then he took out the storage ring Lu Wudi had given him along with Li Yuanba's storage ring, the golden silk soft armor, and a pile of other things he had taken from him. System, help me estimate how many spirit stones all this is worth. Ding, the system is estimating the value of the items. Ding, estimation complete. The total value is 580,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Does the host wish to convert all? Convert them all into cultivation. Ding, converting. Depositing 580,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The host's cultivation has been elevated to the second level of the life and death realm. The cultivation realms of this world: Qi, refining, innate, Yuan, Dan, divine, treasury, purple mansion, life, and death, venerable, half-saint, saint, great saint, saint, king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. After sensing his own cultivation aura, Lu Chen said, System, you are getting stingier and stingier. Ding, host, please don't be angry. As your realm increases, the spirit stones needed grow. Please don't obsess over the quantity and overlook the quality of the stones. Lu Chen nodded. What the system said made sense. That meant he should go for a big score. Meanwhile, at Tianba sect leader were doomed. At that moment, Tianba sect leader Li Shanba, who was sitting in the main hall, slammed the table and stood up upon hearing the shout from outside. Which bastard dares to say I'm doomed? But the next moment he recognized the visitor. Nie Tian was hurrying toward the hall, carrying Li Yuanba, who was foaming at the mouth on his back. In the Tianba sect's council hall. Bang! The adjacent basalt table split beneath Li Shanba's strike. Sect Lord Li Shanba stood atop the dais as the savage pressure of the life and death realm instantly radiated outward. The air in the hall grew unbearably heavy. Several lower-ranked stewards were forced to their knees, coughing up blood. Say that again. Li Shanba snarled at Nie Tian kneeling below. Nie Tian trembled all over, cold sweat soaking his back. On the floor beside him lay Li Yuanba, breath ragged and limbs twisted. Sect Lord. The Holy Sun, he had his Dantian destroyed, his cultivation ruined. Nie Tian repeated through gritted teeth, bowing his head even lower. Li Shanba strode down the steps, seized Nie Tian by the collar, and hauled him up. Worthless. I told you to escort him to Qingyun sect to display our might. This is the way you protected him. Now my son is ruined and you fool return unscathed. Nie Tian hurriedly explained. Sect Lord, you must see clearly. Lu Chen was by no means a weakling. He concealed his cultivation. He struck with extraordinary speed, and in a single blow grievously injured the young sect lord. Moreover, Yunshan, Ling Tian, and those aging scoundrels of Qingyun sect were all present. If I had forced the issue, not only could I not have saved the young sect lord, I would have been cut down there as well. Li Shanba suddenly hurled Nie Tian to the ground, then turned and went to Li Yuanba's side. Seeing his son in such a pitiful state, Li Shanba's face darkened to the brink of black. Qingyun sect. Lu Chen. Li Shanba ground his teeth, murderous intent surfacing. They dare cripple my son. I will make the Qingyun sect pay in full. Give the order, muster the sect's forces, and march with me to level Qingyun Mountain. Sect Lord, think twice. At that moment, the Tianba sect's chief elder stepped forward to block him. He hurriedly said, the Qingyun sect's foundations remain strong, and Lu Wudi, that old fox, is unfathomable. If we force an attack on the mountain, even should we prevail, the Tianba sect will suffer grievous depletion of its vitality. If we suffer a crushing defeat, the consequences would be unthinkable. Regardless of the outcome, covetous powers nearby will surely take advantage of any weakness. Li Shanba action stalled, and his breath gradually calmed. He looked coldly at the chief elder. And what do you suggest? Shall I swallow this humiliation without answer? At that moment, Nie Tian suddenly stepped forward. Sect Lord, I have a plan. You have a plan? Li Shanba regarded him half in doubt. Still brimming with anger, he thought that if the brat deceived him, he would be slapped flat. Nie Tian said, the people of Qingyun sect have always carried themselves with arrogant pride and care fiercely about face. We can feign weakness, offer an apology in name, and set a deadly ambush. Oh, Li Shanba arched a brow. Continue. We spread word that the Holy Sun in youthful recklessness offended the Qingyun sect. The Tianba sect is willing to cede the Xuanqi spirit vein as compensation and asks Qingyun sect to send representatives to receive it. Nie Tian said with a sullen gleam in his voice. Li Shanba frowned. Xuanqi spirit vein. That is one of our sect's crucial resource points on the Xianzhou border, producing abundant spirit stones each year. You would hand it over. Sect Lord, you cannot catch a wolf without giving up the pup, Nie Tian sneered. The Xuanqi spirit vein occupies perilous terrain and conceals within it an ancient residual array. We only need to place our men beforehand, repair the great array, and convert it into a killing formation. Once the Qingyun people arrive, we activate the array and trap them like turtles in a jar. Then not only will we avenge this humiliation, we can seize the opportunity to annex the Qingyun sect. Li Shanba pondered a moment, a terrifying gleam bursting into his eyes. Excellent. A perfect ruse to lure the snake out. A brilliant scheme. Li Shanba laughed to the sky. Do it as you say. Immediately send men to array the Xuanqi spirit vein and spread word of our apology and compensation. I will have all of Xianzhou know that the Tianba sect has bowed its head. Nie Tian kowtowed repeatedly. Sect Lord, your wisdom shines. I will carry it out at once. Li Shanba stared at the brooding sky beyond the hall, and a small curve of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Wudi, you dare call yourself Wudi when the most you can be called is Shanba. You dared cripple my son. I will make your whole sect pay the price. 2 days later, in the Qingyun sect's main hall, Sect Lord Lu Wudi sat in the seat of honor, his brows furrowed into a deep crease. Along the hall side sat Lu Chen, second elder, Ling Tian, third elder, Yunshan, fourth elder, Lin Shi, and several other senior elders, each taking their place. Have a look. Lu Wudi tossed the letter onto the table. From the Tianba sect. Li Shanba says he failed to teach his son that he offended us, and he is willing to cede the Xuanqi spirit vein to Qingyun sect as compensation. At that announcement, the hall erupted. What? The Xuanqi spirit vein? Fourth elder Lin Shi's eyes widened. That is prime territory. Would the Tianba sect willingly bleed themselves dry? Third elder, Yunshan, slammed the table. What nonsense. Do you not know Li Shanba nature? His son has been crippled. Would he swallow that quietly? This is definitely a trap. A setup. Second elder Ling Tian sipped his tea slowly and said calmly, Elder 3 speaks rightly. The Xuanqi spirit vein sits at a border junction, isolated and exposed. If the Tianba sect suddenly grows so generous, there must be deceit. They plainly want to lure us out to concentrate and annihilate us. Lu Wudi nodded in agreement. Elder 2 and 3 make sensible points. Since there is deceit, then we will not go. Reply to Li Shanba that we refuse the spirit vein and that henceforth we will mind our own business. Sect Lord. Elder 3 cried urgently. That is the Xuanqi spirit vein producing over 1 million spirit stones a year. Are we really to refuse it? Lu Wudi rolled his eyes. Is money worth more than life? If we know it is a trap and still jump in, are you courting an early death? Lu Chen listened to the elder's usual shirking and thought quietly. He swept his gaze across the hall. Lu Wudi outwardly presented as a 5th level of the life and death realm, but in truth, he was at the 8th level. They spoke as if life were unimportant, but in a real fight, Li Shanba would not be worth a pinch to him. The other elders were even less to be feared. A clutch of crafty old foxes, each hiding their true strength. If the Tianba sect truly dared to ambush them, they would likely be turned upon and utterly destroyed. Yet Lu Chen's attention was not on these scheming elders. One number echoed in his mind, over 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. If he fed them into his system, how far could his cultivation leap? Lu Chen's breath quickened without him noticing. Tianba sect setting a trap. So what? Before absolute suppressive force, all conspiracies are paper tigers. He rose and strode to the center of the hall. Uncle Venerable Elders. Lu Chen cleared his throat and spoke plainly. I believe we must go take the Xuanqi spirit vein. All eyes turned to him. Lu Wudi frowned. Chainer, don't be reckless. Lu Chen smiled, scanned everyone present, and spoke with firm confidence. Uncle, since the Tianba sect dared to proclaim to the world that they would cede the spirit vein to us, if we do not accept it, what will others think? All the factions across Xianzhou will conclude that Qingyun sect fears the Tianba sect. Fear if you must, how much is face worth? Lu Wudi sneered. Lu Chen shook his head. This is not a matter of face, it is a matter of principle. Those who came to our door were punished, now they voluntarily offer amends, and we refuse. If this continues, what prestige will Qingyun sect retain in Xianzhou? Second Elder Ling Tian looked at Lu Chen with a trace of approval. The Holy Sun speaks sensibly. But this expedition is fraught with danger. If those who go lack sufficient cultivation, they will be going to their deaths. If all our senior ranks depart, we risk the Tianba sect drawing away our forces and launching a sneak attack on our home. Lu Chen's mouth lifted in a sly, calculating smile. So there is no need to send many. Lu Chen indicated himself. I will go alone. The hall fell silent at once. Third Elder Yunshan gaped regarding Lu Chen as if he were a monster. Boy, are you mad? You go alone. Lu Wudi rose and thundered. Nonsense. You have only regained your cultivation for a few days, and your arrogance swells. Are you going to court death? I forbid it. Lu Chen met Lu Wudi's fury with an unruffled expression. He shifted his mind, and the aura of the second level of the life and death realm rippled through the hall for an instant. Though brief, it sent a chill through every chest present. Lu Wudi was stunned. Feeling the aura Lu Chen had just released, a storm of shock rose in his heart. How had the young man's cultivation advanced again? A few days ago he was still at the 7th level of the Zifu realm. How was he now at the 2nd level of the life and death realm? His rate of progress rivaled the speed of drinking water. Lu Chen watched the stunned faces and felt a private pleasure. He was not going for sect prestige, he was purely after that million mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen reined in his aura and said calmly, rest assured, I know my limits. If danger arises, I will immediately crush the communication jade token. If the Tianba sect wishes to play dirty, we will indulge them in the game. Second Elder Ling Tian pondered and slowly nodded. The Holy Sun's action will indeed demonstrate our sect's resolve and disrupt Tianba deployments. But for prudence's sake, we cannot sit idle. Lu Wudi sighed, realizing he could not dissuade his nephew. He sat back, down, his gaze sharpening. Since you insist on going, then go. Lu Wudi said in a grave tone. Elder 3, Elder 4. Present. Yunshan and Lin Shi answered together. You two will accompany Lu Chen, Lu Wudi said coldly. If the Tianba sect truly dares to act, kill them without mercy. Do not hold back. At your command. The third elder clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, eyes alight with excitement. Lu Chen inclined his head slightly. Thank you, uncle. He turned and left the hall, lifting his gaze to the distant sky. Xuanqi spirit vein, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Li Shamba, you truly are a bringer of fortune. After the others dispersed, Lu Wudi remained alone in the hall to ponder. No, this matter must be reported to the ancestral land. The Xuanqi spirit vein is located within a range of mountains on the border of Xian Prefecture. At this moment, the valley is shrouded in mist with faint glimpses of array patterns shimmering among the mountains. At the top of the valley, elderly Sandao of the Tianba sect stands with his hands behind his back, overlooking the ancient remnants of the formation that have been activated below. The great formation is complete. Elderly Sandao's voice is deep. As long as the people from Qingyun sect take a single step into the valley, they will surely meet with utter demise. Elderly Wenfeng coldly chuckles. The sect master has invested heavily this time, even emptying out the top-grade formation materials from the sect's treasury. Not only that, but the 3 of us old fellows, along with 10 intersect elders at the life and death realm, have gathered here. Even if Lu Wudi personally brings people, he will have to pay with his life. Lu Wudi may not personally take the risk. Elderly Daqiang stroked his chin. However, as long as they covet the 1,000,000 spirit stones of this Xuanqi spirit vein, they will definitely send high-ranking members to take possession. When the time comes, we will kill 1 if 1 comes, and kill 2 if 2 come. The 10 intersect elders around them all laughed coldly. For this ambush, Tianba sect has truly spared no effort. Aside from sect master Li Shamba stationed at the sect to guard against unexpected situations, nearly all top combat forces are concealed here. Cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from behind. Nie Tian pushed a wheelchair, slowly walking up to the high platform. On the wheelchair sits a young man with twisted limbs and a gaunt face. This is Li Yuanba, who had his Dantian destroyed by Lu Chen. In just a few days, the once arrogant and tyrannical holy son of Tianba sect. At this moment, he looks like a soulless corpse, his eyes sunken deep. Young master, you are weak. Why aren't you resting within the sect? Elderly Sandao furrows his brow slightly. Li Yuanba stares at the valley entrance below his throat, emitting a hoarse voice. I want to see with my own eyes. Lu Chen. I want to drink his blood. Alright, don't get too excited. Li Sandao hurriedly supports him. Nie Tian says, the Holy Sun insists on coming and the sect master has granted permission. It is said that allowing the Holy Sun to witness the demise of his enemy may help resolve his inner turmoil and benefit the future reconstruction of his Dantian. Lu Chen. Li Wenfeng sneered. That kid is merely a waste who has just recovered his cultivation. Even if he truly possesses the strength of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, Qingyun sect would never allow him to take possession of the spirit vein. Such a job that invites death will most likely be handled by Ling Tian or those old fellows from Yinshan. No matter who comes today, this Xuanqi spirit vein will be the burial ground for Qingyun sect. Li Sandao's eyes brim with fierce light. At this moment, a disciple assigned to outer perimeter vigilance rushes up the high platform, rolling and crawling. Reporting. Elder, the people from Qingyun sect have arrived. Oh, how many have come? Who is leading them? Li Sandao's spirits lift. 3. The disciple swallows hard, his expression somewhat strange. Leading them is Qingyun sect's holy son Lu Chen, followed by 3rd elder Yunshan and 4th elder Lin Shi. Upon hearing this, the few on the high platform exchanged glances. 3 people. Li Wenfeng laughs heartily. Indeed, they are afraid. Unfortunately, he has calculated everything but failed to take into account that we won't spare even the scouts. On the wheelchair, Li Yuanba twitches violently upon hearing the name Lu Chen. Lu Chen. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and take the Holy Sun back. If Lu Chen is not dead, the Holy Sun may perish first. Li Sandao commands. Yes. Nie Tian hurriedly takes Li Yuanba away. Since they have come, let them in first. Wait until they reach the center of the formation, then shut the door and kill them. Outside the valley, Lu Chen walks at the forefront, looking up at the misty entrance of the canyon, taking a deep breath. Such rich spiritual energy, truly worthy of the Xuanqi spirit vein. Lu Chen rubs his hands together, his eyes shining brightly. This is no valley, it is clearly a mountain of gold. 4th elder Lin Shi, following behind, picks his nose, flicks it, and lazily says, Kid, don't blame the old man for not warning you. The murder intent in this valley is overwhelming. Tianba sect is definitely up to something inside. What are you afraid of? 3rd elder Lin Shi stretches his muscles and bones, his entire body creaking like popping beans. I've been itching for a fight these past few days. If a fight breaks out later, none of you should snatch my kill. Let me crush a few first. 4th elder says, Old Third, can you be a bit more civilized? After all, the juniors are still here. Civilized? Yunshan laughs, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. This kid kicked Li Yuanba into a waist and stripped him of his pants. Is that called civilized? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkens slightly, as if to say, can you two argue without dragging me into it? Lu Chen disregards the 2 old fellows and strides into the canyon. As soon as he steps into the valley, the surrounding mist surges instantly. Lu Chen halts, raising his head to look at the high platforms on both sides of the canyon. Though concealed by the formation through the eyes of his spiritual sense, the dozen or so powerful auras on the high platform are as conspicuous as torches in the night. Li Shamba hasn't come. Lu Chen raises an eyebrow, somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to take down the leader of Tianba sect and conveniently raid their treasury. On the high platform, Elder Li Sandao watches as Lu Chen and the others swagger into the center of the formation, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Truly unaware of their impending doom, activate the formation. Boom. With Elder Li Sandao's command, the stone walls surrounding the valley suddenly illuminate with blinding blood light. Countless intricate array patterns intertwine to form a massive blood-colored light net, completely sealing off the entire canyon. In the next moment, a frenzied aura of slaughter rushes in from all directions. The ground cracks open and blood-colored weapons formed from condensed spiritual energy erupt from the earth, aiming directly at the 3 in the formation. Li Sandao snorts coldly, and the oppressive aura of the 3rd level of the life and death realm instantly spreads. He looks down at Lu Chen and the others. Lu Chen, you have crippled my sect's holy son. This is your grave. Yunshan Lin, sure you will also accompany him in death. Yunshan glances at Li Sandao, then looks at the dense array of blood-colored weapons around, curling his lip. Is this it? I thought you had unleashed some world-destroying killing formation. All of this is just this shabby thing. The members of Tianba sect, seeing this person still talking big at death's door, are instantly enraged. Stubborn as a dead duck, activate the formation and kill them. The Grand Elder let out a furious roar. The next moment, the countless blood-colored blades transformed into a storm of metal, hurtling toward Lu Chen and his 2 companions with a terrifying force capable of tearing apart the Violet Mansion realm. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Yunshan and Lin Shi's expressions shifted instantly. I never imagined that the Heavenly Overlord sect could set up such a formation. Lin Shi said gravely. The next moment, he summoned a massive hammer, and declared, "Third brother, you protect little Chen. He'll hold off the formation." But before he could finish, an immensely terrifying aura erupted at the center of the canyon like a dormant volcano. The Godslayer domain activate. A pillar of light shot into the sky. The blood-colored net that had shrouded the canyon instantly fractured under the impact of this aura, as fragile as paper. The countless blood-colored blades swirling in the air were shattered into dust mere feet away from the trio. On the high platform, Li Sandao's sinister grin froze, and his pupils contracted violently. Holy! Yun Shan and Lin Shi both leaped back, staring in shock at Lu Chen, whose aura now blazed with dominance. Wasn't this kid only at the second layer of the life and death realm? How could he possess such overwhelming power? The second layer of the life and death realm. How is this possible? Li Sandao was utterly bewildered. Earlier they said Lu Chen was at the 9th layer of the Divine Treasury realm, then the 7th layer of the Violet Mansion realm, and now the 2nd layer of the life and death realm. What was going on? Moreover, how could someone at the 2nd layer of the life and death realm exude such might? If such a prodigy remained in the Azure Cloud Sect, the consequences would be dire. On the other side, Lu Chen turned to Yun Shan and Lin Shi, speaking earnestly, "Elders, we have an agreement. The spirit stones in this vein, along with their storage pouches, all belong to me. Anyone who fights me over it will have to deal with me." Yun Shan and Lin Shi both rolled their eyes. "You money-obsessed brat." Lu Chen brushed the dust off his clothes, a smile playing on his lips. Now it was time for a robbery. Meanwhile, Li Sandao quickly assessed the situation. Since the formation was broken, they would overwhelm them with numbers. "Second brother. Third brother." Li Sandao drew his long blade from his waist, its edge gleaming with cold light. "This kid is too sinister. We can't hold back. Join me in suppressing them and block Yun Shan and Lin Shi." He turned to the other 10 intersect elders and barked, "Form the Heavenly Overlord killing formation. Surround and kill Lu Chen. Show no mercy." The 10 life and death realm elders acknowledged in unison. In an instant, 10 formidable auras shot into the sky. Vast spiritual energy intertwined in midair, forming a massive net that enveloped Lu Chen. Simultaneously, the 10 elders closed in on him. Heavenly Overlord smashing stone fist. Blood shadow blade technique. Blades, swords, fists, palms. 10 lethal attacks converged from different angles, sealing off all escape routes. Seeing this, Li Sandao smiled. What did it matter if he was a prodigy? A combined strike from 10 life and death realm experts could gravely wound even a mid-stage practitioner of the same realm, let alone someone at the 2nd layer. Witnessing this, Lin Shi grew anxious. How could Lu Chen withstand a formation of 10 life and death realm experts? "Third brother." Lin Shi shouted at Yun Shan. "Stop fooling around, or we'll all get slapped when we get back." Yun Shan's face darkened as his spiritual energy surged. But at that moment, Li Sandao, Li Wenfeng, and Li Duqiang had already darted ahead, standing in a triangular formation to block their path. "Yun Shan, your opponents are us." Li Sandao pointed his blade at Yun Shan. "Today the Azure Cloud Sect's holy sun dies without a doubt." The two wanted to aid Lu Chen, but Li Sandao and his men held them fast, unable to break free. Amidst the fierce battle, Lu Chen remained utterly calm. He clenched his fists and a violent aura erupted, spreading outward. The Godslayer domain activate. An invisible ripple expanded from Lu Chen, covering a radius of 10 zhang. The elder at the forefront suddenly widened his eyes. He felt an overwhelming pressure, his raised sword frozen midair, unable to descend. The other 9 were similarly affected. As the 10 life and death realm elders stepped within 3 zhang of Lu Chen, they all came to a halt. And in that moment, Lu Chen moved. He reached out first, snatching the storage pouch from the elder's waist, then slapped the foremost elder across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the canyon. That elder spat blood, several teeth flying out, and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Then with a flicker of movement, Lu Chen appeared before the 2nd elder. This elder's face was filled with terror. He opened his mouth to cry for help, but no sound came out. Lu Chen's legs swept into his abdomen. The elder screamed, curled up like a shrimp, and collapsed to the ground. Lu Chen approached the 3rd elder. This elder, already terrified, voluntarily untied his storage pouch and handed it over. Lu Chen took it and backhandedly sent him flying. "Cooperation is fine, but we still have to go through the motions." Lu Chen moved on to the next. The 4th elder attempted to resist, activating a secret technique to self-destruct. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, and the pressure of the Godslayer domain intensified. The spiritual energy that had just ignited within that elder was instantly extinguished, causing a backlash that made him spew blood. Lu Chen stepped forward, crushing his dantian with a kick and casually taking his ring. "If you want to die, that's fine, but leave your wealth behind." Lu Chen moved without pause, weaving through the 10 elders. A slap, a punch, a kick. Amidst the sounds of breaking bones and screams, the 10 life and death realm elders fell one after another. With each elder he defeated, Lu Chen inevitably took their most valuable possessions, storage pouches, rings, inner armor artifacts, leaving nothing behind. Going out without spirit stones. What kind of cultivators are you? Lu Chen kicked an unconscious elder, his face full of disdain. This absurd scene left even Li Sandao and Yun Shan, who were locked in battle, dumbfounded. 10 early-stage life and death realm elders hadn't even touched Lu Chen's clothes, only to be beaten like punching bags and robbed clean. Li Sandao and his 2 companions were stunned. Li Deqiang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Li Wenfeng cried out. All at the same realm, how could Lu Chen wield such terrifying suppression? What kind of sinister technique was that? Li Sandao was the quickest to react. He looked at the 10 elders lying on the ground, a chilling dread rising from the depths of his heart. Lu Chen's strength had completely surpassed the Heavenly Overlord Sect's expectations. If this youth was not eliminated, the Heavenly Overlord Sect would face utter annihilation. A flicker of madness gleamed in Li Sandao's eyes. Seizing the moment, he bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood landed on his blade, which instantly flared with blinding blood-red light. Abandoning Yun Shan and Lin Shi, Li Sandao transformed into a crimson blur, lunging at Lu Chen from his blind spot. Heavenly Overlord Ultimate Slash. Li Sandao roared, pouring his lifelong cultivation into that single strike. In that instant, the blade aimed straight for the back of Lu Chen's head. Yun Shan cried out in alarm, "Watch your back." Lin Shi tried to intervene, but it was too late. At that moment, the power of the Godslayer domain contracted, instantly converging entirely into Lu Chen's left palm. Bang! The blood-red blade struck Lu Chen's palm with a dull thud. The sword, infused with all of Li Sandao's power, shattered inch by inch upon contact, crumbling into scrap metal. Li Sandao stared blankly as his blade disintegrated. That was a profound grade, high-quality artifact passed down through the Heavenly Overlord Sect for a century, shattered by a bare hand. This was no mere second layer of the life and death realm. He wanted to flee, but Lu Chen's palm had already pressed against his chest. A violent force erupted through the palm. Li Sandao's back bulged outward, then his clothes tore apart. Before Li Sandao could even cry out, his life force was utterly severed. Lu Chen withdrew his hand. Li Sandao's body crashed stiffly to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Li Sandao, the Grand Elder of the Hegemon sect at the 4th layer of the life-death realm, was killed outright by a single palm strike from Lu Chen. At that moment, a dead silence fell over the entire scene. Li Wenfeng and Li Deqiang were instantly stunned, cold sweat soaking through their robes. Dead. The Grand Elder was dead, just like that. "Third brother, I think we could have won even without coming here," Lin Shi said, dumbfounded. Lu Chen paid no heed to the shock of others. He crouched down and with practiced ease stripped the storage ring from Li Sandao's finger. "System appraised this," Lu Chen said in his mind. "Ding scan complete. 1 4th-tier storage ring containing 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 high-grade cultivation techniques, and several pills. Total value 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Lu Chen's eyes lit up and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He stood up, tucked the ring into his robe, then raised his head, his gaze falling upon the trembling Li Wenfeng and Li Deqiang. Lu Chen took a step forward, offering a gentle smile. "This Grand Elder has already settled his bill. You 2 elders, what about your ransom for your lives?" Li Wenfeng and Li Deqiang retreated repeatedly, their faces deathly pale. But just then a violent tremor suddenly shook the sky above the canyon. A massive rift tore through the clouds, and an aura far surpassing the early life-death realm surged forth. The smile on Lu Chen's face faded as his gaze turned upward. A burly figure stepped out, treading upon the void. With each step, the air let out agonized, explosive cracks. "You beast! How dare you cripple my son's cultivation?" Li Shanba's eyes were bloodshot, his body wreathed in dark red, baleful aura. He looked down from above. When he saw the Hegemon sect elders lying scattered everywhere, and the already dead Grand Elder Li Sandao, he was instantly driven into a frenzy. "All dead? You killed them all." Li Shanba's voice was hoarse. The pressure of the 7th layer of the life-death realm bore down like a colossal mountain, causing the canyon walls on both sides to continuously crack and crumble. Deep within the valley, there was another figure, Nietian. Seeing the situation turn dire, he had gone straight back to inform Li Shanba. Yun Shan and Lin Shi exchanged glances, their expressions grim to the extreme. The 7th layer of the life-death realm. Even if the 2 of them went all out, they could not withstand it. Yun Shan reached behind him and pulled out a jade talisman glowing with purple light, then crushed it with a crack. That was a talisman of the Qingyun sect. Once crushed, the Qingyun sect would immediately receive the signal and send reinforcements. Lin Shi gripped his large hammer and said in a low voice, "He'll try to hold him off with third brother, you make a break for it." Lu Chen looked at the 2 backs shielding him, and a warmth stirred in his heart. These 2 old fellows usually loved to put on airs, but when it truly mattered, they fiercely protected their own. But, run. That was not Lu Chen's way. seeking death. Li Shamba laughed in fury, his right hand suddenly opening, fingers forming a claw as he pressed down on the void. Great Hegemon's servant seal. A massive palm print formed from blood-red runes descended from the sky. I'll refine you all into living corpses to kneel before my son's bed and repent for eternity. Li Shamba roared. In his eyes, no matter how monstrous Lu Chen was before the absolute chasm in cultivation realms, he could only kneel obediently. Third brother attack. Lin Shi bellowed, his muscles bulging as his giant hammer transformed into a streak of light, crashing toward the blood-red palm print. Yun Shan also summoned a cyan spear, his spiritual energy surging like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea. Yet the gap between the seventh layer of the life-death realm and the early stages could not be bridged by numbers alone. The blood-red palm print merely shuddered, shattering the hammer shadow and spear light, and continued its descent unabated, enveloping the three of them. It's over. A chill ran through Yun Shan's heart, and he was already considering using a forbidden technique that would consume his lifespan. But just then a fair-skinned palm gently rested on his shoulder. Sect leaderly delivers his head from 1,000 miles away. Oh, wouldn't it be rude of me not to accept? Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable dominance. In that instant, centered on Lu Chen, a terrifying aura exploded outward. Godslayer domain open. The moment Li Shamba blood-red palm print entered the Tianzhong radius around Lu Chen, it struck an invisible wall, eerily freezing midair. Then, under Li Shanba's stunned gaze, the servant seal that should have suppressed his opponent began to disintegrate, inch by inch, dissolving into scattered crimson light. Thighs. What technique is this? A domain. Li Shanba's eyes nearly popped out in shock. A domain. That was a legendary power, something only cultivators above the Quasi-Emperor realm could comprehend. A brash youth in his 20s. How could he possess it? Not only Li Shamba, but Yun Shan and Lin Shi were also completely stupefied. They found that the spiritual energy within their bodies was sluggish, as if this very realm no longer belonged to them. Who exactly are you? A chill ran down Li Shanba's spine from his soles to the crown of his head. A sly grin tugged at Lu Chen's lips. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're about to meet your ancestors. You? Li Shamba started to speak, but felt an overwhelming force pressing him down, pinning him in place. His cultivation at the seventh layer of the life-death realm was rendered immobile under the suppression of this domain. Nie Tian, hiding in the rear, saw that even the sect leader was immobilized. Without a second thought, he turned into a streak of light, burning his lifeblood essence to flee into the distance. Sect leaderly time to depart. Lu Chen's form flickered. Within the domain, he was the sole god. He appeared before Li Shamba almost instantaneously, his right hand forming a sword finger, and struck directly at Li Shamba Dantian. No, spare me. Li Shamba, terrified pleas for mercy were cut short. Bang! The violent force directly shattered his chi-si. Li Shamba flesh at the seventh layer of the life-death realm was as fragile as tofu before the Godslayer domain. Lu Chen turned his wrist, and in one smooth motion slammed his palm onto Li Shamba crown. Li Shamba, the sect leader, couldn't even muster a single counterattack before following the Grand Elder's fate. His life force was severed, his primordial spirit annihilated. A deathly stillness filled the canyon. Then Lu Chen, with practiced familiarity, stripped the storage ring from Li Shamba's finger. He also rummaged through the man's robes, pulling out several ancient tokens and jade pieces radiating an archaic aura. System, how much is this worth? Ding, 5th-tier storage ring containing 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and various resources totaling 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Tisk is expected of a sect leader so rich. After pocketing these spoils of war, Lu Chen turned to look at the two elders who were still frozen in shock. Third brother, did the servant seal rattle my brain just now? Did I just see little Chen? One-shot him. Yun Shan glanced at Lin Shi, said nothing, and simply slapped him across the face. Slap. Lin Shi stiffly turned his neck to look at Yun Shan. Did you hit me? Yun Shan, no, I didn't. Both of them felt as if they were dreaming. Was this brat before them really the useless holy son they had watched grow up? Having lived for centuries, their entire worldview shattered in that moment. Just then a series of urgent whooshing sounds came from the distant sky, dozens of powerful auras racing toward them at full speed. Leading the group was none other than Lu Wudi, the sect leader of Qingyun sect. His face was full of murderous intent, followed by a host of elders with solemn expressions. Li Shamba, if you dare harm a single hair on my nephew's head, I'll raise your hegemon sect to the ground. Lu Wudi's voice rolled in like thunder, carrying the oppressive weight of the 8th level of the life and death realm before he even arrived. However, when he landed at the canyon's center with his men and took in the scene before him, he froze completely. Corpses littered the ground. The 10 elders of the Heaven Overlord sect, Grand Elder Li Sandao, and even the body of sect leader Li Shamba were piled to one side like refuse. Lu Chen meanwhile sat on a rock, calmly counting his spoils. Yun Shan and Lin Shi huddled in a corner trembling like frightened children. What? What happened here? Lu Wudi scanned the area, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Where is Li Shamba? Yun Shan pointed a trembling finger at the corpse lying at Lu Chen's feet, its eyes wide open in death. Lu Wudi stared at the body for 3 full seconds, then looked up at Lu Chen, his voice laced with confusion. Chainer, did you kill him? Lu Chen smiled. Uncle, you're too late. Sect leader Li was far too generous. He insisted on gifting me spirit stones. When I tried to refuse, he got so angry he died of rage. Lu Wudi's mouth twitched violently. Died of rage. Could a cultivator at the 7th level of the life and death realm really die from anger? He turned to Yun Shan, his eyes demanding an explanation. Feeling Lu Wudi's gaze, Yun Shan turned away as if to say, don't look at me, sect leader. The elders behind Lu Wudi exchanged bewildered glances, some even pinched themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming. They had rushed here expecting a life-or-death battle for the sect, only to arrive and collect the bodies. Lu Wudi took a deep breath, forcing down the shock that threatened to overwhelm him. He looked at Lu Chen, his gaze growing immensely complex. This nephew whom he had watched grow up seemed to harbor secrets capable of shaking the entire Xianzhou. Let's not dwell on this now, Lu Wudi said in a low voice. Since the Heaven Overlord sect's high ranks are wiped out the Xuanqi spirit vein. Rest assured, Uncle, the vein lies right beneath our feet. And besides, I imagine the Heaven Overlord sect's headquarters are quite empty now. Shouldn't we pay them a visit? Seeing Lu Chen's sly demeanor, Lu Wudi couldn't help but feel a moment of pity for the Heaven Overlord sect. Not yet, the second elder analyzed. Though Li Shamba is dead, he wasn't the sect's strongest. Their founding ancestor still resides there. If we go now, we might suffer greatly. Lu Wudi nodded. True enough. Fortunately, he had already notified the ancestral land. Lu Chen also nodded in agreement. Though the allure of the Heaven Overlord sect's treasury was great, he couldn't let greed cloud his judgment. His god-slaying domain was terrifyingly powerful, but only against those of equal cultivation. The higher the opponent's realm, the weaker the domain's suppression. Thus, venturing to the Heaven Overlord sect now carried immense risk. Returning to the sect would allow him to deal with the spoils first. Pass my order, leave 2 elders here to guard the rest, return to the sect with me. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Nether Valley. A black-robed figure's eyes snapped open as a life tablet before him shattered with a bang. Li Shamba is dead. What has that fool done? The black-robed figure rose slowly, casting a cold glance northward. Wang Tianbing, the leader of the Spirit Communication sect, cupped his hands. Nether ancestor, that fool ignored my advice. This defeat is hardly surprising. The Nether ancestor shot Wang Tianbing a murderous glare. Easy for you to say. The thread with Ji Donglai and his son is severed, and now Li Shamba is dead. If the plan fails, what do you propose? If the higher-ups hold us accountable, not even 100 deaths of your entire Spirit Communication sect would suffice, the Nether ancestor roared. Wang Tianbing swallowed hard. Then what should we do? The Nether ancestor pondered for a moment. We can't let them lead us by the nose any longer. It seems we must rouse our old allies ahead of schedule. At the Qingyun sect in the Holy Sun's residence, Lu Chen pushed open the door and cast a soundproofing array. He walked to the table and flipped his wrist. With a clatter, over a dozen storage rings piled up into a small mountain on the table. System, appraise all of this for me. Lu Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. Ding, system scanning. Scan complete. Total value of all spirit stones, techniques, pills, artifacts, and treasures, 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Ding, detecting host's realm increase. System has automatically converted pricing unit to high-grade spirit stones. 2 million mid-grade spirit stones equals 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen listened to the system's prompts, lost in thought. 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Those Heaven Overlord sect folks were such generous couriers. Convert it all in exchange for cultivation. Ding, recharge successful. Consumed 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Cultivation increasing, boom. An immense surge of spiritual energy exploded within Lu Chen. His limbs and bones emitted a thunderous rumble. The barrier to the 2nd level of the life and death realm shattered instantly. 3rd level of the life and death realm. 5th level. 8th level. Peak of the life and death realm. Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, a golden glint flashing in his pupils. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him like an ocean. At the peak of the life and death realm, he was only a step away from the venerable realm. Ding, detecting host cultivation reaching peak of life and death realm, god-slaying domain automatically upgraded to level 3. Updated domain effect while active hosts, all attributes increased by 100, suppression increased by 80. Duration, no upper limit. A smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. All attributes doubled, suppressing 80% of an opponent's power. If he were to face Li Shamba, now he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just his aura alone could crush the man into a pulp. Young master. Is the young master inside? A hurried shout came from the courtyard. Lu Chen withdrew his aura, dispelled the array, and pushed the door open. Anil ran up panting and drenched in sweat. Young master, the sect leader orders you to go to the back mountain immediately. The back mountain. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes, the back mountain. Anil lowered his voice, his eyes filled with reverence. Lu Chen paused. The back mountain was the Qingyun sect's ancestral land. It was the secluded retreat for former sect leaders after their abdication and the true foundation of the Qingyun sect. Without the sect leader's token, no one was allowed within 100 paces. What did Lu Wudi want with him now? Still, Lu Chen didn't delay. He transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the back mountain. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, ancient trees towered. As soon as Lu Chen landed, he sensed the presence of extremely profound concealment arrays. He stepped into a shadowy valley. Passing through a long tunnel, the view opened up. There were mountains and rivers here, a veritable paradise. By the riverbank sat a stone table. Lu Wudi stood beside the table with his hands clasped, head bowed like a child being scolded. Before the table sat an old man with white hair and beard. The old man wore coarse linen robes and clutched a roast chicken, gnawing at it with greasy lips. Lu Chen's gaze swept over him. Name: Lu Pitian. Identity: ancestral land, tomb keeper, former Qingyun sect leader 2 generations ago. Cultivation: surface 3rd level, a venerable realm. Actual 8th level, a venerable realm. The cultivation realms of this world: Qi, refining, innate, Yuan, Dan, divine, Hide, Z, mansion, life and death. Venerable, half saint, saint, great saint, saint, king, quasi-emperor, emperor. Seeing the old man's information, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Another sly old fox. Hearing the footsteps, the old man looked up. The moment their eyes met, he flickered and appeared directly before Lu Chen. So swift was his movement that even Lu Chen could only catch a blur. What a fine lad. The old man scrutinized Lu Chen, pinching his shoulders, his wrinkled face blooming into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Such bone structure, such vitality. Excellent. Simply excellent. Lu Chen stepped back half a pace, cupping his hands. Greetings, senior. Senior? Call me grandfather. The old man glared, his voice like a tolling bell. I am Lu Pitian, your own flesh and blood grandfather. Lu Chen was taken aback, turning to look at Lu Wudi. Lu Wudi coughed dryly and nodded. Chainer, this is your father's father and your grandfather. Lu Pitian turned, his smile vanishing instantly, and pointed at Lu Wudi's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. You bastard son. How did I sire such a fool? Lu Wudi shrank his neck, not daring to retort. My precious grandson has such monstrous talent, reaching the life-death realm in his early 20s, and you've raised him as a waste all these years. Lu Pitian's spittle sprayed across Lu Wudi's face. Are you jealous that he's better looking than you, so you deliberately suppressed him? Lu Wudi's face was full of grievance. Father, I did not. Chainer's Dantian was shattered before he truly couldn't cultivate. Who knew had suddenly become so formidable these past few days, his cultivation advancing daily. I'm baffled too. Nonsense. Lu Pitian slapped the back of Lu Wudi's head. You old fox, always hiding your cultivation, and you dare criticize others. I think you haven't taught him properly. You're not fit to be sect leader. Let my grandson take over tomorrow. Lu Wudi clutched his head, furious but silent. Huh. Lu Chen was stunned. In just a few words, he was sect leader now. Watching from the side, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. The mighty sect leader of the life-death realm, majestic before outsiders, could only play the obedient son before his own father. Grandfather, please calm your anger, Lu Chen interjected at the right moment. Uncle has treated me well all these years, distributing spirit stones on time every month. Hear that, hear that. Lu Pitian pointed at Lu Wudi. My precious grandson is so understanding. And you, his uncle, just fob him off with a little pocket money. Where's your private stash? Hand it over now. Lu Wudi's face turned green. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose. Lu Chen's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. After a round of commotion, the 3 generations finally calmed down. All right, let's talk business. Lu Pitian pulled Lu Chen to sit down. My precious grandson, your cultivation speed is indeed extraordinary. Lu Pitian gazed at Lu Chen, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. But it does make sense. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, what do you mean? Could he have discovered something? Lu Pitian sighed, seemingly lost in memory. 20 years ago, shortly after you were born, your mother left without a word. Lu Pitian's voice was low. As for your mother's origins, only your father, your uncle, and I in the entire Qingyun sect know. She wasn't from Xuanzhou, not even from our realm. Your father said she came from the upper realm. The upper realm. Lu Chen's heart trembled. The upper realm, a place that existed only in legends. After your mother left, your father, Lu Xuantian, the former sect leader of Qingyun sect, went completely mad. Lu Pitian continued. He entrusted you and the position of sect leader to your uncle, then left the sect to search for your mother. Lu Wudi said, your father said he was going to find your mother. That was 15 years ago, and there's been no word since. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent. 15 years without return. Either lost in some forbidden land or trapped. No wonder Lu Pitian found Lu Chen's breakthrough plausible. He had such a heritage. Lu Chen didn't explain, simply going along with the nod. Alright, we'll discuss this later. Lu Pitian turned to Lu Wudi, his gaze sharpening. You said that Li Shamba of the Tianba sect was killed by my grandson. Lu Wudi's expression turned serious, instantly regaining the sect leader's authority. Indeed. All 10 inner elders, Grand Elder Li Sandao and sect leader Li Shamba of the Tianba sect, have been slain. Father, with the Tianba sect leaderless, this is the perfect opportunity to annex them. Lu Wudi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. If we seize the Tianba sect's resources, the Qingyun sect will be firmly established as the #1 sect in Xianzhou. Lu Pitian snorted coldly. That little brat Li Shamba dared to try and kill my precious grandson. He had a death wish. However, at this moment Lu Wudi changed his tone. There's still an old monster holed up in the Tianba sect's ancestral land. Li Shamba, grandfather, the Tianba ancestor, stepped into the venerable realm a century ago. If I lead an attack on the mountain, I might not be able to take him. Lu Pitian snorted coldly. A terrifying pressure instantly swept the surroundings. So what if he's a venerable from a century ago? Lu Pitian said sharply. Anyone who dares to touch a member of the Lu family will only end up dead. He turned to Lu Chen, his tone instantly softening. Precious grandson, you go rest. Grandfather will settle this for you. Lu Chen smiled. Grandfather, how could I miss such a delightful affair of looting and destruction? Lu Pitian laughed heartily. Good. Truly a seed of the Lu family. Ruthless enough. Come, let's go strip the Tianba sect bare together. Lu Wudi watched the old and young, both greedy and violent, and shook his head helplessly. Before long, Lu Wudi and Lu Chen withdrew from the ancestral land. Meanwhile, Lu Pitian passed through the green hills and clear waters, arriving before a stone gate. He cupped his hands and said, Disciple Lu Pitian requests an audience with the ancestor. Meanwhile, Lu Pitian passed through the green hills and clear waters, arriving before a stone gate. He cupped his hands and said, Disciple Lu Pitian requests an audience with the ancestor. At the Tianba sect's forbidden rear mountain. After arriving at the Tianba sect, Nie Tian traversed several layers of prohibitions and arrived at the rear mountain, the ancestral land of the Tianba sect. He scrambled and crawled to the base of the stone gate, kowtowing with all his might. Ancestor, a catastrophe has befallen us. Boom. The thick, heavy stone gate instantly shattered into dust. A violent surge of air burst forth from the cave dwelling, lifting Nie Tian into the air and gripping him tightly. The rear mountain is forbidden ground, no entry to the uninitiated. Do you not know this, you wretch? At that moment, an aged voice came from within the cave. The ancient trees surrounding them, centuries old, instantly withered under the impact of this air current, turning into flying ash. Ancestor, spare me. I have urgent news to report. I beg the ancestor to spare. The next moment, the force vanished, and Nie Tian crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, inside the cave dwelling, a gaunt old man in a gray robe walked out slowly. His eyes were sunken, and his entire being exuded a terrifying aura. This man was none other than the Tianba sect's ancestor, Li Tianba. What is the alarm about? Li Tianba said with a calm expression. Nie Tian immediately knelt prostrate, trembling all over. Sect Master. Sect Master and the Grand Elder, they have all fallen in battle. As these words were spoken, the surrounding air instantly solidified. Li Tianba was momentarily stunned. The next moment, the terrifying pressure of a venerable realm expert instantly radiated outward, causing the entire rear mountain to tremble slightly. What did you say? Li Tianba took a single step, instantly appearing before Nie Tian. His withered hand directly grasped Nie Tian's neck, lifting the man into the air. Ancestor, please see clearly. Nie Tian squeezed out the words with difficulty, his face turning a ghastly purple. Qingyun sect. Lu Chen set an ambush at the Xuanqi spirit vein. Bang! Li Tianba slammed Nie Tian heavily to the ground, causing the earth to cave in and form a large crater. Lu Chen, that waste holy son of the Qingyun sect. Afterwards, Nie Tian hastily explained to Li Tianba about Lu Chen's monstrous cultivation, detailing the entire sequence of events. Li Tianba rage turned into a sinister laugh. What a fine Qingyun sect, what a fine Lu the Invincible, daring to kill my grandson. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Qingyun sect. Transmit my oral decree, sound the Tianba bell. Li Tianba roared. Assemble all the sect's elders and disciples. Those training outside, tell them all to get back here immediately. I will raise Qingyun Mountain to the ground and make Lu the Invincible's entire sect, young and old, pay for Shamba life. Ancestor, please reconsider. Nie Tian quickly clasped his hands and said. Li Tianba looked down, his eyes icy cold. Do you wish to stop me? This disciple dares not. Nie Tian spoke rapidly. Ancestor, the Qingyun sect, has deep foundations. That Lu the Invincible is treacherous and cunning. Moreover, Lu Pitian is still stationed within the Qingyun sect's ancestral land. Upon hearing the name Lu Pitian, the corner of Li Tianba, I twitched slightly. 100 years ago, he and Lu Pitian were mortal enemies. They had clashed countless times, each winning some bouts and losing others. Seeing Li Tianba's expression change slightly, Nie Tian quickly pressed his advantage. Ancestor, if we commit the full force of the sect to a direct assault, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory at best. By then, other powers in Xianzhou might take advantage of our weakness. Your subordinate has a plan that guarantees success. Li Tianba stared coldly at him speak. A shrewd glint flashed in Nie Tian's eyes. The Tongling sect has always been at odds with the Qingyun sect. A while ago, Tongling sect master Wang Tianbing even contacted our sect master plotting against the Qingyun sect. We can send someone to the Tongling sect promising them great benefits and invite them to join forces. With the combined strength of two sects, the Qingyun sect is doomed. After speaking, Nie Tian looked at Li Tianba with a fawning smile. Li Tianba stared at Nie Tian for a moment, then suddenly laughed. The smile was utterly sinister, sending a chill down Nie Tian's spine. A fine plan, Nie Tian. You are quite clever. Then Li Tianba slowly raised his right hand. Overjoyed, Nie Tian thought, "Thank you, ancestor, for your prey." Before he could finish, Li Tianba's palm struck down fiercely on Nie Tian's crown. Oh! A blood-curdling scream tore from Nie Tian's throat. Dark red runes flowing from Li Tianba's palm frantically burrowed into Nie Tian's scalp, instantly spreading through his limbs and bones. The great Tianba slave seal. Ancestor. You. Nie Tian writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his head with both hands. Li Tianba looked down at him from a height, his eyes full of mockery. Do you think I don't know what kind of scum you are? Li Tianba sneered. Everyone my grandson took with him died, yet you alone return alive. Deserting in the face of battle, and then daring to play smart in front of me. For a fickle villain like you, if I don't put a collar on you, who knows when you might bite the hand that feeds you. The slave seal was fully formed, sinking beneath Nie Tian's skin. Nie Tian stopped thrashing, lying on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily. He could clearly feel that his very life, even his soul, was now completely under Li Tianba's control. With just a single thought from Li Tianba, he would be obliterated on the spot. Your subordinate is utterly loyal to the Tianba sect. Nie Tian kowtowed, tremblingly, no longer daring to harbor any ulterior motives. Now get the hell out of here and inform the Tongling sect. Tell Wang Tianbing after the deed is done, he can have 30% of the Qingyun sect's resources. If he refuses after I destroy the Qingyun sect, they'll conveniently wipe out his Tongling sect as well. Yes. Your disciple obeys. Nie Tian scrambled away. Moments later. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy toll of the bell exploded over the main peak of the Tianba sect. 9 peals of the bell, their sound traveling 100 li. This was the highest level of summoning order for the Tianba sect, only sounded when the sect faced a crisis of life and death. In an instant, the entire Tianba sect erupted into fervor. Countless elders emerged from seclusion. Hundreds upon hundreds of disciples assembled on the training grounds. A murderous aura soared into the heavens. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Xianzhou within half a day. Inside the largest tavern in Xianzhou City, the place was buzzing with noise. All cultivators were discussing the same topic. 9 death knells. The Tianba sect is ready to fight to the death, said a burly man. I heard the Tianba sect master is dead, along with 10 life and death realm experts, including the Grand Elder. The whole group wiped out. A cultivator who looked like a scrawny monkey chimed in, his eyes full of shock. Who the hell did it? Could it be that some old monster from the Qingyun sect made a move? Word is it was that good for nothing holy son of the Qingyun sect, Lu Chen. Bullshit. How old is Lu Chen? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he couldn't possibly kill Li Shamba. You fool, don't forget Lu Chen is someone the Taichu saintess has her eye on. With the resource support from a holy land, how can you know what the current state of holy son Lu is? Regardless of who killed him, the Tianba ancestor has already come out of seclusion. That's a formidable character who stepped into the venerable realm 100 years ago. This time I'm afraid the Qingyun sect is doomed. Not necessarily. That one in the Qingyun sect's ancestral land is no pushover either. When 2 tigers fight, the heavens over Xianzhou might just collapse. Seal the mountain gates immediately. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the entire Xianzhou was shrouded in an ominous pre-storm atmosphere. Powers large and small pulled in their horns, afraid of being caught in the impending sect war. Meanwhile, the Tai Chu Holy Land also received the news. In the eastern domain, within the Primordial Beginning Sacred Land, deep within the purple bamboo forest on the Saintess Peak, Lu Rian sat cross-legged on a cattail mat, a faint pure light swirling around her as she inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She had already stabilized her cultivation at the 5th level of the venerable realm and was only a single opportunity away from breaking through to the 6th level. At this moment, Honger strode quickly into the bamboo forest. "Your Highness the Saintess." Honger knelt on one knee, speaking in a low voice. Lu Rian opened her eyes. "What is it?" "News from Xuanzhou. The Heavenly Overlord Sect's leader Li Shamba, along with 10 inner elders, have perished in the Xuanqi spirit vein. The Heavenly Overlord ancestor Li Tianba has emerged from seclusion, rallying the entire sect's forces, intending to raise the Azure Cloud Sect to the ground." Honger spoke, rapidly reporting all the intelligence. The Heavenly Overlord Sect was about to attack the Azure Cloud Sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. No wonder Lu Chen hadn't contacted her through the communication spirit stone these past few days. So such a massive incident had occurred in Xianzhou. "Prepare my carriage, I am going to Xianzhou." Lu Ruyan rose directly, without a moment's hesitation. "Your Highness, please reconsider." Honger remained kneeling, speaking with some concern. "The Sacred Lord has strictly ordered that no one may interfere in the affairs of other sects. If you go to Xianzhou now, you will surely incur the Sacred Lord's great wrath." "Let him be wrathful," Lu Rian said. "If something happens to Lu Chen, what meaning is there in my continuing to be the saintess here?" "Oh, Sister Rian, where are you off to?" Just then a sardonic voice echoed from outside the bamboo forest. Following that, several figures entered the purple bamboo forest. The leader wore a purple gold crown and a 9-dragon brocade robe. His face was handsome, yet carried a trace of sinister energy. This person was the sacred son of the primordial beginning sacred land Wu Qiang. Behind him were 4 attendants in fine clothes, all core disciples of considerable cultivation. Lu Rian halted, her gaze instantly turning icy. "Wu Qiang, you have no right to enter Saintess Peak. Leave." Hearing this merciless expulsion, Wu Qiang's smile stiffened, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. He had harbored feelings for Lu Rian since childhood. He believed that across the entire primordial beginning sacred land, and even the whole eastern domain, only he was worthy of this gifted saintess. Yet Lu Rian remained fixated on that useless sacred son from Xuanzhou, even publicly announcing her intention to marry him. This was a blatant slap in the face. "Why must you be so heartless, sister?" Wu Qiang unfurled the folding fan in his hand and approached nonchalantly. "I heard that insignificant Azure Cloud Sect in Xianzhou has landed in deep trouble, with the Heavenly Overlord Sect mobilizing all its forces. And now you're urgently preparing your carriage, sister. Could it be you're going to save that waste named Lu Chen?" Hearing the word waste, killing intent flashed in Lu Rian's eyes. With a boom, her venerable realm pressure erupted, surging straight towards Wu Qiang. The 4 attendants behind Wu Qiang paled, retreating repeatedly. Wu Qiang snorted coldly, releasing his own venerable realm pressure, clashing with Lu Rian's in the air. The 2 formidable forces collided, producing a dull, explosive roar. "Lu Rian, you would raise your hand against me for an outsider?" Wu Qiang's face darkened. "If you dare insult him again, don't blame me for being impolite." Lu Rian's tone was icy, with no hint of jest. At some point, Honger had already drawn the long sword at her waist, its tip pointing directly at Wu Qiang and his men, watching them coldly. It seemed that at Lu Rian's command, she would not hesitate to attack this sacred son of the sacred land. Seeing this, Wu Qiang burned with rage. A mere servant dared to point a sword at him, but he knew this was not the time for a fight. The primordial beginning sacred lord was still in seclusion, though if the matter escalated, it would not benefit him either. "Sister, don't forget the rules of the sacred land." Wu Qiang retracted his aura, sneering. "The sacred lord has decreed that your marriage to that Lu Chen is conditional on him passing the sacred lord's talent trial. Until then, you cannot interfere in any sect's feuds. If you go down the mountain privately to help him, you will be openly defying the sacred lord's prohibition." Wu Qiang stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Is it worth angering the sacred lord for the sake of a worthless ant?" Lu Rian looked at Wu Qiang's smug, petty face, feeling nauseated. "My affairs are none of your concern. Honger, see our guest out." With that, Lu Rian turned and walked towards the pavilion deep within the purple bamboo forest. Honger sheathed her long sword, staring coldly at Wu Qiang. "Sacred son, please." Watching Lu Rian's resolute back, Wu Qiang ground his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. A toast was refused, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He took a deep breath and turned to leave with his attendants. Inside the pavilion, Lu Ruyang sat at the table, flipping her hand to produce a crystal-clear communication spirit stone. She infused her spiritual energy into it, and the stone emitted a soft glow. "Lu Chen, can you hear me?" Lu Rian called out softly, her face etched with worry. The communication spirit stone flickered, but there was no response. "Lu Chen." Lu Rian increased her spiritual energy input, raising her voice slightly. Still there was only dead silence. Lu Rian's heart clenched. The communication spirit stone was a two-way artifact. As long as the other party was in the same realm and hadn't placed it in their storage space, they would surely receive the message. Lu Chen did not respond. Had he already met with misfortune? No, that was absolutely impossible. Lu Rian forced herself to calm down. He must be preparing for the great battle and has no time to spare. Lu Rian gripped the communication spirit stone, murmuring to herself. She stood up and looked towards the lake outside the window. Although Wu Qiang's words were harsh, he was right about one thing. If she forcibly went to Xianzhou now, it would certainly alert the Sacred Land's Enforcement Hall and might even anger the Sacred Lord, who was in seclusion. At that point, she wouldn't be able to help Lu Chen, and instead, she would bring him even greater trouble. Lu Chen, you must hold on. Lu Rian looked out the window towards the direction of Xianzhou. Once I've settled matters in the Sacred Land, I will come to you immediately. Meanwhile, at Sacred Sun Peak, Wu Qiang kicked over the wooden table before him, spilling priceless spirit tea all over the floor. Bitch, she really doesn't know her place. Wu Qiang cursed loudly. What is so good about that Lu Chen that she's so devoted to him? The four attendants all bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. After venting his anger, Wu Qiang sat back down in his chair, his eyes turning venomously malicious. Since you care about him so much, it'll make him disappear from this world completely. He looked at the foremost attendant, Zhao Si. Your subordinate is here. Zhao Si quickly cupped his hands. Go contact the Bloodkill Hall. With that, Wu Qiang threw a storage ring filled with high-grade spirit stones. Tell them I want to buy Lu Chen's head. Zhao Si caught the ring, his face showing difficulty. Sacred Sun, the Bloodkill Hall's fees are extremely high, and they might not be willing to send a high-ranking assassin to a remote place like Xianzhou. Tell them the target is just a waste. Wu Qiang said coldly. There are 100,000 high-grade spirit stones in this ring, enough to hire a venerable realm peak assassin. I want Lu Chen to die without a trace, and Rian must never trace it back to me. Your subordinate obeys. Zhao Si pocketed the ring and withdrew to carry out the order. Wu Qiang leaned back in his chair, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Chen, what can you do to compete with me? The primordial beginning saintess can only be my woman Wu Qiang's. And at this very moment, the Azure Cloud Sect had already summoned all its disciples. The great sect war was on the verge of breaking out. And at this very moment, the Azure Cloud Sect had already summoned all its disciples. The great sect war was on the verge of breaking out. On the main peak plaza of Qingyun sect, thousands of disciples stood in disciplined formation, clad in armor and gripping their weapons. A killing intent soared into the heavens, startling all beasts and birds within 100 li into frantic flight. Hovering midair were three colossal spirit-powered warships. Before the Great Hall, Lu Chen stood beside Lu Pitian. Grandfather, we could have struck directly 2 days ago. Why did we insist on waiting until today? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Lu Pitian clasped his hands behind his back, casting a knowing glance at his grandson. My dear grandson, your vision is still too narrow. Lu Pitian chuckled. To strike a snake, you must hit its head. To eradicate weeds, you must pull them out by the roots. Lu Chen seemed contemplative. You mean? Seeing this, Lu Pitian's lips curled upward slightly. If that old fool Li Tianbai emerges from seclusion and finds all his sect's elites dead, he'll be driven mad with rage. Then he'll summon every disciple and elder of Tianba sect scattered across Xianzhou back to the sect. Lu Pitian drew a circle in the air, then suddenly clenched his fist. Once they've gathered everyone, we'll go over and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Saves us the trouble of hunting down the stragglers later. This is called centralized processing, understand? After hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I've learned this tactic of fattening them up before slaughtering them. There's no end to learning. Stick with your grandfather from now on. The waters of the cultivation world run deep. Lu Pitian patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, his face beaming with approval. Standing nearby, Lu Wudi listened to the exchange between grandfather and grandson, his mouth twitching involuntarily. When these two teamed up, they were a disaster for Xianzhou. Lu Wudi took a deep breath, straightened his sect leader's robe, and strode to the forefront of the Jade Steps. His gaze was commanding as he swept his eyes across the assembly. Disciples of Qingyun sect. Lu Wudi's resonant voice reached every corner of the square. The entire crowd fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. For years, Tianba sect has bullied us intolerably, killing our members, injuring our disciples, and even attempting to seize our sect's spiritual veins. Lu Wudi abruptly drew the long sword at his waist, pointing it straight at the sky. Years of forbearance have not brought us peace. Today we shall endure no longer. Those who trespass against Qingyun shall be killed without mercy. Kill! 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 Thousands of disciples roared in unison, their cries shattering the clouds in the heavens. Lu Wudi swung his long sword, boarded the ships, and raised Tianba sect. The army mobilized swiftly, boarding the spirit-powered warships. Amidst a deafening roar, the three warships transformed into streaks of light, speeding toward Tianba sect. Meanwhile, at Tongling sect, one of Xuanzhe's three great sects. Inside a secret chamber, Wang Tianbing stood respectfully in the lower seat. The netherworld old ancestor sat in the main seat, surrounded by chilling black qi. Ancestor Nye Tian of Tianba sect just visited, Wang Tianbing reported with a cupped fist salute. Old ghostly Tianba has emerged from seclusion and sent Nye Tian to request aid, promising Tongling sect 30% of Qingyun sect's resources after success. What is your command? The netherworld old ancestor let out a cold laugh. 30%. Li Tianba certainly knows how to play his cards. Shall I refuse him directly then? Wang Tianbing asked. No, said the netherworld old ancestor. Take Tongling sect's elites and head to Tianba sect. Hearing this, Wang Tianbing was taken aback. Ancestor, are we really going to help Tianba sect fight Qingyun sect? That old man Lu Pitian is no easy opponent. If we clash Hedon, we might suffer heavy losses too. Who said you're going to help them? The netherworld old ancestor's eyes were icy, a sneer on his lips. Li Tianba wants to use us as pawns. Well, play along. Wang Tianbing suddenly understood. You mean let them fight each other until both are weakened? The netherworld old ancestor smiled. Wait until they've exhausted themselves, then seize the opportunity to strike. Then Xianzhou will be ours. Go now. Disciple obeys. Wang Tianbing accepted the order and withdrew. In a desolate, uninhabited forest in southern Xuanzhou, Nye Tian was darting swiftly through the trees. After leaving Tongling sect, he did not follow Li Tianba orders to return to Tianba sect. Instead, he changed direction and raced southward. He frequently glanced back, as if ensuring no one was following. Suddenly, a rotund figure burst out from the grass ahead. Nye Tian couldn't dodge in time. The two collided heavily, tumbling to the ground together. Ouch! My back! A fat man in tattered Taoist robes clutched his lower back, howling in pain on the ground. Nye Tian quickly sprang to his feet. When he saw the person on the ground, his tense nerves relaxed. You blind fool, crashing into me like that. Nye Tian stepped forward and pulled the fat Taoist up. The fat man brushed the dirt off his robes and rolled his eyes. What do you know? This is my art of shrinking the ground. You're the one who ran into me. How did it go? Nye Tian sneered. Smooth as silk. That idiot Wang Tianbing is completely fooled, and old Li Tianba thinks everything is under control. The fat Taoist leaned closer to Nye Tian, grinning slyly. Old ghostly Tianba, didn't suspect you, did he? Nye Tian curled his lip disdainfully and ran his hand over the top of his head. The dark red runes that had been hidden beneath his skin emerged. But then those runes transformed into a yellow talisman paper, fluttering lightly into Nye Tian's hand. Thanks to your heaven-swapping talisman. Nye Tian crumpled the talisman. Li Tianba thought he planted a slave seal on my soul, but it all landed on this talisman. The talismans I craft are always honest and reliable. The fat Taoist rubbed his hands together, smugly, a greedy glint in his eyes. Qingyun sect's army should have already set out, and Tongling sect's people are on their way. Once the three sides are locked in an inextricable battle, our chance will come. Nye Tian smiled faintly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Old ghostly Tianba has plundered Xuanzhou's resources for centuries, all hidden in the treasure vault of the ancestral grounds behind the mountain. This time we'll hit him right under his nose and leave him not a single scrap. Let's go. I can already smell the spirit stones and treasures. The fat Taoist urged impatiently. The two exchanged a knowing smile, then transformed into two afterimages, stealthily, making their way toward the rear mountain of Tianba sect. At this moment, the warships roared. 3 spirit energy warships hovered above the Tianba sect's mountain gate, casting immense shadows that fully enveloped the sect's main peak. Yet at that very instant, the Tianba sect's guardian formation had already activated. A crimson dome of light descended, and a terrifying aura of blood slaughter surged outward in an instant. Li Tianba stood suspended within the formation, observing in silence. Behind him stood thousands of Tianba sect disciples, their expressions tense, braced, as if facing imminent annihilation. Lu Pitian, Li Tianba bellowed in fury. Dare you slaughter my sect's people? This place shall become your grave. Merely uttering Lu Pitian's name ignited a seething rage within him. He'd split the heavens. Today we'll see who splits whom. Lu Pitian stood at the bow of the foremost warship, idly digging his ear with a finger, his face etched with utter disdain. Old ghostly, do you know why you've always been outmatched by me? Because from birth you were destined to be split by me. Get lost. Li Tianba's temples bulged with throbbing veins. Wrath consumed him utterly. His hands flashed into a rapid sequence of seals. The formation blazed skyward with blinding radiance. Once I seize you, I shall extract your souls, refine them into phantasmal lamps, and burn you down to the last drop of essence. Empty boasts. Lu Pitian stepped forward from the warship, unleashing his full sovereign realm, third-tier aura without restraint. Their auras soared to their zenith. Battle was inevitable. Just as the two ancestral elders were about to collide, a slender figure suddenly leapt from the warship. Lu Chen paid no heed to the standoff unfolding midair. He plunged straight toward the crowd beneath the Tianba sect. Divine Slayer domain activated. A low hum resonated as an invisible wave rippled outward, enveloping the entire space. Tianba sect elders and disciples felt their bodies abruptly sink under an overwhelming oppressive force. Lu Chen charged into the throng as though it were empty air. Boom, boom, boom. Crimson mist exploded repeatedly. Over a dozen Purple Mansion Realm elders perished on the spot, before even a single cry of agony could escape their lips. Lu Chen moved with flawless practiced efficiency. Even as he killed, he deftly stripped their storage pouches from their waists and their storage rings from their fingers. This seamless, striking-sized maneuver flowed like water, utterly fluid without a trace of hesitation, leaving both aerial combatants stunned. Li Tianba's eyes widened in horror, his pupils burning crimson. Daredevil. He recognized Lu Chen instantly, the Qingyun sect Saint Prince, the very youth who had slain his grandson, as reported by Nietian. Abandoning Lu Pitian, Li Tianba transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning hurtling downward toward Lu Chen. A sovereign realm torrent of power coalesced in his right palm, descending with cataclysmic force. "My dear grandson, beware!" Lu Pitian cried out urgently. Lu Wudi, standing atop the warship, clenched his fists, his palms slick with cold sweat. Yet facing Li Tianba's devastating blow, Lu Chen merely smiled. At that very instant, Li Tianba sensed a terrifying suppressive force. His speed faltered, and even his thoughts seemed to freeze midstream. Lu Chen seized the opening, he swung his hand back and struck. Slap! A crisp, thunderous crack echoed across the heavens. Li Tianba's blood-red palm strike, powerful enough to shatter mountains, shattered like brittle paper the moment it met Lu Chen's open palm. Li Tianba was hurled backward, violently slamming hard against the Guardian Formation's dome, cracking its luminous surface wide open. Spit! Blood gushed from Li Tianba's mouth. His eyes were wide with sheer disbelief. "You? Peak life and death realm." His voice trembled as he stared at Lu Chen, as if beholding a specter. "Impossible. A mere life and death realm cultivator. How could he wound me?" All present stood frozen in shock. Lu Pitian's jaw hung slack, his gaze unblinking. Had he seen correctly? Had Lu Chen just slapped Li Tianba, a sovereign realm third-tier powerhouse, clean off his feet? Lu Wudi rubbed his eyes, turning to Yun Shan beside him. "Third brother. Did my vision blur just now? Did I missleep these past 2 days? Am I hallucinating? A life and death realm cultivator striking down a sovereign realm elder, who then flew backward spitting blood." Yun Shan swallowed hard, his voice parched, just like last time. "The Saint Prince has once again sent Li Tianba flying with a single slap." Lin Shi murmured under his breath, "Great heavens. Can this even be called human?" Lu Chen tilted his head upward, gazing coldly at Li Tianba slumped against the cracked dome. "Old fool, I claim your life." Divine Slayer domain activated. Li Tianba felt the surrounding space lock shut entirely. An irresistible law force descended upon him. In terror, he realized over half his sovereign realm cultivation had been suppressed. What infernal sorcery is this? Li Tianba shrieked in panic, frantically channeling his remaining spiritual energy to break free, but to no avail. Lu Chen vanished, then reappeared instantly before Li Tianba. He raised his hand and struck again. Boom! A maelstrom of violent spiritual energy erupted. Li Tianba exploded into a crimson mist. The Tianba sect's ancestral elder, a sovereign realm powerhouse who had once dominated Xianzhou a century ago, was now utterly annihilated, his Tao extinguished forever. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Lu Wudi slapped his own face, verifying he wasn't dreaming. This was meant to be a full-scale sect war. Yet this youth alone had slain Li Tianba and decimated half the sect. Had he known the lad was this monstrous, why bother mustering an entire army? Wouldn't sending him solo have sufficed? Lu Wudi raged inwardly. Purge the battlefield. Leave no survivors among the Tianba sect remnants. Lu Wudi waved his hand in command. As ordered. In the next breath, Qingyun sect disciples surged downward like ravenous wolves. Bereft of their elders and patriarch, the Tianba sect disciples lost all will to fight, collapsing instantly into utter rout. Lu Chen ignored the one-sided slaughter unfolding outside. With a sweep of his divine sense, he pinpointed the sect's treasure vault deep in the rear mountains, then shot forward like a streak of starlight. Lu Chen arrived before the vault kicked aside its massive stone door and froze rooted to the spot. The vast vault stood utterly empty. The mountains of spirit stones, artifacts, and pills that should have filled it had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few scattered low-grade spirit stones and a handful of stray treasures in the corners. At the vault's center stood a plump Taoist master and Nietian, both standing upon a miniature teleportation array. Its runes blazed fiercely, spatial energy churned violently. The plump Taoist cradled a bulging, enormous Qinkuan pouch, grinning broadly at Lu Chen, revealing yellowed teeth. "Fellow cultivator, you're a step too late. These ancestral reserves of the Tianba sect, I shall graciously accept them on your behalf. Upon seeing Lu Chen's face, Nie Tian recoiled in abject terror, shouting frantically, "Hurry, depart now. Now go." With a flash of radiant light, the two figures vanished, leaving behind only shattered remnants of the array, severing all possibility of pursuit. Lu Chen stood alone in the hollow vault, staring at the few low-grade spirit stones littering the floor, his expression darkening into an abyssal scowl. "Dare you steal my spirit stones?" Lu Chen stood alone in the hollow vault, staring at the few low-grade spirit stones littering the floor, his expression darkening into an abyssal scowl. "Dare you steal my spirit stones?" Within the thick clouds 50 li from the Tianba sect, 5 mystic iron warships of the Tongling sect lay hidden. Wang Tianbing sat in the main vessel, a wine glass in hand, gazing with a leisurely expression toward the Tianba sect. "Sect Master, the battle has already begun at the Tianba sect," an elder reported in a low voice. "The Qingyun sect has dispatched 3 spiritual energy warships. It seems they have deployed their full force." Wang Tianbing swirled his wine glass and sneered. Let them fight with all their might. Li Tianba thought he could use me as a pawn, but little does he know that the Tongling sect will be the ultimate victor. Once they have exhausted each other, and both Lu Pitian and Li Tianba are severely wounded, we will strike out and finish the job. Wang Tianbing downed the wine in one gulp and chuckled. Then the foundations of the Tianba sect and the Qingyun sect will all be ours. As his words faded, a figure stumbled across the horizon. It was a spy sent by the Tongling sect to scout the front lines. The spy was covered in blood, his face twisted in agony, crawling to Wang Tianbing's feet. "Sect Master, a catastrophe has struck," the spy stammered in terror. Wang Tianbing frowned and kicked the spy away. "What's the panic? Has Li Tianba perished along with Lu Pitian?" "No." The spy shook his head frantically. "Li Tianba is dead, and the entire Tianba sect has been annihilated." Hearing this, Wang Tianbing abruptly stood up. "What did you say?" Wang Tianbing grabbed the spy by the collar. Li Tianba was at the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm. Who in the Qingyun sect could kill him? Could it be that Lu Pitian made his move? It wasn't Lu Pitian. It was Lu Chen. The spy trembled all over, his teeth chattering. That holy son of the Qingyun sect, he killed Li Tianba with a single slap. At these words, silence fell over the entire scene. The elders of the Tongling sect stood with mouths agape, their minds a blank. Wang Tianbing felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his scalp tingling. Lu Chen, that rumored waste of a holy son, killed a 3rd-level Venerable Realm expert with one slap. What kind of absurd joke was this? Retreat. Wang Tianbing snapped back to reality, suddenly sensing a whiff of danger. Withdraw, immediately return to the sect at once. The next moment, a violent roar erupted from the warships. The 5 mystic iron vessels instantly tore through the clouds, turning their sterns and fleeing madly toward the Tongling sect. At the Tianba sect, Lu Chen had already returned to the front square where disciples of the Qingyun sect were clearing the battlefield. Seeing Lu Chen back, Lu Pitian approached cheerfully. "Grandson, there must have been plenty of good things in the treasure vault, right?" "It was intercepted." "What?" Lu Pitian's eyes bulged with fury. "In the territory of Xuanzhou, who dares to steal what belongs to the Lu family?" Lu Chen briefly recounted how the fat Taoist and Nie Tian had escaped using a teleportation array. "A Taoist? A fat man?" Lu Pitian stroked his beard and snorted coldly. "They may escape for a time, but not forever. They'll skin them alive when we meet again." Then, comforting Lu Chen, he said, "Still, this journey hasn't been without gains." With that, Lu Wudi waved his hand grandly and shouted to the thousands of Qingyun sect disciples in the square, "Disciples of the Qingyun sect, hear my command." At these words, the disciples halted their actions and turned their gazes uniformly toward the sect master. Pointing at the sprawling halls and structures around them, Lu Wudi ordered, "Take everything. Strip the Tianba sect bare, rip up every brick and tile." Hearing this, the Qingyun sect disciples were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. This was a task they knew well. In an instant, thousands swarmed like a plague of locusts. Some frantically pried up floor tiles, others climbed onto rooftops to tear off shingles. The entire Tianba sect mountain gate was soon shrouded in chaos, with rumbling sounds ringing without end. Just then, a faint spatial fluctuation rippled across the distant horizon. Lu Wudi frowned slightly, turning his gaze northward, his eyes sharpening. "There's the sound of warships retreating," said second elder Ling Tian. Lu Wudi replied gravely, "Quite a few. At least 5 main warships." Yunshan followed Lu Wudi's gaze. "That direction belongs to Wang Tianbing of the Tongling sect. That old schemer must have been hiding in the shadows, waiting to swoop in as the mantis stalks the cicada. Damn him. Sect master, let's strike now and wipe out the Tongling sect in one go." Yunshan, hot-tempered as ever, was ready to lead the charge. "Third elder is right. Courtesy demands reciprocity." Lu Chen stepped forward, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The pent-up frustration from the stolen treasure vault had finally found an outlet. Since the Tongling sect had walked right into the line of fire, they had no one to blame but themselves. Stay here and continue cleaning up the battlefield. They'll be back shortly. Grandson, you're going alone. Lu Pitian hesitated. A few small minnows, and more than enough. Before the words had faded, Lu Chen's figure flickered, transforming into a dazzling streak of light that shot into the sky, racing toward the direction of the fleeing Tongling sect warships. System, convert all my spirit stones into cultivation power. Ahead, the 5 mystic iron warships of the Tongling sect were fleeing in a panic. Wang Tianbing stood at the bow, staring intently at the mountains before him. The mountain gate of the Tongling sect was already visible in the distance. Once they entered the protective sect array, they would be safe. Faster. Go faster. Wang Tianbing shouted at the elder operating the control array. Closer. Even closer. The main peak of the Tongling sect was now in clear view. At that moment, Wang Tianbing's taut nerves finally began to relax. We're safe. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The people of the Qingyun sect were truly terrifying, but at least he had made it back safely. Yet just as his words left his lips, the void above suddenly twisted violently. A figure descended without warning from the heavens, carrying a violent aura, crashing heavily into the void before the main vessel. Boom. A violent shockwave radiated outward, forcing the 5 mystic iron warships to a halt. Wang Tianbing, caught off guard, was thrown to the ground by the backlash. Then he looked up in terror. There in the void before him, a figure stood with hands clasped behind their back. The oppressive pressure of the second level of the venerable realm instantly spread. The cultivation realms of this world, Qi refining, innate origin core, divine treasury, violet mansion life, and death, venerable, half-saint, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Lu Chen looked down from on high, offering Wang Tianbing a gentle smile. Sect Master Wang, why flee in such haste? Won't you stay for a cup of tea? Suspended in midair, 5 Xian iron warships shuddered violently under a crushing pressure. Wang Tianbing broke into a cold sweat the moment he clearly made out Lu Chen. Such a formidable aura. He is actually at the Zun's realm. He stared at Lu Chen hovering in the void and recalled the words the intelligence disciple had just reported. One palm had slain Li Tianba of the 3rd tier of the Zun's realm. But how could this Lu Chen possibly be Zun's? It made no sense at all. Wang Tianbing drew a deep breath and forced a smile. So it is Lu Shengzi of the Qingyun sect. In a conciliatory tone he added, what brings Lu Shengzi to visit my Tongling sect? Visit? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Wang Tianbing's mind raced. Lu Shengzi may not be aware, he said with solemn gravity, and spun a lie. Today, I led my sect's disciples out on a hunt. The Xuanqi mountain range is rife with demonic beasts, ideal for disciples to temper themselves. Who would have thought the commotion near Tianba sect frightened off the prey? We were just preparing to make our way home. He sighed theatrically as he spoke, feigning regret. As for the feud between your sect and Tianba sect, Tongling sect has always remained neutral and will not intervene. Lu Chen could not help laughing. A hunt. He nodded. Sect Lord Wang truly has refined tastes, leading thousands to hunt at the gate of Tianba sect. I wonder whether your Tongling sect's prey is called Tianba sect or Qingyun sect. Wang's face tightened, cold sweat beading on his brow. The elders behind him exchanged worried glances, speechless. In an instant the scene fell silent, because as Lu Chen had said, their intended prey were indeed the 2 sects, Qingyun and Tianba. An elder nearby seethed and shouted, Lu Chen, what audacity! Do you not know this is Tongling sect's territory? Return to your Qingyun sect. Before the words finished, Lu Chen's hand flashed. A sharp crack split the air. The elder was struck into a spray of blood. Silence fell over the place. Wang Tianbing stared at the elder, now reduced to a blood mist. His fear at last bowed beneath anger. After all, he was the sect lord of Tongling sect. To be so humiliated on his own turf. How could he maintain his standing in Xianzhou? Lu Chen, do not take this too far. Wang Tianbing roared. This is the territory of Tongling sect. To run wild here is intolerable. At his shout, a towering pillar of light sprang up atop Tongling sect's main peak. A vast translucent dome descended and wrapped the entire Tongling sect within it. Our Tongling sect's protective array has been activated. There are tens of thousands of disciples inside. Wang Tianbing spoke with menace. If you dare to move, who will fall remains to be seen. Lu Chen scratched his ear, his face full of disdain. Very well, I will see what strength you possess. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying aura burst forth from Lu Chen. An invisible wave spread, instantly enveloping all 5 Xian iron warships. Wang Tianbing felt his body sag as the spiritual energy within was utterly frozen. Not even a finger could move. This was the oppressive might of the Zun's realm. That bone-deep sense of powerlessness made him instantly understand how Li Tianba had perished. You dare! Wang shouted in terror, voice trembling. Lu Chen raised his right hand, violent spiritual force condensed in his palm aimed at Wang Tianbing's head. Wang cried out to the heavens, "Ancestor, save me." Boom. From the forbidden depths of the rear mountain behind Tongling Sect's main peak came a thunderous roar. A surge of black chi shot skyward, blotting out half the firmament. Crack. A faint fracturing sounded through the void. Lu Chen's brow twitched as he looked toward the rolling black mist. A hoarse voice echoed across heaven and earth. "Young one, a heart too steeped in killing will not do." The black vapor condensed into a figure hovering above Wang Tianbing's warship, a gaunt old man cloaked in loose black robes. This was the hidden hand behind Tongling Sect, Yuming Old Ancestor. At his appearance, Wang Tianbing visibly relaxed. "Ancestor, kill this youth at once," Wang demanded. "He bears a great secret." Li Tianba fell by his hand. He jabbed a finger at Lu Chen. His earlier shame vanished. Yuming Old Ancestor paid no heed to Wang, his gaze bored into Lu Chen. Bonage of no more than 20, yet cultivation at the second tier of the Zun's realm. Qingyun's sect has indeed produced a remarkable fiend, the Old Ancestor croaked a harsh laugh. "Perfect. My Wanhun banner 10,000 souls banner still lacks a chief soul. I will take your divine soul," he declared. Lu Chen stood still and opened his Lingling vision eye. Target: Yuming Old Ancestor. Cultivation 5th tier of the Zun's realm. Identity: originally a roaming soul who seized the Tongling Sect's Old Ancestor and assumed his identity. After reading the system panel, a faint smile lifted Lu Chen's mouth. So that's what he is, merely a shameful, shadow-dwelling evil cultivator. Lu Chen met Yuming Old Ancestor's gaze, his tone drenched in scorn. The Old Ancestor's eyes grew cold, and the air around him dropped sharply in temperature. "Arrogant whelp. Today you shall see the true might of Azuns." In the next instant, the Old Ancestor's withered claw lashed out. The black chi coalesced into a gigantic skeletal gullclaw that lunged toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained rooted to the spot. He unleashed the Shirshan domain, open. With a single gesture from the Nether Ancestor, the pervasive black mist instantly coalesced into a colossal skeletal claw the size of 100 zhang, descending upon Lu Chen. This strike carried a formidable momentum, shattering even the surrounding space into fragments. Witnessing this, Wang Tianbing was elated. "Today marks your doom. I am the Ancestor at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm, far superior to that wasely Tianba. No matter how prodigious you are, you cannot transcend." Before he could finish, a muffled thud echoed through the air. The skeletal claw, upon contacting the invisible wave around Lu Chen, struck an unseen wall. In the next moment, myriad wailing souls let out piercing shrieks. Boom. An instant explosion. The entire claw was ground into dust by an invisible force, scattering in all directions. Seeing this, the Nether Ancestor's expression shifted drastically. He could clearly sense the terrifying suppression emanating from Lu Chen, encroaching upon this space with an irresistible force. Now he felt the flow of spiritual energy within him slow, and even his thoughts grew hazy. "What is this?" Before the Nether Ancestor could finish his words, Lu Chen took a step forward. The void trembled. His figure vanished from its spot, reappearing before the Nether Ancestor. He raised his hand. A single slap. Crack. The Nether Ancestor was sent flying as if struck by a meteor, spitting a mouthful of blood midair before crashing through the hull of the mystic iron warship. In an instant, shards of metal and wood filled the air. Everyone was stunned. Wang Tianbing's smile froze on his face as he stared in disbelief at the terrifying figure before him. What was happening? The Nether Ancestor was at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm. How could Lu Chen send him flying with a single slap? Could Lu Chen actually be at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm? At that moment, Wang Tianbing began to doubt himself. Impossible. Your cultivation is clearly only at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm. How could you possibly harm me? Struggling, the Nether Ancestor climbed out of the debris. His black robe was mostly shredded, revealing a withered tree-like body. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, a smug look on his face. Cultivating your whole life only to reach the 5th venerable level. Even the turtle at the village entrance has more ambition. Upon hearing this, the Nether Ancestor's face contorted with rage. Having lived for centuries possessing the Tongling Sect's ancestor and scheming across Xianzhou for decades, he had never endured such humiliation. "You insolent brat, you seek death." The Nether Ancestor bellowed, burning all his spiritual energy. In an instant, he formed over 100 hand seals, conjuring a massive black banner phantom. The 10,000 soul banner. Countless twisted faces emerged upon the banner. However, Lu Chen gave him no chance to unleash it. The oppressive force of the Godslayer domain descended. In the next moment, the Nether Ancestor's movements froze. His hand seals halted mid-gesture. The 10,000 soul banner phantom trembled violently before shattering piece by piece. Lu Chen stepped before him and gripped the Nether Ancestor's withered neck. "Your 10,000 soul banner is missing a main soul, isn't it?" A slight smile curled on Lu Chen's lips. "What a coincidence. You'll do perfectly. Crack, a crisp sound of bone breaking. The nether ancestor's neck was snapped by Lu Chen's hand. Without even a chance to scream, he perished instantly. Lu Chen released his grip, and the corpse fell. All life drained from it, collapsing like a dried-out carcass. Witnessing this, thousands of Tongling sect disciples stared wide-eyed, as if collectively losing the ability to think. Their ancestor, the ancestor at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm, had his neck crushed by one hand. Wang Tianbing's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. A dark stain spread across his crotch. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Wang Tianbing knelt frantically, kowtowing to Lu Chen. Holy Son Lu, grandfather Lu, I was blind. Everything of the Tongling sect is yours. Spiritual stones, artifacts, treasures, all for you. Please spare my life. Wang Tianbing's words had barely faded. Suddenly, a change occurred. The nether ancestor's corpse transformed into a black mist rising rapidly. The dark vapor coalesced high in the sky into a twisted face. It was the very face of the nether ancestor. Thank you for freeing me from this decaying vessel, his voice echoed once more. Lu Chen frowned at the sight. Could this be his true form? But at that moment, the massive, ghostly face in the sky opened its mouth wide. A terrifying suction force erupted from its maw, engulfing all the Tongling sect disciples on the remaining 3 mystic iron warships. Ah, help! The nether ancestor was absorbing their flesh and blood. The vitality of those disciples visibly withered, turning into specks of light, flying into the ghostly mouth. Screams filled the air, only to vanish completely within a few breaths. Including Wang Tianbing, tens of thousands of Tongling sect cultivators, both body and soul, were devoured by the nether ancestor in one gulp. In the next moment, the ghostly face in the sky expanded rapidly. Amidst surging black mist, a new body coalesced. The reborn nether ancestor slowly opened his eyes. His aura was steadily rising. 6th level of the Venerable Realm. 7th level. 8th level of the Venerable Realm. After devouring all the disciples and elders of the Tongling sect, the nether ancestor's cultivation had ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of the Venerable Realm. The very heavens and earth trembled under this aura, and all creatures within 1,000 li prostrated. The nether ancestor looked down at Lu Chen, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Boy now, let's see if you can still slap me to death with a single blow. The patriarch of the netherworld hovered midair, surrounded by churning black mists. Having devoured the flesh and souls of Tongling sect disciples, he had been reborn, granted a new vessel. He raised his hand, savoring the torrent of spiritual energy surging through his veins, a sensation so intoxicating it clouded his very consciousness. At the 8th tier of the Venerable Realm, he stood unrivaled across the entire Xin province. Young man now. The patriarch of the netherworld rolled his neck with a faint upward curl of his lips. Let us see if you can still strike me down with a single palm slap. You're rather amusing. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Not only are you hideous to behold, you also delight in making vulgar demands. At these words, the patriarch's smile froze rigid as cracked ice. Since you've pleaded so earnestly, Lu Chen sighed, his tone heavy with feigned resignation. I shall reluctantly oblige, and strike you once more. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Murderous intent blazed in the patriarch's eyes. Doomed as you are, you dare speak such brazen nonsense. The patriarch laughed, a hollow venomous sound. Today I shall rip your soul from its vessel and bind it within the 9-fold netherfire, where it shall burn for a century. Even as the final syllable left his lips, he thrust both arms skyward. Boom. His 8th tier, venerable cultivation erupted without restraint. In an instant, the heavens darkened as swirling mists coalesced into a black deluge stretching 1,000 zhang in length. Within that torrent, 10,000 contorted, agonized faces screamed, the very disciples of Tongling sect freshly consumed. The 10,000 ghost deluge. Where the deluge passed, space itself fractured, shattering inch by inch. The patriarch stood atop the torrent like a god of death, gazing down upon Lu Chen with chilling divine contempt. Die. A cataclysmic aura descended upon Lu Chen like a collapsing heaven. Impressive spectacle, came Lu Chen's quiet murmur. Then in the next breath his will stirred. Divine slaying domain, activate. An invisible wave burst forth from Lu Chen, expanding at light speed. Within its bounds, reality itself bent, laws remade. The 10,000 ghost deluge roared into the domain's threshold, then halted. Abruptly, as though a raging river had frozen solid mid-cascade. The 1,000 zhang deluge, under the crushing weight of the divine slaying domain, could not advance a single inch. At this sight, the patriarch's smirk turned to stone. He felt it clearly the moment his spiritual energy brushed that invisible wave. It was forcibly suppressed, crushed beneath an unseen heel. His 8th tier venerable might before this pressure became little more than a cruel jest. Impossible. The patriarch cried out, voice raw with disbelief. I have ascended 3 tiers. How could you still suppress me? Frantically, he channeled spiritual energy straining to shatter the domain's grip. But it was futile. Lu Chen watched the Patriarch's terror unfold, a cold, mocking curve lifting one corner of his lips. Within the divine-slaying domain, supremacy was absolute, regardless of tier. Whether first or ninth tier of the venerable realm. If one had not yet breached the half-sage threshold, one knelt within this domain. You know nothing of the power wielded by a cheat. Then Lu Chen stepped forward. Ripples trembled across the void. His form dissolved, vanished utterly. The Patriarch's pupils contracted sharply. A primal sense of peril flooded his being. Retreat. Without hesitation, he hurled himself backward, hands flashing through seals. Netherworld, ghost shield. 10,000 bone prison. Heaven demon blood malevolence. In the span of a single breath, he wove dozens of arcane seals. Layer upon layer, blacklight barriers, skeletal cages, crimson shields, erupted before Lu Chen, seeking to sever their proximity. Yet Lu Chen had already vanished. In the next flicker, he reappeared directly before the Patriarch, raised his right hand, and struck. Slap. A thunderous crack echoed. The blow landed squarely on the Patriarch's chest. Thud. A sickening muffled impact. The Patriarch's body warped grotesquely, bones snapping like dry twigs, before exploding outward in a crimson storm. 8th tier venerable, reduced to ruin by a single slap. Amidst the bloodrain, a fist-sized emerald ghost flame shot skyward, tearing at the fabric of space to flee. That was his nascent soul. Though his physical vessel lay shattered, so long as his soul endured, he could seize another body and rise again. Think you can run? Lu Chen scoffed, then clenched his fist. Instantly, the divine-slaying domain contracted, condensing into an immense, invisible hand that seized the emerald flame in its grasp. The Patriarch's soul writhed violently within that spectral grip. Release me. You cannot kill me, it shrieked. Give me one reason not to. Lu Chen spoke with serene indifference, as if addressing a clown. I'll reveal the location of Tongling Sect's treasure vault, resources I've amassed over centuries. I'll find it myself after killing you. I'll swear fealty. I'll serve as your enforcer. Too ugly. You'd shame me in public. At last, panic seized the Patriarch. This youth defied all logic, and truly meant to end him. Kill me, and that lord will never spare you. His voice dripped with threat. When that lord descends, the entire Xian province shall perish in my wake, and every soul of Qingyun sect shall be erased. Not even dogs nor chickens spared. Lu Chen paused, then arched a brow. Which lord? What is his name? Where does he dwell? How many live in his household? How much spirit stone does he possess? The Patriarch blinked, stunned. Shouldn't such a threat inspire dread? What kind of question was that? You'll learn nothing. He snarled, teeth bared. Miserable insect. You cannot fathom the magnitude of the existence you've provoked. Still defiant, are you? Lu Chen sneered. Violet lightning crackled in his palm, then surged, engulfing the Patriarch's soul. Lightning, the most devastating force against souls in all creation. The Patriarch screamed like a slaughtered pig. Each thread of lightning peeled away fragments of his soul, agony beyond 1,000 cuts magnified 100-fold. I'll speak. After only 3 heartbeats, his resolve shattered completely. Lu Chen stilled the lightning, watching in silence. That lord is. But halfway through, his soul convulsed violently, as if resisting some unseen compulsion. In the next instant, his soul swelled grotesquely. No, Lord, spare me. I did not betray. A final despairing wail tore from his throat. Then, pop. His soul detonated, scattering into oblivion. Lu Chen stared, brow furrowed, expression grave. That aura, though fleeting, it had been unmistakable. It far surpassed any power attainable at the venerable realm. A half-sage, or perhaps a true sage. The Xian province was but a remote, insignificant territory. How could it entangle beings of such stature? Had the Patriarch's covert machinations, his devouring of cultivators, been orchestrated by that lord? And if so, what purpose did it serve? Lu Chen lifted his gaze toward the direction of Tianba sect. He'd assumed this merely a territorial squabble between 2 scheming sects. Now it was clear, it ran far deeper. Yet Lu Chen dismissed further speculation. Lords or peasants, if they dared obstruct his path of spirit stone-fueled cultivation, they would be struck down without mercy. He refocused, eyes sweeping across the ruins below. Though the Patriarch had left no trace, Tongling sect's warships likely still held treasures worth salvaging. Even a mosquito's leg was meat after all. Lu Chen blurred downward, toward the wreckage. Meanwhile, far beyond Xian province, countless thousands of li away, within a mysterious realm perpetually veiled in primordial chaos mist. Upon a towering obsidian throne, a hazy silhouette snapped open its eyes. A pawn in Xian province, erased. A low, amused chuckle resonated. How intriguing. Someone there has shattered my seal. The shadow sneered. Dispatch a blood envoy to Xian province. Uncover who struck the blow. From the gloom at the hall's edge, a figure knelt, one knee bowed in solemn obedience. As commanded, Lu Chen stretched his form about to descend upon the main peak of the Tongling sect. Yet at that moment the space above his head suddenly split open with a rift. Immediately after, a blood-clad figure slowly materialized. Lu Chen, having noticed this apparition, steadied himself and looked upward. The newcomer was draped in a blood-red robe, a white mask concealing his face, and wielded a crimson longsword. An aura of utter desolation emanated from him. Without a word, Lu Chen activated his spiritual insight eyes. Name: Jia. Identity: Assassin of the Bloodkill Hall. Cultivation: Peak of the Venerable Realm. An assassin from the Bloodkill Hall. Lu Chen was taken aback upon glimpsing the information. The assassin spoke slowly. Someone paid for your head. Before the words faded, the blood-clad assassin vanished. In the next instant, dozens of terrifying sword lights converged on Lu Chen from all directions. Lu Chen let out a cold snort. Godslayer domain open. An invisible wave instantly rippled outward. The sword lights, upon touching the domain's edge, violently shattered and dissolved into nothingness. The blood-clad assassin's form, however, reappeared midair beyond the domain's reach. He hovered silently, maintaining an absolute safe distance from Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This fellow refused to enter. Then Lu Chen lunged forward, ready to strike. The blood-clad assassin, seeing this, retreated instead of advancing. He drifted backward, matching Lu Chen's speed precisely. Simultaneously, his long sword swung repeatedly. Eerie blood-colored sword chi tore through the void, continuously assaulting Lu Chen. When the enemy advanced, he retreated. When the enemy retreated, he advanced. The blood-clad assassin always stayed outside the Godslayer domain's range, relentlessly attacking Lu Chen from afar. Lu Chen halted. The blood-clad assassin stopped as well. This guy. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Clearly this assassin might have discerned his domain ability. He knew of Lu Chen's hidden trump card and had even gauged its effective range. Previous foes like Li Tianba or the Nether Ancestor, relying on their profound cultivation, had charged Hedon only to be humbled by the Godslayer domain. But this assassin was different. He refused to close in. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's mind raced. He couldn't catch up, couldn't land a hit. Then a change of tactics. Lu Chen suddenly dropped his stance and turned to leave. Without a backward glance at the blood-clad assassin, he sped toward the Tongling sect's main peak treasury. Midair, a flicker of confusion passed behind the assassin's mask. Fleeing, the blood-clad assassin moved, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that closely pursued him. Yet he still maintained that safe distance, neither too close nor too far. At the Tongling sect's main peak, Lu Chen plunged straight into the treasury. Since that fellow dared not approach, let him watch as Lu Chen's cultivation soared. Inside the treasury, spiritual light shimmered. Medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones were piled like mountains. Without hesitation, Lu Chen said, "System, convert everything here." A prompt sounded, detecting vast amounts of spirit stones and high-value items, now calculating. After total conversion equivalent to 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. All exchanged into cultivation for the host. Venerable Realm 3rd level. Venerable Realm 4th level. 5th level. 6th level. The spiritual energy within Lu Chen surged like a volcanic eruption. Ding hosts breakthrough detected. Godslayer domain automatically upgraded to level 4. Godslayer domain level 4 boosts personal strength by 150 absolute suppression over same realm foes and expands range to 100 zhong. Witnessing this, a smirk curled on Lu Chen's lips. 100 zhong, over 300 meters. Let's see how you try to keep your distance now. Outside the treasury, the blood-clad assassin hovered midair, his gaze fixed on the entrance. He didn't rush, and knowing the confined space would favor a suppression domain. He waited for his target to emerge, or when the target felt safe, to deliver a fatal blow. Just then a figure slowly walked out from the treasury gate. Lu Chen smiled. "You're quite patient." The blood-clad assassin said nothing, merely raising his long sword to attack again. But the moment he moved, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure descended upon him without warning. The assassin's body stiffened. The spiritual energy within him instantly froze, even his breath stalled. What's happening? He had calculated the distance. His current position was definitely beyond that strange power's reach. Could it be? The pupils behind the assassin's mask contracted sharply. His range had expanded. Bang! Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped him down. The blood-clad assassin crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Lu Chen strode over and looked down at him. "Who sent you?" The assassin stared at Lu Chen, silent. "Stubborn, are you?" Lu Chen sneered. He placed his right hand on the assassin's crown. Soul search. Violent spiritual energy surged into the assassin's sea of consciousness, forcibly rifling through his memories. The assassin let out a pained groan, his body convulsing violently. After a moment, Lu Chen withdrew his hand, frowning slightly. The assassin's memories held nothing but endless killing training. No useful information. No employer's name, no contact's visage. Only 3 words: Bloodkill Hall. It was an extremely tight-lipped assassin organization. Low-level assassins never knew the employer only executed orders. Bloodkill Hall. Lu Chen murmured the name softly. Since I can't get anything out of you, you can die. Bang. The assassin's head exploded, ending his life instantly. Lu Chen skillfully looted the body, taking the treasures and storage ring. He gazed into the distance. The waters of Xianzhou seemed deeper than he had imagined. First the master behind the Nether Ancestor, and now this Bloodkill Hall. It appeared someone wanted him dead. But kill him. A smirk played on Lu Chen's lips. He turned, transforming into a rainbow streak, and shot toward the direction of Qingyun's sect. He had been away too long, it was time to return and see. In the main hall of Qingyun's sect's central peak. Bang! Lu Pian slammed his palm onto the table. What's there to fear? We've already flattened Tianba's sect. What's Tongling's sect compared to that? He'll personally go and twist their sect master's head off to use as a chamber pot. Upon hearing this, Lu Wudi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Elder Yunshan echoed loudly, the old sect master is right. I volunteer to lead the vanguard and raise Tongling's sect's gates today. Seated on the main throne, Lu Wudi rubbed his temples, his expression helpless. Father Elder Yun, please calm down first. Lu Wudi said helplessly, Wang Tianbing is not a threat, but behind Tongling's sect stands the Nether Ancestor. That old fiend employs sinister and venomous methods, and his true capabilities are unknown. We've just finished a battle with Tianba's sect. The disciples need rest. If we provoke the Nether Ancestor now, what if we fall into an ambush? For safety, Sake, we should consolidate our defenses at the mountain gate and plan for later. Safety? You're just a coward. Lu Pian bristled with anger, pointing at Lu Wudi's nose and cursing. Cultivation itself is defying the heavens. Do you think hiding in the sect every day will make you a great emperor? My precious grandson could crush Li Tianba with a single palm strike. If the two of us join forces, what is the Nether Ancestor? Lu Wudi's face stiffened. Chainer's talent is monstrous, but the Nether Ancestor is no Li Tianba. Just as the two were locked in debate, the sound of light footsteps echoed from outside the hall. What's all the chatter about? So lively. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Lu Chen strolled through the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a green robe, looking utterly at ease. Oh, my precious grandson has returned. Lu Pian's expression shifted instantly. The old man, who had been radiating murderous intent moments before, now beamed like a blooming flower. He rushed over and scrutinized Lu Chen from head to toe, his face full of affection. Precious grandson, are you hurt? Just now your grandfather was discussing plans to wipe out Tongling's sect. Yes. Yunshan waved his fist from the side. Holy son, just give the word, and we'll storm Tongling's sect now. Lu Wudi coughed and said sternly, Chainer, don't listen to your grandfather's nonsense. The matter of the Nether Ancestor requires careful deliberation, not reckless action. Tongling's sect. No need to go. Lu Pian froze, looking at him in confusion. No need to go. Why? Lu Pian sized up Lu Chen. Back when they fought Tianba sect, wasn't this kid quite eager? Why was he acting like a coward now? Lu Wudi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded approvingly. Chainer has grown up, he knows how to assess the situation. The Nether Ancestor is indeed a tough nut. We truly shouldn't act rashly for now. Yunshan opened his mouth, but didn't argue. I've already taken care of it. Lu Chen's words were as light as a feather. They plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Lu Pian's smile froze on his face. Yunshan's eyes widened as if he had heard the most preposterous tale. Precious grandson. What? What did you say? Lu Pian cupped his ear, thinking he had misheard. I said Tongling's sect has been annihilated. Lu Chen repeated himself. Wang Tianbing is dead, the Nether Ancestor is dead, and Tongling's sect has been wiped out. He paused and added, oh, by the way, I took the spirit stones from their treasury. As for the remaining junk, those broken artifacts and such, you can just send people on warships to haul them away. Don't let them go to waste. The hall remained utterly silent. Lu Wudi's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he took a deep breath, struggling to keep his voice steady. Chainer, this joke is a bit much. The Nether Ancestor is an old monster at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm with unfathomable and sinister techniques. He's not so easy to deal with. Exactly, holy son. Yunshan swallowed hard. Tongling's sect also has its mountain guarding grand formation and tens of thousands of disciples. How could you possibly? It wasn't that they doubted Lu Chen's strength, but the matter was simply too absurd. He had gone out for a stroll, and then returned to tell them that Tongling's sect, one of the 3 great sects of Xuanzhou, was no more. It was more surreal than a dream. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He flipped his wrist, retrieved a black token from his storage ring, and casually tossed it onto the table. Clatter. The token rolled twice across the surface. On the front were 2 blood-red characters, Tongling. On the back was a ferocious ghost face pattern. The sect master's token of Tongling's sect. Seeing this, Lu Wudi's pupils contracted sharply. He shot to his feet and grabbed the token. This? This really is Wang Tianbing's sect master token. Lu Wudi's voice trembled. Then Lu Chen pulled out a shattered fragment of a banner. This is a piece of the Nether Ancestors' 10,000 Souls banner. He wasn't just at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm, he devoured all the disciples of Tongling's sect to forcibly elevate himself to the 8th level. Lu Chen yawned, his tone tinged with disdain. Too bad, he was still too weak. One palm strike, and he was gone. A long silence followed his words in the hall. Everyone exchanged glances. A single palm strike had obliterated an 8th level Venerable Realm cultivator. Listen to that. Does it even make sense? Lu Wudi stood frozen, his mind reeling. He had always advocated caution, believing the Nether Ancestor to be an unfathomable threat. He had even prepared for a prolonged war of attrition with Tongling's sect. And now, this nephew of his had simply gone out for a spin and wiped out both Tongling's sect and the Nether Ancestor. Then what were all his worries worth? A joke. Lu Wudi felt his worldview violently shaken. Lu Pian was equally stunned, staring in disbelief at the Tongling token and the banner fragment. He had lived for so long and weathered countless storms. But today's wave was just too overwhelming, leaving him utterly dazed. Precious grandson. Lu Pian's voice drifted. Did you really kill the Nether Ancestor? What else? Lu Chen nodded. The territories of Tianba sect and Tongling sect are now masterless. If you're late, other minor sects might slip in and take advantage. Upon hearing this, Lu Wudi snapped back to reality. If this were truly the case, then Qingyun's sect's unification of Xianzhou would happen today. Issue the order. Lu Wudi waved his hand, and the authority of a leader erupted instantly. Third Elder, Fourth Elder, immediately muster the sect's elite. Divide into 2 forces and fully take over all the spirit veins, mines, and herb gardens of Tianba sect and Tongling sect. Don't let a single fly slip through. As you command. Yun Shan, brimming with excitement, roared and turned to rush out. Unification of Xianzhou. A feat none of Qingyun's sect's past patriarchs had achieved was now being realized today. Only the 3 generations of the Lu family remained in the hall. Lu Pian walked over to Lu Chen, his old eyes scanning him like radar. He had been too stunned earlier. Now he suddenly realized an extremely terrifying problem. He couldn't discern Lu Chen's cultivation level anymore. When Lu Chen had killed Li Tianba, before he could faintly sense that Lu Chen was at the 2nd level of the Venerable Realm. But now as Lu Chen sat there, his aura was so restrained that he seemed like an ordinary mortal with no cultivation. Yet that was impossible. How could a mortal kill the Nether Ancestor at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm? There was only one explanation. Lu Chen's cultivation must have advanced again. Lu Pian leaned in close and whispered, "Precious grandson. Be honest with your grandfather. What realm are you at now?" Hearing this, Lu Wudi also pricked up his ears, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at them both and smiled faintly. "Not that hot," Lu Chen said casually. "I'm just at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm now." At these words, Lu Wudi's foot slipped, and he nearly fell flat on his face. The 6th level of the Venerable Realm. He had spent over 100 years hiding in the back mountains of Qingyun's sect, barely breaking through to the 8th level. And he had deliberately concealed himself at the 3rd level to avoid scrutiny. His own grandson, after a single outing, had not only destroyed a sect, but also conveniently advanced to the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Was this something a human could do? No wonder he couldn't sense his cultivation just now. Holy crap. Lu Pian struggled for a long time, finally managing to spit out just those 2 words. "Precious grandson, did you swallow an immortal pill?" Lu Wudi was also dumbstruck, murmuring to himself, the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. My Qingyun sect is about to produce a true dragon. Lu Chen patted Lu Pian's hand and stood up. Just then Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. He took a token from his storage ring. On the front was engraved the character Jia, and on the back the words Blood Slaughter Hall. "Grandfather, uncle, take a look at this." Lu Wudi caught the token, looked down, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Blood Slaughter Hall." Lu Wudi exclaimed in shock. Lu Pian also moved closer, and upon seeing the token, his aged face instantly darkened. "Precious grandson, where did this come from?" Lu Pian's voice was icy. "This guy sent by someone unknown came to kill me. I turned the tables and killed him instead." After he finished, Lu Pian and Lu Wudi exchanged a glance. The Blood Slaughter Hall was a highly covert organization. It secretly trained a large number of assassins specializing in eliminating designated targets for employers. To have targeted Lu Chen meant someone had paid for the hit. "Investigate." Lu Pian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Get to the bottom of this. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my grandson Lu Pian's, I'll annihilate their entire clan." Xuanzhou Fengyue City. Within the largest tavern in the city, every seat was filled, and everyone was discussing the same matter. "Have you heard? Xianzhou has turned upside down. No need to state the obvious, everyone knows Qingyun's sect has become the overlord of Xianzhou now. Tianba sect and Tongling sect. Even their mountain gates have been razed to the ground. I heard it's all because of that holy son of Qingyun sect Lu Chen. What kind of monster is that guy anyway? Monster? He's a living hell king, that's what. My cousin's second unclean law works as a menial servant at Qingyun sect. He saw it with his own eyes. That Lu Chen is 3 zhang tall with a green face and fangs devouring cultivators raw without spitting out the bones. You're full of crap. Holy son Lu Chen is as handsome as Pan and graceful and elegant. I heard that old monster at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm was slapped into a pulp by Lu Chen. A sharp hiss of breath echoed through the tavern. A single slap to kill an 8th level Venerable. Is that even human? From now on in Xuanzhou, better to offend the king of hell than Lu Chen. In the corner of the tavern, 2 people sat quietly. Upon hearing the name, Lu Chen, one of them turned pale with fright. This man was Nie Tian. Sitting beside him was the portly Taoist. At that moment, however, his face was glistening with grease as he devoured a roast chicken with great relish. Listening to the chatter around him, Nie Tian swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Taoist, let's get out of here quick. Nie Tian lowered his voice. Now that Qingyun sect rules Xuanzhou, there's no staying in this place. We've emptied Tianba sect's treasury. If Lu Chen finds us, hell scatter our ashes. Hearing this, the portly Taoist rolled his eyes at Nie Tian. Coward. He wiped the grease from his lips. I've roamed far and wide, seen all kinds of storms. What's there to fear? Besides, we've got centuries of Tianba sect's wealth in our hands. Piles of spirit stones and artifacts. What the hell are we afraid of? Nie Tian forced a bitter smile. Wasn't it obvious? That guy could slap Li Tianba, a 3rd-level venerable, into oblivion with one blow. If they didn't run, they'd be turned into meat paste. All right. The portly Taoist waved a hand, wiping his fingers on a rag on the table. Xuan's hiss a dead end. Qingyun sect has squeezed it dry. He leaned in close to Nie Tian, his beady eyes gleaming with mischief. They'll take you to a good place. Pull off a big heist. Nie Tian was taken aback. Where? The portly Taoist glanced around, lowering his voice to a whisper. Yinzhou, I've got top secret info. An ancient sage's tomb there is about to surface. The portly Taoist grinned, revealing 2 yellowed teeth. A sage? Inside, there's not only the sage's legacy, but countless top-tier burial artifacts. Nie Tian's eyes widened. Rob a sage's grave. The scene shifted. Qingyun sect Lu Chen's residence. The courtyard was bathed in sunlight. On the stone table before Lu Chen lay 5 storage pouches neatly arranged. Lu Wudi and Yun Shan had been remarkably efficient over the past few days. They had led Qingyun sect's disciples like a swarm of locusts, looting all the spiritual veins, mines, and resources from Tianba sect, and Tongling sect, hauling them back to Qingyun sect. And Lu Chen, as the chief contributor, naturally received the fattest share, a full 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. He sat on the stone stool, idly toying with a storage pouch. Yet staring at the mountains of spirit stones inside, he felt little joy. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones sounded impressive. He was currently at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm. To advance to the 7th level of the Venerable Realm, he needed 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. In other words, this haul wasn't even enough to raise his cultivation by 2 levels. Truly, the higher the realm, the more terrifying the cost to level up. Living off the land like this wasn't sustainable. But this was already the limit of Xuanzhou's resources. Then Lu Chen opened the system panel. With a swish, a translucent screen unfurled before his eyes, revealing a dazzling array of items. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the list, heading straight for the high-tier section. 9 nether infernal flame, heterogeneous flame, a divine flame of heaven and earth capable of incinerating all things. Price 2 million high-grade spirit stones. Void great teleportation talisman, ignores any formation barriers, teleports instantly across 100,000 li. Price 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Slaying immortal flying dagger, imitation saint grade lower tier artifact. Price 1,500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger Fragment, saint grade, top-tier martial technique. Price 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Substitute Death Puppet, can endure 1 fatal blow on behalf of the owner. Price 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen's eye twitched at the string of zeros. System, are you robbing me? He only had 500,000 high-grade spirit stones on hand. He couldn't afford the big items, and the small ones weren't worth his time. He did lack a suitable weapon, but saint-grade artifacts cost millions, far beyond his reach. Lu Chen scrolled further down. His gaze suddenly halted on one item. System, spend 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for 10 draws. The prize pool includes techniques, martial arts, special items, and rogue exclusive skills from myriad worlds with a high probability of drawing saint or emperor artifacts. Reading the prompt, Lu Chen stroked his chin. High probability. At the mention of saint and emperor artifacts, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Time for a 10 draw. Ding congratulations host, you have purchased a 10 draw. Drawing in progress. Ding congratulations host, you drew, thanks for participating X1. Ding congratulations host, you drew, thanks for participating X1. Ding congratulations host, you drew weapon iron sword X1. Ding congratulations host, you drew weapon iron sword X1. Soon the results of the 10 draw were displayed on the system panel. A total of 8 thanks for participating and 2 iron swords. Seeing this outcome, Lu Chen's face darkened. System, this so-called high probability. Are you sure there's no exaggeration? Ding fair and square host. Don't judge success or failure by a single draw. The big prize might be in the next one. Lu Chen's eyelid twitched. Why did that sound so familiar? Another 10 draw. Ding congratulations host, you have purchased a 10 draw. Drawing in progress. Ding congratulations host, you drew, thanks for participating X1. Ding congratulations host, you drew, thanks for participating X1. Ding congratulations host, you drew gem red agate X1. Ding congratulations host, you drew gem red agate X1. Another 10 draw. Ding thanks for participating. One more. Ding thanks for participating. Holy crap. Staring at the screen full of thanks for participating, Lu Chen's face flushed red. This was supposed to be a high probability of drawing saint and emperor artifacts. More like a high probability of drawing thanks for participating. Then Lu Chen checked his balance. Only 100,000 high-grade spirit stones left. Just enough for one more 10 draw. Lu Chen hesitated, wondering whether to continue. Finally, he gritted his teeth. One more 10 draw. Ding congratulations host, you drew Saint Grade Divine Weapon Pajuan. Ding congratulations host, you obtained Special Item Karma Tracking Talisman. Ding congratulations host, you obtained Heavenly Grade Top Tier Martial Technique Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger Fragment. Obtain Skill Transplant Flowers and Replace Trees Art. Hearing the cascade of winning notifications, Lu Chen was stunned. Had he actually won 4 big prizes in a row? He quickly opened the system panel again and finally saw the 4 grand prizes. Pajuan Saint Grade Weapon 1 Strike equals 999 damage. At the same time, a very ordinary-looking long sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Looking at its plain appearance, Lu Chen wondered if this could really be a Saint Grade weapon. With a skeptical attitude, he casually swung the sword. The next moment, half of the mountain opposite vanished. Holy crap. It really was 1 strike equals 999. Then Lu Chen stowed it away. Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger, a Saint Grade top-tier martial technique created by an ancient great power. 1 finger imprisons heaven and earth. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. Currently a fragment containing only the first finger. Extremely costly, but immensely powerful. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he had a finishing move. The God-slaying domain handled crowd control, while the Great Desolate Prison Heaven Finger handled single-target burst. They seemed to complement each other quite well. Transplant flowers and replace trees lock onto any target within line of sight. The moment you are attacked, you can swap positions with the locked target, making them take the damage instead. Reading the system explanation, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Holy moly, this was a rogue skill. Lu Chen's interest was piqued. He was itching to find some unlucky soul to test this skill on. Karma Tracking Talisman crushed this talisman to lock onto the location of an enemy with karmic ties to the host. Ignores space and distance. One-time consumable. This will come in handy too. Lu Chen took out the Karma Tracking Talisman and crushed it. He wanted to know who had hired the Bloodkill Hall to kill him and see what clues this talisman could reveal. The moment he crushed it, a location appeared in Lu Chen's mind: Taichu Holy Land. Then another location emerged: Yunzhou Sage Relic. Taichu Holy Land. Seeing those 4 characters, Lu Chen felt puzzled. What was going on? Was someone in Taichu Holy Land trying to kill him? But aside from his connection with Taichu Holy Maiden Lu Rian, he had no ties to anyone else in the Holy Land. Could it be a test from that Taichu Holy Lord? But this test seemed too extreme. That assassin was really trying to kill him. Yunzhou Sage Relic. This was the second location that appeared in Lu Chen's mind. What kind of place was that? Too many questions swirled in Lu Chen's mind. Maybe I should ask Lu Rian first. With that, Lu Chen remembered the communication stone Lu Rian had given him. She had said he could use it to contact her remotely. But Lu Chen had found it too troublesome to carry, so he had simply tossed it into his storage ring. Now he took out the communication stone. The moment the stone left the storage ring, it began flashing wildly. No sooner had the communication stone been taken out than it began flashing red and vibrating wildly like a phone bombarded with missed calls. Lu Chen tentatively infused a strand of spiritual energy into it. The next moment, Lu Rian's voice came through in rapid succession. Lu Chen, are you getting used to life at Qingyan Sect? Has anyone bullied you? Why aren't you answering? Are you in danger? Did you put the communication stone into your storage ring? The spatial laws within the ring will block the transmission. I heard you've gone to war with Tianba Sect. How is the battle going? Please talk to me. Hearing these messages one after another, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this primordial saintess rumored to be as cold as ice? Why was she such a chatterbox in private? It was at that moment that he recalled she had told him the communication stone must be kept on his person, not stored in the ring. But Lu Chen turned the stone over and over in his hand. How did one reply to this thing? He tried shouting at it, hello. No response. He infused more spiritual energy. Still nothing. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Did he need to form a blood bond with it? Or perhaps a specific hand seal was required? He fiddled with it, randomly pressing on the stone's array patterns. Just as he was about to lose his temper and strike it with the desolate heaven-prisoned finger, the communication stone suddenly glowed with red light. Then Lu Ruyan's weary and dejected voice emerged from it. Lu Chen, what are you doing? I'm so bored. Everyone in the Holy Land is so dull. I miss you so much. Her voice was soft and carried a hint of coaxing. Another voice message. Lu Chen muttered unconsciously. Could this communication stone be lagging? As soon as he said that, the stone fell into dead silence. After a full 3 breaths, Lu Chen, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly rose excitedly, saying, You finally replied. Do you have any idea how many times I've tried to reach you these past days? Holy crap, is this connected? Lu Chen stared at the stone, feeling overwhelmed. Say something, hello, hello. Only when he heard her voice again did he finally believe she could truly hear him. Sorry, I accidentally tossed it into my storage ring earlier. I knew it. Lu Ruyan huffed on the other end. Though she was complaining, her displeasure quickly turned to joy. She immediately launched into chatterbox mode, chattering on about her daily life over the past few days, from the primordial Holy Land to her master's strict demands. Then to how awful the spirit meals in the Holy Land's cafeteria were. She had none of the aloofness of a holy maiden. Lu Chen responded half-heartedly. Meanwhile, the image of her stunningly beautiful icy face surfaced in his mind, paired with her current girlish demeanor. The stark contrast struck him as rather amusing. By the way, Lu Ruyan's tone shifted, growing serious. Lu Chen, are you free anytime soon? What's up? Something's happened in Yunzhou. She lowered her voice. An ancient sage's tomb is about to emerge. Most of the Eastern Domain's major powers have caught wind of it. They're all eyeing that prize. A sage's tomb. Lu Chen's heart stirred. Could this be the place indicated by that karma-tracking talisman? Yunzhou sage's relic. At that moment, Lu Ruyan spoke again. This relic is no ordinary one. Rumor has it there are supreme sage artifacts within, and even a sage's inheritance. My master has ordered me to train in the sage's tomb. She paused, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Do you want to come too? I hear there are countless opportunities there that could greatly aid your cultivation. And what? And we can meet. Her voice turned cheerful again. Lu Chen smiled. Alright, I was planning to get out anyway. Since the karma-tracking talisman pointed to a clue there, he naturally had to investigate. Besides, he had exhausted all his snacks from the lottery. He was just looking for a place to stock up. Moreover, the resources in Xianzhou had become as insignificant as mosquito legs to him, hardly worth the effort. This sage's tomb was like a pillow delivered just as he was nodding off. Great! Lu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly. Let's meet at Luoxing City on the Yunzhou border in 7 days. You have to come. Alright, I'll be there. After cutting off the communication stone's link, Lu Chen casually tucked it into his robe. He stood up, stretched, and was about to head inside to study the newly acquired desolate heaven-prisoned finger. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash rang out. The courtyard door was suddenly burst open from outside. A disheveled figure stumbled in. Young master, save me. Lu Chen looked closely and saw it was Anyo. His clothes were torn to shreds. His face was covered in mud and blood, and he was limping on one leg, looking utterly pitiful. Anyo, what's all this fuss about? Lu Chen stepped forward, frowning. Did you run into remnants of the Tongling sect? No, young master. Anyo said bitterly. Today I went to cut purple gold bamboo on Black Wind Mountain across the way. But just as I climbed halfway up, I heard a deafening boom. Anyo gestured wildly. A flash of white light fell from the sky. It was terrifying. It sliced the entire peak of Black Wind Mountain clean off. I tumbled down the mountainside, barely escaping with my life. Anyo grew more aggrieved. Young master, do you think this is divine retribution? Has our Qingyun sect offended some celestial being? After listening, Lu Chen's expression turned strange. Black Wind Mountain. A sliced-off peak. A flash of white light. He silently glanced at the direction where he had tested his sword earlier, then back at Anyo. Wasn't that the result of his casual swing just now? Lu Chen coughed, dryly, forcibly suppressing the smile tugging at his lips, and patted Anyo on the shoulder. Anyo, how could this be divine retribution? It's probably some reclusive master passing by and casually practicing his swordsmanship. A reclusive master. Anyo was stunned. That's right. Lu Chen spouted nonsense with a straight face. Masters act as they please. The fact that you survived such a fearsome sword aura means you are blessed with great fortune. Really? Anyo was so bewildered, he forgot his pain. Of course. Lu Chen pulled a bottle of healing pills from his storage ring and tossed it to him. Take these and rest well. Stay off the mountain for a few days. These pills were high-grade loot from Tianba Sect's treasury, more than enough to heal Anyo's superficial wounds. Anyo caught the pills, tears of gratitude welling up. Thank you, young master. You're truly kind. Lu Chen guiltily averted his gaze. It's nothing. By the way, did you rush here just to tell me this? Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. Anyo slapped his thigh and winced in pain. The old sect leader wants you to go to the ancestral grounds immediately. He says there's something extremely important to discuss. Grandfather wants to see me. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Lu Pidian usually secluded himself in the ancestral grounds for cultivation. He rarely called for Lu Chen unless it was important. Got it. Go rest now. After sending Anyo away, Lu Chen transformed into a streak of light and sped straight toward the ancestral grounds behind Qingyun's sect. There he skillfully navigated through the formations and arrived before a massive stone gate. The gate was half open. Lu Pidian was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, his expression grave. Grandfather, you wanted to see me. At the Tai Chu Sacred Land, Lu Rian severed the connection of the communication spirit stone and carefully tucked it close to her body. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a crisp knock came from outside the door. Your Highness, are you there? The Sacred Lord summons you. Hunger's voice sounded from outside the door. Lu Rian took a deep breath, restoring her aloof demeanor. Then she pushed the door open and stepped out. Hunger had been waiting outside for some time. Your Highness, the Sacred Lord requests your presence. Master? Lu Rian asked in confusion. Isn't Master in seclusion at this hour? Why summon me so suddenly? Hunger does not know either. The Sacred Lord has yet to emerge from seclusion. Calling you over must mean there are instructions to give. Lu Rian acknowledged softly and walked out. Hunger quickly followed. She glanced at Lu Rian and smiled. Your Highness looks radiant today. Let Hunger guess what joyful event has occurred. Hunger leaned in and lowered her voice. Is it about young Master Lu? Who else but that one from Qingyun sect could leave the saintess so distracted these past days, eh? Speak one more word, and I shall dismiss you from my service. Lu Rian pretended to frown, but the smile at the corners of her eyes was undeniable. Hunger chuckled. Hunger knows her mistake. Please do not abandon me, Your Highness. The two crossed the corridor, heading toward the Sacred Lord's Grand Hall. At that moment, a group of people approached from the opposite direction. The young man at the lead, fanning himself with a folding fan, gazed at Lu Rian with a smile. This was none other than the sacred son of Tai Chu, Wu Qiang. Wu Qiang spotted Lu Rian and quickened his pace to greet her. Junior sister Rian, what a coincidence. Wu Qiang flashed a smile he deemed elegant and charming. Lu Rian did not stop. She merely nodded slightly. Senior brother Wu. Wu Qiang, undeterred, walked alongside her. I heard Master has granted you permission to explore the sage's tomb in Yunzhou. Yes. Lu Rian replied in a flat tone. Wu Qiang smiled. Yunzhou is a place where dragons and snakes mingle. Once the sage's tomb emerges, it will inevitably spark contention among the major powers. Junior sister is as precious as gold and jade. Should any mishap befall you, this senior brother would be heartbroken. Hearing this, Lu Rian halted and turned to Wu Qiang. Senior brother Wu, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing me? Wu Qiang smiled, gently, his tone softening. No, not at all. As it happens, I am also preparing to head to Yunzhou. Why don't we travel together so we can look out for each other on the road? With our combined strength, the treasures and legacy of the sage's tomb would be ours for the taking. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother Wu, but there is no need. Lu Rian's voice was cold as she refused. I already have a traveling companion. With that, she ignored Wu Qiang and walked away with Hunger. Watching Lu Rian's unhesitating retreating figure, a retainer behind Wu Qiang could not help but snort coldly. Sacred son, the saintess is too ungrateful. You kindly invited her to join you, yet she so blatantly disregards your face. Slap. Before the retainer could finish, he received a direct blow from Wu Qiang. Mind your tongue. Is junior sister Rian someone for you to speak of? Wu Qiang's smile slowly faded and his gaze turned icy. Traveling companion. It must be that waste named Lu Chen from Qingyun sect. At this thought, a flicker of cruelty passed through Wu Qiang's eyes. By now the assassins from the Bloodslaughter Hall should have succeeded. That Lu Chen fellow is likely already dead. How can a dead man travel with her? Travel together in the underworld. Wu Qiang turned to his retainer and ordered, send word to our undercover agents in Yunzhou. Once we reach the sage's tomb territory, recruit some death warriors to ambush Lu Rian. Hearing this, the retainers were slightly startled. Sacred son, you intend to kill the saintess. If the Sacred Lord finds out. Fool. Wu Qiang kicked the retainer's leg. Who said I want to kill her? This sacred son intends to play the hero saving the beauty. Wu Qiang snorted. When she is trapped in a desperate situation with no one to turn to, I shall descend like a heavenly god and rescue her from the depths of peril. Then who else can she rely on but me, eh? At these words the retainers suddenly understood. Brilliant sacred son. With this plan the saintess will surely be devoted to you. Wu Qiang unfurled his fan, a wide grin spreading across his face. Lu Chen in your next life, keep your eyes wide open and stay away from women you shouldn't touch. At Qingyun Sect in the ancestral land of the Back Mountain. Before the stone gate, Lu Pitian saw Lu Chen approaching and quickly waved him over. Good grandson, come here quickly. Grandfather, what urgent matter called for me so hastily? Lu Chen walked up to him. Follow me inside. Lu Pitian, hands behind his back, led the way into the passage. Lu Chen, without overthinking, followed directly. As they delved deeper, the surrounding temperature grew colder. Lu Chen's gaze swept across both sides of the passage. He noticed that the stone walls had been carved into massive stone chambers. In the center of each chamber rested a heavy stone coffin. The surfaces of the coffins were densely inscribed with array patterns. Faintly, Lu Chen could even hear the weak sound of breathing from within the coffins. Grandfather, are you taking me to visit our Qingyun Sect's ancestral graves? Lu Chen asked with a peculiar expression. Lu Pitian turned back and glared at him, slapping the back of his head. You brat, what kind of talk is that? Ancestral graves. These are the homes of our Qingyun Sect's ancestors through the ages. Lu Chen rubbed his head. Homes. Living in coffins as homes. You know nothing. Lu Pitian lowered his voice, pointing at one of the coffins. That's your great-great-grandfather. 300 years ago he announced his passing to the world, but in truth his lifespan was nearly exhausted, so he hid here in hibernation to extend his life. He pointed to another coffin. That's your great-great-great-grandfather. 500 years ago he was severely wounded in a duel and now lies there feigning death. Lu Chen listened, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens. He used to think Lu Wudi was a sly old fox. Then he discovered his grandfather Lu Pitian was also one. Now it seemed this wasn't just an individual trait. It was the hereditary gene of Qingyun Sect. This entire ancestral land was clearly a hibernation pod for a den of sly old foxes. So why did you bring me here? It can't be to let me pick a lucky burial site in advance, can it? Lu Pitian shot him a glare and said seriously, the ancestor wants to see you. The ancestor? Lu Chen was taken aback. For someone whom Lu Pitian called the ancestor, how high must their seniority be? The two reached the end of the passage. The space ahead opened up. It was an extremely vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a spirit spring 10 zhang in diameter. On a jade platform at the very center of the spring sat an old man cross-legged. The old man had graying hair and a gaunt frame. A gentle breeze might have toppled him. Lu Pitian approached the spirit spring, shedding his usual mischievous demeanor. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the old man. Ancestor, the person has been brought. The old man on the jade platform slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, it was as if two bolts of cold lightning swept through the surroundings. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He activated the system I. Name Lu Zhenjiang. Identity founding ancestor of Qingyun Sect. Cultivation half-saint, peak chi and blood, declining lifespan, exhausted. Special status backlash, suppressing injuries through long-term, closed-door seclusion. Seeing this information, Lu Chen's pupils contracted. Half-saint realm. The founding ancestor of Qingyun Sect was still alive. He had heard that Lu Zhenjiang, the founding ancestor of Qingyun Sect, had already passed away. Who would have thought this living fossil had been lurking underground in their own ancestral land? Lu Zhenjiang's gaze fell on Lu Chen. That gaze seemed to pierce through all illusions, seeing through Lu Chen inside and out. You are Lu Chen. Lu Zhenjiang's aged voice came through. In response to the ancestor, this junior is indeed. Lu Chen bowed with neither humility nor arrogance. Lu Pitian, grinning proudly at the side, said, Ancestor, you once said that if the sect produced a prodigy-level genius, they must be brought before you. This is the boy I told you about. The most monstrous talent in Qingyun Sect's history, my grandson. Lu Pitian emphasized the last part. But Lu Zhenjiang paid no heed to Lu Pitian. His gaze swept over Lu Chen. After a moment, a stiff smile appeared on his withered face. Venerable Realm 6th Layer. Lu Zhenjiang let out a long sigh, saying with emotion, Heaven has not doomed our Qingyun Sect. Hearing this, Lu Chen was slightly startled. Even though he had restrained his aura to the utmost, Lu Zhenjiang saw through his true cultivation at a glance. The inside of a half-saint was truly extraordinary. Lu Zhenjiang slowly raised his withered right hand and beckoned to Lu Chen. Child, come forward. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Pitian, who nodded in approval. Then with a light tap of his toes, Lu Chen landed gracefully on the jade platform. Ancestor, what are your instructions? Lu Zhenjiang looked at Lu Chen. I have lived for 3,200 years. My lifespan is spent and 1 foot is already in the coffin. All these years I have been clinging to life with the help of this Tai spirit spring, afraid to die. Do you know why I have done all this? Do you know why I have done all this? Elder Patriarch, please remain calm. Let us speak plainly. I have no intention of signing any indenture contract. Lu Chen gazed at Lu Junjiang, whose frame was gaunt and frail, and declined the sentimental overture by stepping half a pace backward. Upon hearing this, Lu Junjiang's withered cheeks twitched faintly. The solemn, tragic emotion he had just begun to summon nearly choked itself into silence, stifled by the youth's blunt remark. He drew a slow, deep breath. Memory swept him back 3,000 years, to his prime when vigor and ambition burned unquenchable within him. 3 millennia ago in the Central Realm, the Xiantian Holy Sect, Lu Junjiang was once the most outstanding prodigy among the sect's younger generation. Divine bodies, sacred bodies, none could rival me. Lu Pitiang, listening nearby, felt his blood surge and nodded vigorously. Back then, all believed the position of holy heir belonged to none but you. Once I claimed victory in the holy heir selection, I would assume supreme authority over the sect and ascend ultimately to the Emperor Dao. As Lu Junjiang spoke, his voice trembled with sudden fervor. But on the eve of the holy heir contest, while secluding myself to break through to the half-sage realm, I suffered a catastrophic backlash. Backlash? Lu Chen's brow furrowed. Indeed, Lu Junjiang ground his teeth. Others claimed my cultivation obsession had driven me mad, that I'd succumbed to inner chaos. But I know the truth, someone sabotaged me from the shadows. Afterward, my vital energy collapsed, my foundation shattered. My cultivation stagnated utterly, and I became forever barred from attaining sagehood. Clearly, a ruined cultivator held no claim to the holy heir title. Former disciples who once fawned upon Lu Junjiang now wore grotesque, contemptuous masks. In the end, heartbroken and desolate, he departed the holy sect forever. At this, Lu Junjiang broke into violent coughing. Thereafter, I journeyed to this remote, barren realm, the Xianzhou region, and founded the Qingyun sect. I meant only to fade quietly, but I could not swallow this humiliation. For 3,000 years I clung to life, sustained solely by this Tai spirit spring, waiting for a true monstrous genius to rise within the Qingyun sect. A peerless prodigy who would march back to the central realm and trample beneath his feet the sanctimonious hypocrites of the Xiantian Holy Sect. As Lu Junjiang's emotions surged, an eerie grating echoed through the cavern. Creak, creak. Lu Chen followed the sound and froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Along both sides of the corridor, massive stone sarcophagi, once sealed tight, were now shifting in unison. Thud! A thick coffin lid was kicked violently inward, shattering outward. An elderly man with snow-white hair and tattered Taoist robes sat upright inside the coffin. The elder patriarch speaks true. We cannot swallow this humiliation. Thud! 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 One after another, second, third, and onward, 17 or 18 sarcophagi burst open, their lids flung aside. From each emerged elders, men and women whose auras reeked of decay, yet whose eyes blazed with fanatic fire. How many centuries has this bitterness festered? In my dreams I stormed the central realm once more. Precisely. The elder patriarch's betrayal remains unavenged. Child, you are our sect's last hope. In that instant, generations of Qingyun sect's elder patriarchs, from centuries past to 2 millennia gone, surged forward, encircling Lu Chen and Lu Pitiang like a tide. A dozen pairs of eyes gleaming with emerald hunger fixed upon Lu Chen, as if wolves beheld a succulent morsel. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He finally understood why the Qingyun sect was filled with masters of subterfuge. When outmatched, they feigned death, lying dormant in coffins enduring centuries, all while placing their desperate hopes upon future generations. Lu Pitiang watched the spectacle and shook his head. By seniority alone, this young man would need to kowtow to every single one of them. Lu Chen turned toward Lu Junjiang atop the jade dais. Elder Patriarch, do you wish me to travel to the central realm and compete in the Xiantian Holy Sect's holy heir selection? Exactly. Lu Junjiang's gaze burned with fervent expectation. Soon the holy sect will hold its next holy heir election, and I demand you return representing my lineage. Seize the holy heir title and proclaim the Qingyun sect's honor before the entire world. We beg the holy heir to march forth. All 17 elders spoke as one, bowing deeply with clasped fists, a sight both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Lu Chen blinked stunned, then replied calmly, Elder Patriarch, I do not refuse the journey to the central realm. Yet such a distant voyage requires spirit stones for provisions. Without them, how am I to go? A typical hot-headed youth faced with such collective entreaty from ancestral patriarchs would surely weep tears of passion and raise his sword skyward, swearing vengeance upon the central realm. But Lu Chen was different. These elders had survived centuries. Surely they hoarded treasures. Plucking even one or two would be a windfall. Silence fell, absolute and heavy. The elders exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for such a reply. You wretched brat. Have you buried your nose in coin? Lu Pitiang grew frantic, slapping Lu Chen hard across the back. This is glory for our ancestral line. our Qingyun sect's highest honor. All eyes turned to Lu Junjiang. They expected stern rebuke, yet instead the old man threw back his head and laughed aloud. He saw clearly the boy wasn't bargaining. He was demanding his due. Ah, what a clever little fox, refusing to leap until the rabbit appears. Lu Junjiang studied Lu Chen smiling. Generations of Qingyun sect masters were too bound by sentiment, leading our sect into decline. Your nature, however, is perfectly suited to the Xiantian holy sect, a place where even bones vanish without a trace. He reached into his robe and withdrew an ancient bronze token. With a flick of his finger it flew gracefully into Lu Chen's palm. The saint's tomb of Yunzhou is soon to open. It was once the resting place of an old friend. Take this token and claim its treasures. Lu Chen examined the token. Upon its front the character Lu was engraved, on its reverse a lifelike image of the heaven-devouring beast beneath, which were inscribed the characters Xiantian. Xiantian? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Lu Junjiang smiled, faintly correct. This was my true disciple token from the Xiantian holy sect, its validity guaranteed eternally. With this token you may enter and depart the Xiantian holy sect at will. His voice rang with quiet pride. You ask what you stand to gain. Let me tell you, the Xiantian holy sect commands countless spirit veins, its treasuries overflow with supreme-grade spirit stones, its vaults house saint-tier cultivation arts, and divine weapons beyond count. Claim the holy heir title, and the entirety of the Xiantian holy sect's resources shall be yours to command. As for the saint's tomb, will its spoils suffice for your journey? At the words supreme-grade spirit stones and saint-tier cultivation arts, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, brilliant and sharp. After all, Xuanzhou's resources had long since been exhausted. Even 500,000 high-grade spirit stones couldn't elevate his cultivation by 2 realms. He had been searching desperately for new sources. Now the Xiantian holy sect loomed before him like a colossal experience cache. Agreed. Without hesitation, Lu Chen slipped the bronze token into his spatial ring. Rest assured, elders, I shall claim the Xiantian holy sect's holy heir title. And I shall unearth the one who betrayed you, elder patriarch. Hearing this, the ancestral elders wept with joy. What a fine child. Truly a magnificent child. Elder patriarch, have we endured long enough to see light at last? After a flurry of heartfelt farewells, Lu Chen and Lu Pidiang departed the ancestral grounds. Lu Chen, Lu Junjiang murmured softly, his voice laced with exhaustion. 3,000 years. Xiantian holy sect, have you prepared yourselves for this monstrous genius? 7 days later in Luoxing city of Yunzhou. Ever since the news of the saint's tomb's emergence spread, the entire Yunzhou had been seething with turmoil. As the city closest to the ruins, Luoxing city was already overcrowded. Cultivators thronged the streets shoulder to shoulder. Major sects, aristocratic families, and rogue cultivators had all gathered here. At the city center stood the stargazing tower, the largest and most luxurious tavern in Luoxing city. In a corner seat by the window on the 2nd floor, Lu Chen sat upright at a square table. He was clad in a blue robe, his features handsome, his aura restrained, with not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation leaking out. Holding a white porcelain teacup, he sipped the tea with natural ease. This was because the place he had agreed to meet Lu Rian was right here. Lu Chen had arrived early to wait. At that moment, a clatter of chaotic footsteps came from the stairway. A young man in splendid embroidered robes ascended to the 2nd floor. The young man held his hands behind his back, his chin slightly raised, his expression arrogant. Behind him followed 4 attendants with profound auras, all at the life and death realm. The previously boisterous patrons on the 2nd floor fell silent for a moment upon recognizing the newcomer. Holy Sun Lin. Greetings, Holy Sun Lin. Many cultivators immediately stood up, bowing with fawning smiles. Lin Wanshan was the holy son of the Heavenly Star sect, the foremost sect in Yunzhou. As a leading figure among the younger generation in Yunzhou, his reputation was immense. Lin Wanshan gave a slight nod to those who greeted him. He strode directly to a table at the center of the hall and sat down. His attendants immediately stepped forward to wipe the table and pour spiritual tea. With Holy Sun Lin taking the field personally, this time the inheritance of the saint's tomb is surely within easy reach. A rogue cultivator sidled up with a sycophantic expression. Indeed, indeed. Throughout Yunzhou, who else is worthy of contending with Holy Sun Lin for such fortune? Another sect disciple chimed in. I heard that Holy Sun Lin recently broke through to the peak of the life and death realm. A talent like that is as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns across the entire eastern domain. Listening to the unending flattery around him, Lin Wanshan could barely suppress the smirk on his lips. He picked up his spiritual tea and gently blew on the steam. You flatter me, everyone. The saint's tomb is fraught with peril, though fortune favors those with their own skills. Though his tone was mild, the smugness in Lin Wanshan's demeanor was impossible to conceal. Just then an intoxicating, refreshing fragrance drifted up to the second floor. Two figures appeared at the top of the stairs. The woman at the lead wore a pure white veil. She was dressed in a simple, elegant purple gown, her figure graceful. Simply standing there, she exuded a cold, ethereal aura that seemed to freeze the very air of the second floor. Hunger lagged behind her gaze, coldly sweeping across the room. At this moment, the second floor fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the woman in the purple dress. Even Lin Wanshan, a man of extensive experience, froze in the act of raising his tea, his eyes glued to the staircase. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Merely her silhouette and the exposed brows and eyes were enough to captivate all. Which faction does this celestial maiden belong to? Someone murmured softly. An aura like this is no ordinary person. But what is she doing at the stargazing tower? Do you even need to guess? Another cultivator said in a low voice. In the realm of Yunzhou, who else could be worthy of such a celestial maiden but Holy Sun Lin? This fairy must have come here drawn by Holy Sun Lin's fame. Makes sense. A hero deserves a beauty. Holy Sun Lin's name is renowned throughout Yunzhou. It's only natural that he attracts the favor of a celestial maiden. The surrounding murmurs reached Lin Wanshan's ears. He cooperatively straightened his back, raised a hand to adjust his collar, and flashed what he believed to be a perfect smile. He stood up, ready to welcome this peerless beauty. Lu Rian stood at the top of the stairs, her beautiful eyes scanning the spacious hall. The smile on Lin Wanshan's face grew more confident. He took a half step forward, about to speak. But Lu Rian's gaze bypassed Lin Wanshan at the center of the hall and fixed on the blue-clad figure in the corner by the window. Her eyes curved into crescents as she walked quickly over. Lin Wanshan's outstretched right hand froze midair. Lu Rian swept past him with a fragrant breeze brushing by his shoulder without so much as a glance in his direction. At that moment, the smile on Lin Wanshan's face completely stiffened. Lu Rian hurried to Lu Chen's table and directly pulled out the chair opposite him to sit down. Lu Chen, you arrived so early. Lu Rian's voice was soft and coquettish as she said, Primordial Sacred Ground is quite far from here. I was getting so impatient on the road. Lu Chen smiled faintly and pushed a plate of delicate pastries across the table. I just got here too. Try these. The snacks in Luoxing City taste quite good. Lu Rian immediately picked up a pastry and slipped it beneath her veil into her mouth. She chewed lightly and nodded repeatedly. Delicious. The patrons on the second floor were utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open in shock. This cold, icy celestial maiden was acting so clingy in front of that ordinary-looking youth in blue. Hunger walked to the table, pressed a hand to her forehead, and sighed helplessly. If the Sacred Lord saw their holy maiden acting so lovesick, he would probably be furious enough to spit blood. At the center of the hall, Lin Wanshan's face was ashen. He felt that the previously respectful gazes had all turned into mockery and amusement. He, the dignified foremost holy son of Yunzhou, had been utterly ignored. Lin Wanshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage within him. He then rose and strode toward the square table in the corner. His attendants immediately followed. He stopped beside Lu Chen's table. Esteemed fairy, I am Lin Wanshan, the holy son of the Heavenly Star Sect in Yunzhou. Lin Wanshan extended his left hand, revealing a gentle, refined smile. Meeting is fate. How about we become friends? Lu Rian kept her head down, eating her pastry, without looking up. Not interested. 3 words, crisp and decisive. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanshan's eye twitched. He glanced at Lu Chen sitting opposite, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Fairy, your arrival in Luoxing City must be for the saint's tomb. Lin Wanshan raised his voice, ensuring the entire hall could hear. In the realm of Yunzhou, my words carry some weight. If the fairy travels with me, I can guarantee you the lion's share of the treasures in the tomb. He paused, his gaze boring into Lu Chen. Fellow Taoist, I wish to befriend this fairy. You shouldn't have any objections, should you? Having said that, Lin Wanshan smiled, the threat unmistakable. Lu Chen just raised his head and glanced at Lin Wanshan. Before he could utter a word, Lu Rian set down the half-eaten pastry in her hand. At that instant, the temperature on the second floor of the stargazing tower plummeted. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Rian, its oppressive force sweeping across the entire venue. All the tables and chairs trembled violently, and teacups shattered one after another. Witnessing this, the seated patrons' expressions changed drastically as they scrambled backward in panic. Lin Wanshan bore the brunt of it, struck heated by the overwhelming pressure. His chest tightened, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He uncontrollably stumbled back 5 or 6 steps. The 4 life and death realm attendants behind him were crushed to their knees, drenched in cold sweat. Who do you think you are? Lu Rian's voice was icy and piercing, murderous intent blazing in her beautiful eyes. How dare you speak to him like that? Lin Wanshan stared at Lu Rian in terror, his face full of shock. This seemingly delicate woman could unleash such a powerful pressure. He, the peak life and death realm holy son of Yunzhou, didn't even have the right to resist before her. Fairy, You. Lin Wanshan gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Leave now or die. Lu Rian turned her face, slightly speaking coldly. An invisible killing intent had already locked onto Lin Wanshan. Lin Wanshan was greatly alarmed and quickly shut his mouth. If he said one more word, he felt she would snap his neck without hesitation. Lin Wanshan took a deep breath and immediately withdrew with his attendants. He dared not look at Lu Rian, but before leaving he cast a glance at Lu Chen. Then turning around, he and his 4 attendants slunk away from the stargazing tower in disgrace. At that moment, the entire second floor was utterly silent. All the patrons kept their heads low, not daring to breathe. Lu Rian did not pursue the matter further. She turned to Lu Chen, the iciness on her face vanishing instantly, replaced once more by that soft, coquettish smile. Lu Chen, let's find another place, it's too noisy here. Lu Chen stood up and brushed off his sleeves. Let's go. The 3 of them descended the stairs and left the stargazing tower. In a dark alley around a street corner, Lin Wanshan stopped and slammed his fist into the blue stone wall beside him. Bricks shattered and stone chips flew everywhere. Holy Sun, who the hell is that woman? One of the attendants asked in a low voice, clutching his chest. How should I know? Lin Wanshan's face twisted, a frenzied, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In Yunzhou, no one had ever dared to trample on his face like this. But he knew. That woman had extremely high cultivation and was not someone to be trifled with. If he wanted revenge, he would have to target that pretty boy instead. Just then, several figures had already silently entered Luoxing City. The scene shifted. On a secluded mountain peak outside Falling Star City, Wu Qiang gently waved his folding fan, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed down at the bustling city in the distance. At that moment, the jade communication talisman in his hand began to glow faintly. The next instant, a voice reached his ears. Holy Sun, the Holy Maiden has entered Falling Star City. Aside from that guard named Honger, there's also a youth in blue robes. Should we make our move now? Wu Qiang let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Make a move. But remember my orders. Do not harm junior sister Ruyan in the slightest. Yes. But what about the youth in blue and the guard? Kill the boy directly. Wu Qiang blurted out without a second thought. In his eyes, that young man was undoubtedly Lu Rian's date. Anyone who dared touch his woman deserved only death. However, he never connected the youth in blue robes with Lu Chen. As far as he was concerned, the formidable experts he had hired were at the peak of the venerable realm. Even if the old relics of Qingyun sect emerged, Lu Chen would still be doomed. Though there was no news, yet Wu Qiang had already sentenced Lu Chen to death in his heart. Thus he remained unaware that Lu Chen was still alive. He simply regarded the young man in blue as a roadside nobody or a new lover Lu Rian had taken a fancy to. As for Honger, just severely injure her. As he spoke, a sinister glint flickered in Wu Qiang's eyes. When junior sister Rian is at her most helpless, immediately send me a message. I shall make a grand appearance and rescue her from danger. Having said that, Wu Qiang cut off the transmission and put away the jade talisman. Immediately, several attendants behind him crowded around, showering him with flattery. Holy Sun, this plan is absolutely flawless. That holy maiden always holds herself so high. When she faces a life and death crisis and you descend like a heavenly god, won't she throw herself into your arms? Exactly. With this, the holy maiden will undoubtedly be yours. Hearing the continuous stream of flattery, Wu Qiang threw his head back and laughed, his spirits soaring to the heavens. He had already begun to fantasize about himself descending like a celestial being, defeating all foes, and Lu Rian throwing herself into his arms. Let's go. Prepare fine tea at the 10-mile pavilion outside the city. It's almost time for me to take the stage. The scene shifted to a quiet street in Falling Star City. Lu Chen, Lu Rian, and Honger walked side by side. Having left the clamorous star-plucking tower, Lu Rian was evidently in high spirits. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Chen as if she could never tire of looking at him. Lu Chen, how have you been at Qingyun sect this past month? Lu Rian asked softly. I see that your aura is well concealed. Even I can't discern your depth. What realm are you in now? Have you broken through to the Violet Mansion realm? In her memory, Lu Chen had only just displayed the strength of the Divine Treasury realm's 9th layer a month ago. If he had now reached the Violet Mansion realm, that would indeed be monstrous. That should be enough to pass Master's trial. Lu Chen smiled faintly and answered casually, not that high. I've just reached the 6th layer of the Venerable Realm. As soon as he said this, the air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Rian felt as if she had misheard, looking at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. The 6th layer of the Venerable Realm. Honger looked at Lu Chen and couldn't help but scoff. Master Lu, there's a limit to boasting. Do you think cultivation is like drinking water? In less than a month, you've leaped from the Divine Treasury realm across the Violet Mansion and Life and Death realm straight to the 6th layer of the Venerable Realm. The cultivation realms of this world, Qi, refining, innate origin, core, Divine Treasury, Violet Mansion, life, and death, venerable, half-saint, saint, great saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Even the prodigies of the ancient aristocratic families in the central province wouldn't dare make such a claim. Hunger sneered inwardly. In her eyes, Lu Chen was undoubtedly putting on a show. This only reinforced her image of Lu Chen as a smooth talker who deceived the holy maiden. Although Lu Rian didn't voice her doubts, a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. As incredible as it seemed, she felt that Lu Chen wouldn't lie to her. Meanwhile, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He had a habit of proving things through action rather than words. But just then a chilling aura of slaughter suddenly descended. From the shadows of the buildings lining the street, over a dozen figures clad in black robes and masks emerged like ghosts instantly, surrounding the trio. Seeing the encircling black-clad figures, Hunger immediately went on alert. "Who are you?" Reacting swiftly, her long sword was already drawn. She stepped forward, shielding Lu Rian and Lu Chen behind her. The leader of the black-clad men let out a hoarse laugh. "We've been paid to settle a score. Sorry, but someone offered a high price for your lives." Hunger's face turned icy as her spiritual energy surged. "For our lives, eh? You're not worthy." Meanwhile, Lu Chen swept his gaze over the assassins. 2 were at the second layer of the venerable realm. The remaining 10 were all at the life and death realm. Lu Chen stroked his chin, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had just been wondering how to prove himself, and now these fools had delivered themselves to him. Truly, one could find a treasure without even searching for it. Perfect timing. He could test out the newly acquired holy weapon. "Your Highness, Master Lu, you go first. They'll hold them off," Hunger said with a grave expression. She had clearly noticed the enemy's formidable cultivation. "Hold us off. You." The black-clad leader snorted coldly. "None of you are leaving today. First kill that pretty boy, then bring that woman in purple to my room. They'll have my way with her for 3 days. Boss, this sword-wielding girl isn't bad either. Let the brothers have some fun with her later. Ha ha ha. All right, but I get first dibs." Before the words had even faded, the dozen or so assassins simultaneously sprang into action, their weapons raining down upon the trio. Hunger's eyes sharpened as she prepared to strike. But at that moment, a pale, slender hand appeared before her. It was Lu Chen, who had somehow moved to stand in front of her. "Step back. I wouldn't want you to get blood on you." With that, Lu Chen walked forward. "Are you insane? They're venerable realm experts." Hunger shouted in alarm. Was this pretty boy in a hurry to die? But Lu Chen didn't look back. He slowly raised his eyes, and a chilling dark glint flickered in his jet-black pupils. "Godslaying domain, activate." An invisible, terrifying pressure erupted from Lu Chen. The space within 100 zhang seemed to have the air sucked out of it, and gravity increased 100-fold. The dozen assassins charging forward felt as if an invisible divine mountain had crashed down upon them. Thud, thud, thud. The 10 peak life and death realm assassins didn't even have time to scream before they were forced to their knees. The sound of bones shattering was incessant. The 2 venerable realm second-layer leaders struggled to hold on, but were also pinned to the ground, unable to move. They all shared the same sensation. The spiritual energy within their bodies seemed frozen, completely unable to circulate. What kind of martial skill is this? The black-clad leaders' eyes were filled with terror. Not only them, but even Lu Rian and Hunger standing behind Lu Chen felt this suffocating pressure. Although Lu Chen deliberately avoided them, the residual force still made Hunger's legs go weak. Venerable realm. He really is at the venerable realm. Hunger stared at Lu Chen's back, her mind a blank. Lu Chen paid no heed to their shock. With a flick of his wrist, an unremarkable long sword appeared in his hand. Holy weapon, Pajun. Paid to take lives, huh? Lu Chen looked at the kneeling assassins and sneered. Coincidentally, I also enjoy sending people on their final journey. As his words fell, Lu Chen casually swung his sword. A gray sword aura swept across the scene like a gentle breeze. The next second, time seemed to stand still. The movements of the dozen assassins froze in place. Then, splurt, 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 from the 2 venerable realm leaders to the 10 life and death realm killers. They were all severed at the waist, the cuts perfectly clean. The next moment, blood spurted into the air like fountains. Instant kill. A single blow and instant kill. 1/999 damage. The legends didn't lie. Lu Chen looked at the Pajun in his hand with satisfaction and stored it in his ring. At the same time, Hunger was dumbfounded. She looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, then at the calm and composed Lu Chen. This kid really hadn't been lying. It truly was the aura of the venerable realm. And the long sword in Lu Chen's hand, if she wasn't mistaken, was a holy weapon. Hunger opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. She felt as though her entire worldview had been upended. Could someone really go from the Violet Mansion realm to the venerable realm in a month? Was this guy even human? Lu Rian was also stunned for a full 3 breaths. Then beneath her veil, 2 blushes bloomed on her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. So cool. The way he drew his sword. The way he struck down his enemies. It was utterly captivating. Completely ignoring the bloodbath around her, Lu Ruyan rushed forward and clung to Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen, what was that sword move called? It was amazing. Lu Chen tried to pull his arm free, but couldn't. Just a casual swing. No name, he said helplessly. Just moments ago, Lu Ruyan had thought Lu Chen might barely pass the primordial beginning Saint Lord's trial. But now it seemed she had underestimated him. At this rate, forget about passing Master's trial. Lu Chen might even be able to defeat Master himself. Meanwhile, at the 10-mile pavilion outside the city. Strange, why haven't they sent a signal yet? Wu Qiang frowned slightly. He had been waiting here for 2.5 hours. Lu Chen bent down and with practiced ease gathered the storage pouches of over a dozen assassins. Even their dropped weapons were swept into his storage ring. Hunger stood not far away watching Lu Chen's fluid, almost artistic looting. Her eyes twitched. How could this decisive, formidable, venerable-level expert resemble a bandit so much? Next, Lu Chen groped around the half-corpse of the black-robed leader, his fingers brushing against a hard object. He flipped aside the blood-stained robe, revealing a jade communication slip engraved with array patterns. A faint flicker still lingered on the slip's surface, suggesting recent use. Without a word, Lu Chen silently pocketed it. Who are these assassins? Hunger gazed at the corpses, puzzled. All unfamiliar faces, their techniques betray no sect affiliation. Your Highness, we've made no enemies in Yinzhou. Why would we attract assassins of this caliber? 10 at the life and death stage, 2 at the venerable level. Such a force could sweep through any second-rate sect in Yinzhou. This is no ordinary faction's doing. Mercenaries hired to kill, Lu Chen said unruffled. Even if we can't trace their origins, it matters not. Well, slay as many as come. Lu Chen dusted off his hands. Though he knew not who sought Lu Ruyan's life, he sensed this jade slip might hold answers. Hunger. Lu Ruyan turned her voice cool. Go to Jinwei Pavilion in the south of the city and buy some osmanthus cakes. Hunger was stunned. Your Highness, we've just survived an ambush and the situation is volatile. How can I leave you now? Go. Lu Ruyan's tone hardened, brooking no dissent. Hunger glanced at her, then at the serene Lu Chen, and understood. She clasped her fists in acknowledgement and turned toward the alley's mouth. The moment Hunger vanished at the streets, in Lu Ruyan's icy demeanor melted. She hurried to Lu Chen, her bright eyes sparkling. Lu Chen, you once said that with enough spirit stones your cultivation speed would soar, right? Lu Chen nodded. Indeed. Without another word, Lu Ruyan produced an exquisite purple storage pouch from her robes and pressed it into his hand. Take it. What is this? Lu Chen instinctively peeked inside. One glance and he froze. Inside the pouch, neatly piled, was a small mountain radiating pure spiritual energy. These were no ordinary spirit stones. Each was crystalline, imbued with the Taoist patterns. They were supreme-grade spirit stones. There are 30,000 supreme-grade spirit stones here. Take them, tell me if you need more. Lu Chen was stunned. One supreme-grade stone equaled 100 high-grade ones. This pouch held 30,000 supreme-grade stones, 3 million high-grade spirit stones in total. Lu Chen's breath caught. He had plundered the centuries-old heritage of Tianba sect, barely scraping together 1 million high-grade stones. Yet Lu Ruyan casually handed him 3 million. Was this the wealth of a central province, sacred ground? You sent Hunger away just to give me this. Lu Chen looked at her. Of course. Lu Ruyan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Hunger has a loose tongue. If she saw me giving you the cultivation resources from the sacred ground, she'd tattle to Master once we return to Tai Chu sacred ground. Master is so rigid. If he knew I was supporting you with resources, he'd surely make trouble for you. Supporting you. Those two words stirred complex emotions in Lu Chen. Here he was a cheater with a system, yet being kept by a wealthy benefactress. This is too precious. Lu Chen weighed the pouch in his hand. Consider it a loan, it'll repay you with interest. What's mine is yours, why draw such a line? Lu Ruyan pouted, hooking her arm through his and shaking it. As long as you grow stronger quickly and pass Master's trial, what are a few spirit stones? Lu Chen didn't refuse, again pocketing the pouch. With 30,000 supreme-grade stones and the Sage's Tomb's treasures, he could ascend another level. Half an hour later, Hunger returned, her face dark, carrying a box of osmanthus cakes. After a few bites, Lu Ruyan and Lu Chen shoved the rest at Hunger, ordering her to finish them. The trio didn't linger in Luoxing City. They departed straight for the Sage's Tomb deep in the Luoxing Mountains of Yinzhou. Luoxing Mountains, Duanhuan Valley. Once a desolate, perilous place, it now buzzed with clamor. In the sky, spiritual energy warships, flying swords, exotic beasts, and magical treasures blotted out the sun. On the ground, cultivators covered the hills. Rogue practitioners, noble science sect elders. A motley crowd converged, packing the valley to capacity. The tomb's entrance lay in a spatial rift at the valley's bottom. Array patterns flickered at the rift's edge. It wasn't yet fully open. Tensions simmered among the waiting crowd. Move aside, you blind fools. Don't block my lord's path. Several attendants in ornate armor rudely shoved aside rogue cultivators in their way. A young noble swaggered forward, nose in the air. The shoved cultivators glared, but dared not speak. On a nearby boulder, a white-haired elder boasted loudly to a boy of 16 or 17. "Grandson, see that tomb entrance. Once the array opens, Grandpa will charge right in." The elder stroked his beard, laughing. "Your grandpa is a half-venerable. In Yunzhou, who dares refuse me some face? That sage's legacy is as good as yours." Hearing this, the white-robed boy beside him beamed with pride, eyeing the surrounding cultivators provocatively. "Hear that? My grandpa is invincible. You'd best scram now, or you'll lose your lives inside." At this, a burly man with a great sword on his back could no longer hold his tongue. He drew his blade, bellowing, "Old fool, a half-venerable dares spout nonsense. They'll cleave you in two now, and let your grandson collect your corpse. Impudent whelp." The elder's spiritual energy erupted in fury. The two clashed instantly, blades and flashes scattering the surrounding cultivators. No one intervened. Instead, they cheered and jeered. Outside Duanhuan Valley, chaos reigned, a pandemonium of self-proclaimed chosen ones. Everyone believed they were the destined child of fate. Lu Chen's trio landed on a secluded hilltop. Watching the mayhem below, Lu Chen shook his head. Such was the cultivation world. Men die for wealth, birds for food. Far too many lacking strength rushed headlong into death traps. For it was succeed or perish. Lu Rian took no interest in the farce below. From her storage ring, she produced a crystalline spirit fruit, peeled it carefully, and fed it to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, try this. It's a snow jade fruit from Tai Chu Sacred Ground, oh very sweet." Lu Chen took a bite. The flesh melted on his tongue, rich with spiritual energy. Hunger stood aside, watching her saintess dote on him, and turned away in exasperation. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, a luxurious spiritual ship bearing the emblem of Tai Chu Sacred Ground descended slowly. At the sight of the emblem, the crowd naturally parted. Murmurs rippled through the cultivators. Even Tai Chu Sacred Ground has come. A sacred ground this big, meddling in a sage's tomb. Seems these sacred ground folk aren't so impressive. What do you know? They're just out for training. Even if they gain nothing, they'll still return to live like lords. You, on the other hand, if you get the tomb's fortune, you might become a lord. Fail, and you may not even make it back alive. Get lost. At that moment, aboard the Tai Chu Sacred Ground warship, Wu Qiang stood at the prow, his face dark as thunder. He had spent a full 2.5 hours at the 10-mile pavilion outside Luoxing City, shivering in the cold wind. He changed his tea 8 times and struck 100 poses. Yet he never caught a glimpse of Lu Rian. The Bloodkill Hall assassins he dispatched vanished without a trace, sending back no word. Useless lot. Wu Qiang ground his teeth. As the ship steadied, he descended the gangplank with his attendants, scanning the sea of faces below. Suddenly his gaze froze. On a distant hilltop, he spotted that familiar purple silhouette. Lu Rian, my junior sister. Joy surged in Wu Qiang's heart, and he stepped forward to greet her. But the next moment his smile froze. He saw his unattainable goddess Rian, her face tender, as she peeled a spirit fruit and fed it by hand into the mouth of a youth in green robes. The youth's expression was calm, as if he deserved such treatment. At the sight, a blaze of fury shot through Wu Qiang's skull. He felt his lungs would burst. Who was that green-robed pretty boy? Wu Qiang demanded through gritted teeth, turning to his attendant. The attendant trembled, hastily pulling out a communication jade slip to contact local informants in Yunzhou. After a moment, he stammered, "Sacred son. I've found out." "Speak." Wu Qiang roared. His name is Lu Chen." The attendant swallowed hard, shaking. "He's the sacred son of Qingyun sect in Xianzhou." At the name Lu Chen, Wu Qiang's mind buzzed. "Lu Chen, he's not dead." Wu Qiang grabbed the attendant by the collar, eyes bulging. "I paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a venerable-level assassin from Bloodkill Hall, and he couldn't kill some Xianzhou bumpkin. Sacred son, please calm down." "Humph." Wu Qiang flung the attendant to the deck. He had spent 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The assassin was nowhere to be seen, yet the target was alive and well before his eyes. His beloved goddess was right there, feeding fruit to that bumpkin. Wu Qiang fixed his gaze on Lu Chen atop the distant hill, rage boiling within him. Then he strode toward Lu Chen and Lu Rian. Wu Qiang fixed his gaze on Lu Chen atop the distant hill, rage boiling within him. Then he strode toward Lu Chen and Lu Rian. At that moment, as a figure descended from the warship of the Primordial Sacred Land, someone immediately recognized Wu Qiang's identity. "Isn't that the sacred son of the Primordial Sacred Land, Wu Qiang?" A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. "I heard he has already stepped into the venerable realm at such a young age, making him the strongest prodigy of this generation in the Primordial Sacred Land. If even he has come in person, is there any chance left for us rogue cultivators to gain a share of the opportunities in the saint's tomb?" The crowd gazed up at that elegant figure, their eyes filled with reverence and envy. In their eyes, the arrival of the primordial sacred son Wu Qiang was like a city dweller stepping into a rural village. Dealing with these provincial bumpkins from Yunzhou would be a mere trifle. But Wu Qiang paid no heed to the reactions below. Instead, with a grim expression, he continued walking toward the direction where Lu Chen had been for several days. The crowd followed his gaze. On a distant solitary peak sat a young man accompanied by two women. A maiden in a purple dress was feeding something into the mouth of the green-robed youth beside her. Though she wore a pure white veil, her breathtaking, kingdom-toppling figure instantly captivated countless eyes. Could that be the sacred maiden of the Primordial Sacred Land, Lu Chen? An experienced old cultivator made a tentative identification. The legendary ice-gold sacred maiden of the Primordial Sacred Land is now feeding fruit to a man. Who is that green-robed brat, and how can he command such service from the sacred maiden? The crowd in the soul-severing valley instantly erupted into uproar. Emotions of jealousy, shock, and confusion spread and permeated through the masses. Yet at that very moment, a cultivator who had come from Xianzhou to witness the spectacle recognized Lu Chen. Isn't this the sacred son of the Qingyun sect, Lu Chen? You country bumpkins probably don't know yet, but the sacred maiden personally visited the Qingyun sect a while ago and publicly declared she would marry no one but him. The marriage alliance has already been settled. Moreover, not long ago the Qingyun sect successively annihilated the Tianba sect, and the Tongling sect becoming the hegemon of Xianzhou. The primary reason is this sacred son of Qingyun. I heard that even an old monster in the venerable realm was slapped to death by him. Hiss! The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed one after another. After hearing the words of this Xianzhou cultivator, those who had originally felt jealous of Lu Chen now found their scalps tingling with fear. Killing a venerable realm expert with a single slap. What kind of monster was this? No wonder he could win the sacred maiden's heart. After learning the truth, no one dared to question Lu Chen any longer. On the contrary, they looked at the grim-faced primordial sacred son and even felt a twinge of pity for him. Alas, I heard that sacred son Wu Qiang was deeply devoted to the sacred maiden. His heart is likely shattered now. Matters of the heart are a contest of individual merit. Lu Chen is powerful in strength and handsome in appearance. What wrong has the sacred maiden done by favoring him? At the edge of the crowd. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wanshan felt as if the sky were collapsing. Sacred son of the Qingyun sect. Sacred maiden of the Primordial Sacred Land. And slapping a venerable realm expert to death. Lin Wanshan recalled the scene where he had provoked Lu Chen and harassed Lu Chen at the star-plucking tower. Now he was overwhelmed with terror. If he had been any more arrogant back, then even his ashes would be untraceable by now. On the solitary peak, Wu Qiang flickered and landed on the summit. Forcing a faint smile, he strode toward the trio. Junior sister Rian. Wu Qiang addressed Lu Rian. How did you arrive so quickly? I was searching for you in the Falling Star City, never expecting you to have already arrived. But Lu Rian acted as if she hadn't heard him. Her attention was entirely on Lu Chen. Lu Chen, this purple heart Bodhi, is also quite sweet. Open wide. Lu Rian picked up another spirit fruit and brought it to Lu Chen's lips. At this moment, the smile on Wu Qiang's face froze. He, the dignified sacred son of the Primordial Sacred Land, had lowered himself to greet her only to be treated like air. Hong'er, standing nearby, awkwardly turned her head away. She simply couldn't bear to watch. Her master's behavior was utterly shaming the sacred land. Someone is calling you. Lu Chen noticed Wu Qiang and reminded her. Hearing this, Lu Rian turned to look at Wu Qiang. Upon seeing who it was, her demeanor instantly changed. Lu Rian spoke in a flat tone. Senior brother Wu, is there something you need? Wu Qiang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Nothing important. I just saw you here and came over to greet you. Lu Rian said, You've greeted me. Please go ahead, senior brother Wu. Oh, and there's no need for us to travel together. With one sentence, she issued a clear and decisive dismissal. Wu Qiang gritted his teeth. But as a sacred son from a sacred land, he would not retreat easily at the first setback. Suppressing his urge to explode, he shifted his gaze to Lu Chen. You must be Lu Chen, the sacred son of the Qingyun sect, I presume. Wu Qiang forced a smile and stepped forward. I've long heard of your reputation. Meeting you today, I see you are truly extraordinary. Senior brother Wu flatters me. Lu Chen replied courteously. At that moment, he silently activated his spirit vision. Name Wu Qiang, identity sacred son of the Primordial Sacred Land, cultivation, venerable realm, 5th layer. Since you are junior sister Rian's senior brother, I presume you, brother Wu, are also of no ordinary status. Hearing this, Wu Qiang smiled faintly. I am but a humble sacred son of the Primordial Sacred Land, Wu Qiang. He deliberately emphasized the latter part of his sentence, as if trying to overpower Lu Chen with his status. But Lu Chen's attention was elsewhere. He had heard that Wu Qiang had been to the Falling Star City. An idea began to form in his mind. He secretly infused spiritual energy into the voice transmission jade slip. Soon a reaction came from Wu Qiang's person. Feeling the jade slip on him flicker, Wu Qiang was startled. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Lu Chen. The handsome, green-robed young man had already locked his eyes onto him. Lu Chen gazed at Wu Qiang before him. It was evident that a suspicion had already taken root in his mind. Those dozen or so masked assassins in Luoxing City were most likely sent by this young man. Yet why would the Holy Son of the Supreme Beginning Sacred Ground dispatch assassins to intercept the Holy Maiden of the same sect? Lu Chen could not fathom this for a moment. But then another thought surfaced in his mind. It was the words Supreme Beginning Sacred Ground revealed by the causality tracking talisman. Coupled with the assassins dispatched by the blood-killing Hall, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Clearly, he had already formed some conjectures in his heart. On the other side, Wu Qiang had also noticed the subtle change in Lu Chen's demeanor. Although he was unaware of what techniques the other party possessed, the fact that the three of them could annihilate 2 venerable realm and 10 life and death realm assassins without a single scratch indicated they certainly had some formidable skills. Boom. At that very moment, a deafening, earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the Heartbreak Valley. The entire Luoxing mountain range quaked violently. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the scene. From the colossal spatial rift at the valley's bottom, an endless torrent of radiant light gushed forth. Within the blaze of light, an ancient stone gate towering 100 zhang in height slowly materialized before their eyes. Creak! A harsh grinding sound echoed as the heavy stone door gradually opened a sliver. The next moment, an exceedingly dense black chi surged out from the crack. Wherever it passed, the surrounding flora instantly withered. The mausoleum has opened. The Heartbreak Valley erupted into an uproar. Countless cultivators stared with fervent eyes fixated on that narrow opening. Yet surprisingly, despite the clamor, not a single person dared to be the first to rush in. Everyone understood a fundamental truth: while fortune stirs the heart, one only has one life. No one knew what lethal formations lay hidden behind that stone gate. All were waiting for someone else to test the waters first. Some sought not great fortunes for themselves, but merely wished to glean scraps in the wake of the powerful. Thus a stalemate ensued for a while. A pack of cowards. Knowing fortune lies right before your eyes, yet you hesitate and cower. In midair, an old man in a black robe, his face dark and sinister, sneered. With a sweep of his hand, his spiritual energy coalesced into a gigantic palm that plunged directly into the crowd below. Spare me, senior. No. For unfortunate rogue cultivators at the life and death realm were seized by the enormous spiritual hand, utterly powerless to resist. The black-robed elder swung his arm, hurling the 4 men viciously against the stone gate. You shall scout the path for me first. The 4 screamed in agony as they crashed into the door. The next second, a hair-raising scene unfolded. The black chi on the stone gate seemed to spring to life, instantly enveloping the 4 men entirely. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood of those 4 life and death realm experts were drained dry, leaving behind 4 piles of bleached bones scattered on the ground. Having absorbed the fresh flesh, the stone door let out a deep, resounding hum. Boom. The great door swung fully open, revealing a dark, fathomless passage. The door is open. Charge in. The sage's legacy is mine. Seeing the passage revealed, the cultivators within the Heartbreak Valley descended into utter madness. Men will die for wealth as birds will for food. The bloody scene moments ago was cast from their minds. Thousands upon thousands of cultivators like a swarm of locusts surged into the passage in a frantic scramble. Lu Chen, let's go in too. Lu Rian stood up and tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. Lu Chen nodded. Then with a flicker of movement, the 3 of them headed towards the mausoleum's entrance. Wu Qiang, watching Lu Rian hold Lu Chen's hand, nearly ground his molars to dust. At the same time, his attendants had also caught up to him. Holy Son, shall we enter? An attendant asked cautiously from the side. Enter. Of course we enter, Wu Qiang replied, a venomous, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This Holy Son wants to see just how long that brat can survive inside. At the mausoleum's periphery, in the front hall, when the first wave of cultivators rushing in saw the sight before them, they were all dumbfounded. The mountains of spirit stones and magical artifacts they had imagined were nowhere to be seen. The entire front hall was empty and desolate, the floor tiles so polished they reflected light. Several colossal bronze treasure chests in the center of the hall stood wide open, their interiors stripped bare, not a single item left. Thighs. What is going on? Where are the treasures? What about the promised legacy of a sage? Has someone beaten us to it? Just as disappointment swept over the crowd, a sudden cry rang out from a corner. There's still a sword here. A rogue cultivator pulled a rusty long sword from a corner. That voice was like a spark falling into a powder keg. Drop it, that's mine. Get lost, finders keepers. The surrounding cultivators' eyes instantly turned bloodshot. They had waited so long outside and finally got in. Now if they couldn't even get a scrap, how could they be content? The few scattered magical artifacts lying around became the focal point of everyone's desire. The great hall instantly descended into chaos. Blades flashed, swords clashed, and blood splattered. For the sake of a few artifacts, hundreds of cultivators launched into a full-blown melee. As Lu Chen and his two companions stepped into the front hall, they witnessed this scene of utter pandemonium. How can this tomb be so poor? Hunger remarked, frowning as she looked around. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the gouged-out walls and the open treasure chests. He suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity with the method of this plunder. It seemed he had seen it somewhere before. At that moment, the Xiantian token on Lu Chen's person resonated. Never mind them. Follow me. Guided by the Xiantian token, Lu Chen walked directly deeper into the mausoleum. Lu Ruyan and Hunger immediately followed. Lu Chen, what is that you're holding? Xiantian. Why does that name sound so familiar? I'll tell you another time. Meanwhile, deep within the mausoleum, before a massive bronze door, two figures stood before it. A fat man was bent over studying the bronze door. Another man was toying with the treasures in his storage pouch. Top-grade spirit stones, high-level magical artifacts, rare spiritual herbs, a dazzling array. These two were the fat Taoist and Nie Tian. Nie Tian caressed a saint-grade superior long blade, nearly drooling. Fatty, your methods are simply brilliant. To find a flaw in the ancient formation and sneak in ahead of time. We've completely cleared the outer areas. Those fools outside are probably fighting to the death over a few pieces of scrap metal. The fat Taoist snorted with pride upon hearing this. Naturally, for 18 generations my ancestors were all tomb raiders. This sage's mausoleum formation, though formidable, is like my own backyard in my eyes. Having said that, the fat Taoist resumed studying the bronze door. The formation on this door is interesting. It's an ancient dragon sealing array. It'll take some time to crack. Nie Tian stored the great blade into his ring and drew closer. He asked with some confusion, Fatty, when we were sweeping the outer area earlier, wasn't there a tightly shut door in the side hall? That door looked quite imposing. Why didn't we open it along the way? Why come all the way to this deep place? Upon hearing this, the fat Taoist rolled his eyes at Nie Tian. You don't know a damn thing, the fat Taoist said, lowering his voice. That's called a malice-collecting door. Do you think every door in a tomb leads to treasure? Naive. A door like that placed on the periphery and built so conspicuously is most likely a trap. It probably seals a guardian beast or a terrifying killing formation. The fat Taoist sneered, if anyone is foolish enough to open that door, I guarantee they won't even know how they died. Hearing this, Nie Tian swallowed hard. He felt a surge of relief for following the fat Taoist. If he had come in alone, he would certainly have tried to open that door, and he wouldn't have known how he died. Meanwhile, at the mausoleum's periphery, the melee in the front hall continued. At the edge of the great hall, two figures were furtively groping their way along. They were none other than the half-step venerable elder who had boasted loudly outside the valley, and his grandson in white robes. The elder led the white-robed youth, avoiding the central battle all the way to the end of the side hall. Before them stood a tightly shut black stone door. The door appeared utterly unremarkable, giving the impression of an ordinary portal. Grandfather, look at this door, the white-robed youth said, pointing at it. The elder examined the door, and after a moment's deliberation, a conjecture formed in his mind. This door is built so discreetly, perhaps it hides a true sage's supreme treasure within. At these words, the white-robed youth's eyes lit up. He could already envision himself receiving the sage's legacy. Grandfather, then let's open it quickly. The elder nodded, took a step back, clasped his hands behind his back, and struck a pose of profound mystery. Go on, my good grandson. Push it open. Such a fortune should be unlocked by the younger generation. Hearing this, the white-robed youth faltered, Grandfather, this. The elder patted his chest and declared loudly, don't be afraid. Go for it. Grandfather has your back. The white-robed youth took a deep breath. Desire ultimately triumphed over reason. He stepped forward and pressed his hands against the black stone door. In that very instant, a mass of black chi enveloped the youth, voraciously devouring his flesh and blood. Grandfather, save me. After letting out a single scream, the white-robed youth was reduced to a pile of bleached bones. The next moment, the stone door slowly creaked open. Now the elder gazed greedily into the interior, about to step forward. Within the doorway, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly snapped open. At that moment, the Xiantian token in Lu Chen's hand emitted a faint azure glow, instantly enveloping the three of them. In the next instant, space twisted. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, they all landed together. The trio found themselves in a dim, elongated corridor. A musty, decaying odor permeated the air. Young Master Lu, where is this? Hunger glanced around warily. The master of this tomb had ties with my ancestors, Lu Chen replied. I believe this is the deepest chamber of the mausoleum. No sooner had he spoken than a series of metallic clashes echoed from the corner ahead. Clang, clang, clang. Fatty, is your method even working? Why is this blasted door so tough? Shut up. This is an ancient dragon sealing array. It's a miracle I've even pried open a crack. Thank the ancestors for that. Hearing their voices, Lu Chen frowned. Why did they sound familiar? He softened his steps and turned the corner. Before a bronze door, a portly Taoist was straining to wedge a shovel into the gap. Beside him stood Nie Tian, a face Lu Chen recognized. Put your back into it. It's almost open. The fat Taoist's face was flushed crimson. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and asked casually, need a hand? Sure, the fat Taoist blurted out. But the next moment, he sensed something amiss. That wasn't Nie Tian's voice. Then whose was it? Nie Tian turned his head instinctively and locked eyes with Lu Chen. In an instant, his pupils contracted to pinpricks. Holy mother! Nie Tian's legs gave way, and he thudded to the ground. The living king of hell is here. His sudden outburst startled the fat Taoist. When he turned and saw the figure leaning against the wall, he jumped in fright. Could it be that grave robbing every day had finally driven him to hallucinations? But once he clearly made out Lu Chen's face, a cold sweat broke out. Wasn't this the kid from Tianba Sect's treasure vault? How had he tracked them here? The fat Taoist forced a smile uglier than tears, fumbling inside his robe. A fellow cultivator, fate brings us together. This humble priest sees a radiant glow on your brow. A great fortune awaits. Before he finished, he had already palmed a jade talisman pulsing with spatial energy, ready to flee. Thinking of leaving, Lu Chen's eyes turned icy. Domain of Godslaying, activate. Boom. Within 100 zhang, gravity surged 100-fold. Holy crap. The fat Taoist, before he could cast his spell, felt as if a mountain had crashed down on him. He lay sprawled on the ground like a starfish, his fleshy face pressed against the cold floor. Nie Tian was in the same state. You're right. Meeting you two is indeed my great fortune, Lu Chen said with a smile. He then turned his gaze to Nie Tian. Elder Nie, long time no see. At these words, Nie Tian felt the temperature around him plummet. Lu Chen, Grandmaster Lu, you're looking well. Ever since Tianba Sect's leader Li Shanba was killed by Lu Chen with a single slap, that scene had become an inescapable shadow for Nie Tian. Now seeing Lu Chen was like facing the king of hell himself. Lu Chen, who are these two? Lu Rian frowned slightly at the two men sprawled like dead dogs on the ground. Lu Chen had only applied pressure to the fat Taoist and Nie Tian, so she and Hunger were unaffected. Just a couple of thieves, Lu Chen said flatly. Back at Tianba Sect, while I was killing Li Tianba, they cleaned out the treasure vault. Hearing this, Lu Rian's expression turned icy. They dared to steal from you. Her voice was frigid. Hunger, go smash their limbs and rip out their tongues. Without hesitation, Hunger drew her longsword and strode toward them. Mercy, sacred maiden. Mercy, sacred son Lu. Nie Tian, terrified out of his wits, wailed on the ground. Hearing the words primordial sacred maiden, the fat Taoist stared at Lu Rian in disbelief. She was the primordial sacred maiden. But Nie Tian's frantic pleas for mercy left no room for doubt. He knew that Lu Chen was betrothed to the primordial sacred maiden. And now even the primordial sacred son had come. So the woman beside Lu Chen could only be the primordial sacred maiden herself. This humble priest. No, this lowly one failed to recognize your eminence. The fat Taoist howled. Everything's here. It's all here. In all his years of grave robbing and swindling, he had never dared to provoke anyone from the Holy Lands. Lu Rian snorted coldly. Hand over everything. If you hold anything back, there will be no escape from death. Her brief words carried immense pressure. The two dared not dally. As Lu Chen slightly relaxed the domain's suppression, they frantically untied the storage pouches at their waists. 1, 2, 3. They produced over a dozen pouches. To save his life, the fat Taoist even surrendered his universe belt. The fat Taoist's heart bled as he gazed at those pouches. These were treasures he had risked his life to plunder from countless ancestral tombs, all now a wedding gift for someone else. A tomb robber had run into a true bandit. Where in the heavens was he supposed to seek justice? However, as long as he could survive, he would have a chance to rise again. Lu Chen waved his hand, and a dozen storage pouches fell into his grasp. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that the pouches were piled high with supreme-grade spirit stones, high-level magical artifacts, and rare spiritual herbs, even more abundant than he had anticipated. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Hunger raised her sword and turned to him. Young Master Lu, what should we do with these two? Slay them with a single strike. The plump Taoist and Nie Tian were startled. Not again. Was she still intent on killing? The Taoist had already. Forget it. At that moment, Lu Chen withdrew his god-slaying domain. He walked over to the plump Taoist and patted his thick shoulder. The plump Taoist shuddered, fearing that Lu Chen would crush him with a single slap. Life inevitably has its ups and downs. Accept gains with equanimity and let losses pass with calm. Keep striving. I have faith in you. The plump Taoist was stunned. Nie Tian was stunned too. The next moment, both felt a surge of blood rushing to their hearts. This man truly had no shame. Thank you, Holy Son Lu, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Holy Maiden. Though they knew his face was thicker than a city wall, the plump Taoist still feigned immense relief. Otherwise, he might face a slap that could kill a venerable god. He yanked Nie Tian to his feet and instantly crushed the teleportation jade talisman in his hand. A flash of white light, and the two vanished. Hunger looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Young Master Lu, why let the tiger return to the mountain? Lu Chen stored the pouches away and chuckled. How is this letting a tiger return? This is called reciprocity. Hearing this, Hunger's lips twitched. She finally understood Lu Chen's meaning. He was treating the grave robbers as a supply channel. How dark could his heart be? Lu Rian, however, gazed at Lu Chen with a smile. Lu Chen, you're so clever. Now we don't have to go treasure hunting ourselves. Hunger looked up at the sky in silence. Their holy maiden's rose-tinted glasses could turn even a black and white TV into a color one. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley on the outskirts of the tomb, a flash of white light deposited the plump Taoist and Nie Tian into the grass. They exchanged glances, staring at their empty waists, and grief overwhelmed them. Wah! I toiled for so long, and not a single hair remained. The plump Taoist plopped to the ground, beating his chest and stomping his feet. This was too much. He robbed them and then encouraged them to keep working. He was treating them like treasure-hunting rats. The two embraced and wept, their cries utterly pitiful. Deep within the tomb, Lu Chen approached the massive bronze door. The door, which the plump Taoist had struggled in vain to open, was engraved with intricate ancient array patterns. Instead of forcing it open like the plump Taoist, Lu Chen carefully examined it. Soon he noticed a recess on the left side of the bronze door. He then took out the Shintian token and inserted it into the recess. It fit perfectly. With a hum, the array patterns on the bronze door blazed with dazzling light. Then a dull rumble echoed. The two heavy doors slowly swung inward. As they opened, a wave of pure spiritual energy rushed forth. Beyond the door lay an extremely vast underground palace. On either side were piles of supreme-grade spirit stones as high as small hills. Beside the piles, over a dozen white jade shelves bore various magical artifacts radiating treasure light. Saint-grade lower purple thunder seal. Saint-grade mid-heavenly star armor. Lu Chen's gaze swept over them, and he unceremoniously swept all these items into his storage ring. At the center of the palace rested a crystal coffin. Hunger stared at it, dazed. Could this be the remains of that saint? Just as the three focused on the coffin, it trembled slightly. An illusory figure of an old man with white hair drifted out from the ice coffin. The old man's gaze was piercing as he scanned the three. Finally, his eyes settled on the Shintian token in Lu Chen's hand. The aura of the Shintian Holy Land. The old man's phantom voice trembled with emotion and excitement. 3,000 years, and finally, I have awaited a descendant of the Shintian Holy Land. He paid no heed to Lu Rian and Hunger, drifting straight to Lu Chen. Child, since you hold the Shintian token, you are the true successor of my Shintian Holy Land. This last wisp of my remnant soul is about to dissipate. Today I shall impart to you all the insights of a saint. Before the words faded, the old man's phantom gave Lu Chen no chance to refuse, transforming directly into a brilliant stream of light that forcibly drilled into Lu Chen's brow. Boom! A vast torrent of information and pure energy surged into Lu Chen's mind. This saint's inheritance was actually forcing itself upon him. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, beginning to digest this immense power. Lu Rian and Hunger had yet to grasp what had happened. But seeing Lu Chen already seated in absorption, Lu Rian immediately told Hunger to stand guard. At that moment, a doubt arose in her mind. A descendant of the Shintian Holy Land. That was what the saint's remnant soul had said. Then she fixed her gaze on Lu Chen. At that time, in the front hall of the tomb, Wu Qiang led a group of followers, his face dark as he stared at the empty hall. Holy Sun, the outer area has been completely cleared out. Those fools are fighting over some scrap metal. A follower casually killed a cultivator who approached and reported to Wu Qiang. We haven't seen the Holy Maiden yet. I wonder where the three of them have gone. Hearing this, Wu Qiang snorted coldly. If you can't find them, then keep searching. I refuse to believe they've burrowed underground. Just then a tremendous roar echoed from deep within the front hall. In an instant, all the cultivators who had been fighting froze. Deep within the front hall, two crimson eyes had opened. The old man who had opened the door had long since turned to a pile of bones scattered by the wind. What? What kind of monster is that? In that moment, everyone's gaze converged upon it. The scene shifted. Within the underground palace, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The sage's legacy had now been fully absorbed. System, initiate the valuation, appraise, everything on me. Lu Chen murmured inwardly. System command, received appraising. Detecting 300,000 top-grade spirit stones on the host, along with multiple sage, weapons, sage artifacts, pills, spirit, herbs, etc. Total value 101,000 top-grade spirit stones. If all are exchanged for cultivation, the host can reach the first level of the half-sage realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind stirred. In no time, a powerful aura erupted from within him. His cultivation had reached the second level of the half-sage realm. Seeing the formidable aura around Lu Chen, Lu Rian, and Hong Er were instantly stunned. What kind of aura was this? Had Lu Chen broken through? Seeing Lu Chen open his eyes, Lu Rian immediately rushed over. Lu Chen, you broke through. Lu Chen nodded. I've already broken through to the half-sage realm. What? Both Lu Rian and Hong Er were startled simultaneously. The half-sage realm? How is that possible? Wasn't he just at the 6th level of the venerable realm? With just a moment of meditation, he directly reached the half-sage realm. Was the sage's legacy that formidable? Hong Er watched, utterly bewildered, feeling as if something was about to sprout in her mind. Subsequently, the trio collected all the valuables within the hall. Retracing their steps, they headed towards the front hall. In the dim corridor, Lu Rian finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and spoke softly. Lu Chen, why did that sage's remnant soul refer to you as a descendant of the Xiantian sacred ground? Lu Chen replied frankly, the founding ancestor of my Qingyun sect was originally a disciple of the Xiantian sacred ground in the central continent 3,000 years ago. Betrayed and stripped of his sacred son candidacy, he journeyed far to Xianzhou and established the Qingyun sect. Hearing this, Lu Rian and Hong Er were momentarily stunned. So the entire Qingyun sect was a legacy of the Xiantian sacred ground. Lu Chen continued. Some days ago, I promised the ancestor that when the Xiantian sacred ground's sacred son selection begins, I will represent this branch of the Qingyun sect and compete in the central continent to reclaim the glory that belongs to our ancestor. Hearing this, Lu Rian stopped in her tracks. Hong Er also paused, turning to look at her saintess. A flicker of panic passed through Lu Rian's eyes, and her voice dropped low then. After the selection, will you stay in the central continent at the Xiantian sacred ground? Although the Taichu sacred ground was powerful, it still paled in comparison to the supreme orthodoxies of the central continent. If Lu Chen truly became the sacred son of the Xiantian sacred ground, the distance between them would be infinitely magnified. This was Lu Rian's concern. Lu Chen said, it depends on the situation. If the central continent has abundant resources, staying a while longer wouldn't hurt. After all, Xianzhou had already been drained dry by him. The central continent was located in the central region, and compared to the other 4 major domains, it was the most prosperous. For Lu Chen, it was indeed the optimal choice. Lu Rian didn't respond, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. What's wrong? Lu Chen seemed to sense her emotional shift. Nothing. Lu Rian lifted her head, forcing a faint smile. There are countless prodigies in the central continent. You will surely shine brilliantly there. Lu Chen glanced at her, smiled, and nodded. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the end of the corridor. Following that, a thunderous, beastly roar resounded, causing the stone slabs beneath their feet to tremble violently. What's happening? Hong Er looked around warily. It's up ahead. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickened his pace. The 3 burst out of the passage and entered the front hall. The moment they stepped inside, a thick stench of blood assaulted them. The front hall had already transformed into a living hell. Hundreds of mutilated corpses lay scattered across the ground, blood pooling into rivulets. In the center of the hall, a massive ancient beast covered in black bone spikes was rampaging wildly. With every swing of its claws, several cultivators were torn to shreds. The surviving rogue cultivators, terrified out of their wits, frantically fled towards the hall's exit. Amidst the crowd, the Taichu sacred son Wu Qiang was struggling with a few attendants. He had originally planned to display his might in the front hall, slaying the beast, to establish his prestige among the Xianzhou cultivators. But he had severely underestimated the strength of this tomb-guarding beast. It was a terrifying beast at the peak of the venerable realm. A foe he was utterly incapable of stopping. Bang! With a single swipe of its tail, 2 of Wu Qiang's attendants exploded into clouds of blood mist. Wu Qiang retreated repeatedly, his brocade robes stained with blood. At this moment, his stamina was severely depleted, and his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Completely losing his ability to resist, he was being chased and battered by the beast. Sacred son, we must retreat. This beast is too powerful, his last attendant shouted. Wu Qiang ground his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Chen and his 2 companions emerging from the passage. Lu Chen gazed at the ancient beast, his spirit vision eye already activated. Target ancient spine beast cultivation, venerable realm peak guardian of the sage realm tomb. Hong Er, protect your mistress and step back. Lu Chen said, then strode forward. Lu Chen. Lu Rian's face showed worry as she saw him go alone. Hong Er grabbed Lu Rian's arm and pulled her back. Mistress, don't go and cause trouble. Below, Wu Qiang, watching Lu Chen approach, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The assassins from the Blood Slaughter Hall couldn't kill you. And the killers from Falling Star City couldn't finish you either. Now you're delivering yourself to me. A malicious scheme formed in Wu Qiang's mind. He deliberately feigned a flaw, enduring a blast of wind from the beast. Leveraging the recoil from the attack, he turned and sprinted towards Lu Chen. The enraged beast immediately redirected its target. It charged on all fours, bearing down on Wu Qiang with a momentum that crushed everything in its path. 10 zhang. 5 zhang. Wu Qiang calculated the distance. When he was just 3 zhang away from Lu Chen, he suddenly shouted, "Sacred Son Lu, dodge quickly. I can't hold on much longer." Before his words faded, he secretly activated his unique movement technique, his form turning into a blurry afterimage. At the instant the beast pounced, he forcibly shifted sideways. He intended to use this peak venerable realm beast's claws to crush Lu Chen into pulp. A gale swept over. The beast's gaping maw was now inches away. Lu Chen stood still, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had already seen through Wu Qiang's trick. "Wanna play? Then let's play." Mirage shift. The space suddenly warped violently. Wu Qiang, who had already evaded to a safe zone 10 zhang away and was ready to savor Lu Chen's demise, felt a blur before his eyes. The next moment the surroundings instantly changed. He now stood exactly where Lu Chen had been, and the beast's massive claw was already crashing down with devastating force. "No!" Wu Qiang's eyes bulged as he let out a despairing howl. Bang! A tremendous dull thud. The beast's paw struck Wu Qiang's body. His sternum shattered instantly. He spewed a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a distant bronze pillar. He slid to the ground, his condition unknown. This sudden turn of events happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Rian's pupils constricted, her heart feeling as if it were clutched by a giant hand. She had only seen Wu Qiang charging at Lu Chen, then figures blurred, and someone was sent flying by the beast. Thinking it was Lu Chen, she broke free from Honger's grip and rushed forward regardless. But when she reached the base of the bronze pillar and saw the pulpy figure on the ground, she froze. It was a face smeared with blood, but it was Wu Qiang. Seeing this, Lu Rian stood there dumbfounded. "Mistress, young Master Lu is over there." Honger arrived, pointing to the center of the hall. Lu Rian spun around sharply. In the center of the hall, Lu Chen's form gradually materialized, completely unharmed. Roar! The ferocious beast turned its gaze toward Lu Chen and lunged at him once more. Lu Chen watched the charging beast, his eyes turning instantly icy cold. God-slaying domain, activate. Boom. Within 100 zhang radius, gravity instantly multiplied by several hundredfold. The beast, which had leaped into the air, crashed to the ground as if crushed by an invisible divine mountain. It struggled to break free, but was utterly suppressed. Lu Chen twisted his wrist, drawing the sacred weapon, Pujuan, from its sheath. A flash of sword light streaked across. The massive head of the beast rolled to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. A peak venerable level beast was slain on the spot. Everyone stared at this scene, completely stunned. They had struggled so hard to resist, even the primordial sacred sun could not subdue this ancient beast, yet he killed it with a single sword strike. And then there was Wu Qiang lying nearby like a dead dog. Just moments ago, they had clearly seen the beast charging at Lu Chen. How did the primordial sacred sun end up flying out instead? Lu Rian quickly walked to Lu Chen's side, scrutinizing him carefully from head to toe. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she let out a long sigh of relief. "Lu Chen, what exactly happened here?" Lu Rian asked, her face full of confusion. Lu Chen said nothing. Instead, he sheathed the longsword Pujuan and walked over to Wu Qiang with a grave expression. "Fellow cultivators." Lu Chen, his face brimming with gratitude, cupped his hands toward the crowd in the hall. Sacred Son Wu, to protect everyone, did not hesitate to use his mortal flesh to block the beast's fatal strike. Lu Chen's tone was impassioned, his words resounding with force. This selfless and fearless spirit is truly a model for all cultivators. He is worthy of being the sacred son of the primordial sacred land. Having said this, Lu Chen bowed deeply to Wu Qiang. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators around suddenly realized the truth. So that's how it was. The primordial sacred son is truly noble. Risking his life to save others, Sacred Son Wu is a divine being. We once misunderstood the primordial sacred land as aloof, but today we see Sacred Son Wu's lofty character truly admirable. The crowd cast looks of admiration and gratitude toward Wu Qiang. Words of praise filled the air endlessly. "Your Highness, your Highness." Hearing everyone praising Wu Qiang, the Sacred Son's attendants, who had been feigning death in a corner, rushed out. They gathered around Wu Qiang, helping him up while inquiring about his injuries. Wu Qiang, barely clinging to consciousness, listened to the praises around him and looked at Lu Chen's face full of respect and his cowardly attendants. Wu Qiang nearly choked on his breath. Overwhelmed by rage and grief, he let out a loud wah and spat another mouthful of old blood. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell into a dead faint. Lu Rian walked to the bronze pillar and swept her divine sense over Wu Qiang's body. His sternum is shattered and 7/10 of his meridians are severed. Lu Rian frowned, speaking with some surprise. She had not expected the beast to be so powerful. With just one slap, it had crippled half of that arrogant sacred son. Carry him onto the ship and take him back to the Primordial Sacred Land for treatment. Lu Rian instructed Wu Qiang's attendants. The attendants dared not delay and quickly carried Wu Qiang outside. If the sacred son were to be crippled outside while they remained unscathed, they would face dire consequences upon returning to the sacred land. Lu Rian watched silently as Wu Qiang was carried onto the flying ship without uttering another word. Though Wu Qiang disgusted her, he was still the sacred son of the Primordial Sacred Land and a fellow disciple of her sect. If he were to die or be crippled outside, it would be difficult to explain to the sacred lord upon return. Lu Chen, will you accompany me back to the sacred land? In the midst of the silence, Lu Rian suddenly spoke, then looked at Lu Chen with eager anticipation. I fear the journey may be perilous. I need your protection. Lu Rian added. Hearing this, the attendant beside her rolled her eyes inwardly. In the eastern domain, who would dare to waylay the primordial sacred maiden? This excuse was utterly insincere. Her lattice intentions were all too transparent. Lu Chen smiled. All right. He had nothing better to do anyway, and it would be a good chance to visit the foremost sacred land of the eastern domain. A smile curled at the corners of Lu Rian's mouth, her eyes brimming with joy. Soon the three boarded the Primordial Sacred Land's spirit energy flying vessel. The vessel soared into the sky, vanishing like a streak of light on the horizon. 10,000 li away in Xianzhou, the clear sky suddenly split open with a massive black rift. A pair of dark, wreathed hands reached out from the rift, tearing it wide. Space was instantly rent apart, forming a spatial crack. The next moment, a black-robed figure shrouded in blood mist stepped out from the spatial rift. The terrifying pressure of a half-saint instantly swept across all directions. Within 100 li radius, birds fell from the sky, beasts prostrated, and all life fell into deathly silence. Then the black-robed figure produced a sound transmission jade talisman. My lord, your subordinate has arrived in Xianzhou. An icy voice came from the jade talisman. Yu Ming is dead. The situation must have changed. Go retrieve the blood demon heart hidden in Xuanzhou, and while you are at it, teach these barbarians of the wilderness a lesson. As you command. The black-robed figure put away the jade talisman, his bloodshot gaze fixed on the area below. There lay Tianyong City, a key stronghold on Xuanzhou's border. The city was home to 1 million mortals and tens of thousands of low-level cultivators. Within the city lord's mansion, a life-and-death realm general guarding the city, sensed the anomaly in the sky and shot upward. What demon dares to run rampant in Xianzhou? The general roared. The black-robed figure didn't even glance at him. He simply pointed a finger. Bang! The life-and-death realm general exploded into a cloud of blood mist, his primordial spirit annihilated in an instant. The black-robed figure raised his hand, an endless blood light surging from his palm. Blood grand array arise. Boom. A massive blood-colored light shield descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire city of Tianyong. In an instant, chaos erupted within the city. What is that? What's happening? My spiritual energy is draining. Then the black-robed figure's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Within the light shield, the bodies of 1 million living beings exploded simultaneously. The entire city was instantly transformed into a sea of blood. The dense, vital blood coalesced into blood-colored dragons, all surging into the black-robed figure's body. After absorbing these blood dragons, the black-robed figure let out a satisfied sigh. Then his aura began to rise. Lowly bloodline, but better than nothing. With that, he transformed into a streak of blood light, heading straight for the heart of Xianzhou. The Primordial Sacred Land was located in the most prosperous region of the eastern domain, Dongzhou. Towering peaks pierced the clouds. The flying vessel slowly descended onto the main peak's plaza. Lu Rian walked at the front with Lu Chen by her side. Hunger led the attendants behind, carrying the unconscious Wu Qiang. At that moment, a group of young men and women in splendid attire approached. These were core disciples of the Primordial Sacred Land, former rivals of Lu Rian in the contest for the position of Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden. Now they had all aligned themselves with Wu Qiang. The leading male disciple glanced at Lu Chen and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, if it isn't junior sister Rian. Back from your trip, and you've brought a wild man with you. A female disciple beside him covered her mouth with a titter. Junior sister, you're too impatient. With a prodigy like Sacred Son Wu in our Primordial Sacred Land, you choose to marry down to a cultivator from a backwater like Xianzhou. Truly a waste of good fortune. This Primordial Sacred Land isn't a place for every stray cat and dog to enter. Sacred Maiden, have you forgotten the rules? Lu Rian's eyes turned cold, and she was about to speak. But before she could utter a word, a thunderous boom resounded. An overwhelming pressure descended without warning. Half-saint realm. Crack. The terrifying pressure of a half-saint instantly enveloped them, and the core disciples, unable to withstand it, knelt in unison. The immense force pressed their faces hard against the bluestone slabs, forcing them into a prostrate position. My apologies, but I have a bad habit of not controlling my spiritual energy well. Lu Chen looked down at them from above. You won't hold it against me, will you? No, no. How dare we? And their eyes brimmed with terror as they hastily spoke. In half-sage realm. And how could this man possibly have attained the half-sage realm? Lu Ruyan watched their flustered, humiliated figures with quiet satisfaction. And she turned her head and tilted her chin toward Honger. And instantly comprehending, Honger tossed Wu Qiang, limp and broken as a discarded stray dog, unceremoniously before them. Lu Ruyan's voice was icy. Your revered Saint Sun Wu has been reduced to a wreck by a primordial beast. And if you delay his treatment any longer, his foundation will crumble, and all of you will bear the consequences. Upon recognizing the mangled, blood-soaked figure sprawled upon the ground, the disciples recoiled in utter horror. And the Saint Sun, and quick, take him away at once. The commotion had been immense. Several overwhelming auras surged rapidly toward the scene. And 3 disciplinary elders descended onto the plaza. And clearly sensing the lingering pressure of a half-sage's aura, their expressions turned grave. What has transpired? And the white-bearded elder at their helm demanded, his voice low and stern. And Lu Ruyan stepped forward, neither deferential nor defiant. Respected Elder Lu, senior brother Wu encountered an ancient primordial beast within the saint's tomb of Yunzhou, and now lies gravely wounded. Elder, please arrange for urgent treatment without delay. Elder Lu glanced down at Wu Qiang, and his face paled. So grievous a wound. Hurry, he must be taken to the alchemy pavilion immediately. And 2 elders seized Wu Qiang and vanished skyward in a streak of light. And then Elder Lu's gaze sharpened, fixing intently upon Lu Chen. And who is this? In truth, he had already deduced the answer. And the residual half-sage aura that had just swept across the plaza could only have emanated from this young man. And he is Lu Chen. Lu Ruyan replied calmly. He is the Saint Son of the Qingyun sect, and the very candidate I recommended to the Saint Lord for matrimonial alliance. At these words, Elder Lu's pupils contracted slightly. Upon learning he hailed from the Qingyun sect, his expression shifted instantly to one of incredulous disbelief. And could such a remote realm as Xianzhou truly nurture a prodigy who had already ascended to the half-sage realm? Elder Lu studied Lu Chen deeply for a long moment, then without further inquiry turned silently and departed. And though the Saint Lord remained deep in seclusion, this matter demanded immediate reporting. Honger watched Elder Lu's retreating figure, then slipped quietly to Lu Ruyan's side and murmured softly, in, Your Highness, you know Elder Lu will report this directly to the Saint Lord. Honger gazed at Lu Ruyan, puzzled. Why reveal everything so openly, knowing full well the consequences? And Lu Ruyan merely smiled, saying nothing. In truth, she understood more clearly than anyone. Yet her purpose in speaking so frankly was precisely to use Elder Lu as her messenger, to prove to her own master that she had not misjudged this man. Taichu Holy Land, Saintess Peak. An incense for calming the spirit curled gently within the pavilion. Honger discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind her. Only Lu Chen and Lu Ruyan remained inside. With no outsiders present, Lu Ruyan shed every mask. She approached Lu Chen and poured him a cup of spirit-infused tea, her movements tender, unhurried. Lu Chen, and her voice was barely a whisper. And he looked up puzzled. You have already reached the half-sage realm and inherited the legacy of the Xiantian Holy Land. She lowered her gaze, speaking softly. When you journey to Zhongzhou and behold those true, peerless prodigies. She paused there. 15 years ago I was but a wandering beggar, yet you gave me reason to live. Now you are a half-sage, an heir to the Xiantian Holy Land, and I fear I cannot keep pace with your ascent, and I fear the day may come when I no longer possess even the right to stand beside you. Will you still want me? At these words Lu Chen froze. He gazed upon this woman, the Taichu saintess renowned beyond the sect for her ruthless decisiveness and glacial composure. Yet here now she stood before him like a fragile girl, trembling on the edge of loss. Lu Chen did not answer at once. He rose, walked to the window, and gazed out upon the endless peaks of the Tai-Chu Holy Land. A night breeze stirred, carrying a cool hush. Lu Ruyan, he said, his back still turned. Her heart clenched. I am a greedy man. He turned fully to face her, his eyes locking unwaveringly with hers. What I claim, be it resources or people, no one shall ever take from me. Lu Ruyan stood stunned. Lu Chen stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair. I will never forget. You chose me unwaveringly when I possessed nothing at all. And have you forgotten, he continued, a faint smile touching his lips. I still owe you countless spirit stones, so many in fact that perhaps I may spend my entire lifetime repaying them. Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she rushed into his arms. You swore it. No taking it back. And Lu Chen gently patted her back, soothing the girl whose heart trembled with doubt and longing. Just as he had done 15 years ago, giving her the strength to walk forward unbroken. In time slipped away unnoticed. Lu Rian soon fell asleep in his embrace. This time, however, her slumber was profoundly peaceful, deep serene, and utterly content. News of Tianyong City's annihilation spread across Xianzhou within half a day. Na million mortals and tens of thousands of cultivators, all reduced overnight to piles of desiccated bones. The catastrophe thrust the Qingyun sect, now sovereign over all Xianzhou, into the eye of a storm. An invisible wave of dread rippled across the realm. In Qingyun sect, Main Peak Grand Assembly Hall. At the hall's center, a memory stone projected a hazy, fragmented image in a crimson, celestial light engulfed Tianyong City. A black-robed figure hovered high above the heavens. Below, 1,000,000 lives exploded simultaneously, blood and chi surging upward in a coiling dragon drawn entirely into his body. Then the recording ended abruptly. The scout who captured the footage, and the memory stone itself, had been pulverized into dust by the backlash. These heretical sects dare extend their schemes into Xianzhou itself. Third Elder Yun Shan slammed his fist upon the table incensed. And upon receiving the news, sect Lord Lu Wudi had convened an emergency assembly. And though Tianyong City had once belonged to the fallen Tianba sect, the Tianba sect was now extinct, and Xuanzhou in its entirety had been unified under Qingyun sect's banner. And having only just ascended to dominance over Xuanzhou, the Qingyun sect had scarcely settled into its new authority when this provocation arose. It was without question a direct challenge to the Qingyun sect's sovereignty. Those heretics. If we don't avenge this, where will Qingyun sect's face as the overlord of Xianzhou go? Yun Shan roared in fury. Lu Wudi sat in the main seat, his countenance cold and stern. You have all seen the recording stone's images. The enemy's strength likely surpasses that of a venerable. At these words, the hall fell silent. One elder ventured, does the sect master mean this heretic has entered the half-saint realm? The mere mention of half-saint realm made every elder in attendance draw in a sharp breath. Those three words signified absolute suppression of power. In Xuanzhou, the venerable realm was already the ceiling. The half-saint realm existed only in the Taichu Holy Land of Dongzhou, or among the powerhouses of the central region. Yun Shan opened his mouth to speak, but for once the staunch advocate of war fell silent. Sending him, a life-and-death realm cultivator, to fight a half-saint was nothing short of suicide. The fourth elder said, if this heretic is indeed a half-saint, even if Qingyun sect mobilizes all its forces, killing him would be a formidable challenge. Worse, we might lose the entire sect. The other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a peerless demon is beyond the power of mortals to oppose. At that moment, Lu Pitian, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in meditation, opened them. The moment the old sect master spoke, the murmurs in the hall ceased. Lu Pitian rose, clasping his hands behind his back. This heretic's evil arts are exceedingly sinister. In our current state, we are utterly powerless to stop him. Lu Pitian's gaze swept across the assembly as he declared with certainty, Tianba sect and Tongling sect have just been annihilated, and now someone pulls this stunt. It's a blatant provocation. Since we cannot defeat him, we must go to the ancestral land and request the ancestors' aid. The crowd nodded in agreement. Such a formidable evil spirit could only be dealt with by the ancestor. No time to lose. I will go to the back mountain now. Lu Pitian strode toward the hall's entrance. Just then a familiar voice came from outside. No need to trouble the ancestor. Everyone in the hall turned their heads. Lu Chen, clad in a green robe, stepped over the threshold. His face bore a relaxed smile, completely devoid of the tension that gripped the others. Chainer. Lu Wudi sprang to his feet and hurried over. Weren't you exploring the saint's tomb in Yunzhou? Why are you back so soon? Lu Pitian approached and looked Lu Chen over from head to toe. Only after confirming he was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yun Shan and the other elders crowded around, their faces bright with joy. The Holy Sun returned safely, a blessing for our sect. Was your journey successful, Holy Sun? Facing their concern, Lu Chen nodded slightly. My business in Yunzhou is concluded. I returned to the sect and heard about the incident at Tianyong City, so I came to see. Lu Pitian's expression hardened as he assumed the authority of an elder. You need not concern yourself with Tianyong City, nor is it your place to do so. That heretic is likely a terrifying half-saint. You would be walking to your death. Lu Wudi chimed in. Your grandfather is right. Your priority now is to rest and consolidate your cultivation. The upcoming Holy Sun competition of Xiantian Holy Land is of utmost importance. It concerns the future of Qingyun sect and the ancestors' last wish. Leave the matters of Xianzhou to us old bones. Yun Shan also came forward to persuade him. Holy Sun, I know your strength is extraordinary, but the half-saint realm is worlds apart from the venerable realm. Once we request the ancestors' aid, he will surely slay this heretic. The other elders added their voices. In their eyes, Lu Chen was now Qingyun's sect's most precious treasure. Even if Xianzhou were lost, Lu Chen must not come to any harm. Lu Pitian waved his hand, cutting off the discussion. Enough. Go rest, my boy. I will go to the back mountain to summon the ancestor. With that, Lu Pitian turned to leave. But Lu Chen remained rooted to the spot. He looked at those who sought to protect him and smiled gently. There is no need for that. Lu Pitian frowned and turned about to scold him. Child, why won't you listen? Before he could finish, the smile on Lu Chen's face faded. He merely released a fraction of his aura. Boom. The terrifying pressure of a half-saint at the second level erupted without warning, centered on Lu Chen. Crack, crack. A fearsome storm instantly swept through the hall. Everyone stared, their eyes wide with shock. Lu Chen stood still, the hem of his robe stirring without a breeze. He had used no martial skill, merely unleashed the pressure of his realm. After 10 breaths, Lu Chen willed his aura back into his body. The suffocating oppression vanished in an instant. The crowd in the hall gasped for air, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Yunshan stared at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with awe. Chainer. You. Lu Wudi stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Huh. Half-saint realm. Lu Pitian felt his understanding of the world shatter. He had secluded himself for centuries, relying on countless resources, only to barely reach the 8th level of the venerable realm. Their ancestor, clinging to life for 3,000 years, was merely a half-saint. Lu Chen had been in Yunzhou for less than half a month, and he returns as a half-saint. The other elders stood frozen, as if they had forgotten to breathe. A half-saint in his 20s. This defied not only the logic of Xianzhou, but the very principles of cultivation. Lu Chen watched their stupefied expressions with satisfaction. As you can see, my journey to Yunzhou brought a small stroke of fortune. I accidentally broke through to the second level of the half-saint realm. Accidentally. Broke through to the second level of the half-saint realm. Those words grated harshly on Lu Pitian's and Lu Wudi's ears. Lu Wudi took a deep breath, struggling to calm the tempest within. He strode quickly to Lu Chen and carefully sensed his energy. After feeling the vast surge of spiritual power, he exclaimed, Good. Lu Wudi shouted 3 goods in a row, his face flushed with excitement. My nephew has truly reached half-saint. Heaven favors Qingyun sect. Lu Pitian also strode over, slapping Lu Chen on the back with a hearty laugh. Haha, you little rascal, you've done it. To reach the half-saint realm at this age is unprecedented and unmatched. If those old fogies found out, they'd probably leap straight out of their coffins. Yunshan and the other elders, now recovered from their shock, came forward to offer their congratulations, a stream of flattery following. The Holy Sun's talent is unparalleled, eternal, and unique. With the Holy Sun, Qingyun sect will surely dominate the Eastern domain. Dominate the Eastern domain. Too small-minded. It will surely dominate the entire Xintian continent. Ah, yes. Lu Chen paid no heed to the praise. He turned to Lu Wudi. Uncle, have you located that heretic yet? Lu Wudi immediately dropped his smile, his expression turning solemn. According to the last report from our scouts, after his blood sacrifice of Tianyong City, he headed north toward Luri City. Luri City. Lu Chen murmured, a cold, sharp, killing intent flashing in his eyes. That devouring evil art was just like the one used by the Netherworld ancestor. It seemed that this fellow was the powerhouse sent by the Lord mentioned by the Netherworld ancestor. To uncover their purpose, he first needed to capture this one. But he surely bore the same kind of restriction as the Netherworld ancestor. He would have to think of a way. As Lu Chen pondered his strategy, Lu Pitian's voice rang out. Chainer, although you have stepped into the half-saint realm, that heretic's methods are sinister. You must not be careless. Lu Pitian cautioned. Perhaps I should take the sect's elite and accompany you. Lu Chen waved his hand. Too many people will only get in the way. Remain at the sect and await my return. With that, Lu Chen did not linger. His form flickered and vanished from the hall. High above, a streak of azure light pierced the clouds, racing northward at a terrifying speed. The crowd in the hall watched this scene and shook their heads ruefully. These high-ranking members of Qingyun sect had, in the eyes of their holy sun, become mere obstacles. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River drive those before them. After leaving the Qingyun sect, Lu Chen did not rush to continue his journey, but instead paused in a desolate wilderness. He recalled the scene from before when he had slain the elder of the underworld in the Tongling sect. The person behind the elder of the underworld indeed possessed some skills. At that moment, the elder was about to reveal information about the mastermind behind the scenes. However, the restrictions on him were triggered, causing his soul to disperse on the spot. It seems that when he goes to Sunset City to capture that heretical cultivator at the semi-holy realm, he is likely to encounter the same situation. But if it's just about killing. With the cultivation of the second level of the semi-holy realm combined with the god-slaying domain, Lu Chen was fully confident he could crush the opponent into a pulp. However, if he wanted to extract crucial information, he had to deal with that soul restriction. Lu Chen's thoughts were very clear. System, open the store. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Help me search for items that can isolate soul restrictions and imprison the primordial spirit. The system immediately received the command. In the next moment, the items on the system panel began to scroll rapidly. In a short while, several items were filtered out. Lu Chen's gaze swept across them, finally landing on one particular item. Item name: Soul Suppression Heavenly Box. Grade Low. Saint rank. Function: can strip and imprison the primordial spirits of cultivators at the semi-holy realm and below. Once stored inside the box, it will isolate all external perception and soul contracts, making it immune to any restrictions or self-destruction, forming an absolutely isolated space. Price: 100,000 Superior Spirit Stones. 100,000 Superior Spirit Stones. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the spirit stones he had were not enough for him to continue upgrading, but he still had quite a bit left, over 20,000 Superior Spirit Stones. Buying this was as easy as pouring water. Purchased. Ding. Deducted 100,000 Superior Spirit Stones, equivalent to 1,000 Excellent Spirit Stones. The purchase of the Soul Suppression Heavenly Box was successful. In the next moment, a black wooden box the size of a palm appeared out of thin air in Lu Chen's hand. Is this little broken box? This was Lu Chen's thought upon seeing it for the first time. However, he quickly put away his arrogance. After all, he had felt the same way when he first encountered the broken army. But after he casually slashed through the mountain with a single sword, he never mocked the holy weapon again. Everything is ready. Lu Chen put away the wooden box. His figure transformed into a stream of blue light and rushed towards Sunset City. Meanwhile, in Sunset City, the once prosperous city was now shrouded in a blood-red mist. The protective barrier of the city was covered in dense cracks under the erosion of the blood mist. On the city walls, the city lord of Sunset City, Zhong Xiaoyan, was covered in blood, gasping heavily, although he was at the level of a revered one. But before the blood envoy at the semi-holy realm, he was utterly powerless. Behind Zhong Xiaoyan, thousands of city guards lay dead in pools of blood. The remaining ones showed expressions of despair, barely holding up the protective barrier, still resisting stubbornly. In the sky, the blood envoy looked down condescendingly at the living beings of Sunset City. He raised his right hand and casually flicked it. In the next moment, a blood-red beam crashed into the protective barrier. Puff! Dozens of cultivators maintaining the barrier spat out blood simultaneously, their bodies instantly withering into dried corpses. Lord Zhong, my patience is limited. The cold voice of the blood envoy echoed around. If you reveal the whereabouts of the blood demon heart, I might show mercy and leave the entire city intact. Otherwise, Tianyong City will be your fate. Zhong Xiaoshan's eyes widened in anger as he gritted his teeth. What nonsense, blood demon heart? I've never heard of it. Don't know? The blood envoy sneered. Since you refuse a toast and prefer a forfeit, then I shall send you to your demise. As his words fell, the blood envoy raised both hands. In the next moment, the blood mist in the sky rapidly coalesced into a gigantic blood-red hand slamming down towards Sunset City. Before the giant hand landed, the terrifying pressure from the semi-holy realm caused countless mortals in the city to explode. Let's fight this evil creature. Zhong Xiaoyan roared, preparing to burn his essence blood for a final struggle. Just as the blood-red giant hand was about to shatter the protective barrier. Clang! A clear sound of a sword echoed suddenly. Following that, a terrifying blue sword light slashed down from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it split the blood-red giant hand in two. Boom! The severed blood-red giant hand collapsed in midair, turning into a rain of blood. The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Zhong Xiaoyan stared blankly at the sky, his face filled with disbelief. The blood envoy narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly looking towards the direction from which the sword light had come. Who? The blood envoy coldly shouted at the surroundings. Unbeknownst to when, Lu Chen, dressed in blue, had already appeared behind the blood envoy, calmly watching him. The blood envoy sized up Lu Chen. Upon sensing the aura of the other party, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Semi-holy realm. In this wild land, there is actually someone with your level of cultivation. However, just a mere ant who has just stepped into the semi-holy realm dares to meddle in my affairs. The cultivation levels of this world are Qi Refining Realm, Innate Realm, Yuan Dan Realm, Divine, Concealment Realm, Purple Palace Realm, Life and Death Realm, Revered One Realm, Semi-Holy Realm, Holy Man Realm, Great Holy Realm, Holy King Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, Great Emperor Realm. Alright, if I don't beat you to the point of shitting yourself, you can consider yourself clean. A blood mist rolled over the Sunset City. The blood envoy crossed his arms, looking down from above at Lu Chen. The opponent's cultivation at the second level of half-saint was indeed formidable. Yet in the eyes of the blood envoy, a seasoned warrior who had experienced countless battles, Lu Chen was utterly insignificant. He had killed no fewer than 8 or 10 half-saints. I do not kill nameless individuals. State your name. The blood envoy's voice boomed, echoing in the sky. His arrogance was merely a facade hiding his true intentions. As long as this kid revealed his identity, he could follow the clues back to annihilate his sect, serving as the perfect sacrifice. Lu Chen stood in the void frowning. You talk too much. With a thought, Lu Chen unleashed his spiritual power at the second level of half-saint without reserve. The God-slaying domain, activate. Boom. Centered around Lu Chen, the space within a 100-foot radius suddenly collapsed. An irresistible gravity descended without warning. The blood envoy who had been arrogant just a moment ago suddenly changed color. He felt as if his body was bearing an immense weight, and his bones cracked under the pressure. The half-saint's spiritual power, which had been flowing freely, was now trapped within his dantian, unable to be mobilized even slightly. What is this martial technique? The blood envoy's eyes widened as he desperately tried to break free. Yet he found himself unable to move at all. His proud, bloodthirsty aura crumbled before this oppressive force. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword echoed. Lu Chen's wrist twisted, drawing the sacred weapon-breaking army from its sheath. He raised his hand for a downward slash. In an instant, a beam of blue sword light cut through the sky, heading straight for the blood envoy. Upon seeing this, the blood envoy's eyes bulged as he watched the sword light rapidly enlarge in his pupils. The blood envoy tried to summon a treasure, but under the suppression of the god-slaying domain, all his struggles were in vain. Sizzle! The sword light passed through. A line of blood appeared from his forehead to his groin. The next moment, his body exploded, instantly turning into a blood mist. With one sword strike, the half-saint's physical form was obliterated. In midair, an illusory nascent soul shot out from the blood mist. The blood envoy's nascent soul twisted in agony, no longer possessing the previous arrogance. He never expected that despite being at the second level of half-saint, he couldn't withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Flee! At this moment, the only thought in the blood envoy's nascent soul was to escape. Although his physical body was destroyed, as long as his nascent soul survived, he could still resurrect. The blood envoy's nascent soul burned his soul power, transforming into a blood-red streak of light, attempting to tear through the void to escape. Wanna run? Lu Chen sneered. He was already prepared. He pulled out a palm-sized black wooden box. The soul-restraining heaven-sealing box. In the next moment, a powerful suction surged forth, instantly locking onto the blood envoy's nascent soul. No, what is this thing? The blood envoy's nascent soul screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but still uncontrollably being pulled back. That suction confined the blood envoy's movements and severed his connection to the outside world. Whoosh! The blood envoy's nascent soul was forcibly drawn into the wooden box. Lu Chen snapped the box shut with a clap, completely severing the space inside from the outside world. The entire process took only a few breaths. With the destruction of the blood envoy's physical body and the capture of his nascent soul, the blood-red barrier enveloping the Sunset City lost its source of power and began to flicker violently. Ultimately, it dissipated with a series of cracking sounds. Sunlight once again bathed the Sunset City. On the city wall, the city lord Zhong Xiaoyan and the remaining thousands of guarding cultivators stood frozen in place. Everyone gaped, staring blankly at the figure in blue in the sky, their eyes filled with shock. What had just happened? The half-saint evil cultivator who had casually shattered the city defense formation and suppressed the entire city simply vanished. They had expected a fierce battle. Everyone was mentally prepared. Yet within just a few breaths, the physical form of that half-saint evil cultivator was shattered and his nascent soul was taken. This scene unfolded far too quickly. So much so that everyone had not yet reacted. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. After a long while, Zhong Xiaotian finally regained his senses. He looked at the surviving citizens of the city, his eyes reddening. We are saved. We have preserved Sunset City. Zhong Xiaotian wiped the blood from his face. Ignoring his severe injuries, he hurriedly led the city defenders to Lu Chen's side. I am Zhong Xiaoyan, the city lord of Sunset City. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Zhong Xiaoshan's knees buckled, and he heavily knelt on the ground. The thousands of cultivators behind him followed suit, kneeling and calling out their gratitude. Lu Chen slowly descended, looking at Zhong Xiaotian with an indifferent expression. Rise, it was merely a small effort. Zhong Xiaotian looked up at the unfamiliar face. The great kindness and virtue of the senior will never be forgotten by the millions of souls in Sunset City. May I ask for your esteemed name, so that Sunset City may erect a longevity tablet and honor you day and night? Zhong Xiaotian respectfully inquired. Qingyun Sect Lu Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhong Xiaotian and the countless cultivators behind him shuddered, their eyes widening. Qingyun Sect, the one that annihilated the Tianba Sect and Tongling Sect, unifying Xianzhou. This person before them was actually the rumored holy son of the Qingyun Sect. Zhong Xiaotian swallowed hard. He had heard many tales about this holy son, the designated betrothed of the Taichu saintess, the culprit behind the destruction of the Tianba Sect and Tongling Sect. and the legends surrounding the tomb of the saint in Yunzhou also mentioned this holy sun. Any one of these tales could keep a storyteller busy for 3 days and nights. Yet what shocked Zhong Xiaotian even more was not this. Because Sunset City originally fell under the jurisdiction of the Tianba sect, and had often relied on its prestige resulting in friction with the Qingyun sect. After the Tianba sect's destruction, the people of Sunset City were in a state of panic fearing retaliation from the Qingyun sect. Who would have thought that at the moment Sunset City faced annihilation, this holy sun of the Qingyun sect would descend from the heavens, saving the lives of millions in the city? With this thought, Zhong Xiaoshan's eyes turned red as he suddenly bowed his head to the ground, his voice choked with emotion. Holy Sun Lu, we were once under the Tianba sect, and have committed many offenses in the past. Yet the Qingyun sect not only holds no grudges, but you, Holy Sun, have personally intervened to save Sunset City. Such magnanimity and great kindness we cannot repay in 10 lifetimes. Zhong Xiaotian straightened up, drew his sword from his waist, and made a deep cut across his palm, blood gushing out. I, Zhong Xiaotian, vow to the heavens that from now on the people of Sunset City will follow the Qingyun sect unconditionally. If there is any treachery, may heaven and earth punish me. The thousands of cultivators behind him also imitated his act of cutting their palms, shouting in unison, "We swear to remain loyal to the Qingyun sect. We swear to remain loyal to the Qingyun sect. We swear to remain loyal to the Qingyun sect." Lu Chen watched this scene and nodded slightly, though his initial intent was merely to capture the blood envoy. As for winning the hearts of the people, that was merely a byproduct. However, having an entire city submit completely was undoubtedly a good thing for the sect. Since you have pledged allegiance, from now on matters will proceed according to the rules of the Qingyun sect. Zhong Xiaotian nodded repeatedly. I understand, Your Highness, having traveled a long way and gone through a fierce battle, please allow me to host you at the city lord's residence for a brief rest, so I may fulfill my duties as a host. No need. Lu Chen waved his hand. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay long. The blood envoy's nascent soul was still trapped in the box, and Lu Chen needed a quiet place to interrogate him. The forces behind the old ancestor of the underworld and that so-called lord were the real threats. If he did not uncover their motives, the next disturbance could be even greater. Lu Chen said no more, transforming into a streak of blue light that vanished into the horizon. Zhong Xiaotian and the others bowed once more towards the direction Lu Chen left. 100 miles away in a concealed cave, Lu Chen casually set up several isolation formations before sitting cross-legged. He placed the soul-restraining, heaven-sealing box before him, and with a surge of spiritual power, he opened the box. With a click, the box lid popped open. The blood envoy's weakened nascent soul was restrained in midair, and its once solid soul form had become much more transparent. Clearly, it had suffered quite a bit inside the box. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the blood envoy's nascent soul shrank back slightly. But soon he gritted his teeth. Kid, if you dare destroy my physical body, my lord will not let you go. The entire Xianzhou will be buried with me. The blood envoy attempted to threaten Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. Buried with you again? Has your so-called lord not taught you any new lines? Then Lu Chen flicked his finger, and a bolt of thunderous power accurately struck the blood envoy's nascent soul. Oh! The blood envoy screamed, his soul quaking violently. Stop using your backer to intimidate me. Lu Chen's gaze was icy. I have limited patience. I will ask, you will answer, understand. If you dare utter a single word of nonsense, I will make you experience the taste of soul-searching and soul-refining. First question, who is the lord you speak of? Inside the soul-restraining box, the blood envoy's primordial spirit trembled violently. The first question, who exactly is the master you speak of? Lu Chen looked at the blood envoy's spirit, speaking in a calm tone. The blood envoy gritted his teeth and replied with a composed expression, Kid, do you think I don't want to say? My soul has been implanted with a death restriction by the master. If I utter a single word, my soul will be instantly scattered. Even if you kill me, you will gain nothing. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Do you think this soul-restraining box is just for show? Once you enter this box, you are nothing more than a turtle in this confined space. Not even the heavenly deities can sense your existence. The blood envoy was taken aback, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. He cautiously probed the outside world, discovering that he had indeed lost his perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The connection with that master had also been severed. Seeing this situation, the blood envoy was shocked. This dark, shabby wooden box was actually a sacred-grade magical treasure. Realizing that the restrictions had failed, the blood envoy's mind began to race. His eyes shifted, and his previously panicked spirit calmed down somewhat. Since you can keep me alive, why don't we make a deal? I can tell you the master's identity and his purpose for coming to Xianzhou. But in exchange, you must swear to the heavenly Tao to spare my life and help me reconstruct my physical body. Lu Chen looked at the self-satisfied expression of the blood envoy, the corner of his mouth twitching. This guy actually dared to negotiate terms with him. The Blood Envoy held his head high, forcing himself to remain calm. That secret concerns the survival of the entire Xianzhou. No one else knows but me. If you do not agree, I would rather self-destruct my primordial spirit. Tisk really troublesome. What are you planning to do? Sensing the surging divine sense from Lu Chen, the Blood Envoy's spirit began to tremble violently. Fend for yourself and provide for yourself. Lu Chen coldly snorted, his right hand suddenly reaching out, fingers tightly gripping the Blood Envoy's illusory head. Soul search. Boom. A massive divine sense forcefully surged into the Blood Envoy's primordial spirit. Ah! A chilling scream echoed throughout the cavern. The Blood Envoy's primordial spirit twisted violently. However, under the suppression of the soul restraining box and Lu Chen's half-saint level power, he was unable to move even an inch. Lu Chen closed his eyes, quickly flipping through the fragmented memories in the Blood Envoy's mind. All the filthy memories of slaughter and blood sacrifices were directly blocked by Lu Chen. His goal was clear, heading straight for the core secrets deeper within. Soon, two key pieces of information jumped out: Blood Ancestor and Heart of the Blood Demon. In the vision, a figure was shrouded in a sea of blood. The person was merely a vague silhouette, but emanated a heavy pressure. Go to Xianzhou and retrieve the Heart of the Blood Demon. A deep voice echoed in the memories. The memories abruptly ceased at this point. The figure seemed to sense the probing, and a powerful backlash surged through the memory channel. Get lost, Lu Chen shouted coldly, directly rebounding with spatial suppression. Afterward, his divine sense severed the backlash, and he exited the soul search state. Lu Chen opened his eyes, rubbing his forehead. The power of that blood figure was indeed formidable. Just by having a memory remnant could trigger a backlash. It was truly something to note. Even a sacred-grade treasure like the soul restraining box could not stop it. This was enough to indicate that the opponent's strength was at least above half-saint, perhaps even more powerful. Meanwhile, the Blood Envoy in the box had already slumped in midair. His soul was dim, nearly transparent, ready to dissipate at any moment. Stop pretending to be dead. Lu Chen flicked his fingers, releasing a faint lightning bolt that struck the Blood Envoy. The Blood Envoy shuddered all over, barely opening his eyes. This kid was even more ruthless than evil cultivators. He searched souls at the slightest disagreement, showing no martial ethics. Who is the Blood Ancestor? What is the Heart of the Blood Demon? Lu Chen looked down at the Blood Envoy, his tone frigid. Now spill everything you know. If you dare to lie to me, I will suppress you in a latrine, making you the latrine god for eternity, enjoying the smoke of human life. Upon seeing that he had not triggered the soul restriction, moreover, the Calamity Star before him already knew most of it, the Blood Envoy completely gave up resistance, letting his soul body droop. The Blood Ancestor, my lord. Know that old monster. I don't know much about him. I only know that this old guy has lived for an unknown number of years, and his cultivation is unfathomable. This time I was sent to Xianzhou to search for an ancient demonic artifact, the Heart of the Blood Demon. Where is the Heart of the Blood Demon? What is that old guy's purpose for obtaining it? Lu Chen pressed on. I don't know, I really don't know. The Blood Envoy exclaimed, anxiously, fearing Lu Chen would not believe him. He only said that the Heart of the Blood Demon is sealed somewhere underground in Xuanzhou, but I don't know the specific location. Lu Chen frowned slightly. No wonder this guy started off by slaughtering a city. It turned out he was using such inhumane methods to search for something. What is the use of the Heart of the Blood Demon? Lu Chen continued to ask. It is rumored to be the heart of an ancient great demon containing vast life, essence, and power. As for what he intends to use it for, I cannot know. Lu Chen stared at the Blood Envoy for a moment, confirming that this guy had been drained of value and was indeed not lying. The clues had run dry. Xianzhou was so vast. Who knew where the Heart of the Blood Demon was buried? However, since the Blood Ancestor had set his sights on Xuanzhou, he would definitely send more people in the future. But I advise you to prepare early. The Blood Envoy added. Once the Master realizes I have lost contact, he will surely dispatch more personnel to Xuanzhou, and by then calamity will surely befall the living beings. If you let me go now, I can still pretend to know nothing. Let you go. Lu Chen stroked his chin, revealing a smile. That can be arranged. The Blood Envoy thanked repeatedly. Thank you, Holy Son, thank you for sparing my life. Lu Chen smiled, then suddenly raised his right hand, lightning flickering in his palm. Seeing this scene, the Blood Envoy was so frightened that he almost lost control of himself. What? What are you going to do? You promised to let me go. I did promise to let you go. Lu Chen said with a proud smile. To free you is to let you go. You deceitful little. Boom. The Blood Envoy's curse was not finished when Lu Chen slapped down. The thunder erupted and the Blood Envoy's primordial spirit was instantly turned to ash under the power of the thunder. Tisk trying to play tricks with me. Lu Chen clapped his hands. Dealing with such indiscriminate murderers, talking about credit was purely foolish. Lu Chen casually put away the soul-restraining box into the system space. He removed the isolation array outside the cave and strode out. Blood Ancestor. Heart of the Blood Demon. Lu Chen gazed at the sky deep in thought. Just as the Blood Envoy said that Blood Ancestor would definitely send more people to search for this heart of the Blood Demon. It seems I need to return to the sect quickly. I should also check with the ancestor who has lived for 3,000 years to see if he knows the origin of this heart of the Blood Demon. Determined, Lu Chen stepped forward. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed into a large pit. Lu Chen soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of Qingyun Sect. At the Qingyun Sect's rear mountain, the ancestral land. The heart of the Blood Demon. Upon hearing those 4 words, Lu Junjiang trembled slightly. Are you certain it's the heart of the Blood Demon? Lu Junjiang asked again, a hint of doubt in his voice. Yes, that Blood Envoy came to Xianzhou precisely for this. Lu Chen said, I wonder if the ancestor knows the origin of this object. Upon hearing this, Lu Junjiang fell silent for a long time, as if lost in some memory. 100,000 years ago, the Blood Clan emerged suddenly. The Blood Clan ancestor led countless Blood Clan armies to sweep across the world, feeding on the blood essence of myriad races. At that time, all races were on the brink of extinction. Ultimately, the human emperor of that era joined forces with several peerless powerhouses, paying a grievous price to defeat the Blood Clan ancestor. But beings of that caliber could already regenerate from a single drop of blood, immortal and indestructible. The emperor could not completely annihilate him, so he could only dismember his body, sealing the parts in various corners of the continent. After speaking, Lu Junjiang pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Xianzhou should be one of those sealing grounds. But as for the heart of the Blood Demon, Lu Junjiang had no idea what its purpose was. Yet just hearing its name suggested it was of great significance. Hearing this, Lu Chen stroked his chin. No wonder Xuan's spiritual energy was so barren. Could it be because of this heart of the Blood Demon? Based on his experience from reading novels in his past life, that blood ancestor was surely trying to gather the fragments of the Blood Clan ancestor, attempting to revive him and once again ravage the continent. Lu Chen silently concluded. If that's truly the case, Xianzhou is about to face a catastrophe. This old man has guarded Xianzhou for 3,000 years, yet has allowed these heretics to run rampant. If not for this crippled body holding me back, how could an entire city's populace have perished? He let out a deep sigh, filled with self-reproach. Seeing this, Lu Chen curled his lip. This old man sure has a strong sense of responsibility. But if he kicks the bucket, who would protect the Qingyun sect in the future? System, open the shop. Lu Chen issued the command in his mind. Search for a pill that can heal backlash and hidden injuries at the half-saint level. In no time, the interface instantly displayed a list of items. Lu Chen immediately locked onto one. 9-turn Soul Restoration Pill, Saint Grade Lower Tier, can repair foundational damage for cultivators at the half-saint level and below and replenish vitality. Price 1,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. Buy it, Lu Chen said calmly. He still had 20,000 high-grade Spirit Stones. This 1,000 was mere pocket change. Ding. Purchase successful. Lu Chen flipped his wrist, and a jade bottle appeared in his palm. Lu Junjiang looked at Lu Chen. Child, what is this? He caught the jade bottle and pulled out the stopper. Boom. A rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire space. Just inhaling the scent of the medicine, Lu Junjiang felt a long-lost vitality surge through his parched meridians. This is... Lu Junjiang's hands trembled as he stared fixedly at the round jade-like pill inside the bottle. A saint-grade pill. The lids of several nearby stone coffins flew open with a loud bang. A few old men looking like mummies poked their heads out, their eyes gleaming green as they fixed on the jade bottle. Child, where did you get this? Lu Junjiang said, extremely agitated. Saint-grade pills were incredibly costly, primarily due to 2 factors: the raw materials and the alchemist. Across the entire Xuanzhou, finding even one raw material needed to refine a saint-grade pill was immensely difficult, let alone a saint-grade pill requiring multiple saint-grade ingredients. Even with the materials, one still needed an alchemist of at least the 6th rank to produce it. Saint-grade pill ingredients were precious, but alchemists were even more so. Even the Taichu Holy Land, the strongest force in the Eastern Domain, was said to have only one 6th-rank alchemist. And elsewhere in the Eastern Domain, there were almost none. It could be said that under current conditions, these 2 things were simply impossible to obtain. Yet Lu Chen had directly produced such a precious saint-grade pill. This left these ancient freaks utterly dumbfounded. Found it in a saint's tomb in Yunzhou, Lu Chen said with a calm expression. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, exchanging glances. Found it. This kid's luck was too good, wasn't it? He just happened to pick up the healing medicine the ancestor needed. Regardless, Lu Junjiang's eyes still grew warm. If Lu Junjiang had found a saint-grade pill himself, even if his ancestor begged on his knees, he wouldn't have given it up. Yet Lu Chen had directly gifted it to him. This kid was truly filial. Without hesitation, Lu Junjiang tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a vast surge of life force erupted within him. His originally withered flesh visibly plumped up, and his graying hair turned half black, half white. Half an hour later, Lu Junjiang's eyes snapped open, and a powerful aura flashed and vanished. This old man is ready to go again. Though he hadn't returned to his peak, the backlash within his body had been completely suppressed. He could at least live for a few more centuries, and perhaps even take another step forward. Ha ha ha. Lu Junjiang rose to his full height, laughing heartily. The other old relics, seeing Lu Junjiang's injuries had healed, nodded with faint smiles. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Since the ancestor is feeling better, I should prepare to head to the central continent." Hearing this, Lu Junjiang's joy lasted barely 2 seconds before his brow furrowed. Going to the central continent now? Isn't that too rushed? Lu Chen said seriously, "The mastermind who schemed against you back then might still be at large in the central continent. As the holy son of the Qingyun sect, it's only right for me to seek justice for you." Listening to Lu Chen's words, Lu Junjiang's expression turned grave. It was rare to have such a filial descendant. But in truth, Lu Chen was also calculating. Xuanzhou, this backwater place, could no longer support him. If he wanted to level up further, he had to go to a more prosperous region. And the central continent and the Xiantian Holy Land were undoubtedly the most affluent places on the continent. At this moment, Lu Junjiang was deeply moved. "Good child, the ancestor understands your intentions. But the central continent is not like Xianzhou. Their prodigies are as common as clouds, and major powers stand side by side. Though your talent is extraordinary, you are only at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm." Lu Junjiang's meaning was clear. He hoped Lu Chen would temper himself a bit more. After all, the Xiantian Holy Land's Holy Sun competition was still a few months away. 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Yes, when you left half a month ago, weren't you at the 6th level of the Venerable Realm? Could it be?" A sudden thought struck Lu Junjiang, and he looked at Lu Chen with confusion. "Could you have broken through again?" "Something like that." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Broken through to the 7th level of the Venerable Realm." Lu Junjiang was overjoyed. Lu Chen said nothing, merely looking at him calmly. "The 8th level." Lu Junjiang's voice rose. Lu Chen remained silent, but with a thought he released the seal on his spiritual energy. Boom. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out. The entire space shook violently on the verge of shattering. The half-saint realm. Lu Junjiang stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. After sensing Lu Chen's formidable aura, he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Holy shit. The old freaks behind him burst into profanity. Was this reasonable? A half-saint at just over 20 years old. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this? Even in the central continent, a land of outstanding talents, for the most exceptional holy son to reach the peak of the venerable realm at this age would be considered an incredible blessing from the ancestors. Half-saint realm. That was a realm they dared not even dream of. Child, what exactly is going on? Lu Junjiang stammered, unable to form words. Even this seasoned old monster couldn't help but gasp in awe at the young man before him. Lu Chen withdrew his pressure, speaking calmly. "I received a saint's inheritance in the tomb and accidentally reached the 2nd level of the half-saint realm." Accidentally. 2nd level of the half-saint realm. Lu Junjiang felt his heart could barely take it. He had cultivated for several millennia, yet his cultivation base was merely at the peak of half-saint. The old fellows behind Lu Chen shared the same sentiment as Lu Junjiang. Had they not all cultivated for over 1,000 years? Yet they remained stuck at the half-saint realm. This youth before them, barely over 20, had already reached half-saint 2nd layer. In comparison, had their millennia of cultivation been wasted on dogs? "Ancestor, am I qualified now to go to the central continent?" Lu Chen asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Qualified? More than enough." Lu Junjiang swallowed several times before calming his emotions. Lu Junjiang walked up to Lu Chen, patted his shoulder firmly, and laughed heartily. "For Qingyun sect to produce a monster like you, this old man can die without regrets. Go to the central continent. Trample all those snobbish fools from the Xiantian Holy Land under your feet." Lu Junjiang paused, his expression turning solemn. "Child, if you go to the Xiantian Holy Land, remember to use the Xiantian token I gave you. It is not merely a token, but a symbol of my lineage from those days. With it you can avoid much trouble." "Understood." Lu Chen nodded. The Taichu Holy Land. Atop the mist-shrouded Wanshan Peak, Lu Rian gazed silently at the man before her. Though 1,000 words lingered, she knew not where to begin. "I must go." Lu Chen spoke, breaking the silence. Lu Rian's delicate frame trembled slightly. She lifted her head, her ethereally beautiful face filled with reluctance. "Must you leave for the central continent so soon?" Lu Chen nodded. "The Holy Sun contest of the Xiantian Holy Land concerns the ancestors' last wish and the future of Qingyun sect." His tone was calm, yet resolute. "Then, you must be careful. Lu Rian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Rest assured. Lu Chen looked at her, then suddenly stepped forward and gently pulled her into his embrace. Lu Rian's body stiffened, then she clung to him tightly, as if trying to meld herself into his being. Wait for my return. Lu Chen whispered in her ear. Then he released his hold, turned, and transformed into a streak of cyan light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Lu Rian stood transfixed, staring at the direction he had gone. Her eyes rimmed red, yet she stubbornly held back her tears. Meanwhile, the silent Honger, seeing that Lu Chen had already departed, leaned close to Lu Rian's ear. My dear saintess, if the Saint Lord finds out you secretly used the Holy Land's secret technique to teleport here, just to see him, well, both be sent to the reflection cliff to face the wall for 100 years. Lu Rian seemed not to hear her gaze, never leaving Lu Chen. Only when the cyan streak had completely vanished from sight did she finally look away. Honger. Lu Rian suddenly turned and looked at her with great seriousness. She took Honger's hand and gently shook it. You are my dearest sister, aren't you? What do you want? Hearing this, alarms blared in Honger's mind. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, eyeing her warily. Let me make this clear first. No talk of going to the central continent. I'm not going to chase after him. Lu Rian shook her head, her expression turning earnest. He carries too much on his shoulders going to the central continent alone. I want to help him do something. My saintess, what can you possibly do for young Master Lu now? Honger pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling a bit dizzy. Her saintess had become so biased in favor of an outsider that there was no saving her. I heard him say that his parents left when he was very young. Lu Rian continued. I want to help him find clues about his aunt and uncle. Hearing this, Honger was stunned. She had expected Lu Rian to propose another impulsive idea, but never anticipated this. This was truly an attempt to share the regrets in his life. But the continent is vast with a sea of people. How can we find them? Honger asked in confusion. Lu Chen's mother might come from the upper realm. Lu Rian mused. How do you know? Honger pressed further. Oh, never mind that. The Taichu Holy Land has been passed down for 10,000 years. Its library might contain records about the upper realm passages or clans. Moreover, we can use the Holy Land's eyes and ears spread across the continent to investigate. But this is using Holy Land resources for personal matters. If the elders find out. Honger trailed off mid-sentence. That's exactly why I need your help. Lu Rian hugged Honger's arm and coaxed her. My dear Honger, you care for me the most. You'll help me, want you? Seeing her saintess like this, Honger was rendered speechless. She sighed helplessly. Fine. I must have owed you in a past life. But agreed, we only look for clues. You are not to run off again. Lu Rian nodded happily. Then her gaze turned toward the direction of the central continent, and she silently vowed, Lu Chen, just keep moving forward. Behind you, I am here. Half a month later, at the border of the central continent, Blackstone Town. As its name suggests, the buildings were mostly constructed from enormous black boulders, their style rough and rugged. Outside the town, yellow sand filled the sky with only an ancient path leading to the town gate. Lu Chen, clad in green robes and travel-worn, walked slowly toward the gate. But before he could approach, several fierce-looking men at the life and death realm, as if sensing prey, turned their gazes toward Lu Chen. The bald-headed leader sized Lu Chen up and down, a contemptuous sneer spreading across his face. Kid new here. Don't know the rules of Blackstone Town. Lu Chen paused, his expression calm as he looked at him. Oh, what rules? The bald-headed man brandished his broadsword. This mountain was opened by me, these trees were planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. The moment the bald thug finished his words, his vision blurred. He hadn't even seen how his opponent moved. Lu Chen glanced at him, as if looking at a dead man. Rules. A resonant clang of a sword rang out. A flash of sword light streaked by swift beyond measure. The sinister grins on the faces of several life and death realm thugs instantly froze. Thud, thud. The next moment, several heads soared into the air. Blood sprayed across the scorching yellow sand, evaporating instantly. Several headless corpses toppled stiffly to the ground, falling silent. From drawing the sword to sheathing it, only a breath's time had passed. On a distant sand dune, a scrawny man on lookout yawned in boredom. But when he turned back, he witnessed this horrifying scene. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his crown. He tumbled down the dune and fled frantically toward Blackstone Town. Meanwhile, at the central square of Blackstone Town, over 1,000 townsfolk, young and old, men and women, were all herded to this spot. A group of ferocious bandits, weapons in hand, wove through the crowd, casting cold glances at the commoners. Hand over every valuable in your homes, you hear. A one-eyed bandit kicked over a weeping old man and roared savagely. Spare us, great king. Our spirit stones have all been handed over already. Please have mercy on us. Cries for mercy and wails rose and fell. Spare you? Then who the hell spares us? The one-eyed bandit spat, his face full of impatience. Boss Lu Ba said we're still way short on this month's tribute. If we can't deliver, old Yin will blame us, and well, all lose our heads. Your lives are precious, but mine's not. Hurry up, you've got half an hour more. Anyone who can't produce 100 low-grade spirit stones, their whole family gets fed to the wolves. At these words, all the townsfolk wore expressions of utter despair. Blackstone Town lay on the border of the central region, not even counted as part of it. It was already impoverished. How could these ordinary people scrape together more spirit stones? Just then the scrawny lookout stumbled into the square. It's bad. Brother Biao, and the others. They're all dead. He panted heavily, shouting in panic. The one-eyed bandit overseeing the looting was the gang's leader. Known as Wang Biao, he was at the 7th level of the life and death realm. Frowning, he grabbed the scrawny man by the collar and slapped him. Slap, son of a bitch. I'm standing right here, and you dare say I'm dead. Wang Biao bellowed in fury. Enraged, he slapped him a few more times. No, not you. The scrawny man slapped repeatedly, quickly, tried to explain. Not you, Brother Biao, it's at the gate. A youth in blue, he lopped off their heads with one swing. Wang Biao froze for a moment, then erupted in rage. If you're lying to me, you'll tear your head off. I wouldn't dare, that kid might have come in by now. Hearing this, Wang Biao shoved him aside and glared sharply toward the town entrance. Damn it, how dare someone touch my man? He looked around and shouted to his underlings. You lot keep searching. With that, Wang Biao grabbed a ghost head broadsword and strode menacingly toward the town gate. He wanted to see for himself who was so reckless as to defy the mighty. But as he reached the street corner, he saw a blue-clad figure approaching leisurely from afar. The newcomer wore a blue robe with a handsome face and an expression as calm as if strolling through a garden. This clashed starkly with the dusty, bandit-ridden Blackstone town. Halt! You killed my men. Wang Biao blocked the path with his blade, demanding murderously. Lu Chen's gaze swept over him, then to the weeping townsfolk kneeling in the square, and he frowned slightly. It was me, he replied flatly. Good guts. Wang Biao laughed in fury, his spiritual energy surging, unleashing the full pressure of his life and death realm 7th level. Kid, no matter your background, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs today. Before his words faded, he raised the ghost head broadsword. The next instant, a blood-red blade beam, several zhang long, tore through the air, bearing a piercing howl as it slashed down at Lu Chen. That strike could cleave a small mountain. Yet facing this ferocious blow, Lu Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. He slowly raised his right hand. Then he flicked it gently. Snap! A crisp sound rang out around them. The violent, blood-red blade beam at Lu Chen's gentle flick dissipated like snow melting in the sun. And Wang Biao himself exploded in midair. He hadn't even registered what happened before he was smacked into a mist of blood. A breeze passed, spreading the scent of blood. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the square, everyone was stunned. The bandits who had been swaggering around had their eyes wide as saucers. Dead. Wang Biao, who had ruled Blackstone Town with ruthless tyranny, had been slapped out of existence with one blow. After a brief silence, someone was the first to react, letting out a blood-curdling scream. A ghost. The next second, all the bandits scattered like frightened birds. They dropped their weapons and fled wailing in terror. On the other side, the oppressed townsfolk, seeing the bandit leader killed, did not cheer. Instead, they too showed extreme fear and began to flee in all directions. They were afraid. Because though Wang Biao was dead, behind him loomed an even more terrifying figure. Kill the underling, and the master comes. Could this young man, no matter how powerful, stand against so many? When the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded square became empty. Only a pair of siblings about 10 years old remained standing. They exchanged a glance, then ran to Lu Chen and knelt with a thud. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. Lu Chen looked at the two little ones kneeling before him, somewhat surprised. Why didn't you run, he asked. The younger brother looked up and said firmly, Benefactor killed those villains and saved us. You are our savior. Why should we run? The sister said, everyone is afraid of Lu Ba's revenge, so they all ran. Lu Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this. And why aren't you afraid? Because Benefactor is very strong and can surely drive away these bandits. The younger brother finished speaking and swallowed nervously. Lu Chen looked at them and nodded inwardly. He crouched down, looking at the two little ones. Who is Lu Ba? And what's the situation here? The siblings, as if afraid Lu Chen would grow impatient, quickly explained the whole story. Blackstone Town and the surrounding thousands of miles were controlled by a mysterious force called Old Yan. Lu Ba, a venerable realm cultivator, was one of Old Yan's vicious hounds. He was in charge of Blackstone Town. Every year he had to hand over a massive amount of spirit stones to Old Yan. To meet the tribute, Lu Ba enforced tyranny in the town, bleeding the people dry, and the townsfolk had long suffered unbearably. That Lu Ba is now in the town lord's mansion. I heard he's plundered a huge pile of spirit stones and hides them in his treasury. The younger brother added, his voice full of hatred for Lu Ba. All the fruits of our hard labor have gone into that bastard's pocket. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent for a moment. Since he had to hand over spirit stones, there must be a large reserve. Lu Chen stood up, patted the siblings' heads, and a warm smile spread across his face. At Haishi Town, within the town lord's mansion, in the grand hall, fine wines and delicacies flowed as music and dance filled the air. A burly man with a face full of rough features was holding two scantily clad women, drinking wildly. He was Lu Ba, a cultivator at the Venerable Realm 3rd level. He was the undisputed tyrant of Haishi Town. Report. Just then a bandit stumbled and rushed in. Seeing this, the smile on Lu Ba's face instantly froze. He pushed aside the women in his arms and slowly stood up. A powerful aura of the Venerable Realm spread out. What's all this panic and disorder? The bandit knelt in fear. Gee, great King Brother Biao. Wang Biao has been killed. What? Lu Ba's pupils contracted, almost thinking he had misheard. Wang Biao was his most capable general. In this small patch of Haishi Town, who would dare touch him? And the brothers at the gate. They're all dead too. The bandit added with sobs. It was too terrifying. In just one encounter, all the brothers' heads had flown off. Useless. Lu Ba flew into a rage and kicked the bandit away. The bandit crashed into a stone pillar, spat blood, and passed out. The music in the hall abruptly stopped and the dancers trembled in fear at the sight. This is an outrage. Lu Ba's rough face quivered with anger. Daring to act wild on my turf and kill my men. He grabbed a massive 9-ring broadsword beside him, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Men, arm yourselves. Lu Ba roared, and the entire mansion erupted into chaos. Hundreds of bandits surged from every corner, each wielding weapons, their killing intent palpable. Follow me. Lu Ba shouldered the broadsword and kicked open the hall's door. Today he'll skin that little bastard alive and hang his hide as a lantern at the town gate. Kill, kill, kill. The hundreds of bandits shouted in unison, their momentum immense. They all followed Lu Ba, charging fiercely out of the mansion. However, as they rushed into the front courtyard, they saw a figure in green robes calmly walking in through the main gate. The newcomer, dressed in azure, wore a placid expression as he looked at Lu Ba and his men, as if merely out for a stroll. This person was none other than Lu Chen. Stop! Lu Ba immediately locked his gaze on Lu Chen. The bandits behind him also halted, surrounding Lu Chen. With Lu Ba backing them up, the bandits' courage swelled. It's this kid. Great King, he's the one who killed Brother Biao. He looks so delicate, yet dares to come seeking death. Lu Ba pointed the tip of his blade at Lu Chen's nose, his voice booming. Kid, you're the one who killed my men. Lu Chen's gaze swept past him, scanning the ferocious bandits behind. Finally, it settled back on Lu Ba's tone calm. It was me. Seeing Lu Chen's frank admission, Lu Ba laughed in fury. There are paths in heaven you refuse to take. There are no gates in hell, yet you come barging in. Today I'll show you how to write the character for death. Before his words faded, he raised the 9-ring broadsword high. The spiritual energy of the Venerable Realm surged into it, and the blade glowed with a blinding blood-red light. Die! Just as he was about to bring the sword down and cleave Lu Chen into pulp, the calm on Lu Chen's face vanished. He made no move, merely releasing a fraction of his own aura. Boom! A terrifying pressure like a celestial river cascading down instantly engulfed the entire mansion. Crack! Crack! The very air seemed to freeze, then shattered inch by inch. The weapons in the hands of the hundreds of bandits instantly turned to powder under the invisible weight. Then came their bodies. Thud! 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 Hundreds of bandits, as if crushed by an invisible divine mountain, had their knees buckle and fell to the ground in unison. Those with weaker cultivation had blood oozing from their 7 orifices, their bones snapping, and they passed out on the spot. Lu Ba, bearing the brunt of it, suffered the same fate. His Venerable Realm's spiritual energy, like a stream colliding with a vast ocean, was instantly annihilated. He instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then began to tremble all over. It felt as if a primordial deity was watching him. It was an absolute suppression born of the disparity in their cultivation levels. The next second his legs gave way and he knelt directly. Senior, I was just joking. A great man doesn't hold grudges against a petty one. The pressure dissipated. Lu Chen looked down at Lu Ba prostrate at his feet and spoke slowly. 10 minutes. Bring out all the spirit stones you've hoarded over the years. Lu Ba shuddered violently, not daring to utter a single word of objection. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring everything from the treasury now. The bandits, who could still move, felt as if pardoned, scrambling towards the vault deep within the mansion. Lu Chen mused inwardly, never expecting such behavior in this seemingly prosperous place, as he watched their frantic retreating figures. In less than 5 minutes, over a dozen massive chests were carried out and placed heavily in the courtyard. When the lids were opened, they were filled with neatly stacked, dazzlingly radiant top-grade spirit stones. A full 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a casual wave of his hand, he stored all the spirit stones into his storage ring. Just as Lu Ba thought he had escaped and breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Chen's voice rang out again. These are mine. And these returned to the townspeople. Lu Ba was stunned for a moment, then immediately kowtowed without hesitation. Yes. Yes. The senior is merciful. He'll do it right away. He was bitterly complaining inside, but dared not show it on his face. Lu Chen ignored him and slowly walked up to him. Lu Ba was terrified out of his wits. Thinking Lu Chen was going to kill him, he begged repeatedly. Senior, spare me. Senior, have mercy. Lu Chen extended his right hand, placing 5 fingers lightly on Lu Ba's crown. Soul search. Boom. A vast divine sense surged into Lu Ba's mind. Before Lu Ba could even scream, his body convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. After a moment, Lu Chen released his grip. Lu Ba's burly frame collapsed limply to the ground. His eyes were wide open, now nothing more than an empty shell devoid of a soul. From his memories, Lu Chen not only learned the true backing behind this local tyrant, but also gleaned a piece of intriguing information. That Yin Lao who dominated 1,000 miles and struck terror into countless hearts was actually named Zhao Wutian. His stronghold was not in the yellow sand-swept borderlands. Instead, it lay 10,000 miles away within the bustling city known as Tianyang City. More interestingly, this Zhao Wutian seemed to have intricate ties with people from the Xiantian Sacred Land. According to the information Lu Ba had gathered, the vast majority of these plundered riches flowed into the Xiantian Sacred Land. As for the specific recipient, Lu Ba's memories held no answer. Perhaps his clearance level was insufficient. Xiantian Sacred Land. Lu Chen gazed in the direction of the Xiantian Sacred Land, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It seemed that even within this foremost power of the central region, there were those who engaged in such shady dealings. However, he had already intended to visit the Xiantian Sacred Land. Now it appeared to be on his way. Subsequently, Lu Chen subdued all the bandits and freed the town's lord. Then with a flicker of his form, he vanished from Blackstone Town. Meanwhile, in Tianyang City, within a delicate warm pavilion in the rear garden of the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a ruddy complexion reclined on a soft couch, basking in the afternoon sun. By his side, 2 beautiful maidservants were carefully peeling spirit fruits for him. This man was none other than the city lord of Tianyang, Zhao Wutian. He was also the dreaded Yin Lao of Blackstone Town. However, only a few core members like Lu Ba knew the true identity of this Yin Lao. To others, he was simply the city lord of Tianyang. This month's tribute is finally gathered, and we've even exceeded the target by a fair margin. Zhao Wutian opened his mouth contentedly, accepting a piece of fruit from the maidservant, his heart calculating with satisfaction. Once I present the offering to that steward of the sacred land, the remainder can be exchanged for a good amount of cultivation resources. Perhaps I can even elevate my cultivation a step further. He had been lording over this border region for decades, long considering it his private territory. With the Xiantian Sacred Land as his backing, no one dared to provoke him. Wealth and power were his for the taking, and he lived a life more comfortable than some sect masters in the Central Plains. Just as Zhao Wutian was immersed in these pleasant fantasies. Boom. A thunderous crash like a bolt from the blue. The entire rear garden shuddered violently. An oppressive aura descended from the heavens. Startled by the sudden upheaval, Zhao Wutian jolted and sprang to his feet. He looked up in horror to see a figure in azure robes hovering midair, exuding a chilling, heart-stopping pressure. Then a cold, indifferent voice rang out. Which one is Yin Lao? At these words, Zhao Wutian's heart clenched. Yin Lao? No one outside his most trusted underlings should know this alias. How could someone have tracked him here? Who was this young man before him? How dare you cause trouble in the city lord's mansion? Seize him. Before Zhao Wutian could react, a dozen guards alerted by the noise charged forward. Each was a master of the life and death realm. Blades of light and sword shadows instantly converged on Lu Chen. Yet Lu Chen merely cast a calm glance over them. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. The dozen fierce guards exploded in midair, transforming into clusters of brilliant, yet deadly blood mist. Silence. A deathly stillness fell. All color drained from Zhao Wutian's face, and his legs gave way, nearly sending him to his knees. What kind of technique was that? A single look and a dozen life and death realm experts were gone. Before he could recover from the sheer terror, a blur appeared before him, and the azure-robed figure materialized like a phantom. A cold hand clamped around his throat. Where is the treasury? Lu Chen demanded coldly. It's, spare me, senior, I'll take you there. Zhao Wutian trembled violently, speaking with difficulty. He didn't know who this man in azure was, but he knew that resisting now would mean certain death. The shadow of death forced him to instantly abandon all dignity and authority. As he led the way with obsequious bows, he stealthily slipped his hand into his sleeve and silently crushed a sound transmission jade slip. Soon they arrived before a massive underground palace deep within the estate. As Zhao Wutian formed several hand seals, the heavy stone door slowly ground open. The next moment, a dense wave of spiritual energy rushed out. The underground palace was vast. It was piled high with spirit stones forming small mountains. A dazzling array of magical artifacts, elixirs, and heavenly treasures filled the space, their radiance blinding. This was the tribute Zhao Wutian had painstakingly amassed. Lu Chen surveyed the room full of treasures, and a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. He waved his hand. An invisible spatial force swept through. All the treasures in the entire underground palace, piles of spirit stones, artifacts, and elixirs on the shelves, vanished without a trace. In that instant, not a single item left behind. Lu Chen made a rough count. There were no less than several 100,000 high-grade spirit stones alone. Zhao Wutian stood by, watching his lives work wiped clean. In an instant, the muscles in his face twitching wildly. His heart bled. This was sheer banditry. Yet he dared not voice a single complaint. Instead, he forced a flattering smile to ingratiate himself with Lu Chen. If this lord decided to strike him down, he would be returning to the afterlife. There would be no talk of gold or treasure then. But just then, rumble. Several immensely powerful auras descended from the sky above Tianyang City, instantly enveloping the entire city lord's mansion. A voice brimming with authority echoed around. Bold indeed to dare rob the Tianyang City treasury. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Wutian broke into a smile. The Sacred Land. Reinforcements from the Sacred Land had finally arrived. Smack. Before Zhao Wutian could rejoice for even 2 seconds, a slap reduced him to a mist of blood. Inside the treasury, Lu Chen dusted off his hands. Then his gaze turned outward. Boom. The entire lord's mansion quaked violently under this overwhelming pressure, as if it could collapse at any moment. Then a cold, authoritative voice came from outside. How dare you, to threaten the city lord and plunder the treasury right under the protection of the Xiantian Sacred Land? Those inside, get out and face your death. The voice thundered, spreading with a terrifying innate pressure that shook the entire Tianyang city to its core. Countless cultivators and commoners in the city looked toward the source. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Sounds like it's coming from the lord's mansion. Such a powerful aura this. Which great power has arrived? Meanwhile, outside the lord's mansion, a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe floated in midair. He stared coldly at the mansion. This man was none other than Chen Xuanfeng, an inner sect steward of the Xiantian Sacred Land. Behind him followed several young disciples in similar attire. Each of them wore a haughty expression, looking down at the city below as gods might gaze upon ants. Uncle Chen, why waste words on such cowardly rats? Let this disciple go in and capture them directly. A disciple stepped forward, his face brimming with eagerness for merit. Chen Xianfeng let out a cold snort. The next moment, his half-saint pressure cascaded down, locking onto the entrance of the underground treasure vault. No need. I want to see which blind fool dares to touch my Xiantian Sacred Land's people. The people he referred to were naturally Zhao Wutian. And while he said this to stop the disciples from entering, the real reason was his fear of them seeing the mountains of treasure inside. If this underground enterprise were exposed, Chen Xianfeng would be finished. Just then, the heavy stone door of the vault slowly opened. A figure in green robes stepped out, leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. The newcomer had a handsome face, his expression calm as he looked at the visitors. As if the terrifying half-saint pressure from moments ago was nothing more than a gentle breeze. This person was none other than Lu Chen. He slowly raised his head, meeting the gaze of Chen Xianfeng in midair. His spiritual insight had already been quietly activated. Name: Chen Xianfeng, identity: intersect steward of Xiantian Sacred Land, cultivation: half-saint realm, 7th layer. So they are from the Xiantian Sacred Land. It seems this matter is indeed connected to them. Lu Chen understood in his heart. Boy, have you grown a leopard's heart to dare plunder my Tianyang city's treasury. Where is the city lord of Tianyang? Chen Xianfeng demanded. Zhao Wutian. Lu Chen seemed to ponder for a moment before nodding in realization, his tone flat. Oh, he's dead. Those 2 words were uttered lightly, yet they struck like a heavy hammer against Chen Xuanfeng's heart. Outrageous. Chen Xianfeng roared in fury. A mere brat like you dares to kill a city lord under the Xiantian Sacred Land's patronage and still act so arrogantly. Do you know your crime? Today this steward will extract your soul and refine it as a warning to others. Before his words faded, he suddenly raised his hand. The next moment, a colossal hand formed from vast spiritual energy appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun. It bore down on Lu Chen with a terrifying momentum that could sweep away everything. A single strike from a half-saint 7th layer powerhouse could obliterate the entire Tianyang city. Everyone in the city trembled in fear at this attack. In the streets, people scrambled to flee for their lives. However, facing this earth-shattering palm, Lu Chen did not block or evade. He simply smiled faintly on the spot. Raising his hand, he revealed an ancient token. Engraved on it were the characters Xiantian. Seeing this, Chun Xianfeng burst into laughter. He had thought Lu Chen possessed some terrifying trump card, since Zhao Wutian had died at his hands. But he never expected the brat to only bring out a piece of wood. Did this fellow really intend to use that wooden token to block a half-saint's attack? At the thought, Chen Zuanfeng's laughter grew louder. But when he looked closely and saw the characters Xiantian on the token, his expression instantly froze. Su. Xiantian. True disciple token. He blurted out in shock, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. How could this brat possess the Xiantian true disciple token? This was a relic held only by the highest echelons of the sacred land, and the chosen saint heirs eligible to inherit the Saint Lord's position. Seeing this token was like seeing the Saint Lord in person. The next second, the sacred land steward hurriedly landed and stumbled to kneel before Lu Chen. Thud, Xiantian's sacred land Inner sect steward Chen Xuanfeng greets Your Excellency. I did not know Your Excellency was here, a crime worthy of death. I beg Your Excellency for forgiveness. Spare my life. Chun Xianfeng knelt and begged for mercy, trembling all over. The once lofty sacred land steward had now become a groveling wretch. Meanwhile, the several sacred land disciples behind him had assumed Chun Xianfeng would surely kill Lu Chen. They were all eager to observe the spectacle, hoping to gain some insight for their future cultivation. But in the next second, this half-saint seventh-layer steward, who had just been so imposing and threatening to extract someone's soul, knelt directly before Lu Chen. He even begged Lu Chen for mercy. This scene stunned the disciples. What was going on here? Why had Uncle Chen knelt to this brat? You insolent fools, kneel now. Chun Xianfeng roared, sweeping his hand back with immense force. Ouch. In the next moment, the disciples' legs seemed to be broken as they all fell to their knees, wailing in pain. Chun Xianfeng turned back and said respectfully to Lu Chen, We failed to recognize Your Excellency's greatness and have offended you. Lu Chen looked down at Chen Xuanfeng, who dared not even raise his head, and chuckled inwardly. It seemed the old ancestor's gift was even more useful than he had imagined. He slowly put away the token and looked down at Chun Xianfeng from on high. You came at the right time. Let me ask you, did you know that Zhao Wutian, under the alias Old Yin, colluded with his subordinates to extort the people across multiple regions and amass a vast fortune? Hearing this, Chun Xianfeng shuddered. He swallowed hard. I did not know. Had I known, I would have killed him myself to rid the people of this scourge. Chun Xianfeng swallowed again. How could he have imagined that the bandit in Tianyang City was a lord wielding the Xiantian true disciple token? Is that so? Lu Chen asked with a meaningful tone, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He confessed everything before he died. He said that everything he did was on the orders of a steward from the Xiantian sacred land, and that 90% of all the spirit stones and resources he plundered were to be tribute to that steward. Lu Chen's voice was unhurried, but each word struck Chen Zuanfeng's heart like a hammer. Chun Xianfeng felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Confessed. He confessed everything. Before Chen Xianfeng could respond, Lu Chen spoke again. Now I suspect you are Zhao Wushan's accomplice, or even the mastermind behind this decades-long cross-border scheme that has poisoned billions of lives. Steward Chen, tell me, how should I deal with you? No, Your Excellency. He is slandering me. He is framing me. I am innocent. Chun Xianfeng was scared out of his wits, kneeling motionless on the ground. Seeing that the intimidation had achieved its effect, Lu Chen stopped pretending. Tell me, who is your superior? The vast lands of Zhongzhou, where spiritual energy coalesced into mist, stretched like a painted scroll across mountains and rivers. The Xiantian sacred land sat at the very heart of this continent, where tens of thousands of floating divine peaks stood in majestic array. Silver waterfalls cascaded from the 9 heavens, each droplet seemingly imbued with pure spiritual power. Ancient halls and pavilions appeared and disappeared amidst the swirling clouds and mist. Immortal cranes sang in harmony, and dragon roars echoed through the air. There were no mortal walls here, for the entire firmament served as its rampart. The only entrance to the sacred land was a jade-white mountain gate that spanned the horizon. At this moment, beneath the gate, Chun Xianfeng led the way, bowing and scraping like a shrimp with a hunched back as he addressed Lu Chen obsequiously. My lord, this is the Ascension Gate. Legend has it that 30,000 years ago our sect's founding patriarch forged it from the core of an extraterrestrial star over 999 years, rendering it indestructible. Chun Xianfeng continued to recount the site's history to Lu Chen. Behind him, the disciples whose legs had been crippled hobbled along, supporting one another in a pitiful state. Lu Chen remained composed, seemingly deaf to Chen Zuanfeng's introductions. His gaze had already been captivated by the towering mountain gate. Just as the group was about to step through the gate, 2 disciples guarding the mountain spotted Chun Xianfeng and greeted him with cupped fists. Greetings, Steward Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his eyes fixed upon the Ascension Gate. Through his spiritual sight, he could see the Tao runes flowing across the gate, their complexity and profundity far surpassing any formation he had encountered before. Truly worthy of the foremost sacred land in Zhongzhou. Just as Chun Xianfeng prepared to lead Lu Chen through the gate, a deafening explosion thundered without warning. The void before the southern heaven gate twisted abruptly, and hundreds of figures materialized out of thin air, each wielding a formation flag, their auras interlinked. In an instant, a net of shimmering light woven from arcane energy sealed the void for 1,000 li in every direction. The spirit sealing formation. Chun Zuanfeng's face drained of color as he cried out in shock. Why deploy the spirit sealing formation? A figure slowly emerged from atop the gate, revealing a young man clad in purple brocade robes. He gazed down at the scene below with a disdainful sneer. Law Enforcer Lai. Recognizing the newcomer, Chun Xianfeng froze in astonishment. Law Enforcer Lai swept his eyes over Lu Chen and declared, "Any outsider trespassing the sacred land's gate shall be killed without mercy." Seeing this, Chun Xianfeng hurried forward and bowed deeply. Law Enforcer Lai, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. This lord is an honored guest bearing the Xiantian True Inheritance token. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lai Wuji, the quasi-saint of the Sacred Land's Enforcement Hall, a cultivator at the 6th level of the half-saint realm, and the personal disciple of a powerful elder in the Sacred Land. He wielded immense authority, and his reputation for tyranny and ruthlessness was well known. Why would he personally lead a team to appear here? Oh, a Xiantian True Inheritance token. Lai Wuji smirked, his gaze sweeping over Chun Xianfeng before finally settling on Lu Chen as if appraising an intriguing prey. Steward Chun, have you lost your wits? The Xiantian True Inheritance token is far too precious to fall into the hands of some wild brat from the borderlands. His voice turned icy as he barked. I say this token was clearly stolen by him. And you, Chun Xuanfeng, as a steward of the Sacred Land, failed to see through his deception and colluded with a traitor. Your crime is even graver. Seize this thief who stole the Sacred Land's token and execute him on the spot. Arrest Chun Xianfeng and throw him into the celestial prison to await judgment. At these words, silence fell all around. Chun Xianfeng felt as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. Stolen? What was going on here? Could this Xiantian True Inheritance token be a fake? Meanwhile, from the distant clouds, many Sacred Land disciples, drawn by the commotion, murmured among themselves. Isn't that senior brother Lai Wuji from the Enforcement Hall? What a grand display. He even activated the spirit sealing formation. Who is that kid surrounded down there to warrant senior brother Lai's personal intervention? I heard he's a thief who stole the True Inheritance token. What nerve? Aboard an ornate cloud carriage, a woman in pale cyan court robes with a face of peerless beauty and an ethereal aura observed the scene from afar. Miss, it's Lai Wuji. They say that young man stole the Xiantian True Inheritance token, her maid whispered. This woman was none other than Lin Qingqing, the current saintess of Xiantian's Sacred Land. Nonsense. She watched the scene below, calmly unconvinced. After all, she had heard that a Xiantian True Inheritance token had been taken away by a powerful figure 3,000 years ago. It had vanished without a trace since then, and now it reappeared, surely brought back by that figure's descendant. Lai Wuji's treatment of him was likely a test of his strength. If there was a reason, it must be the upcoming Saint Air trial. That man feared an additional competitor. Meanwhile, before the mountain gate, faced with these sudden accusations, the net-like formation covering the sky, and the gleaming blades of 100 cultivators. He offered no explanation. In truth, he had already understood. There were indeed those within the Sacred Land who did not wish for his return. Then he calmly took a single step forward. A hum resonated as an invisible force field erupted from Lu Chen's body, spreading in all directions. Godslayer Domain, activate. Within the domain, 100-fold gravity descended with crushing force. The spirit sealing formation, powerful enough to confine a half-saint, shattered under the strain the moment it touched the Godslayer domain. At the same time, the terrifying pressure unleashed by the 100 enforcement disciples was twisted and even rebounded by an even more brutal force upon entering the domain. A series of blood-spitting sounds rang out. The 100 formidable enforcement cultivators, without even touching Lu Chen's sleeve, were struck as if by invisible hammers. They coughed up blood in unison and were sent flying backward. The spirit sealing formation collapsed without a fight. The scene unfolded so swiftly that all the watching disciples were stunned. 100 elite cultivators at the venerable realm from the enforcement hall, their formation capable of imprisoning a half-saint. And yet, it was broken just like that. They hadn't even seen how he struck. All they witnessed was Lu Chen taking a single step forward, and the formation shattered. Useless. Lai Wuji spat out the curse despite his inner shock. He hadn't expected his meticulously planned show of force to be so easily dismantled. This was a public slap to his face. You have some skill. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lai Wuji laughed in fury, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. But do you think that will save your life? Today I'll show you what true power means. Before his words faded, he opened his storage ring, and an ancient bronze seal shot into the sky. The seal swelled, instantly expanding to 100 zhang in size. In an instant, an overwhelming sacred aura spread forth. On the seal's surface, the phantom of a towering mountain slowly materialized, as if to suppress the ages. That's a saint-grade artifact, the mountain-suppressing seal. No, it's a replica, a discerning disciple exclaimed. Die! Lai Wuji formed hand seals and pointed downward. The mountain seal suspended in the sky, carrying the terrifying might to annihilate all. Crashed down toward Lu Chen's head like a meteor from beyond the heavens. Facing this dreadful saint-grade strike, Lu Chen merely smiled, without any excessive movement. A replica, that's all. Lu Chen looked at Lai Wuji with disdain. Unbeknownst to all, the saint-grade divine weapon Pujuan had already appeared in his hand. Before the mountain seal's seal, a colossal imprint radiating sacred authority, as if capable of crushing the azure heavens across 10,000 eons. Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. In the next instant, the sacred tier divine weapon in his hand, Pujuan, emitted a soft, resonant hum. Then a flash of azure swordlight vanished in the blink of an eye. Crack! A crisp, piercing sound rang out, striking every onlooker's ears like a chime of fate. The majestic Jinyu seal upon contact with that azure swordlight instantly shattered. Not its projection alone, but its very essence, as if struck by divine judgment. A hairline fissure split the seal's physical form down its center, spreading at visible speed until it engulfed the entire artifact. Boom! This replicated sacred weapon exploded midair, dissolving into a shower of shimmering motes. No, my Jinyu seal. Lai Wuji stared in disbelief, roaring in anguish. Yet this was only the beginning. The azure swordlight, unbroken, unblunted, and surging with overwhelming might, now streaked onward like a death-bound comet bearing straight for Lai Wuji. In that instant, the shadow of death enshrouded Lai Wuji entirely. He jolted violently, unleashing every ounce of spiritual energy within him in a desperate, frantic lunge to evade. Shoo! The blade light grazed his cheek, flinging droplets of blood into the air. Behind him, it rent the void itself, a bottomless black fissure cleaving the fabric of space, refusing to close even as time held its breath. Dodge? I dodged it. Lai Wuji gasped, raggedly, trembling with aftershock. How could such a casual stroke from that youth carry such apocalyptic force? Yet before he could savor even a sliver of relief, a phantom-like figure materialized before him, without warning. Lu Chen. He hadn't even perceived Lu Chen's movement. Only when the figure stood before him did awareness dawn. You? Lai Wuji managed only a single syllable. Slap. A thunderclap of a slap tore across heaven and earth. Lu Chen's backhanded strike landed squarely on Lai Wuji's left cheek. Crisp, brutal, absolute. Under the terrifying force, Lai Wuji's face caved inward grotesquely, teeth and crimson spittle erupted from his mouth. His body shot backward like an arrow loosed from a celestial bow. Crash! His body slammed into the white jade gate pillar, embedding deep limbs dangling lifelessly like a gutted hound, his fate hanging in silent, dreadful uncertainty. Time itself seemed to freeze. Before the mountain gate, neither Chen Xuanfeng's crippled disciples nor the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of spectators hovering amid distant clouds dared move. All stood petrified, eyes bulging from their sockets, mouths agape wide enough to swallow fists. One strike, shattering a replicated sacred artifact. One slap, sending flying a quasi-sage of the sixth realm, heir apparent of the enforcement hall. What manner of monster was this? Gulp. Chun Xianfeng swallowed hard, knees buckling as if gravity had doubled, nearly collapsing where he stood. His gaze locked onto the azure-robed figure, who now calmly withdrew his hand, utterly serene. No thought crossed his mind. Only profound, shuddering gratitude for deliverance. Had this master chosen violence instead of producing the Xiantian true inheritance token, he would have perished utterly. No grave, no name, no remnant. Far above, upon a resplendent cloud chariot, Lin Qingqing, the ethereal holy maiden, gazed down, her usually tranquil eyes rippling with rare, unmistakable astonishment. None had foreseen Lu Chen's lethal resolve. Yet Lin Qingqing sensed the truth at once. Lu Chen was making an example of Lai Wuji, forging authority through blood and thunder. Wretch! How dare you! Amid the stunned silence blanketing the realm, a roar like a heavenly thunderclap erupted from deep within the Holy Land, followed instantly by a suffocating wave of sage-level pressure descending upon all. A venerable figure tore open the void, appearing instantly above the mountain gate. His crimson eyes blazed upon the sight of Lai Wuji, embedded unconscious, broken, within the jade pillar. My Lai clan's Killinson. The arrival was Lai Outyin, elder of the Lai clan, a third realm sage. Gazing upon Lai Wuji's ruin, fury consumed his Dao heart. In the next heartbeat, murderous intent locked onto Lu Chen like a celestial execution order. Whoever you are, you will die today. Li Aotian bellowed. Then a massive hand, scaled in burning crimson pulsing with sage authority, descended from the heavens blotting out the sun as it lunged to crush Lu Chen. A single blow from a sage, rearranging the heavens themselves. Yet just as that sacred hand neared its target, Li Aotian, what audacity you possess. Another voice, deep and unshakable, boomed across the firmament. VVVVRRR. 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 Three overwhelming auras erupted simultaneously from another sector of the Holy Land, converging upon the gate in an instant. At their head stood a ruddy-faced elder, also a sage, yet his aura ran deeper, denser, more sovereign than Li Aotian's. This was Lu Guobin, the third brother of Lu Junjiang. He stepped forward, placing himself before Lu Chen. With one palm thrust skyward, a golden palm print surged upward, shattering Li Aotian's crimson hand into dissipating embers. You dare lay hands on my Lu clan's Killinson, before our very eyes. You've grown far too fond of death. Lu Guobin's eyes blazed, his beard and hair lifting as if charged by storm winds. As his words faded, 4 or 5 additional figures coalesced behind him. Each a sage, each a senior elder of the Lu clan. The Lu clan's highest echelon had arrived, en masse. Li Aotian's expression darkened. Surveying the opposing formation, his gaze turned glacial. And into this razor-edged standoff, a calmer, vaster, infinitely more profound aura descended. A sage in plain white robes appeared, serene, ageless, radiating the quiet majesty of a mountain peak piercing the clouds. Merely standing there, he became the still center of all existence. Younger brother of Lu Junjiang, and current paramount patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Fengshan. A peerless sage of the apex realm. Without so much as glancing at Li Aotian, his gentle gaze settled upon Lu Chen. Only after confirming his safety did he turn, his voice soft, yet carrying the weight of immutable decree. No one touches him today. The two supreme clans of the Xiantian Holy Land, now arrayed in open, unyielding confrontation before the mountain gate. The air, thick and motionless. A storm capable of shattering the very foundations of the Holy Land hung suspended, on the edge of detonation. Before the mountain gate of the Xiantian Sacred Land, the air congealed like iron. The auras of several sage realm powerhouses clashed thunderously, causing ripples to spread across the void. In the distant clouds, the disciples of the Sacred Land, who had originally come to watch the spectacle, were now silenced in fear, not daring to breathe. Were the two great families of the Sacred Land about to ignite a holy war? Li Aotian steadied himself in the void, his aged face flushed a livid purple. He stared at Li Wuji, who was embedded in a white jade pillar. That was the most outstanding scion of the Li clan, yet now he hung there like a dead dog. A utter humiliation. He whirled around, his murderous gaze piercing the elder of the Lu clan. If a disciple of my Li clan is outmatched, then a loss is a loss. But this boy struck with such venom, gravely wounding my clan's direct heir. Will your Lu family not give this old man an explanation? The wrath of a sage rolled forth in sonic waves, causing heaven and earth to resonate. However, the red-faced elder Lu Guobin just grinned. An explanation? He took a step forward, his figure blurring instantly. You want an explanation? Then I'll give you one. Lu Guobin's voice seemed to linger in place, yet he had already appeared before Li Aotian like a specter. That kick was impossibly fast, slamming directly into Li Aotian's chest. Bang! A dull drum-like thunderclap. The protective sage light around Li Aotian shattered like paper. His body curled into a shrimp, eyes bulging as a torrent of blood sprayed from his mouth. He was transformed into a streak of light, sent flying thousands of meters by that single kick. Then from afar, the floating divine mountain trembled, sending up plumes of smoke and rolling debris. Witnessing this, all onlookers seemed turned to stone. Having lived in comfort within the premier sacred land of the central domain, they had rarely seen battles above the sage level. Elder Li Aotian was a genuine powerhouse at the third level of the sage realm, and he was just kicked away by Elder Lu Guobin. This led many to wonder who exactly was that figure in blue robes at the mountain gate. With a single slap, he had rendered the Li clan's direct heir and Sacred Land's Quesahali son unconscious. And for his sake, an elder of the Lu clan didn't hesitate to strike at an elder of the Li clan. Lu Guobin swept his gaze towards the direction Li Aotian had vanished, snorting with disdain. Is this explanation satisfactory? This statement was utterly overbearing, completely unreasonable. Below the mountain gate, Chun Xianfeng involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just who was this young man to warrant such protection from the Lu family? At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared beside the sacred maiden's carriage. Lin Qingqing, seeing the newcomer, quickly bowed. Father. The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze fixed on the blue-robed young man at the mountain gate. This man was Lin Qingqing's father, the patriarch of the Lin clan, Lin Qingtian. I think you've already guessed. Father, you mean? Lin Qingqing hesitated. Lin Qingtian said in a deep voice, 3,000 years ago a disciple of the Lu family left the sacred land, taking with him a token of the Xiantian true command. He was your grandfather's most prized disciple, but unfortunately, now that the Xiantian true command token has reappeared, if Lu Junjiang himself hasn't come, then his descendant must have arrived. Just then at the mountain gate, a terrifying sage pressure, like an invisible sky, instantly enveloped the entire area. An old man in an ink-black, cloud-patterned robe with a gaunt face and gloomy eyes had arrived without anyone noticing. This was the current patriarch of the Lai clan, a peak sage realm powerhouse, Lai Qingshan. His gaze fell calmly on Lu Fengshan. Brother Fengshan, your Lu family's temper is as fiery as ever. His voice was unhurried, revealing neither joy nor anger. But the invisible pressure made every cultivator below the sage realm feel their very souls tremble. Lu Fengshan finally opened his eyes, meeting Lai Qingshan's gaze, and said flatly, likewise the descendants of your Lai clan are also becoming more and more accomplished. Lai Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, following Lu Fengshan's gaze to the shattered spirit locking array and the 100 or so law enforcement disciples sprawled on the ground. A chill ran through his heart. Useless wretches. He had sent Lai Wuji to test this descendant of the Lu family. He never imagined that so many would attack one person and end up beaten like dead dogs. They had given the other party such a perfect excuse. Though rage boiled within him, Lai Qingshan's face remained calm. It was merely a spar between juniors, accidents are common. But for Brother Gabin to strike a sage elder of mine so heavily, isn't that going too far? He shifted the topic, pointing his accusation at Lu Guobin. Going too far? Lu Guobin sneered, about to speak. But Lu Fengshan raised a hand to stop him. Lu Fengshan looked at Lai Qingshan, his tone calm, but his words piercing. Lai Qingshan, put away your hypocritical rhetoric. Your grandson led 100 men set up a spirit-locking array and intended to kill my Lu family's direct descendant, who had returned bearing the Xiantian token right before the mountain gate. Can that be called a mere spar? If you want an explanation, the Lu family will give you one. If you want war, the Lu family will see it through to the end. As his words fell, several Lu family elders behind Lu Fengshan stepped forward simultaneously. In an instant, their sage might soared to the heavens, their auras merging into one. Seeing this, Lai Qingshan's face darkened. This old fellow wasn't giving him any face at all, just as the two families were at daggers drawn on the verge of a great battle. An aged, authoritative voice came from the direction of the Sacred Lord's Hall, echoing in everyone's soul. Enough! Are you going to fight within the sacred land? What a disgrace! In the direction of the Sacred Lord's Hall, a blurry figure slowly condensed. It was a majestic figure dressed in simple hemp robes. His face was indistinct, but his mere presence suppressed every sage present, including Lu Fengshan and Lai Qingshan, with a terrifying force. The Xiantian Sacred Lord Lin Guotian. Greetings, Sacred Lord. Inside and outside the mountain gate, thousands of disciples, including all the elders of the Lu and Lai families, bowed in unison. The Sacred Lord's projection paid no heed to anyone. His gaze passed over everyone, landing directly on Lu Chen. After a long moment, he spoke slowly, his voice resounding through heaven and earth. He who holds this token, come to the Sacred Lord's Hall to see me. And you all come see me as well. As his words faded, the Sacred Lord's projection dissolved into motes of light. What are you standing there for? Quickly take law enforcement officer Lai for treatment. Lai Qingshan said sternly. Yes. Several Lai clan elders hurried over. Lai Qingshan swept a cold glance over the Lu family members, his gaze resting on Lu Chen. Then with a snort he strode towards the Sacred Lord's Hall. Lu Guobin sidled up to Lu Chen and chuckled, boy, don't be afraid of him. If he dares to lay a finger on you, I'll give him an explanation of my own one way or another. At the main peak of Xuantian, within the Sacred Lord's Grand Hall, Xiantian Sacred Lord Lin Guotian sat upright upon the main throne. Lu Chen stood at the center of the hall. Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin stood on the left side. Lai Qingshan stood on the right side. The supreme elders and the Lin clan were also present. It could be said that most of the Sacred Land's high-ranking members had gathered here. Where did you obtain this token? Lin Guotian gazed at the Xiantian True Inheritance token in his hand, questioning Lu Chen. In truth, he had long since known the answer. He merely wished to hear Lu Chen speak it aloud. This item was personally bestowed by him, naturally bearing his blessing mark. After being taken away 3,000 years ago, it had vanished without a trace. Not long ago, it reappeared in the Eastern Domain. He had sensed it as well. Yet due to his revelation, it had nearly sparked a battle between the Lai and Lu clans before the mountain gate. Lu Chen, neither servile nor overbearing, bowed and said, entrusted by the founding ancestor of Qingyun's sect, Lu Junjiang. The moment those three words, Lu Junjiang, were uttered, the air within the hall froze instantly. Big brother. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Guobin's eyes had reddened. Lu Fengshan remained silent as if lost in reminiscence of the past. Is he still alive? Lin Guotian asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Lu Chen replied calmly, of course he is still alive. Then why hasn't he returned? Upon hearing that Lu Junjiang was still alive, Lin Guotian grew agitated, firing off questions one after another. I suspect he cannot return. Lu Chen met Lin Guotian's gaze directly. The ancestor was ambushed back, then his foundation completely destroyed, his cultivation diminished by 90%. Now even you would find it difficult to bring him back. Lu Chen deliberately withheld the sect's exact location, fearing exposure that might invite retaliation. Lin Guotian shook his head. How foolish. Does he think the sacred land cannot support him, or that staying here would bring him shame? Lin Guotian murmured to himself. In his eyes, Lu Junjiang was his most prized disciple. Even if his foundation was damaged, how could he as his master stand idly by? Yet he had left without a word, his fate unknown. For 3,000 years Lin Guotian had dispatched countless searchers, but there was never any news. He had always believed that his most beloved disciple had long since perished outside. Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Big brother is still alive. On the other side, Lai Qingshan lowered his eyelids, his gaze sweeping across. That old bastard has a stubborn fate. 3,000 years, and he still hasn't died. What is your name? Holding the Xiantian True Inheritance token, what do you seek? Lin Guotian spoke again. Your humble disciple's name is Lu Chen, Sacred Lord. I have come for two matters. First, by the ancestors' command, I returned to Xiantian Sacred Land to acknowledge my lineage. Second, to walk the path the ancestor could not finish, I wish to participate in the Sacred Land's Holy Sun trial competition. Of course, there was a third matter. That was to uncover the true culprit who ambushed Lu Junjiang back then. However, he did not speak of this. After all, he understood the principle of not beating the grass and startling the snake. At that moment, however, Lai Qingshan let out a cold snort, striding to the center of the hall. Sacred Lord, this is not appropriate. Lai Qingshan clasped his hands towards the main throne. Acknowledging one's lineage is a private affair of the Lu family, and I have no right to interfere. But the Holy Sun election concerns the fortune of Xiantian Sacred Land for the next 10,000 years. He pointed at Lu Chen, accusing him sternly. This child has an unclear background. Based solely on his words and a single token, you wish to directly insert him into the Holy Sun election. What will the other disciples who have endured a century of bitter cultivation think? Lai Qingshan cast a glance at Lu Chen. Earlier outside the mountain gate, Lu Chen had crippled Lai Wuji with a single slap. If he were to step onto the arena, what chance would Lai Wuji have to compete? Lu Guobin immediately erupted, pointing at Lai Qingshan's nose and cursing loudly. Lai Qingshan, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? My Lu family's direct descendant holding the true inheritance token. How is he unqualified? That useless grandson of yours led 100 men in formation, and my Lu family descendant turned him into a dead dog with one slap. What can't win, so you use the rules to suppress others? Lai Qingshan's face turned ashen. Lu Guobin in the Grand Hall, stop your sophistry. I won't just argue, I want to slap you. Lu Guobin rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Stand down. Lu Fengshan reached out to stop Lu Guobin. Lu Fengshan looked at Lai Qingshan, his tone icy. The Xiantian True Inheritance token is personally bestowed by successive sacred lords. The holder gains eligibility for the Holy Sun candidacy. Lai Qingshan, are you trying to change the rules set by the ancestors? Lai Qingshan was momentarily speechless. Enough. Lin Guotian spoke, and the argument in the hall instantly ceased. Lin Guotian looked at Lu Chen below. At such a young age, he had already reached the half-saint cultivation level. Facing the Sacred Land's high-ranking officials, he was neither servile nor arrogant. This temperament and talent surpassed Junjiang's in his time. Lu Chen shall acknowledge his lineage and be recorded in the Lu bloodline. Lin Guotian waved his hand, finalizing the decision. In 3 months at the Holy Sun election, Lu Chen will participate, as usual. Everything will be decided by strength. Lai Qingshan clenched his jaw, his hands gripping his sleeves tightly. We obey the Sacred Lord's decree. Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin accepted the order in unison. We obey the Sacred Lord's decree, Lai Qingshan said through gritted teeth. Lu Chen cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Sacred Lord. After the hall dispersed, Lai Qingshan and his people had returned to Xianming Peak. He kicked open the main hall's door and strode inside. Behind him followed over a dozen elders of the Lai clan, none daring to utter a sound. In the inner chamber, several high-rank alchemists were gathered around the jade couch, attempting to save Lai Wuji. The left side of Lai Wuji's face had completely collapsed, his breath faint and thread-like. Ancestor. A chief alchemist stepped forward tremblingly and knelt. Young Master Wuji's meridians are sealed by an overwhelmingly domineering sword intent. The medicinal power of a saint trank pill cannot dissolve it. Lai Qingshan raised his hand and grabbed. The alchemist's neck was instantly sucked into his palm. Lai Qingshan swung his arm, hurling him against a marble pillar outside the hall, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Useless. A bunch of worthless trash. Get out. Lai Qingshan roared. The people in the hall were so terrified they dared not breathe, retreating hastily. Soon only Lai Qingshan remained in the hall. He stared silently at Lai Wuji on the bed, his expression dark. 3,000 years ago, he had been the most favored candidate for the Holy Sun position. But Lu Junjiang had stolen all the glory. After painstaking scheming, he had secretly destroyed Lu Junjiang's foundation. Believing the Holy Sun position was secure, he never expected Lin Guotian to fly into a rage and directly cancel that year's Holy Sun selection. 3,000 years later, he had poured all the resources of the Lai clan into cultivating Lai Wuji. With only 3 months left until the election, he seemed poised to rightfully claim the Holy Sun title. And now Lu Junjiang's descendant had emerged. With a single slap, he had crippled the Lai clan's hope. Lu Junjiang, you undying old bastard, you've plagued me my entire life. He could not allow the tragedy of the past to repeat itself. But with Lai Wuji in this state, how could he possibly compete with Lu Chen in 3 months? Then he opened his inner world and retrieved a black pill. He then administered the pill to Lai Wuji. At this juncture, I have no choice but to use this. Lu Junjiang, the outcome will not change. That boy's fate will only be worse than yours. At the Xiantian Sacred Land on Green Mountain Peak. This was the stronghold of the Lu clan. Within a secluded courtyard. Bang! Lu Guobin slammed his palm onto the table. No, I can't swallow this anger. Lu Guobin's face flushed crimson as he paced back and forth within the room. In his prime, our eldest brother was a figure of unparalleled grace. Yet now he ekes out an existence in that godforsaken, desolate backwater. No, I refuse to accept this. I shall go to Xianzhou this instant and bring him back. Nonsense. Lu Fengshan, seated in the master's chair, let out a stern rebuke. Lu Guobin abruptly halted his steps. Second brother, what do you mean? Are you saying we should just leave our eldest brother to languish there? Can't you use your head for once? Lu Fengshan continued. 3,000 years ago, on the eve of the Sacred Sun election, our eldest brother was ambushed, and his cultivation foundation was utterly shattered. The mastermind behind that scheme remains unidentified to this day. If you make a grand spectacle of bringing him back from Xianzhou now, you would be leading him straight into an abyss of peril. Our enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Do you wish to be the death of him? Identify. What is there left to identify? Lu Guobin ground his teeth. Who else could it be but that old villain Lai Qingshan? Back then he was the fiercest rival of our eldest brother. In my view, we should muster our forces, storm the main peak of the Lai clan, and wage an all-out war against those bastards. Silence. Lu Fengshan bellowed, cutting Lu Guobin off mid-sentence. Do you think this is some street brawl among ruffians? Without irrefutable evidence, if you dare provoke a war between 2 clans within the Sacred Land, the Sacred Lord himself will be the first to suppress you. Lu Fengshan stared at him coldly. All you ever think about is fighting and killing. Have you no brain at all? Lu Guobin, deflated like a punctured ball, slumped back into his chair. Then what do you suggest? Are we just supposed to sit idly by? At this moment, Lu Chen, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Elders, there is no need for such excessive worry. Before arriving in the central province, I had already administered a 9-fold reversion life pill to our elder. His foundation has been largely restored, and his vitality is now stable. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin both turned their heads simultaneously, staring at Lu Chen in disbelief. You? What did you say? A 9-fold reversion life pill. Hiss. They both drew in a sharp breath. That was a supreme-grade saint-tier healing elixir. While saint-tier pills were not uncommon within the Sacred Land, a miraculous medicine like the 9-fold reversion life pill capable of reversing and repairing foundational damage was indeed a rare treasure. How could this lad possess such a thing? Lu Fengshan gazed at the harmless-looking youth before him. This boy was not only monstrously talented and terrifyingly powerful in combat. He also harbored an unfathomable, earth-shattering secret within him. Well done, lad. You've outdone yourself. Say, do you happen to have any more of those 9-fold reversion life pills? How about giving your third grandfather a couple to taste? Lu Guobin rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face as he looked at Lu Chen. Smack! Lu Fengshan slapped Lu Guobin on the back of his head. Get lost. That is a sacred life-saving medicine, not a sugar bean. Lu Guobin, clutching the back of his head, grinned sheepishly without any anger. As long as our eldest brother is safe, that's all that matters. He had only made the joke to ease the awkward atmosphere. But knowing that his eldest brother's injuries were no longer a concern, the heavy stone weighing on his heart finally lifted. Lu Fengshan suddenly rose and spoke sternly towards the door. Come in. As his words faded, a man and a woman stepped into the courtyard from outside. The man was tall and slender with a handsome visage exuding an aura of calm strength and gravity. The woman wore a pale yellow dress, her features delicate and beautiful, her eyes lively and clear. Lu Chen's mind stirred, and a faint azure light flickered in his eyes. Spiritual Vision I, activate. Name Lu Changfeng. Age 112 years. Cultivation Half-Saint Realm, second layer. Personality calm and steady, humble, and reserved, extreme sister complex. Name Lu Linger. Age 105 years. Cultivation Half-Saint Realm, first layer. Personality gentle on the outside, unyielding within, respects teachers, and values the Tao. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, furrowing his brow slightly. For these two to have reached the half-saint realm at barely a century old was truly a feat among prodigies, the cream of the crop. It seemed the Xiantian Lu clan was indeed teeming with talents. But then what was this sister complex all about? Lu Chen, these are Changfeng and Linger. Lu Fengshan gestured as he introduced them. They are the direct descendants of your third grandfather and the two most gifted youths of our Lu clan's younger generation. Then Lu Fengshan turned to the siblings Lu Changfeng and Lu Linger, his tone turning serious. This is Lu Chen. From today onward you shall address him as senior brother. Lu Changfeng and Lu Linger did not hesitate for a moment. They stepped forward and with utmost respect bowed deeply to Lu Chen. Greetings, senior brother Lu Chen. Their attitude was exceedingly sincere, devoid of any arrogance typical of major clan science. There is no need for such formalities. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his tone indifferent, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Two individuals whose combined age exceeded 200 years calling him senior brother. What kind of absurdity was this? Lu Fengshan looked at Lu Changfeng and said in a deep voice, Changfeng, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation from now on, do not hesitate to seek guidance from your senior brother. Subsequently, he recounted to them how Lu Chen at the mountain gate had crippled Lai Wuji with a single slap. Upon hearing this, the two were utterly astounded. Who was Lai Wuji? He was the foremost prodigy of the Sacred Land's younger generation, second only to the sacred maiden Lin Qingqing. He was the quasi-sacred son groomed by the Lai clan with all their resources. Moreover, he was the top seed for the Sacred Sun election 3 months hence. His cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of the half-saint realm. Yet a being of such power was crippled by a single slap from this youth before them. What level of strength would it take to accomplish such a feat? Lu Changfeng's gaze towards Lu Chen shifted instantly. It was a look of genuine awe and submission born from the depths of his heart. He gave a wry smile and bowed deeply to Lu Chen. Senior brother is truly mighty. Forgive my impertinence, senior brother, but with only 3 months left until the Sacred Sun election, I have been cultivating day and night, hoping to win glory for our clan. Yet facing a half-saint realm 6th layer cultivator like Lai Wuji, I found no hope of victory within my heart. He was merely at the 2nd layer of the half-saint realm. Compared to Lai Wuji at the 6th layer, he was indeed insignificant. Now that senior brother has returned, my heart is finally at ease. With senior brother in the clan, the Lu clan is certain to reclaim its former glory in the election 3 months hence. Beside him, Lu Linger's eyes sparkled with stars, her gaze fixed on Lu Chen, brimming with adoration. In this world where power reigned supreme, absolute strength always commanded the utmost respect. Enough, stop with the flattery. Lu Fengshan rose and said, Changfeng, return to your seclusion. Do not become complacent just because senior brother Lu is here. You must also give your all in the Sacred Sun election. Yes, ancestor. Lu Changfeng acknowledged respectfully. Lu Fengshan turned to Lu Chen, his tone softening. Lu Chen, you have just arrived at the Sacred Land. Rest well for now. This courtyard is your private domain. No one shall disturb you without your permission. If anything arises, simply send a telepathic message to me or your third grandfather. Thank you, elders. Lu Chen clasped his hands in salute. Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin led Lu Changfeng and Lu Linger out of the courtyard. The courtyard gate closed. Lu Chen casually waved his hand, and several streams of light flew out. They were isolation formations he had exchanged from the system shop. They could silently and imperceptibly seal off this place. After confirming that no form of surveillance remained possible, Lu Chen took a deep breath. He walked to the edge of the bed, sat down cross-legged, and focused his mind. System. Ding. The invincible Pado-Wind system is at your service. Inventory, all spoils of war. His cultivation had been stuck at the 2nd layer of the half-saint realm for several days now. For someone accustomed to a meteoric rise in cultivation speed, these past few days had felt like an eternity. Ding. Inventory in progress. Inventory complete. Total acquired 700,000 top-grade spirit stones, 30 million high-grade spirit stones, and various heavenly treasures and earthly rarities equivalent to 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this number, Lu Chen's breathing instantly grew heavy. 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a colossal fortune enough to drive any force beneath the sacred land level to madness with envy. System convert all of it into funds. 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Chen was also taken aback. This enormous wealth lay quietly within the system space, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuxian's treasury contained such a vast stockpile. System converted all. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen issued the command. Ding! 1,200,000 top-grade spirit stones have been successfully converted, converting into cultivation base. In the next instant, Lu Chen's cultivation began to surge. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has ascended to the 3rd level of the half-saint realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has ascended to the 4th level of the half-saint realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has ascended to the 5th level of the half-saint realm. 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. At last, that boundless torrent of energy gradually subsided, completely merging into his Danshan's sea of qi. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has ascended to the peak of the half-saint realm. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden divine light flickered and vanished, causing the very void to warp. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him, as if it could shatter the heavens with a single blow. Peak of the half-saint realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 months slipped away silently. Only 3 days remained until the sacred sun selection of the Xiantian Sacred Land. Within the courtyard of Lu Chen's villa on Qingshan Peak, Lu Chen, Lu Chongfeng, and Lu Linger were seated together meditating in the yard. After 3 months of getting along, the siblings Lu Chongfeng and Lu Linger were thoroughly convinced by this senior brother, who had appeared out of nowhere. Senior brother Lu Chen, do you think that Lai Wuji will show up at the selection 3 days from now? Lu Chongfeng was the first to break the silence. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger chuckled. Brother, what are you thinking? I heard from a friend in the enforcement hall that the entire main peak of the Lai clan was in utter chaos the day Lai Wuji was sent back. They say his injuries were extremely severe. The Lai clan's alchemists exhausted every method, barely able to keep him clinging to life. I doubt Lai Wuji can even get out of bed for at least a decade, let alone participate in the selection. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng let out a relieved smile, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen filled with awe. With a single slap, he had crippled a quasi-sacred sun at the 6th level of the half-saint realm. This senior brother appeared to be merely at the 2nd level of the half-saint realm, but his true strength was indeed unfathomable. As for the siblings' speculations, Lu Chen did not refute them. After all, he was well aware of the force behind that slap. Even if Lai Qingshan possessed heaven-defying abilities, he could not heal him in a short time. As for the sacred sun selection, he would likely have to forego it. However, before striking, Lu Chen had indeed been unaware of Lai Wuji's identity. It was only afterward that he learned the person he had grievously injured was the very one everyone favored as the next sacred sun. Yet none of them knew. At this moment, thousands of miles away at the main peak of the Lai clan, deep within a sinister underground palace, a scene was unfolding that would make anyone's blood run cold. Meanwhile, in the Lai clan's underground palace, the place was shrouded in gloom with dim oppressive light. Lai Wuji's physical body lay at the center of the palace. His face was now completely disfigured, his breath as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Lai Qingshan stood by the bedside, his white hair slightly disheveled. He stared expressionlessly at Lai Wuji, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Lu Chen. He suddenly flipped his hand, and a pitch-black pill appeared in his palm. The Heavenly Demon Disintegration Pill, an ancient forbidden elixir. It forcibly elevates one's cultivation by burning 99% of a cultivator's life potential and soul. However, whoever consumes this pill will be utterly reduced to a puppet driven solely by slaughter. Wuji, don't blame your grandfather for being ruthless. For the future of the Lai clan. For the position of Sacred Sun. This is your only value. This is the last one. Take it, and you will become stronger than ever before. As his words fell, Lai Qingshan directly pried open Lai Wuji's mouth and shoved the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Pill inside. The pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a violent black torrent that surged into every limb and bone of Lai Wuji's body. Lai Wuji, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly snapped his eyes open, letting out an agonized roar. Boom! A terrifying black shockwave exploded outward from him. His shattered body, under the erosion of the black energy, began to reshape at a visible rate. Bones crackled, meridians regenerated, and his cultivation aura, driven by this sinister power, climbed higher and higher. 7th level of the half-saint realm. 8th level of the half-saint realm. Finally, it stabilized firmly at the 9th level of the half-saint realm. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lai Wuji, far surpassing his former self, Lai Qingshan burst into frenzied laughter. He walked to the bedside, gazing at Lai Wuji, whose eyes were vacant, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Excellent, excellent. But it's still missing a little something. Following that, Lai Qingshan infused a strand of black energy into Lai Wuji's nostrils. That was part of Lai Wuji's memories. Now Lai Wuji was merely a soulless husk. With these memories, he could be transformed into a true killing machine. And within these memories was the scene of Lu Chen grievously wounding Lai Wuji. Lai Qingshan had specially marked this part of the memory. Remember, your mission during the Sacred Sun selection is to kill Lu Chen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Holy Sun selection at the Xiantian Sacred Land had finally arrived. The vast Xiantian square was already overcrowded. The clamor reached the skies. Countless disciples, deacons, and even some elders who had been in seclusion for many years all appeared and gathered here. Their gazes without exception were directed towards the 100 participating disciples in the center of the square. Among them, a future leader and face of the Xiantian Sacred Land would soon emerge. Who do you think will take the top spot in this Holy Sun selection? Isn't it obvious? It must be senior brother Lu Chen from the Lu family. Absolutely, I think so too. After all, he was the one who knocked the prospective Holy Son of the Lai family out cold with a single slap. Before Lu Chen arrived, everyone tacitly believed that Lai Wuji was the winner. He was even referred to as the prospective Holy Son. It could be said that he was just one trial away from directly ascending to the position of Holy Son and receiving the resources of the Sacred Land. But when they saw this semi-holy sixth realm powerhouse being knocked senseless by Lu Chen with a single slap, that perception had already changed. Even when Lai Wuji was present, he might not have been able to surpass Lu Chen. Moreover, now that Lai Wuji was absent, who could stand as Lu Chen's opponent? Although the talented Lu Changfeng from the Lu family is also very strong, he probably still falls short compared to senior brother Lu Chen, murmured the crowd. However, the vast majority believed that this selection had already lost its suspense. Lu Chen's powerful return was like a boulder thrown into a lake, completely disrupting the dynamics of the younger generation in the Sacred Land. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, a commotion suddenly arose from the crowd at the far end of the square, which parted automatically to the sides. There appeared Lai Qingshan, the spokesperson of the Lai family, slowly walking forward amidst a group of Lai family elders. This did not surprise the crowd. As a major family in the Sacred Land, even if the prospective Holy Son Lai Wuji could not participate, they had to maintain their presence. However, when they clearly saw the figure following Lai Qingshan, the cacophony in the entire square came to an abrupt halt. Tens of thousands of gazes converged on a single point. Everyone looked astonished at that figure. The once lifeless Lai family prospective Holy Son, rumored to have been bedridden for 10 years, now walked over unscathed alongside many Lai family elders. How? How is this possible? Didn't this guy say he was knocked out with a single slap? How? Everyone was dumbfounded after witnessing this scene. Some elders with higher cultivation levels were even more shocked upon sensing Lai Wuji's aura. This guy's aura was significantly stronger than 3 months ago. He had even reached the pinnacle of the semi-holy realm. In just 3 months, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also improved so rapidly. What kind of genius could achieve such a feat? On the other side of the battle platform, brother, this. Lu Linger's voice trembled slightly. Lu Changfeng looked at Lai Wuji, waves of astonishment surging in his heart. This was impossible. What kind of miraculous methods had Lai Qingshan employed? Just as everyone was in doubt, Lai Wuji moved. He ignored the gazes of those around him and walked straight towards the Lu siblings. Lu Changfeng's heart tightened, instinctively shielding his sister behind him, watching the approaching figure warily. However, Lai Wuji merely glanced at him coldly, his gaze landing on Lu Linger, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Linger Jr., sister, it's been a long time since we last met. This seemingly simple greeting, in reality, Lai Wuji's gaze had already passed over the two and locked onto the figure of Lu Chen behind them. Spiritual sight activated. Name: Lai Wuji, cultivation, semi-holy 9th realm status, puppet fueled by life force and soul sacrifice. Lu Chen ignored his gaze and directly activated his spiritual sight. After reviewing the information on the system panel, Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Lai Qingshan was indeed willing to invest heavily. To fight for the position of Holy Son, he had actually gone so far as to turn his own grandson into a puppet. The struggle for power often drives one to desperate measures. Even kin must become sacrifices. For a moment, even Lu Chen felt a sense of lament. After all, if Lai Wuji had recuperated for another 10 or 8 years, he would have been able to recover to at least 80% of his former state. Yet now he had become a soulless shell. Lai Wuji, stay away from my sister. Lu Changfeng shouted fiercely, the pressure of the semi-holy second realm exploding forth. Lai Wuji seemed unfazed, merely turning his head with a cold smile. He looked at Lu Changfeng and said coldly, "Why must junior brother Changfeng be so angry? Perhaps during the selection, I might even go easy on you. You? Who are you calling junior brother? Lu Changfeng's face turned red with anger. Lai Wuji dropped that provocative remark and turned to leave, leaving behind a cold and aloof back, as if everything that had just happened was merely the king's casual mockery of ants. On the viewing platform above, Lu Guobin looked at the departing Lai Wuji, slightly dazed. This is truly bizarre. How could this person suddenly improve so much and even be stronger than before? Lu Fengshan frowned, his expression grave. That aura is not ordinary. Lai Qingshan is truly going to great lengths for the position of Holy Son. Second brother, what about Lu Chen? Rest assured, Lu Fengshan smiled slightly. This kid is more inscrutable than you and I imagine. At that moment, an old and imposing figure appeared high above the battle platform. The newcomer had white hair and was dressed in a gray Taoist robe. This person was the elder who presided over the selection. As his gaze swept across the entire arena, all clamor was instantly silenced. The Holy Sun selection concerns the future fate of our Xiantian sacred land. The rules I'm sure you all are already aware of. I will only say this: once the selection is divided into 3 trials, each trial will eliminate 80% of the participants, and the ultimate victor will be the new Holy Sun. The elder's voice rang like a thunderous bell in everyone's ears. Immediately after, he waved his hand. In the next moment, a dazzling golden pathway appeared before everyone. This trial is called the Ascending Heaven Stairs. This Ascending Heaven Stairs was brought back by our first-generation ancestor from ancient ruins containing the laws of heaven and earth. There are a total of 10 steps. It tests the physical body-bone structure and constitution. Cultivation is of no use here. Only one's innate foundation can withstand the pressure. Passing the 6th step allows entry to the next trial. Those who reach the 9th step possess unparalleled talent and have the foundation of a prospective emperor. The trial begins. On the high platform, Sacred Lord Lin Guotian sat at the center, his gaze profound as he looked down below. The emergence of the heaven ascending stairs brings the past vividly to mind. Lin Guotian spoke slowly. Lai Qingshan, seated on the right, stroked his beard and chuckled. The Sacred Lord speaks truly. In the tens of thousands of years since the sect's founding, those who have climbed 9 steps can be counted on one's fingers. The founding patriarch is one, the Sacred Lord is another, along with Lu Junjiang and this old man. Lu Guobin, seated on the left, immediately snorted coldly. You, Lai Qingshan, when you climbed those 9 steps back, then weren't you utterly overshadowed by my elder brother Lu Junjiang? After my brother descended, he remained calm and composed. But you crawled for half an hour before barely standing up. Lai Qingshan's face darkened, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. This Lu Laosan was constantly opposing him. If they were outside the sacred grounds now, he would surely teach this loudmouth a lesson. The past is settled. Today belongs to the younger generation. Lu Fengshan patted Lu Guobin's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Watch the trial." Lin Guotian ignored their quarrel, his gaze sweeping downward. I wonder if among these 100 disciples today we will see another talent who can reach the 9th step. Down on the battle platform, a disciple in blue robes stepped forward. Disciple Wang Tung requests the trial. Wang Tung's cultivation had reached the late venerable realm, earning him considerable renown within the inner sect. He strode toward the heaven ascending stairs with an arrogant expression. The first step was easily conquered. On the 2nd step, his figure swayed slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. The 3rd step, the 4th step. Wang Tung's face flushed, crimson veins bulging on his forehead, as if an immense mountain pressed down on his back. The 5th step. He clenched his teeth, and just as he lifted his foot to set it down, an invisible colossal force crashed down, shattering his protective true qi. Wang Tung spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the plaza floor. He struggled to rise, but his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Failed. Eliminated. The Supreme Elder announced expressionlessly. The entire crowd erupted in uproar. Wang Tung, an intersect genius at the late venerable realm, couldn't even achieve a passing grade. Next, Zhao Gang, an elite disciple of the enforcement hall, stepped forward. Zhao Gang cultivated a body-tempering technique, granting him formidable physical strength. He charged all the way to the 6th step, but on the 7th the bones in his leg shattered, and he rolled down the stairs screaming. This sight made the remaining disciples hesitant. Over the next half-hour, screams rang out incessantly. Dozens of disciples failed in succession. Some had their leg bones crushed by the pressure, others bled from all 7 orifices. A few barely managed to reach the 6th step, but they wobbled precariously. They collapsed directly on the steps, powerless to advance further. Lu Linger tugged at Lu Changfeng's sleeve. "Brother, be careful." Lu Changfeng nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped out from the crowd. Lu Clan Lu Changfeng. He approached the heaven ascending stairs and ascended. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was steady, his expression solemn. Upon reaching the 6th step, his speed slowed. On the 7th step his bones emitted a series of cracking sounds. Sweat instantly soaked through his robes. "Open!" Lu Chanfeng shouted in a low voice, unleashing the full power of his half-saint second-layer cultivation. Resisting the oppressive force of the heavenly laws, he stomped his right foot heavily onto the 8th step. Golden light flickered, and the 8th step lit up. He tried to lift his foot toward the 9th step, but his legs felt as heavy as 1,000 June, unable to advance even a fraction. He knew this was his limit. Lu Chanfeng 8 steps passed. As the Supreme Elder announced loudly, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. 8 steps currently the best. Truly worthy of the Lu clan prodigy. On the high platform, Lu Guobin burst into laughter. Good lad, he didn't disgrace the old Lu family. Lai Qingshan glanced at Lu Guobin with a look of disdain. Then he signaled to Lai Wuji below. Lai Wuji immediately received the signal and turned to walk directly toward the heaven-ascending stairs. The surrounding disciples instinctively cleared a path, not daring to come near. Lu Chanfeng descended the stairs frowning as he saw Lai Wuji brush past him. Lai Wuji glanced at him, but didn't pause, stepping directly onto the golden stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was extremely fast. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. He seemed to feel no pressure at all. 7 steps, 8 steps. The entire venue fell silent. Lai Wuji stood on the 8th step, his form as steady as Mount Tai. Then he lifted his right foot and firmly stepped onto the 9th step. Boom. Golden light shot up from the 9th step. 9 steps. The plaza instantly erupted. Lai Qingshan burst into laughter. Excellent, truly worthy of my Lai family's direct lineage. The Lu clan members' faces turned ashen. Lu Guobin looked at Lai Qingshan with disdain. What are you laughing at? No matter how impressive you were still slapped down with a single blow. You? Lai Qingshan gritted his teeth, forcibly swallowing his rage. Lin Guotian was also slightly moved, his gaze lingering on Lai Wuji as if lost in thought. Lai Wuji descended the heaven-ascending stairs. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Chen, and he flashed a disdainful smile. Lu Chen ignored the gesture, stepping forward calmly. All eyes instantly converged on him. Lu Chen approached the heaven-ascending stairs, and gazing at the 10-step staircase couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It's just climbing stairs, why make such a big deal out of it? He casually lifted his foot and stepped up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lu Chen ascended with his hands behind his back, climbing steadily. His steps were even, his posture upright. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. He crossed the passing line without any pause. 7 steps, 8 steps. The entire venue fell into dead silence. On the high platform, Lin Guotian and the others held their breath. Lu Chen paused briefly on the 8th step. Lai Qingshan couldn't help but sneer. At your limit, boy. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Chen lifted his foot and set it down. The 9th step. Golden light erupted once more. Another 9 steps. 2 9-step prodigies in a single day. The plaza went utterly wild. Lu Guobin slapped his thigh in excitement. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone thought it was over, Lu Chen raised his head and looked toward the highest point never before trodden by anyone. The 10th step. That was the legendary realm, untouched even by the founding patriarch. At this moment, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He wondered if this so-called heavenly law could rival the God-slaying domain. God-slaying domain, activate. In the next instant, a terrifying oppressive force enveloped the entire staircase. The invisible pressure of the heavenly laws was forcibly repelled by Lu Chen's own suppression. Then Lu Chen slowly lifted his right foot. What is he doing? Is he mad? He wants to go to the 10th step. On the high platform, Lin Guotian abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Lai Qingshan also frowned. He hadn't expected this brat to be so bold, daring to covet the 10th step. Courting death. The backlash from the 10th step will shatter him to pieces. Yet Lu Chen's foot came down. There was no earth-shattering roar. No terrifying backlash. Only the crisp sound of a single footstep. Lu Chen stood firmly on the 10th step. The entire heaven-ascending stairs trembled violently. The originally golden stone steps instantly burst into resplendent purple light. Purple chi came from the east, spanning the sky. Grand Tao sounds echoed through heaven and earth. Golden lotuses even materialized in the void. The entire venue fell into deathly silence. Tens of thousands of people gaped, unable to utter a sound. 10 steps. Unprecedented and never to be surpassed. Lin Guotian, gazing at Lu Chen on the 10th step, suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. 10 steps. A miracle unseen in the Xiantian sacred grounds for tens of thousands of years. Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin also gaped in astonishment. The two exchanged a glance, understanding without words, are all of Big Brother's kids this ridiculously talented? At that very moment, tens of thousands of eyes were fixed upon the figure in azure robes at the summit of the heavenly ascension stairs. A burst of laughter echoed. Lu Guobin laughed heartily. Old ghost, do you see this? This is what true peerless talent looks like. Though Lai Qingshan's face remained expressionless, he was gnashing his teeth in fury. He could never have imagined that this boy named Lu Chen would actually break through the 9th step and ascend directly to the 10th, becoming an unparalleled prodigy, without equal in the past or future. Even Lai Wuji, whom he had nurtured with all his resources, had only reached the 9th grade talent. What right did Lu Junjiang have to possess such an extraordinary descendant? This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Xiantian Lai clan would inevitably face utter annihilation. In just a few breaths, Lai Qingshan had made his decision. At the center of the high platform, Sacred Lord Lin Guotian nodded. Such a rare genius made him curious about the heights Lu Chen might eventually reach. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. The Grand Elder understood, immediately stepping forward to hover in midair. The first trial is over. 21 have passed. The Grand Elder waved his sleeve abruptly. The void around him twisted, emitting a deafening tearing sound. A spatial rift spanning 100 zhang split open above the square. Within it, blood light churned, and a terrifying aura of slaughter surged forth. The second trial, the ancient divine demon battlefield. The Grand Elder's voice boomed like a bell announcing, "This is where ancient powerhouses battled the extraterrestrial demons. The killing aura is dense, breeding countless fiends. Enter and slay the fiends to seize the divine demon tokens. Collect 100 tokens to pass. Time limit 3 hours. The battlefield is fraught with danger, including remnants of ancient killing arrays. Once you enter, life and death are your own responsibility." Hearing this, everyone present was startled. Life and death being their own responsibility meant that the next 21 prodigies could face mortal danger. "Elder, I withdraw." "And me?" In no time, several prodigies chose to withdraw from contention. In their view, life was something you only had once. Once dead, everything was truly lost. Alive, there were infinite possibilities. The Grand Elder understood their reasoning and nodded in agreement. The remaining 15 would compete in this second trial. The selection begins now. As the words fell, the 15 prodigies leaped into the air, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward the spatial rift. Lu Changfeng approached Lu Chen with a grave expression. "Senior brother Lu Chen, the divine demon battlefield is perilous. Let's travel together for mutual support." "All right." Lu Chen nodded. Behind them, Lu Linger's eyes were full of worry. "Brother, senior brother, please be careful." The two leaped side by side, charging into the surging bloodlight. The next moment, a violent sensation of weightlessness hit them. Inside the ancient battlefield, Lu Chen landed steadily on his feet. He looked around. The sky was a dark crimson, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The cracked earth was covered in thick layers of white bones. Broken weapons lay half buried in the soil. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Yet beside him there was no one. Lu Changfeng had not been transported to the same location. Random teleportation, huh? Lu Chen observed his surroundings calmly. But at that moment, the bones beneath his feet suddenly cracked and the earth exploded. 3 sharp, black-furred ghost claws burst from the ground, lunging at Lu Chen's legs. In response, Lu Chen lifted his right foot and stomped hard. The god-slaying domain instantly expanded 10 zhang. A terrifying gravitational force crashed down. The 3 fiends barely emerging were crushed into pools of black blood. Soon 3 dark red iron tokens clattered to the ground. Lu Chen reached out with a virtual grasp, and the tokens flew into his palm. "So these are the divine demon tokens." Lu Chen weighed the tokens, feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Killing 3 had yielded 3. At this rate, collecting 100 would be effortless. He even considered finding a lair of fiends, wiping them out, and then sleeping in a cave until time ran out. But just then a crisp system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Special energy carrier divine demon token detected. System redemption price, 1 token, 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones. As the system notification faded, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. These could be exchanged for supreme grade spirit stones. At this exchange rate, 1 token was 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones. 100 would be 100,000. 1,000 would be 1,000,000. 10,000 would be. At that thought, Lu Chen's breath caught for a moment. If that were true, then every fiend running rampant was a walking pile of supreme grade spirit stones. This wasn't a divine demon battlefield at all. It was a natural supreme grade spirit stone mine. Without hesitation, Lu Chen summoned the divine weapon Pajuan and transformed into a cyan light. He ignored the scattered low-level fiends on the periphery, charging straight toward the heart of the battlefield, where the killing aura was thickest and fiends were most concentrated. Outside at the Xiantian Square, the Grand Elder formed hand seals. Dozens of massive light screens appeared in midair, projecting the battlefield in real time. Tens of thousands of eyes were glued to the screens. "Look! Someone's encountered a group of half-siege blood fiends and is locked in a bitter struggle. Zhao Gang of the Enforcement Hall is fighting 6 Peakla Fiend Death Realm skeletons, so close to losing an arm." Most participating disciples advanced cautiously in the outer areas. They proceeded step by step, fearing they might attract a swarm of high-level fiends. Only one screen showed a figure moving at a dizzying speed. Lu Fengshan stared at that screen, his eyes twitching. What is that kid doing? Everyone turned to look. On the screen, Lu Chen, as a cyan light, tore through the dark red sky. When he encountered groups of fiends blocking his path, his Pujuan sword unleashed a storm of sword energy, crushing them instantly. Limbs and severed bodies flew everywhere. Divine demon tokens rained down like rain, all of which he swept up with a wave of his energy. His killing was decisive without hesitation. How is he heading straight for the Heartland? An elder exclaimed. The Heartland is where sage-level fiend kings slumber. Even if he's a 10th grade prodigy with an unmatched physical body, going there is suicide. Lin Guotian watched Lu Chen on the screen, lost in thought. He wondered why the boy looked so excited. Did slaughter bring him joy? Elsewhere, Lai Qingshan watched the screen, killing intent flickering in his eyes. His lips moved rapidly as he activated a secret technique. Inside the divine demon battlefield on a certain bone plane, Lai Wuji tore apart a half-sage initial stage fiend with his bare hands. Then his movements froze. Lai Qingshan's voice reached him. Go to the Heartland and kill Lu Chen. As the words faded, Lai Wuji dropped the corpse in his hands and looked toward the depths of the battlefield. A fierce aura of half-sage 9th level erupted from him. The next moment he transformed into a black lightning bolt racing toward Lu Chen's direction. Any fiends in his path were instantly turned into blood mist. Lai Wuji sprinted forward, tearing low-level demons into bloody mist along the way. After a short while, he abruptly halted. Not far ahead, a disciple was struggling against a life-and-death realm skeleton. This disciple, named Chen Fei, was at the peak of the venerable realm. He severed the skeleton's head with a single sword stroke, and with difficulty picked up the divine demon order from the ground. Turning to see Lai Wuji, Chen Fei's face lit up with joy. Senior brother Lai. Ignoring his injuries, Chen Fei hurried forward to greet him. There are far too many demons here. How about we travel together? That way we can look out for each other. Lai Wuji remained silent, merely staring fixedly at Chen Fei. A chill ran down Chen Fei's spine, and he began to step back. The next moment, Lai Wuji raised his right hand and drove it straight through Chen Fei's chest. Instantly, blood gushed forth. You? Chen Fei's eyes bulged in utter disbelief. He opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, his life faded completely. Then Lai Wuji withdrew his hand and promptly pocketed all the divine demon orders on Chen Fei's body. He carelessly tossed the corpse aside and turned to walk deeper into the Heartland. This scene instantly caused an uproar in the outer square. Has Lai Wuji lost his mind? He dares to kill a fellow disciple. What a beast! On the high platform, several inter-sect elders slammed their tables and stood up. One elder roared, killing a fellow disciple is punishable by death. On the other side, Lai Qingshan took a sip of tea, his expression calm. Isn't it the rule set by the Supreme Elder that once one enters the divine demon battlefield, life and death are one's own responsibility? If one's skill is lacking, death is no one's fault but their own. If anyone is to blame, it's their own naivety. What utter bullshit. Lai Qingshan's face darkened. Lu Laosan, watch your mouth. On the battlefield, there are only the living and the dead. If you're so distressed, feel free to have your Lu family withdraw. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here. Lu Guobin gritted his teeth, but said nothing more. The rules were indeed so, he couldn't intervene. But the thought that this man was exploiting a loophole infuriated him. Moreover, two prodigies of the Lu clan were still inside. Especially Lu Chongfeng, who was already no match for Lai Wuji. What would happen if he truly encountered him? Lu Fengshan stared at the light screen, his brow furrowed. He had already discerned the strangeness in Lai Wuji. He just hadn't expected Lai Qingshan to be so ruthless. Lin Guotian sat in the main seat, his gaze deep and silent. He had evidently guessed as well. The scene shifted back to the heart of the divine demon battlefield. Lu Chen arrived before a massive canyon. Thick black mist filled the canyon, and mournful piercing howls echoed from within. This was a beast lair. As Lu Chen stepped into the canyon, a colossal beast king roared as it charged out of the black mist. Half-Saint Realm, 3rd layer. Lu Chen gripped the Pujuan sword, drew it, and slashed. A cyan sword light tore through the black mist. The beast king's roar ceased abruptly. Its massive body split in two from the middle and crashed to the ground. Dozens of dark red divine demon orders burst forth from the beast king's body. Lu Chen waved his hand, collecting them all. Ding. Recycling successful. Obtain 5000 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Chen felt little joy, because this method was far too slow. Killing them one by one. How long would that take? For Lu Chen, time was money. He had to obtain as many divine demon orders as possible within these 3 hours. Then Lu Chen levitated off the ground, hovering in midair. Godslayer domain, open. The surrounding black mist was instantly repelled by this pressure, revealing the canyon's interior densely packed with vengeful spirits and demons. The next moment, the 1,000 Zhang-wide Godslayer domain descended with a crash, enveloping the entire canyon. 100-fold gravity pressed down instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The canyon echoed with a dense series of explosive sounds. Those demons at the Venerable Realm and the early Half-Saint Realm were directly crushed into clouds of blood mist by the terrifying gravity. A few late Half-Saint Realm demons tried to resist, attempting to break through the domain's suppression. Lu Chen snorted coldly and pressed his right hand downward. The gravity doubled. Crack. Those late Half-Saint Realm demons instantly exploded, turning into pulp. The once eerie and terrifying lair of vengeful spirits had become an abattoir. Divine demon orders scattered all over the ground. With a thought from Lu Chen, thousands of divine demon orders rose into the air, forming a black torrent, and were all stored into the system space. Ding. Recycling successful. Obtained 10000 top-grade spirit stones. Ding. Recycling successful. Obtained 2000 top-grade spirit stones. Ding. Recycling successful. Obtained 5000 top-grade spirit stones. System prompts flooded the screen. In just half an instant's time, Lu Chen had cleared the entire canyon. He checked his system balance. He had earned a full 8000 top-grade spirit stones. This method was acceptable. His task now was to find more beast caves. But just then a pillar of black energy shot into the sky not far to the east. This immediately caught Lu Chen's attention. He didn't linger, his form transformed into a cyan light as he sped eastward. Such a powerful aura must belong to a demon king. Meanwhile, on the east side of the battlefield, Lu Changfeng was panting heavily, his body covered in black blood. The relentless high-intensity battles had drained his stamina. Though he hadn't sustained serious injuries, he was at the end of his rope. Lu Changfeng picked up the divine demon order from the ground. The 100th one. He let out a long sigh. For him, the task was complete. All he had to do now was find a hidden spot and quietly wait for the trial to end. But as he turned, his body suddenly froze. He felt a terrifying black aura enveloping the area. 100 zhang away, a figure wreathed in black energy was slowly approaching. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, Lu Changfeng was stunned. Lai Wuji. But at this moment, Lai Wuji's blood-red eyes were locked onto him. It felt like being targeted by a powerful demon king. Meanwhile, in the outer square, the crowd's hearts were in their throats as they watched this scene. In their eyes, Lai Wuji was now an emotionless killing machine. Anyone who encountered him met a grim fate. Brother. Lu Linger's voice trembled. Her gaze never left the light screen, but the tension made it hard to breathe. Lu Guobin and Lu Fengshan's faces turned grim. Their worst fears were coming true. Lu Changfeng had truly run into Lai Wuji. Lu Changfeng at the Half-Saint Realm's second layer stood little chance against Lai Wuji to begin with. Moreover, the current Lai Wuji was even more powerful than before. Finger. Lu Guobin stared fixedly at the light screen, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lai Wuji, what do you think you're doing? Lu Changfeng asked in a deep voice. Lai Wuji looked at him and gave a cold smile. The next instant, Lai Wuji moved. In a flash, the ground beneath his feet exploded. His entire form became a black blur, charging straight at Lu Changfeng. His speed was so terrifying that Lu Changfeng had no time to dodge. Boom. A thunderous sound rang out. In the outer square, everyone stared at the light screen, their eyes wide. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke billowing in all directions. A violent black shockwave instantly expanded, flinging bones within 1,000 zhang into the air and cracking the ground into a web of fissures. Outside on the square, tens of thousands of disciples from the Shantian Sacred Land stared intently at the light screen hovering in midair. As the smoke dispersed, a figure stood in scathed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He stared blankly ahead. Mere inches from his brow, a ghostly claw covered in black scales halted, exerting all its might, yet unable to advance a single inch. Amidst the surging waves of energy, a tall, azure-clad figure shielded Lu Changfeng. It was Lu Chen. At this sight, a wave of commotion swept across the square. An intersect elder was utterly stunned. He caught it, barehandedly intercepting a full-force strike from a 9th-layer half-saint. And judging by Lu Chen's demeanor, he seemed to have done so with effortless ease. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Guobin's expression finally relaxed. Lu Fengshan let out a long sigh, his taut nerves finally easing. Upon catching sight of that azure figure, Lu Linger's excited gaze remained fixed on the light screen, without wavering. The figure she had been anticipating had finally appeared. Lai Qingshan's delighted expression darkened the moment he saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen's timely arrival was indeed beyond his expectations. Yet what shocked him more was that this fellow had caught a 9th-layer half-saint's attack with his bare hands, and he appeared to have done so with considerable ease. Although it was true that Lu Chen was monstrously talented, having crippled the 6th-layer half-saint Lai Wuji with a single slap despite being only at the 2nd layer. Now Lai Wuji had consumed the heavenly demon dissolution pill boosting his strength to the 9th layer of the half-saint realm. In the half-saint realm, each layer represented a world of difference. Yet even so, Lu Chen effortlessly neutralized Lai Wuji's attack. Without exaggeration, this defied Lai Qingshan's understanding. Was this the monstrous prodigy with a 10-step heavenly staircase talent? At this thought, Lai Qingshan's resentment grew. He immediately sent a sound transmission to Lai Wuji. At all costs, kill Lu Chen. Inside the divine demon battlefield, a savage glint flashed in Lai Wuji's crimson eyes. The next instant, he unleashed the full, terrifying pressure of his 9th layer, half-saint cultivation. Lu Chongfeng, shaken by the oppressive force, felt his blood and qi churn violently as he staggered back dozens of steps before barely managing to halt. Senior brother, be careful. His current state is abnormal. At that moment, Lu Chen, standing at the epicenter of the storm, remained completely unharmed. No matter how terrifying the surrounding energy became, it had no effect on his immediate vicinity. It was as if an invisible grand formation isolated the space around him. 9th layer half-saint. Lu Chen let out a light chuckle. Is that all? Provoked by Lu Chen's taunt, Lai Wuji let out an enraged roar. He turned his left hand into a blade and struck directly at Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen did not dodge. Instead, he swung his palm outward in a backhanded slap. A crisp, explosive sound rang out as Lai Wuji instantly received the blow. Lai Wuji was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a mountain of bones hundreds of zhang away. The defensive power of his 9th layer half-saint physique proved utterly futile against absolute strength. Dead silence fell over the outer square. Lai Qingshan's eyes widened in shock. How could this happen again? Inside the divine demon battlefield, Lai Wuji crawled out of the rubble. Half of his face caved in once more. But this time, instead of falling, his killing intent burned even more fiercely. He began to incinerate all the blood and soul essence within his body. The next moment, a towering black demonic shadow, 100 zhang high, materialized behind him, wielding a giant axe that came crashing down toward Lu Chen. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Saint-level martial technique. The desolate heaven-imprisoning finger. As Lu Chen pointed a finger forward, the sky over the entire divine demon battlefield suddenly darkened. An ancient desolate aura instantly enveloped the space. Space was locked by an invisible force. Even the 100 zang tall demonic shadow froze in place. For the first time, a flicker of terror appeared in Lai Wuji's bloodshot eyes. Desolate heaven-imprisoning finger, Lu Chen uttered. First finger imprison heaven and earth. A colossal finger formed entirely of azure energy materialized directly above Lai Wuji's head. In an instant, the surrounding space was completely sealed, leaving no possible escape. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers. As the second finger descended, Lai Wuji's physical body began to crack apart inch by inch. His flesh, along with his imprisoned soul, was reduced to a mist of blood under the force of that finger. A cold wind swept through, dispersing the scent of blood in the air. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his true energy dissipating. He glanced at the massive pit on the ground and stirred his divine sense. He collected the hundreds of divine demon tokens that had burst forth from Lai Wuji's body, along with all his treasures, into his system space. A chime rang in his mind, indicating the acquisition of tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Senior brother. Lu Chongfeng stepped forward, swallowing hard involuntarily. The scene from moments ago was still replaying in his mind. Who exactly was this senior brother Lu? How could he be so formidable? Even Lai Wuji, who had reached the 9th layer of the half-saint realm, had been instantly killed. Lu Chen's heaven-defying combat prowess defied all logic. Lu Chen turned and handed him a bottle of healing pills. Take these. Find a place to hide for now. I still have matters to attend to. With that, Lu Chen transformed into a streak of light, speeding deeper into the heart of the battlefield. On the outer platform. No. Wuji, you. Watching Lai Wuji being slain by Lu Chen, Lai Qingshan turned his furious gaze toward Lu Fengshan and the others. The most outstanding genius of the Lai family was gone just like that. Not only Lai Qingshan, but everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. After the initial shock, Lu Guobin was the first to regain his composure. He looked smugly at Lai Qingshan and said with a grin, "What's the matter? Elder Lai can't take a loss. The Grand Elder already made it clear once inside, life and death are on one's own head. Besides, didn't you just say that if one's skills fall short, death is no one's fault?" Lu Guobin grew more pleased with himself, even bursting into laughter. You? Lai Qingshan was left speechless, feeling a lump stuck in his throat that he could neither spit out nor swallow. At the center of the square, the Grand Elder watched the scene unfold, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. A single bell tolled across the sky of the Xintian Sacred Land. The allotted time had come. The air above the central plaza convulsed as a vast black vortex slowly formed. 9 figures streaked from the vortex in succession, landing upon the white jade slabs. The gazes of tens of thousands of disciples snapped toward them. The 9 who emerged were in markedly different states. Yet without exception their garments were shredded clear proof they had endured one brutal battle after another. A final streak of azure light, and Lu Chen stepped forth, his robes neat and intact, a stark contrast to the other 8. The Supreme Elder cast a glance over the 9 and announced loudly, "The hour has come. Present your Shinma Ling for verification." One disciple stepped forward and produced all his Shinma Ling. The Supreme Elder swept his spiritual sense across the tokens and nodded. Liang 115. Zhao Gang stepped forward next. Inner disciple Zhao Gang 102. Then came Lu Chongfeng. Lu Chongfeng 130. One after another he announced 8 results, each hovering around 100. The highest score among them was Lu Changfeng's 130. Holding the jade slip of records, the Supreme Elder finally approached Lu Chen. All eyes in the plaza fixed upon him. Everyone wondered how many Shinma Ling this monster, who had slaughtered through the interior, had gathered. Lu Chen's expression remained composed as he flicked his sleeve. A clatter filled the plaza as dense metallic strikes rang out. Countless dark red tokens materialized from thin air and struck the white jade slabs. They piled so swiftly that in the blink of an eye a 3 Shanghai hill of tokens dominated the plaza's center. The Supreme Elder swept his gaze over the mound, and his eyes widened. Lu Chen, 13,700. At the announcement of his result, the crowd erupted into uproar. Murmurs swept through the crowd. "My goodness, he's merciless." Others only had a little over 100. Lu Chen had reached 13,700. Gasps and astonished whispers filled the air. 13,700 Shinma Ling. Could he have single-handedly exterminated all the demons in the heart of the Shinma battlefield? The Supreme Elder turned to the high platform and, receiving a nod from Sacred Lord Lin Guotian, continued, "The second stage of the examination is concluded. According to tradition, we now proceed to the third. The remaining 9 disciples will face off in pairs on the arena to determine the ultimate victor, who will be crowned Sacred Son." No sooner had the proclamation fallen. The disciple Liang abruptly raised his right hand. "Supreme Elder, I forfeit." Zhao Gang followed, lifting his arm. "I also forfeit." Lu Chongfeng sheathed his long sword and said calmly, "Forfeit." The remaining 5 raised their hands in unison and declared forfeit. Seeing this, the Supreme Elder stood frozen. "You won't even try?" The 8 glanced at the mountain of Shinma Ling and replied, "We will not." At that moment, only one thought occupied them: they were fools to risk their lives. They had tasted the ferocity of the Shinma battlefield's monsters before. Even so, faced with Lu Chen, they had been cut down as if sliced like vegetables. What point was there in fighting? Besides, even Lai Wuji, the Sacred Land's foremost prodigy, had fallen to a single strike. If he could be defeated so swiftly, there was no hope for the rest. The Supreme Elder was left speechless. He turned and bowed toward the high platform. Then Lin Guotian rose. As the Xiantian Sacred Lord stood, an invisible pressure swept the plaza and instantly stilled all noise. He looked down, his gaze resting on Lu Chen. "I hereby declare that in this selection for Sacred Son, Lu Chen is the victor. From this day forward, Lu Chen shall be the new Sacred Son of the Xiantian Sacred Land, foremost among the true disciples. Issue the decree: the Sacred Land shall hold a grand feast for 3 days and proclaim it across Zhongzhou." The moment the order fell, thunderous cheers erupted across the plaza. Members of the Lu clan were elated. Lu Linger's face glowed crimson with excitement. Lin Guotian watched the scene and nodded with evident satisfaction. The Xiantian Sacred Land had not been so lively in a long time. He then turned to Lai Qingshan. "Elder Lai, what ails you? Is your grandson lost on the Shinma battlefield, leaving you grief-stricken?" At that, Lai Qingshan rose immediately. He forced a smile onto his stern face. "May the Sacred Lord's judgment be clear. That wretch Lai Wuji dared secretly to take forbidden pills and go mad, murdering fellow disciples during the trial. Such deeds cannot be tolerated by heaven or earth. Lu Chen's purge cleansed our sect. It was a great service to the Sacred Land. I am more than grateful. How could I harbor even a trace of resentment?" Lin Guotian smiled faintly. "No reluctance at all. Of course not. It is only that I, who failed in guidance, feel ashamed and cannot in good conscience remain here. I beseech the Sacred Lord to permit me to return home and seclude myself in repentance." Lin Guotian regarded him quietly and said, "Granted." Lai Qingshan bowed once more and departed. Lu Guobin watched Lai Qingshan's retreating back and could not help a bitter sigh. That old man endures much. His grandson is dead, and yet he can still smile. Lu Fengshan likewise watched him go and said in a low voice, "A dog that bites does not bark." Elsewhere, Lai Qingshan returned to his main peak residence. He dismissed all attendants, entered his bedchamber, and activated a concealed teleportation array. In the next instant, he stood within an isolated subterranean chamber 1,000 zhang below. Here his hypocritical smile evaporated and was replaced by boundless fury. With a thunderous palm strike, he reduced an exquisite alchemical furnace at the chamber's center to dust. Lu Chen, Lu Guobin, Lu Junjiang, you will all pay. His eyes bled red, his true qi ran rampant, and the chamber trembled. After venting his rage for half an hour, the chamber lay in ruin. At that moment, a red light rose from the depths of the sanctum. Lai Qingshan. An ancient weighty voice resounded. Lai Qingshan froze, then immediately bowed toward the red light. Hail Xuezu. The inner altar shook violently. A vast, indistinct apparition coalesced above it, and a terrifying pressure crashed down. Lai Qingshan's knees buckled, and he knelt. Your subordinate Lai Qingshan pays homage to Xuezu. The blood-robed apparition looked down and asked, how fares your collection of blood offerings? Lai Qingshan trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. He swallowed and stammered. Xuezu, complications have arisen. A youth named Lu Chen suddenly surfaced in the Xiantian Sacred Land and ruined my plans, Lai Qingshan confessed. He not only seized the Sacred Sun title, but also... The blood-robed apparition snorted trash. It cut him off. Xuezu, quell your anger. Grant your subordinate time. I will not betray Zuiza's grand design. The apparition snorted again. I have no patience to wait. With a wave of its hand, a spatial gate slowly manifested before Lai Qingshan. Blood offerings require many supremely gifted youths. This is a phantom gate. It can simulate opportunity grounds that only the younger generation of geniuses can tread. I give you half a month. If you fail, you will become nourishment for the offerings. Lai Qingshan gazed at the gate and kowtowed deeply. Your subordinate obeys. I will not fail you this time. In the Xiantian Sacred Hall, the dome reaches high into the sky. The sounds of cheers and festivities faintly drift in from outside. In the square, all disciples of the Sacred Land are hosting a grand feast celebrating the birth of the newly appointed Sacred Sun. However, within the Grand Hall of the Sacred Land, silence reigns. Lin Guotian stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Lu Chen, who stands in the center of the hall. The position of Sacred Sun has been decided. According to tradition, you may choose a top-tier sacred rank technique from the top level of the Scripture Pavilion, or select a legendary sacred weapon from the armory. Lin Guotian's voice is deep and resonant as he looks at Lu Chen and continues, in addition, I can grant you an extra reward in my personal capacity. What do you want? Without hesitation, Lu Chen replies, just a few million top-tier spirit stones will do. Lin Guotian is taken aback. Such a straightforward request leaves even the Xiantian Lord somewhat stunned. Others upon becoming sacred sons would seek power, divine weapons, and rare treasures, yet this young man asks for spirit stones. Just spirit stones. Spirit stones are tangible. Lu Chen responds calmly without a hint of emotion. Lin Guotian chuckles softly. A few million top-tier spirit stones is no small sum even for the Xiantian Sacred Land. Yet as the esteemed lord, he cannot retract his words. With a wave of his sleeve, a storage ring flies out, hovering precisely before Lu Chen. 5 million top-tier spirit stones, is that enough? Lu Chen reaches out to take it, swiftly scanning with his divine sense. The mountains of top-tier spirit stones within radiate a rich aura of spiritual energy, dazzling to behold. Thank you, Lord. Now that I've received my reward, it's time to discuss serious matters. Lin Guotian's expression turns serious. Where is your ancestor Lu Junjiang? It has been 3,000 years since I last saw him. Mentioning Lu Junjiang, Lin Guotian's tone carries a hint of urgency and guilt. For 3,000 years, he has been searching for the whereabouts of his greatest disciple. Lu Chen looks at Lin Guotian, his expression unchanged. I'm afraid I can't disclose that yet. Why not? Lin Guotian asks, puzzled. The true culprit behind the betrayal of my ancestor 3,000 years ago has yet to reveal themselves. If I speak now, I fear for my ancestor's safety. Lu Chen speaks frankly. After all, the current highest combat power of the Qingyun sect barely reaches the half-saint realm. A single saint could easily bring catastrophic disaster. Therefore, until the true culprit is found or the sect grows stronger, it cannot be disclosed. Lin Guotian's brows furrow tightly. Who do you suspect? I have no concrete evidence. Lu Chen's tone turns icy. But a fox will always show its tail. As long as he makes a move, I believe I can unearth him. Upon hearing this, Lin Guotian stared at Lu Chen for a long time. I understand. You may leave for now. Lin Guotian turns away, gesturing for Lu Chen to depart. Lu Chen cupped his hands in respect and turned to leave the hall. Once he had exited, Lin Guotian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In his mind, the image of a figure involuntarily surfaced. A person who was highly respected within the Sacred Land and had made great contributions. Lin Guotian's eyes twitched. He had always had a suspect in mind, but he had been unwilling to believe it. I hope it's not you. Lin Guotian murmured softly. Otherwise, I will ensure your soul is obliterated. That night at the main peak of the Lu family, the lights were bright, and the aroma of wine filled the air. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the inner courtyard, a fragrant aroma of spirit wine rushed toward him. Ha! What a thrill. This is just too damn exhilarating. Lu Guobin raised a wine jar as tall as half a person, his face flushed, his voice booming. You should have seen Lai Qingshan's old face. His grandson was cut down, yet he had to force a smile of gratitude. What a wretched old fool. Grandpa, you should drink less. Lu Linger advised from the side, though her own face could not hide her joy. Lu Changfeng sat nearby. But when he saw Lu Chen walk in, this former genius of the Lu family immediately stood upright, his eyes filled with respect and fervor. During the battle in the Divine Demon battlefield, Lu Chen crushed the half-saint Jiuzhong with a single finger. That figure, akin to a celestial descending, had been deeply etched in Lu Changfeng's mind. Senior brother Lu. Lu Changfeng bowed respectfully. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Lu Fengshan said in a low voice, "A barking dog does not bite." The Lai family swallowing their pride at this moment means they must have larger schemes. With Lai Wujing dead in the Divine Demon battlefield, Lai Qingshan will certainly not rest easy. Over the next period, all disciples of the Lu family should minimize their outings to the sacred land. Lu Guobin sneered and slammed the wine jar onto the table. Second brother, now that Lu Chen is the sacred son, even if Lai Qingshan had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to act. It's easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Lu Fengshan did not continue the banter, but turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you must be extra cautious. If anything happens, inform us immediately. The second ancestor is right, it's good to be cautious. Lu Chen continued, I have some personal matters to attend to, so I will head back first. You all enjoy yourselves. After saying that, he decisively turned around and walked straight toward the residence. He did not want to waste any time here. Whether Lai Qingshan sought revenge or not, he did not care. As long as his cultivation was high enough, all schemes and machinations would be useless. Upon reaching his courtyard, Lu Chen activated the heavy isolation formation. Layer upon layer of golden runes lit up on the walls, completely sealing off the room and isolating all energy fluctuations and divine sense probing. He sat cross-legged in the room. System, take inventory of assets. Ding. 13700 Divine Demon orders detected, convertible to 13. 7 million top-tier spirit stones. Would you like to exchange? Exchange all. Exchange successful. Current balance of the host 5 million top-tier spirit stones gifted by Lin Guotian, balance from spoils of the Divine Demon battlefield and Divine Demon order exchange 19. 9 million top-tier spirit stones. Looking at the long string of zeros on the panel, Lu Chen sighed deeply. After all this effort, wasn't it all for this moment? In this world, nothing brings more reassurance than the improvement of one's realm. His current actual cultivation level had already reached the peak of the half-saint realm. Just one step forward would lead him to the realm of the saint. The so-called saint transcends into holiness. The half-saint merely grazes the surface of the laws. A saint, however, engraves the laws into their golden body, making their physical form immortal and their spirit undying. Countless extraordinary talents have been stuck at the peak of the half-saint realm for hundreds or even thousands of years, unable to cross this chasm. But for Lu Chen, it only required a string of numbers. Close to 20 million top-tier spirit stones, all in. Lu Chen issued the command. Boom. The system panel erupted with dazzling purple-gold light. In an instant, the 20 million top-tier spirit stones were all consumed. A tremendous force surged directly into Lu Chen's every limb and bone. No need to comprehend the great Tao, no need for prolonged meditation to grasp the laws. The power of the system directly alters the rules of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy within Lu Chen boiled like a raging sea. The saint barrier that had blocked countless cultivators was instantly torn apart by this unreasonable cash power, as if it were made of paper. Crack. It felt as if a shackle within him had shattered. The external spiritual energies of heaven and earth rushed madly into Lu Chen's body. His bones radiated a brilliant golden glow with patterns representing the great Tao engraved into his bones and blood. First level of the saint realm. Second level of the saint realm. His cultivation continues to rise. Peak of the saint realm. First level of the great saint realm. Boom. The blood and energy from Lu Chen's body surged skyward, firmly suppressed within the secret chamber by the formation. He instantly broke through the peak of the saint realm and stepped into the great saint realm. Second level of the great saint realm. The violent power continues to ascend until it reaches a whole new pinnacle before it finally slows down. Third level of the great saint realm. The cultivation levels of this world are Qi refining realm, innate realm, nascent Dan realm, divine, concealment realm, purple mansion realm, life and death realm, venerable realm, half-saint realm, great saint realm, saint king realm, quasi-emperor realm, great emperor realm. The momentum in the secret chamber instantly solidified. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of golden light flashed in his gaze. He raised his right hand and gently clenched it. Bang! The space before him emitted a muffled sound of being unable to bear the pressure, directly squeezing out a black spatial crack. A casual strike crushed the void. This overwhelming feeling of mastering everything is more than 100 times stronger than the peak of the half-saint realm. Third level of the Great Saint realm, Lu Chen murmurs to himself. With his current cultivation level, he has likely surpassed 80% of the powerhouses in the sacred land. Lai Qingshan and Lu Fengshan are merely at the saint realm, not yet reaching the threshold of the Great Saint realm. Looking across the entire Xintian sacred land, perhaps only the Lord Lin Guotian and those reclusive elders could match him. However, he wonders if the Xintian sacred land is truly an old sixth sacred land. He wonders if any ancestors are feigning death or hiding their cultivation. But the third level of the Great Saint realm is sufficient for now. He then opened the system panel to check the upgrade requirements for the fourth level of the Great Saint realm. Fourth level of the Great Saint realm requires top-tier spirit stones, 4 million. As the realm rises, the required top-tier spirit stones also increase. Lu Chen stroked his chin. It seems he needs to pull off another big score to manage this. This reward has become trivial to him. In the extreme cold of the central continent at the abyss of deity's burial, the wind howled like blades whipping up endless ice shards. This was a forbidden zone for all life, perpetually shrouded in lethal laws of extreme frost. In the dark depths of the abyss, a gaunt figure silently emerged. Lai Qingshan looked around, confirming he had left no trace, then pulled a palm-sized, blood-colored formation plate from his sleeve. This was the Gate of Illusions granted by the Blood Ancestor. Lu Chen, Lin Guotian Lu Zhenjiang. You owe my Lai family. I will make the entire continent's future pay the price. Lai Qingshan's face twisted in rage. He bit his fingertip and dripped his essence blood onto the formation plate. Open. Hum. The plate devoured the blood, and the runes on its surface lit up one after another. An immense, ancient, and sacred wave of energy began furiously brewing at the core of the formation plate. Lai Qingshan hurled it into the air. Boom. The frozen layers of the abyss of deity's burial instantly collapsed on a massive scale. A brilliant golden imperial light, like a divine sword slashing the heavens, violently tore apart the darkness for millions of miles. The golden light pierced the clouds, and tens of thousands of feet high the laws of the world intertwined and converged madly. In just 3 breaths, a colossal imperial phantom towering to the heavens and standing firm on the earth slowly coalesced within the radiance. The phantom stood with its back to all living beings, its feet treading upon the galaxy, exuding an unparalleled pressure that suppressed the ages. With its appearance, a terrifying tidal wave of spiritual energy centered on the abyss swept across the entire central continent in a ring. Dead trees revived, and dried-up spiritual springs erupted once more. Countless birds and beasts bathed in this tidal wave of spiritual energy roared to the heavens and awakened their intelligence. The central continent was in a complete uproar. At the Supreme Beginning Holy Land on the Tai Chi 8 Trigrams platform, the Supreme Elder, who had been in seclusion for 500 years, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the void, fixed on the direction of the abyss of deity's burial in the central continent. An Emperor's Tao field. This is the sign of an Emperor's Tao field emerging. At the boundless demon sect within the abyssal blood pool, the slumbering demon lord burst forth from the water, laughing wildly to the heavens. Heaven helps me. I have been stuck at the Saint King realm for 3,000 years, and finally, this heavenly opportunity has arrived. This time I will stop at nothing to seize this secret realm. The Great Xia Imperial Court, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the ethereal immortal pool. Ancient monsters slumbering in the river of time all awoke on this night. Everyone's gaze was fixed greedily on the abyss of deity's burial. At the profound heaven holy land in the Saint Lord's Grand Hall, as dawn broke, the hall was already buzzing with voices. Dozens of elders had gathered, and every face was etched with undisguised fervor and excitement. Everyone has seen the phenomenon at the abyss of deity's burial. An emperor's phantom, a tidal wave of spiritual energy. There's no mistake. We must set off immediately and seal the entrance before the other holy lands. Indeed, this is an opportunity that comes once in 10,000 years. If we can obtain the Emperor's inheritance, our profound heaven holy land will surely overpower the other 4 holy lands and dominate the continent. The elders babbled on, arguing incessantly. Silence. A calm yet indisputable voice rang out. The hall instantly fell into dead silence. Lin Guotian, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood at the head of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Unlike the others, he was not overjoyed. Instead, his brow was deeply furrowed. Is there such a coincidence in this world? A bucket of cold water was poured over their heads. Lu Fengshan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The Saint Lord speaks sense. An Emperor's Tao field is so precious. How could it suddenly appear without any warning? I suspect that where there is such strangeness, there must be a demon." Lu Guobin also stroked his chin. Second brother is right. So while this is a great opportunity, its sudden appearance without any sign is indeed unprecedented. Hearing this, the elders in the hall exchanged glances. After calming down, they too sensed the irrationality of it all. Whoosh! The space in the hall rippled, and a gray-robed elder stepped out, tearing through the void. It was the chief supreme elder of the profound Heaven Holy Land, a top-tier powerhouse responsible for monitoring the movements in the central continent. Supreme Elder, what are your findings? Lin Guotian asked. The supreme elder's expression was grave. He took a deep breath. The entrance has completely stabilized. But there is a change in the situation. Speak. The entrance to the secret realm is protected by terrifying ancient restrictions. I tried to probe it with my divine sense, and was nearly shattered. The Supreme Elder looked around at everyone, and said word by word, rumor has it that only holy sons and holy daughters of the major powers can pass through the restrictions. Anyone else who forces their way in regardless of cultivation level will be obliterated by the restrictions. At these words, the hall erupted in an uproar. What kind of rule is this? It's unheard of. How can it be that only holy sons and holy daughters can enter? I've never heard of such a Dao field opportunity. Supreme Elder, where did you hear this? The Supreme Elder said, I do not know who is spreading this rumor widely. I have only heard it myself. Whether it is true remains to be verified. Within the grand hall of the Shantian Sacred Land, the murmurs of discussion gradually subsided. Lin Guotian, seated at the head, spoke. Since the rumors claim that only those of Saint Son or Saintess rank may enter, a forcible entry would be unwise. Lin Guotian finalized the plan. Supreme Elder Lin Qingqiang, you shall lead 3 Saint Realm Elders and dispatch Lu Chen, Lin Qingqing, Lu Chongfeng, and Lu Linger to the burial abyss immediately. The primary task is to probe the truth and ascertain the nature of the restrictions. If indeed only Saint Sons and Saintesses can enter, the others are to withdraw and wait on the periphery. Lin Qingqiang stepped forward, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Lu Fengshan and Lu Guobin exchanged a glance, but remained silent. Lai Qingshan stood at the edge of the crowd, his head bowed low, half his face obscured in shadow. At the Lu clan's main peak, the array patterns around the courtyard dimmed one by one. Lu Chen pushed open the door. A jade transmission slip hovered in midair. He extended his divine sense, instantly reading the departure order within. Above the main peak square of the Shantian Sacred Land, a war vessel inscribed with defensive array patterns pressed against the air, hovering 100 zhang high. The spirit-gathering array operated at full speed, spiritual energy, stirring up fierce gales. Lin Qingqing stood before the jade staircase at the ship's prow. She wore a moon-white palace dress, holding a sheathed longsword in her hand. Seeing Lu Chen arrive, her gaze settled upon his face. Junior brother Lu, Lin Qingqing nodded slightly in greeting. This was their first direct conversation. Outside the divine demon battlefield, she had witnessed Lu Chen annihilate Lai Wuji, a half-saint of the 9th level, with a single finger. That power, transcending all reason, had instilled caution within her. She attempted to release a wisp of her divine sense to probe the boundaries of Lu Chen's cultivation. Lu Chen halted. As if sensing her probe, an invisible force field violently repelled her divine sense. Lin Qingqing's breath caught a surge of blood, and chi roiling in her chest, as she hastily restrained her mind. All sects are gathering at the burial abyss. The situation is unclear. Lin Qingqing steadied her voice. I hope for your guidance on this journey, junior brother Lu. Lu Chen cast a glance at her. This woman knew how to read the situation and act with discretion. You flatter me, Lu Chen said with a faint smile, stepping past her onto the deck. At the rear of the deck, Lu Chongfeng and Lu Linger were already waiting. Senior brother Lu. They both bowed in unison, bending deeply. Ever since witnessing Lu Chen's capabilities, they had willingly assumed the role of followers. Lu Chen gestured for them to rise, then walked to a corner, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Qingqing turned around, gazing at Lu Chen's retreating figure for a long time. Lu Chen seemed to harbor many secrets, and his conduct was utterly unlike that of typical prodigies. By now, the Supreme Elder and several accompanying Saint Realm Elders had all arrived. In no time, the war vessel roared to life, tearing through the sea of clouds as it sped at full speed towards the far northern lands. At the same moment, at the Taichu Sacred Land in Yinzhou, a colossal tower ship emerged across the sky. At its top deck, Lu Rian stood by the window, clutching a freshly intercepted intelligence brief from the central province. Honger stood nearby, organizing healing pills on the table. Lu Rian's eyes swept over the lines of the brief, pausing on the entry beneath the words, Shantian Sacred Land. Newly appointed Saint Son of the Shantian Sacred Land, Lu Chen broke the 10th Ascendier record of the Heavenly Ascension Staircase, acquired 13,700 Divine Demon tokens within the Divine Demon battlefield. Upon seeing this news, joy welled up in Lu Rian's heart. She tightened her fingers, pressing the brief against her chest. It had been only 3 months since their parting at Falling Star City. He had truly returned to the central province, reclaiming everything that was rightfully his with the most domineering posture. Half-Saint Realm 2nd level. So he was already this powerful. Honger, how long do you think until we reach the central province? Lu Chen turned to ask. Sensing the excitement in her saintess' eyes, Honger promptly replied, rest assured, your highness. Once we reach the central province, you will see him. Then you won't have to fret over him every day. You talk too much. From behind the screen came the sound of wooden wheels grinding against the floor. Wu Qiang sat in a wheelchair, his body half-wrapped in thick ice silk bandages. The Taichu Sacred Land had expended a vast hoard of resources just to barely reforge the meridians that had been shredded by the bone-piercing beast. Yet his foundation had been damaged. Even with the Sacred Land's finest pills, it would take no less than 5 to 8 years to recover. Wu Qiang watched Lu Chen's profile. He could no longer recall the last time Lu Chen had shown such genuine mirth. He had vaguely heard the name, Lu Chen, just now. That pretty boy from Soul's Ever Valley. At the thought, Wu Qiang ground his teeth in rage. The wound on his chest split open from the emotional turmoil, blood soaking through the bandages. How could that ant from a remote corner of Xianzhou transform into the 10-step saint son of the Xiantian Sacred Land? But what if it were true? Wu Qiang's hands gripped the armrests of his wheelchair. Why am I, Wu Qiang, such a failure? I can't even stand now, reduced to relying on this wheelchair to move. Disgrace. A sheer utter disgrace. 3 days later, at the far northern reaches of the central province, the burial abyss. Gale force winds whipped ice shards across the land, the void itself fractured by the extreme cold, producing twisted black fissures. Countless colossal war vessels, chariots, and floating pavilions crammed the sky above the abyss. The banners of various factions flapped noisily in the frigid wind. The bronze war vessel of the Xiantian Sacred Land pierced through the icy mist, claiming a high altitude in the east. Lu Chen walked to the ship's railing and leaned over to look down. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black, but now it was illuminated by a golden pillar of light shooting skyward. The pillar contained frenzied laws of power, radiating layers of halos that vaporized the surrounding ice. The oppressive might of an emperor seeped out along the pillar, causing the surrounding space to groan under the strain. Lu Chen lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Directly opposite the war vessel of the boundless demon sect was jet black, its prow adorned with a massive white skull that exuded a thick aura of blood. A black dragon pulled a purple-gold chariot, circling above the ship, letting out earth-shaking roars. To the northwest, the 9-dragon golden throne of the Great Xia Imperial Court crushed the clouds. Over 1,000 heavily armored Imperial guards formed a killing formation, their long halberds pointing straight at the sky. To the south, the Jade Tower ship of the Taichu Sacred Land hovered in midair. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the Jade Tower ship for 2 seconds. He detected a familiar spiritual fluctuation. Supreme Elder Lin Qingqiong walked to the ship's prow, stroking his beard with a stern expression. Every influential faction with a name has arrived. Lin Qingqiong said in a deep voice. The extreme cold laws around the burial abyss have been dispelled by 70% due to the Emperor's golden light. No wonder it has attracted so many big shots. Lu Chen did not respond. He secretly activated his system, a faint purple-gold luster appearing in his eyes. Spiritual vision, eye, open. The world transformed instantly. The outer shells of the surrounding war vessels shed their camouflage, exposing the energy sources within. On the surface, the leaders standing at the prows of each faction's vessel were all at the peak of the Saint Realm. As Lu Chen's gaze pierced through the lower hold of the boundless demon sect's vessel, 2 clusters of deep crimson, glaring energy spheres lay dormant there. From the energy fluctuations, they were at least at the 8th level of the Great Saint Realm. Shifting his gaze to the center of the Great Xia Imperial Court's formation, 3 grayish-white light masses were concealed at the base of the Imperial Chariot. These 3 had suppressed their breathing and heartbeat, yet their Great Saint Realm peak cultivation was utterly exposed. Lu Chen swept his gaze into the depths of the Taichu Sacred Land's tower ship, likewise discovering an ancient Great Saint Realm light mass. Lu Chen deactivated his spiritual vision eye and curled his lip. Every faction talked about letting the younger generation gain experience, but in truth they had all brought their ancient monsters to lurk in the shadows and hold the line. None of them were here for sightseeing. In comparison, the Xiantian Sacred Land seemed somewhat naive. Only Supreme Elder Lin Qingqiong was a great saint, while the other elders were merely at the Saint Realm. Lu Chen calculated in his mind. He himself was at least at the 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. Paired with the suppression of his Godslayer domain, he could still suppress these ancient monsters. However, after entering the Emperor's Dao field, making money was the top priority. Only by continuing to break through in cultivation could he seize absolute initiative among this pack of scheming old foxes. Just then a sudden change occurred in the abyss below. The golden pillar of light contracted sharply, the frenzied energy collapsing towards the center. A pale bone gate 1,000 zhang tall condensed into form at the pillar's core. The gate's surface was covered in twisted ancient runes, thick black mist seeping from the cracks. Boom. The bone gate slowly swung open on both sides, an invisible spatial repulsive force radiating outward. Several fourth-tier demonic beasts that attempted to approach were instantly blasted into clouds of blood mist upon touching this repulsive force. The passage seems to have fully stabilized. Lin Qingxiong warned loudly, but we don't know the specifics yet. Everyone don't act rashly for now. As Lin Qingxiong's words faded, the various factions watched with bated breath. The communication stone in Lu Chen's arms flickered. Lu Chen retreated to a secluded corner of the deck and infused it with spiritual energy. Lu Chen, can you hear me? Lu Rian's crisp voice emanated from the communication stone. Lu Chen glanced at the jade ship of the Taichu Holy Land to the south and replied, I'm on the deck. I'm on the deck too. Lu Rian's tone brimmed with barely contained excitement. I see your Xiantian Holy Land's warship docked at the edge. Can I come over now? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The Holy Maiden of Taichu Holy Land coming aboard a Xiantian ship. He pondered silently whether the ancient elder leading her sect wouldn't choke on his rage. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? Lu Rian asked, puzzled. Your Highness, please don't cause trouble. Hunger's voice of protest came through the communication stone. This is the Emperor's Dao field with every faction watching. If you recklessly go over to the Xiantian side, the Sacred Lord will surely punish you upon your return. Oh, Hunger, stop pulling at me. You're such a chatterbox. Lu Rian replied impatiently. I was just talking, can I even indulge in a little daydream? Lu Chen listened to the bickering between mistress and maid and smiled helplessly. Enough, don't cause trouble for your people. Lu Chen interrupted them. This Emperor's Dao field is no small matter. Let's see if we can enter later. If we can, well, meet inside. It's a deal. Lu Rian agreed, instantly her voice lightening considerably. The communication ended. No sooner had he put away the communication stone than a sudden change erupted from the depths of the abyss. From a dilapidated flying boat stationed by the Loose Cultivator Alliance, 4 figures burst forth, their auras overwhelming the sky. Clad in tattered hemp robes with hair and beards as white as snow, they exuded a decaying aura of near death. Yet the spiritual energy fluctuations they unleashed had truly crossed the threshold of the Great Sage realm. It's the 4 wretches of Tian Can. A sharp-eyed elder on the Xiantian warship recognized them and cried out in shock. These 4 ancient monsters have lived for nearly 5,000 years, and they're still alive. Lin Qingxiong stroked his beard, his expression grave. Their lifespans are nearly exhausted. They must be seeking a final gamble for the Emperor's inheritance before their time runs out. This promises to be quite a spectacle. Without a word, the 4 rogue cultivator ancestors transformed into streaks of light, charging straight toward the 1,000 zhang-tall pale bone gate. What nonsense about only holy sons and holy maidens being allowed entry. The one-eyed elder at the lead let out a wild laugh that shook the icy plain. This old man will shatter this restriction today, seize the Emperor's inheritance, and live another life. The combined might of 4 great sage realm experts unleashed a pressure that drowned out even the howling blizzard. Everyone held their breath. The leaders of the various factions made no move to stop them, evidently hoping the 4 old men would test the waters. All eyes were fixed on the scene. The one-eyed elder charged ahead, half his body crashing into the black mist emanating from the bone gate. The next second his laughter was abruptly cut short. The Emperor's law force roiled violently within the black mist. In an instant, the one-eyed elder's formidable great sage second-layer physique was ground into a fine mist of blood like tofu, falling into a millstone. The 3 elders behind him couldn't even halt their momentum and plunged headlong into the black mist. Boom, boom, boom. 3 dull thuds followed in succession. 3 massive clouds of blood exploded before the bone gate. For great sage realm experts, ancient monsters who had lived a combined 20,000 years couldn't even budge a single rune on the gate. They were utterly annihilated from this world. A gust of cold wind swept through. The entire area above the burial deity abyss fell into absolute silence. Those veteran experts who had been eager to force their way into the secret realm now felt a chill run down their spines. On the Xiantian Holy Land side, Lin Qingxiong swallowed hard cold sweat beating on his forehead. He too was at the Great Sage realm. In that moment, had he charged forward, his fate would have been identical to the 4 wretches of Tian Can. This so-called Emperor's restriction is terrifying. Those 4 great sage experts didn't even have time to struggle before being ground into blood mist. At the rear of the warship, Lai Qingshan stood in the shadows, his hands trembling beneath his sleeves. Perfect. Those 4 reckless rogue cultivator old ghosts had died at just the right time. He had been worried that if the old monsters of the various factions joined forces to attack the restrictions of this illusory gate, might not hold out for long. But now it was perfect. The Emperor's law had instantly slain 4 great sages. This visual impact was enough to dispel all doubts. Go on, all of you, enter. Lai Qingshan screamed inwardly. Let the geniuses of all the Holy Lands enter the Blood Ancestors' hunting grounds. Lu Chen stood by the ship's railing, having quietly activated the system's spiritual vision. A purple-gold light swirled in his eyes as his gaze pierced through the black mist that had stunned the entire assembly. Others only saw the 4 wretches of Tian being slain by the law. But in Lu Chen's vision, the 4 exploding clouds of blood didn't dissipate with the wind. Instead, they were greedily absorbed by the twisted runes on the gate. The Emperor's Dao Field. Lu Chen sneered. What legitimate emperor would hang a formation that devours life essence at their own doorstep? This method, by all appearances, seemed like the trick of some heretical cultivator specializing in blood sacrifices. The colossal bone gate stood wide open with black mist churning within. Yet the repulsive force showed no sign of waning. Tens of thousands of cultivators hovered in midair, watching, none willing to be the first to venture in and test their fate. After all, just moments ago, even 4 great saints had joined forces only to be instantly obliterated into a mist of blood by the domain's prohibitions. With that, who would dare step forward? Yet waiting indefinitely was no solution either. Many of them had forcibly interrupted their secluded cultivation, and the benefits of their training had been minimized. If they could not reap even a meager gain from this emperor's domain, they would be utterly infuriated. Before long, some could no longer hold back. Not far from the Xiantian Sacred Land's war vessel, a black flying ship bearing the banner of the Blood Flame sect erupted with an oppressive aura. A bald elder in a red robe soared into the air. The might of his Saint Realm aura swept across the surrounding 100 zhang, forcing the lower-level cultivators nearby to stagger backward. The redrobed elder gazed down at the pale bone gate, then shifted his gaze to a small spirit boat only a dozen zhang in length anchored nearby. It belonged to a minor sect from Qingzhou, the Greenwood Sect. The leading elder of that sect was merely at the first layer of the life and death realm. The redrobed elder moved, landing on the deck of the Greenwood Sect's spirit boat. With a thunderous crash, the deck splintered. In an instant, the redrobed elder seized the Greenwood Sect's leading elder by the throat, lifting him single-handedly. The elder's legs flailed wildly, his face turning purple. Senior, why have you suddenly? We have no enmity with you. Less nonsense. The redrobed elder tightened his 5 fingers, his gaze sharp. I hear this emperor's domain only admits sacred sons and sacred daughters. I have no patience to wait any longer. Which among you are the sect's sacred son and daughter? Point them out. Surrounding factions watched the scene unfold, yet none intervened. In truth, they all understood perfectly. This bald powerhouse intended to use the weak as cannon fodder. That suited them just fine. They too could verify whether the rumor that only sacred sons and daughters could enter was true or false. The Greenwood Sect elder gripped the redrobed elder's wrist. Senior, we are but a small sect. We have no such sacred son. The redrobed elder applied force. No sacred son, yet you bring so many disciples. They'll count to 3. If you don't point them out, I'll crush your entire sect. 1. The disciples of the Greenwood Sect collapsed to the ground, their cries rising in a chorus. 2. Spiritual power coalesced in the redrobed elder's palm. Stop! From behind the crowd, a young man and woman, both disciples, rushed forward. Both were at the peak of the purple mansion realm, clad in green robes. They stood before the other disciples. Release our master, the young male disciple gritted out. We are the Greenwood Sect's sacred son and sacred daughter. The female disciple pointed her sword at the elder. Come for us. The Greenwood Sect elder turned his head with difficulty. Don't mind me. Run. Witnessing this, the redrobed elder burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He casually flung the Greenwood Sect elder aside like refuse. 2 little brats, quite spirited, aren't you? In that case, lend me your lives. The redrobed elder's hands shot out abruptly. 2 streams of crimson spiritual power materialized into giant true energy hands, gripping the young man and woman tightly. Under the crushing weight of the realm gap, they could not struggle at all. The redrobed elder turned to face the bone gate below. Let me see if this broken gate truly discriminates. Whoosh! He hurled them downward with all his might. The 2 plummeted like stones shot from a giant crossbow straight toward the pale bone gate. No! The Greenwood Sect elder collapsed onto the deck, letting out a wail of despair. Tens of thousands of gazes locked onto the 2 falling figures. Everyone yearned to see if the rumored selective prohibition was real. Lu Chen stood with arms crossed, watching the scene below with a calm gaze. With a crash, the 2 Purple Mansion Realm disciples struck the black mist at the center of the bone gate. Strangely, no laws of annihilation manifested. The black mist rippled outward like water. A faint glimmer flickered. Their figures vanished into the mist without a trace. The ancient runes on the bone gate pulsed with light several times, then returned to their original state. The abyss above was instantly filled with heavy breaths. The crowd erupted. They got in. They really got in. The rumor is true. The Emperor's domain only accepts sacred sons and daughters. Quick! Get in. The redrobed elder rubbed his hands together, then turned to bellow at his own flying ship. Sacred son of the Blood Flame Sect, hear my command. Charge into the domain. As his words fell, a young man with a sinister expression shot out from the Blood Flame Sect ship and plunged headlong into the Bone Gate. In that moment, all the major powers were ignited. A long roar echoed from the direction of the boundless demon sect as a robust youth wreathed in blood-red, killing intent surged toward the Bone Gate. It's the boundless demon sect's sacred sun blood frenzy. From the formation of the Great Xia Dynasty's Imperial Guard, a war chariot drove forth. Prince Xiahou En of Great Xia, clad in battle armor, leaped down with his spear. Chaos reigned completely. Prodigies from all sides scrambled toward the Bone Gate. Yet there were also those who, overestimating their cleverness, tried to sneak in as ordinary disciples leaping down after them. The moment they touched the black mist, several muffled thuds rang out. Those individuals exploded midair into clouds of blood mist, dissolving utterly. Witnessing this, Lin Qingqiang's face turned stern as he turned to look behind him. You've all seen it, he said in a deep voice. The rules are confirmed. I and the other elders will remain outside. Lin Qingqing tightened her grip on her sword hilt and nodded. Lu Changfeng pulled Lu Linger half a step closer. Since this domain had a restriction on sacred sons and daughters, the two of them could not go. Lu Chen and Lin Qingqing would suffice. Lin Qingqiang's gaze fell on Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you are the strongest in combat. The situation inside is unclear. Though the Emperor's inheritance is important, prioritize survival. Rest assured, Supreme Elder. Lu Chen replied casually. Go. Without another word, Lu Chen stepped off the Hunderjiang war vessel. Lin Qingqing followed closely behind. The air screamed past their ears. Lu Chen's eyes locked onto the pale Bone Gate, while within his vision system data refreshed rapidly. He understood. This was not a pure test for sacred sons and daughters. The underlying logic of the Bone Gate's runic array was to filter for a specific special fortune within limits. But what harm was there in entering? Perhaps there would be unexpected opportunities. At the same time, on the warship of the Taichu Sacred Land, Lu Rian instantly recognized Lu Chen among the crowd. She immediately said to the Supreme Elder behind her, Elder, this disciple is going as well. The Supreme Elder nodded and simply said, Go. Yet as soon as Lu Rian flew off, Wu Qiang behind her grew extremely agitated. I. The attendant beside him quickly patted his back. Sacred son, you are unwell. Let's not join this commotion. Passing through the pale Bone Gate, the airflow ceased. His feet touched the ground. All around was pitch black. As soon as Lu Chen landed, he realized Lin Qingqing's aura had vanished. At the same time, the surrounding area quickly filled with the clamor of voices. What is this place? Why is there not a single ray of light? Who stepped on my foot? Junior sister, where are you? Thousands of sacred sons and daughters from various factions were all crowded together in this unknown space. The crowd began to jostle, and the noise rose and fell one after another. Lu Chen stood still. He activated his spirit vision eye. The darkness receded from his sight. It was a massive sealed stone chamber. The stone walls were covered in intricate and distorted ancient array patterns. Dark red blood flowed within the patterns, and the scent of blood permeated and fermented in the air. Lu Chen looked at those array patterns, the corners of his eyes slightly raised. They were all sinister arrays for sealing spirit energy and extracting blood. At that moment, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. A faint fragrance brushed past the tip of his nose. Don't be nervous, it's me, a crisp female voice sounded in the darkness. Lu Chen turned around and saw Lu Rian's figure. How did you find me? Lu Chen asked. Here divine sense was restricted and vision was sealed. Furthermore, with thousands of people crowded together, finding one person was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Lu Rian took a step forward, closing the distance to Lu Chen to half a foot. I just found you because I wanted to, she said smugly. Lu Chen didn't bother to probe further. Hold my sleeve, don't wander off. He left these words, his gaze continuing to sweep over the surrounding array patterns. The corners of Lu Rian's mouth lifted as she reached out and grasped Lu Chen's sleeve. The coldness she showed earlier when facing prodigies from other sects was gone. As long as she stood by his side, it didn't matter where they were. The noise in the stone chamber grew louder and louder. Shuequang of the Boundless Demon Sect let out a furious roar. Stop with the tricks. What bullshit, Emperor's Dao field, there isn't even a path. Break for me. Shuequang's body erupted with crimson baleful aura as he punched towards the empty air. The fist wind howled. No echo returned. The full force strike of a venerable realm cultivator elicited no reaction at all. The entire chamber fell into dead silence. The next second, the whole stone chamber shook violently. The blood-colored array patterns on the walls suddenly burst with blinding red light. The red light illuminated everyone's faces, reflecting pairs of stunned eyes. Everyone looked up. They saw the rolling black mist above split apart to both sides. A colossal head slowly emerged in midair. The head was 100 zhang in size, its shriveled skin clinging tightly to the bone. Beneath the head there was no neck, only a few thick black blood vessels swaying chaotically in the air. 3,000 years. The head spoke, its hoarse voice echoing through the stone chamber. 3,000 years without feeding. Thank you for preparing such a bountiful feast for me. The head opened its massive mouth, revealing a mouthful of jagged, uneven fangs. An extremely thick stench of decay swept across the scene. The crowd below erupted into chaos. Feast? What does that mean? He sees us as food. What is going on? Isn't this the Emperor's Tao field? At that moment, the colossal head swept its gaze over the crowd below. Don't rush, I will savor every single one of you. At these words, panic rapidly spread through the crowd. What is this thing? I want to go home, I want to go home. The prodigies who had been eagerly seeking opportunities now surged backward towards the direction they came from. Behind them was a faintly visible light gate, which was the entrance. The one charging at the forefront was the sacred son of the Blood Flame Sect. He erupted with his full cultivation base, pushing his speed to the extreme, and was about to touch the light gate. He was about to touch that light gate. The next moment, dense blood-colored silk threads suddenly burst out from the void. Puffed. He didn't even let out a scream. The sacred son of the Blood Flame Sect was instantly sliced into over 1,000 pieces of minced flesh. The blood-colored threads contracted violently, grinding the flesh into pulp, and a thick cloud of blood mist exploded in midair. Immediately after, the head took a deep, forceful breath. The blood mist turned into a red thread, drilling directly into his pitch-black nostrils. Fresh blood. Too delicious. The head let out a satisfied sigh. Those who followed closely behind the sacred son of the Blood Flame Sect couldn't stop in time. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions rang out one after another. Dozens of prodigies rushing towards the exit were all diced into pieces. Blood mist filled the sky and was completely drained by the head. The exit turned out to be a dead end. The remaining thousands of people halted their steps, and no one dared to move forward. Lu Chen, what should we do now? Lu Chen and Lu Rian stood at the very back of the crowd. They hadn't run, nor had they spoken. Lu Chen looked at the massive head above, activating his spirit vision eye once more. Target remnant of blood flesh head. Status extremely weak. Cultivation, Great Sage Realm Peak. Weakness, damaged soul, forced awakening renders the body immobile, relying solely on the killing array. Lu Chen dismissed the panel. Great Sage Realm Peak. If it were before, when he was at the Half-Saint Realm Peak, encountering this thing would have been somewhat troublesome. But he had just spent 2 million high-grade spirit stones forcibly pushing his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Great Sage Realm, coupled with the enhancement of his Godslayer domain. Dealing with this head was not an issue. However, he didn't want to end it so simply. A grander idea was taking shape in his mind. With a flicker of his will, Lu Chen directly opened the system shop and navigated to the item category. Purchase 1000 Illusion Mask X2. Effect alters appearance and attire, blocks divine sense, probing unseeable below the Saint King realm. Unit price 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly exchanged for 2. Immediately 2 masks as thin as cicada wings materialized in Lu Chen's hand. He turned to look at Lu Rian. Lu Rian was tightly gripping his sleeve, her face slightly pale, clearly frightened by the head. Take it. Lu Chen handed her a mask. Lu Rian took the mask. What is this? Wear it can change your appearance, clothes, and aura. After saying this, Lu Chen pressed the mask onto his face. A faint light flashed. The handsome and upright sacred son of the Azure Cloud Sect was gone. In his place stood a hunched, sinister-looking middle-aged man draped in a tattered black robe. Lu Rian stared wide-eyed. Put it on, Lu Chen urged. Lu Rian pressed the mask onto her face. Another faint light. This infinitely charming sacred maiden of primordial beginning was transformed into a plain-looking maidservant in a gray cloth skirt. Lu Chen, what exactly are we doing? Lu Rian whispered. She looked at the head still greedily devouring blood energy in midair and the surrounding prodigies from various sects, her mind full of questions. What use was changing appearance at a life-or-death moment? That monster devoured people regardless of their looks. Lu Chen worked his altered, stiff facial muscles. He looked at the prodigies from various lands crowded ahead and grinned. Now I'm going to pull off something big. Lu Chen reached out and shook his tattered black robe. The next moment, the Godslayer domain was activated directly. A terrifying suppressive force instantly enveloped this space. The head, which had intended to move, was directly interrupted by this dreadful pressure. The head looked around in terror. What is this? Boom. A dull, heavy roar exploded within the sealed chamber. Terrifying gravity descended from above, instantly filling the entire space. Midair, the 100 zang tall head that was about to open its gaping maw fell silent mid-speech. His withered eyes bulged abruptly. The immense downward force violently pulled at his blood vessels. Bang! The blood-devouring head crashed straight onto the stone floor. The ground cracked, and the formation patterns shattered inch by inch. The terrifying gravity pressed down on his lower jaw, making even opening his mouth a luxury. He struggled, but found himself utterly unable to resist this power. At the same moment, thousands of prodigies from various factions within the stone chamber fell to their knees in unison. What's happening? I can't move. Panicked screams rose and fell. The sacred sons and daughters who had been vying for the emperor's fortune just moments ago were now all pinned to the ground, disheveled and humiliated. Regardless of their cultivation level, they were as fragile as paper before this oppressive force. At that moment, Shui Kuang of the Wuji demon sect, his face flushed red, propped himself up on his arms trying to rise. He barely lifted his head when an even stronger gravity pressed down. Slap! His face slammed directly into the ground, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Tap! Tap! The crisp sound of footsteps came from behind the crowd. In this gravity field where even breathing was a struggle for everyone, those faint footsteps were piercingly loud. Thousands of eyes turned with difficulty following the sound. A stooped, sinister-faced, middle-aged man clad in a tattered black robe walked slowly forward with his hands clasped behind his back. His pace was slow and leisurely. Behind him at a slight angle followed a maidservant in a gray cloth skirt. The maidservant was plain-looking with downcast eyes and hands folded over her abdomen, obediently trailing the middle-aged man. Wherever they passed, the prodigies ahead were pushed aside by an invisible force, automatically clearing a wide path. At this moment, no one dared to speak. The blood-devouring head pressed against the ground, staring fixedly at the approaching Lu Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. You. Who are you? How are you not affected by the suppression? Lu Chen stopped. He looked down at the enormous head from a height. Have you ever seen a caster suppressed by their own spell? Upon hearing this, the blood-devouring head's eyes widened. Not only that, but the prodigies behind Lu Chen also exchanged bewildered glances, as if not yet comprehending. Just then Lu Chen spoke again. A remnant soul at the incomplete great sage realm, paired with a few shoddily made blood-drawing and spirit-gathering evil formations, dares to pretend to be an emperor's Dao field. Lu Chen's tone was calm, but upon hearing it, the blood-devouring head's pupils shrank sharply. With his lie exposed to his face, he instantly felt an endless chill. Just who in the world was this fellow? Creating the illusion of an emperor's Dao field, manifesting in the outside world, using the restrictions to filter out the young geniuses of the major powers. Let them in, then close the door and finally spring the trap. Using the blood and flesh of these proud sons of heaven to mend your divine soul. Lu Chen paused, his gaze shifting downward. Am I wrong? The prodigies lying on the ground swallowed hard after hearing these words. They were not fools. After entering, there were no inheritances, no opportunities, only this man-eating monster and an exit leading to certain death. Even a fool would roughly understand what was happening. And now this middle-aged man had laid bare the truth. They fully realized that they themselves were just fish on someone else's chopping block. Nonsense. The blood-devouring head roared fiercely. A strong will to survive made him burn the last of his soul origin. Boom. An eerie green flame ignited on the head's surface, forcibly breaking free from the brief gravitational restraint. Whoever you are, die. Several thick black blood vessels like venomous snakes emerging from their lair shot towards Lu Chen's face with a bloody wind. The desperate strike of a great sage at his peak directly tore the surrounding space. Lu Chen neither dodged nor retreated, merely standing still. Then he extended his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and gently tapped towards the head before him. The great wilderness prison heaven finger. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. A cyan-colored destructive spiritual energy blasted out from Lu Chen's fingertip. Bang! A thunderous roar. The 100 zang-tall blood-devouring head instantly disintegrated before this power. The remnant soul of the great sage realm was killed in a single strike. At that moment, the space fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the middle-aged man before them. The terrifying monster that had threatened to devour them moments ago had been turned to ash with a single finger by this unremarkable middle-aged man. Just what cultivation level was this powerhouse? Meanwhile, Lu Chen withdrew his hand, moving with a thought. The formation materials scattered on the ground, and the remaining ink-cold crystal core of the head were instantly swept into his system space. Even a fly's leg is meat, he could still exchange it for some spirit stones through the system recycle. Inside the space, thousands of eyes were fixed on Lu Chen and his companion. But the looks they gave Lu Chen had turned into profound reverence. This time, surviving the great calamity and escaping death was all thanks to this senior. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Xiahou En declared loudly. I am Xiahou En, prince of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. For your kindness today, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty will surely repay you handsomely. Yes, thank you, senior. Senior's might is unparalleled. Waves of agreement erupted from the crowd. Everyone was thinking of quickly forging a connection with this mysterious powerhouse to leave this damned place. Lu Chen looked at these fervent young people and merely smiled faintly. Just then Lu Rian, standing behind him, stepped forward. Following Lu Chen's earlier instructions, she inquired, "Master, should I kill all the remaining humans or drain their cultivation?" The moment these words were spoken, the smiles on the faces of the prodigies who had been thanking him instantly froze. "Pray, kill them all." Everyone's just relieved hearts were seized once more. They finally realized that this middle-aged man who had killed a great sage remnant soul with a single finger was probably not a kind-hearted benefactor. Lu Chen raised his hand, signaling the maidservant to step back. He swept his gaze across the entire assembly. "Life is a very precious thing," Lu Chen began slowly. "I saved your lives, so you owe me a life. But debts, well, they must be repaid." Xiao Hoen swallowed hard and spoke first. "Say, Senior, what do you desire?" "Top-grade spirit stones." Lu Chen replied curtly. "The rules are simple. Bring spirit stones to buy your lives." The terms Lu Chen set: forces of no standing must pay 100,000 top-grade spirit stones for ransom. Second and third-rate forces must pay 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Forces that are already overlords of a province, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. As for Holy Land level forces, it would be 5 million per person. After speaking, Lu Chen raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the exit of the stone chamber, the dark misty light gate flickered abruptly. Lu Chen directly used his spiritual energy to seize control of the entire space's formation, sealing the exit completely. Seeing this, the prodigies were utterly dumbfounded. This was outright kidnapping and extortion. "Senior, this is too much. We don't have that many spirit stones on us." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly. "I know you don't. So I'll allow you to ask others for it." Lu Chen's gaze searched through the crowd. Soon he spotted a familiar figure. Lin Qingqing, the sacred maiden of the Xiantian Holy Land. She stood at the edge of the crowd, suppressed by the god-slaying domain, unable to move. Lu Chen did not single her out. After all, she was also ahead. He shifted his gaze, landing on the female disciple of the Qingmu sect who had been thrown in first by the red-robed elder. Though heavily injured, she was still conscious. "You come out." Lu Chen pointed at her. The female disciple trembled all over, forcing herself to step out of the crowd despite her fear. Lu Chen looked at her. "I'll let you out now." The female disciple was stunned. Lu Chen tapped his finger lightly. The light gate at the exit split open, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass. "Go out and tell those sacred lords, imperial lords, and grand elders outside." Lu Chen's voice was cold and stern, echoing through the entire space. "Tell them to go back to their sects and get the spirit stones. Bring the ransom and line up at this gate to exchange for your people." The female disciple nodded frantically. "I will deliver the message. I will tell them." Lu Chen's tone grew heavier. "If they don't bring the spirit stones for the exchange, then they won't see their younger generation's prodigies again. Now get lost." The female disciple, as if granted amnesty, rushed towards the crack in the light gate. As her figure disappeared beyond the gate, the crack closed instantly. The entire space fell into dead silence once more. Thousands of top prodigies from the central region looked ashen. The total accumulated wealth of an ordinary sect barely reached a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Not to mention the smaller sects. This was extortion calculated to the last coin. They had escaped the man-eating monster only to fall into the hands of a kidnapper. Lu Rian stood behind Lu Chen, giggling as she watched him. Thousands of people. Except for the Holy Land disciples, each one was worth 100,000 to 1,000,000. She had to admit her beloved had quite a head for accumulating wealth. Meanwhile, above the burial abyss, the sky was crowded with warships and flying boats from various major powers. Tens of thousands of cultivators hovered in midair, the leaders of each faction anxiously awaiting news from within the Dao field. On the warship of the Xiantian Holy Land, Lin Qingqiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brows deeply furrowed. The Dao field was completely silent, and a sense of unease grew in his heart. Just then, the black mist at the center of the pale bone gate below suddenly churned violently. Bang! A figure was spat out, crashing heavily onto the scorched earth below. Tens of thousands of eyes instantly locked onto that figure. "Someone's come out." Lin Qingqiang's eyes narrowed and his form vanished, instantly reappearing beside the female disciple a second later. Immediately after, great sage realm powerhouses from the Blood Flame sect, the Wuji Demon sect, and the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty descended one after another. A group of major figures whose slightest movement could shake the central region surrounded the female disciple. "What the hell is going on inside?" the red-robed elder of the Blood Flame sect demanded harshly. The female disciple, pale-faced, looked at the surrounding big shots and said in a trembling voice, "There is no emperor's inheritance, it's all fake. We've all been deceived." Lin Qingqiang shouted, "Speak clearly, where are the others?" The female disciple continued, "They've all been captured. There's a strange man inside who wants you to bring top-grade spirit stones to ransom them. Then the female disciple explained the ransom conditions to everyone. What? Upon hearing that their prodigies had been captured, the elders of several factions erupted in fury. Then the female disciple explained the ransom conditions to everyone. What? Upon hearing that their prodigies had been captured, the elders of several factions erupted in fury. The leading elders of these major powers, the Great Xia Dynasty, the Blood Flame Sect, and the Boundless Demon Sect, were all left utterly bewildered. After a brief dead silence, several terrifying auras erupted skyward. "How dare you!" roared an elder in a brown robe. He was the leading elder of the Thunderfire Sect at the peak of the Venerable Realm. "Who is this rat daring to provoke the mighty? Kidnapping the holy son of my Thunderfire Sect, and then demanding 500,000 top-grade spirit stones." The brown-robed elder's eyes bulged, lightning crackling around his body. "This old man will shatter this broken gate today and tear that madman limb from limb." His spiritual energy surged wildly as he summoned a heavy hammer wreathed in lightning, poised to charge at the pale bone-white gate below. He was not alone. Elders from several second-rate factions also summoned their artifacts, burning with fury. "Let's go together. Does he think our sects are defenseless? We'll break this seal together," they shouted, taking 2 steps forward. The red-robed great sage of the Blood Flame Sect cast them a cold glance. The 4 freaks of the wasteland didn't even touch the gate before being ground into a mist of blood. "Do you think your lives are tougher than a great sage's?" The brown-robed elder froze mid-step. He looked at the bone gate wreathed in black mist. The gruesome sight of 4 great sages being instantly slain was still vivid in his mind. At that thought, he quickly retreated. He had only meant to boost morale to unite them in a combined attack. Now neither advancing nor retreating was an option. His aged face flushed crimson. No one wanted to court death. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate. The leaders of the various powers wore expressions darker than the last. The golden-armored divine general of the Great Xia Dynasty scowled. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. And 5 million for a Holy Land successor. His appetite is far too voracious. Does he not fear having the wealth, but not the life to spend it? The elder of the Boundless Demon Sect ground out through clenched teeth. At that moment, aboard the warship of the Xintian Holy Land, Lin Qingqiang stared at the bone gate below, pondering if even Lu Chen and Lin Qingqiang had been taken. Lin Qingqiang's brow was deeply furrowed. But if such an ancient monster had truly emerged, it could simply sweep through everyone. Why resort to such underhanded kidnapping? He could never connect this to Lu Chen. After all, rounding up all the prodigies under heaven for ransom was an absurdity that defied belief. Not far away on the flying boat of the Tai Chu Holy Land, "Our holy maiden has been detained too," the supreme elder ground out. He never imagined bandits would dare lay hands on a Holy Land disciple. And so many factions at that. Did he not fear incurring the wrath of all? But 5 million top-grade spirit stones. 5 million. Yet if they killed the hostage, where would the Tai Chu Holy Land find another holy maiden with a pure Yin body? At this moment, the divine general of the Great Xia Dynasty turned to face the assembled cultivators. "Everyone, a direct assault is not an option," the divine general said in a deep voice. "Since that fiend only seeks wealth, it means those inside are not in immediate danger. Our priority is to send word back immediately and await the dynasty's decision." The red-robed great sage of the Blood Flame Sect nodded coldly. "We have no choice but to do so. Send the message at once." He took out a communication jade slip and crushed it directly. For a moment, light blazed over the abyss of buried gods. Countless transmission swords, jade slips, and spirit birds shot out in all directions like a dense swarm of streaks. Lin Qingqiang also released a beam of golden light, speeding straight toward the main peak of the Xintian Holy Land. Whoever dared to touch the holy son of Xuantian, this matter would not be settled easily. First, send the money to stabilize the situation. Once that person shows himself, he will be killed without mercy. The news spread outward at an astonishing speed. Within half a day, the central province was shaken. The 4 realms were in an uproar. All the top powers of the 5 domains, the western deserts, southern ridges, northern plains, eastern wastelands, and the central province, received this earth-shattering news. The Emperor's Dao field is a scam. All the prodigies of the major powers have been wiped out and taken as hostages. One person extorts the entire world, charging according to the power's rank. This kidnapper must be insane. The news exploded in tea houses, taverns, and market streets across every major city. Countless cultivators buzzed with heated discussions. In a certain market in the southern ridges, those lofty great sects and sacred lands who hoard resources all day, now they're being butchered like pigs. "Keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish?" His companion quickly covered his mouth, fearing someone might overhear. "But that person is truly ruthless. 5 million for a sacred land and top-grade spirit stones at that." They dared not even imagine such a sum. Some people couldn't earn 10,000 top-grade spirit stones in a lifetime, let alone 5 million. At the Greenwood Sect's mountain gate in the eastern wastelands, the sect master heard the news relayed by the leading elder. What? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The sect master's face was a picture of shock. Had I known, I would never have joined this spectacle. They had gone to the Dao field seeking a stroke of fortune only to end up burdened with a mountain of debt. In more distant places, the powers that hadn't sent anyone secretly rejoiced at having dodged a calamity. For a time, the entire world was plunged into a massive storm because of this unprecedented kidnapping case. Undercurrents surged fiercely. The foundations of the major powers began to churn. Warships loaded with vast amounts of top-grade spirit stones rose from the cores of the 5 domains. Tearing through the void, they rushed at full speed toward the abyss of entombment. No power dared to truly abandon their top geniuses. They were the future hope of the sects. If the chain broke, the sects would decline within centuries. They had no choice but to pay up obediently. Yet all the great cultivators harbored a world-shattering fury. As soon as they paid and got their people back, this abyss of entombment would surely be razed to the ground. At the main peak of the mystic heaven sacred land in the St. Lord's Grand Hall, Lin Guotian sat at the head reading the message sent back by Lin Qingqiu. Within the hall stood high-ranking members like Lu Guobin and Lu Fengshan. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone, what do you make of this? At the main peak of the mystic heaven sacred land, in the St. Lord's Grand Hall, you could hear a pin drop. Lin Guotian sat in the highest seat, his gaze sweeping over those present. When the Emperor's Dao field appeared, he had imagined many possibilities. Ancient killing arrays, primordial beasts, even sacrificial death traps set by heretical cultivators. But according to the intelligence, someone had taken all the central province's prodigies hostage and was extorting top-grade spirit stones based on sect rank. Thousands of elite prodigies had become hostages. Clear prices were set. This absurd drama completely overturned his understanding. Was all this fanfare just for spirit stones? Over a dozen core high-ranking members stood on either side. Lu Guobin was the first to break the silence. Saint Lord, why not send people to fight in? How dare they kidnap our sacred land's disciples? They must be tired of living. Among the crowd, Lai Qingshan hung his head. His face was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. According to his and the blood ancestors' plan, the Dao field was set with a spirit-gathering evil array. The sleeping great saint's remnant soul was supposed to devour all these geniuses to repair its spirit. Why had it changed to collecting top-grade spirit stones? The remnant soul didn't even have a physical body. Was it going to buy its life back in the underworld with spirit stones? Lai Qingshan racked his brains, but couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. Yes, I agree with Elder Lu's proposal. Fight in and let them know the might of our sacred land. Several hot-tempered elders chimed in. From the back of the hall, the supreme elder walked out slowly, his tone icy. Fight in. That was the most ridiculous joke he had ever heard. The 4 freaks of heaven's ruin were all at the great saint realm, and even they were ground into blood mist together. Do you think you can manage? Lu Guobin's face flushed red, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The supreme elder turned to Lin Guotian. Saint Lord, the restrictions are real. A forceful attack would not only cost us dearly, but there are also thousands of saint sons and saint daughters in their hands. If they kill the hostages, it's all over. Lin Guotian let out a long sigh. What do you suggest then? Why not prepare 10 million top-grade spirit stones to hand over first and ambush strong cultivators nearby? The moment he steps out, kill him. I think we're not the only ones thinking this. By then, all the top experts from the 5 domains will be waiting outside. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd be pounded into mud. Lu Fengshan nodded. This plan is feasible. If we don't kill this villain and word gets out that we top powers were extorted, wouldn't the entire continent laugh at us? Lin Guotian nodded. Then it's settled. The crowd received their orders. Lai Qingshan mingled among them as they exited the hall. His steps hurried as he headed toward his own quarters. In the underground palace's secret chamber. My lord, what's the situation inside? The Jade Talisman was completely unresponsive. He sent 5 messages in a row, all vanishing without a trace. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The blood food had gone silent. Things had completely derailed. He walked to the dark red array at the center of the chamber, bit his fingertip, and forced a drop of essence blood into the array plate. A blinding flash of blood light burst forth. Lai Qingshan, you still dare to summon me? The blood ancestor's voice came from the ball of light. The moment he heard that voice, Lai Qingshan immediately fell to his knees. Ancestor, please calm your wrath. Something has gone wrong in the Emperor's Dao field. In the plan, wasn't the blood food supposed to devour those prodigies, eh? Why is it being said that he's collecting ransom inside? Fool. The blood ancestor snorted coldly. Do you think that Waste has switched careers to become a bandit? The blood ancestor's voice was ice cold. My array was forcibly broken, and the divine sense imprint left in the remnant soul has been completely extinguished. Hearing this, Lai Qingshan's head shot up. His face was full of terror. The remnant soul was dead. That was a peak great saint. With the Dao Field's array, even a Saint King entering would gain no advantage. How could it have died? The blood ancestor continued. I sense that space is sealed by a terrifying suppressive force. Lai Qingshan stood frozen puzzled. But the saint sons and saint daughters who entered had cultivation levels at most at the half-saint realm. How could there be an expert of such power? Even if there were, wouldn't the Bone Gate's restrictions have sensed it? But at that moment a thought suddenly struck him. That 10th-rank prodigy. Lu Chen. But even that seemed impossible. After all, Lu Chen was only at the 3rd level of the Great Saint realm, while the Remnant Soul was a peak Great Saint with the home field advantage. No matter how monstrous he was, could he really leap an entire major realm to obliterate his opponent? Yet if not him, who among the younger generation of the major powers could achieve this? What are you thinking? The blood ancestor keenly sensed his unease. Lai Qingshan was startled. This subordinate does not know. He lowered his head. This subordinate is merely shocked that anyone could possess such heaven-defying means. He dared not utter a single word about Lu Chen. He had once sworn to the blood ancestor that he could eliminate that boy. If the ancestor learned that he had nurtured a tiger to threaten himself, the first thing would be to drain his life force. Whoever intercepted this, sabotaging my grand plan and using it to amass wealth, they must die. This subordinate will immediately go to the abyss of entombment and keep a death watch on the exit. Lai Qingshan kowtowed repeatedly. The array's light went out. The underground palace fell back into dead silence. Lai Qingshan slowly rose and walked toward the underground palace's gate. Whoever it was daring to extort the world's overlords was the height of arrogance. The moment they stepped out, they would surely be encircled and annihilated by the major powers. Half a day later, above the abyss of entombment, the void tore open one after another. Sky-covering warships hovered in the heavens. Top-tier powers like the Boundless Demon Sect, the Great Xia Dynasty, and the Primordial Sacred Land had all arrived. Before the Bone Gate, a temporary black stone platform was flat and spacious. Everyone watched the Bone Gate in silence, not a word spoken. All they had to do now was pay in exchange for their people. But by this time the abyss of entombment was already thronged with experts. It seemed that the moment their saint sons and saint daughters emerged, they would launch a fierce assault on this ancient gate. And just then the gate silently cracked open a gap. Within the dojo, Lu Rian stood beside Lu Chen and whispered, "Master, many powerful figures from major factions have gathered outside." Lu Chen nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. The 4 anomalies of the heavenly remnant were the best cautionary tale. With that example set, the old monsters outside dared not act rashly. As long as the hostages remained, no one would risk being the first to test the forbidden array. He raised his hand to adjust the formation. "I will only state the rules once." A deep voice rumbled across the entire abyss of buried deities. "Pay the ransom, release the captives. Toss a storage pouch filled with top-grade spirit stones into the teleportation array and state your sect's name." Above the abyss of buried deities, war vessels blotted out the sky. The mighty figures from various factions wore grim faces, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. On the war vessel of the Infinite Demon Sect, the leading elder stepped forward and hurled a black storage pouch into the array pattern before the Bone Gate. "Infinite Demon Sect, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Release our sect's holy son Shui Kuang." The array pattern glowed, and the storage pouch vanished. The next instant it landed in Lu Chen's hands. He swept his divine sense over it. The amount was correct. Shui Kuang bowed his head, not daring to breathe, fearing that this senior might take offense and break the deal. However, Lu Chen merely flicked a finger at him. With a whoosh, Shui Kuang shot out of the rift like a meteor. Outside, the Infinite Demon Elder caught him and immediately probed his chi. Though sealed, his life was not in danger. At this thought, the Elder's demonic chi erupted violently. The pressure of the Great Sage Realm swept across the scene like a tidal wave. "How dare you extort the Infinite Demon Sect? Pay with your life." A mass of colossal demonic chi coalesced in his palm as he slammed it fiercely toward the Bone Gate. Since the hostage was already released, the score remained unsettled. He intended to shatter the gate with a single blow. Just as the demonic chi was about to touch the barrier of the forbidden array, a golden halberd tore through the void. Boom! Golden light exploded, scattering the demonic chi. The recoil forced the Infinite Demon Elder back 3 steps. A divine general of the Great Xia Dynasty, armored and wielding the halberd, stood like an iron pagoda before the Bone Gate. "Do you seek death?" The divine general stared coldly at the Infinite Demon Elder. The Elder's face flushed red. "My sect's holy son has been released. What right do you have to interfere in my affairs? Our dynasty's prince is still inside." The divine general glared at the Infinite Demon Elder, his halberd pointing at the Elder's brow. "If your attack triggers a backlash from the forbidden array and harms our prince, the Great Xia Dynasty will annihilate your entire sect." As his words fell, 10 more auras of the great sage realm surged into the sky from the horizon. A murderous intent locked onto the infinite demon elder. The lives of your infinite demon sect are precious, but are the lives of our Thunderfire sect not. If you dare act recklessly again, I will slay you first. The great sage of the Bloodflame sect roared in reprimand. Pressured by this array of forces, the infinite demon elder broke into a cold sweat. He had no choice but to retract his demonic chi and slink back to his war vessel. Within the dojo, Lu Chen observed the entire scene, his face expressionless. This was an open conspiracy. Holding thousands of protective talismans, he had no need to act personally. Those frantic protectors outside would naturally become the most loyal guard dogs. Next, Lu Chen's voice echoed again. After the infinite demon sects probed, the remaining factions abandoned all hope of luck. Great Xia Dynasty, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Bloodflame sect, 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Greenwood sect, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Storage pouches of various colors fell like rain into the teleportation array. Lu Chen caught the pouches, called out names, pulled out the captives, and tossed them outside. His movements fluid and seamless. The number of prodigies in the stone chamber dwindled visibly. 2 hours later, Lu Chen had amassed over 40 million top-grade spirit stones in his hands. He directly stored all these spirit stones into the system space, imperceptible to outsiders. This speed of acquiring wealth far surpassed the grueling task of slaying demons on the divine demon battlefield. Only a few prodigies remained, all heirs of top-tier holy lands. Outside on the war vessel of the Primordial Holy Land. Primordial Holy Land, 5 million top-grade spirit stones to exchange for our sect's Holy Maiden. The storage pouch passed through the array pattern and landed in Lu Chen's hands. He glanced at Lu Rian beside him. "Remove your mask and leave." "I wish to stay," she whispered. Outside were furious mighty figures. Once everyone inside was released, she dared not imagine the dire straits Lu Chen would face. Lu Chen's tone turned stern. "Leave. Be obedient. Keeping a follower by his side would only be a burden. Acting alone was the only way to escape." Lu Rian pressed her lips together and did not defy him. She covered her face with both hands, and the 1,000 illusion mask dissolved into flowing light, restoring her breathtaking beauty. She turned and walked toward the bone gate. The moment she stepped out of the rift, the Grand Elder of the Primordial Holy Land appeared beside her in a flash. He rapidly probed her with spiritual energy, confirming the Holy Maiden was unharmed, and his heart finally settled. The leaders of several top-tier factions immediately gathered around. "Holy Maiden of Primordial, who exactly is the mastermind inside?" the great Xia Divine General demanded in a deep voice. All eyes focused on her. Lu Rian's expression turned icy, resuming her aloof, untouchable demeanor as the Holy Maiden. "I do not know." Everyone furrowed their brows. "You were inside for so long, Holy Maiden, and you didn't make out their appearance," the elder of the Thunderfire sect pressed urgently. Lu Rian swept her gaze across the crowd. A middle-aged rogue, cultivator of ordinary appearance, wearing no sect attire, and his techniques were completely unheard of. Then she recounted how the middle-aged man had annihilated the remnant soul of a great sage at its peak with a single finger. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. A single finger to slay a peak great sage. What level of strength did that imply? Saint King Realm. Lin Guitian of the profound Heaven Holy Land had arrived in person. His face was ashen as he directly tossed out a storage pouch filled with 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Profound Heaven Holy Land, 10 million top-grade spirit stones. The teleportation array activated instantly, and the 10 million top-grade spirit stones entered Lu Chen's system space. Profound Heaven Holy Land, 10 million top-grade spirit stones. The teleportation array activated instantly, and the 10 million top-grade spirit stones entered Lu Chen's system space. Profound Heaven Holy Land, 10 million top-grade spirit stones. The teleportation array activated instantly, and the 10 million top-grade spirit stones entered Lu Chen's system space. Profound Heaven Holy Land, 10 million top-grade spirit stones. The teleportation array activated instantly, and the 10 million top-grade spirit stones entered Lu Chen's system space. Immediately after, he turned his gaze toward Lin Qingqing, who was bound not far away, and gave a gentle flick. The restraints on Lin Qingqing vanished instantly, and she shot out of the bone gate like a shooting star. Outside, the moment Lin Qingqing emerged from the bone gate, Lin Qingqiang flashed forward. He caught her steadily, while his spiritual energy swiftly scanned her entire body, confirming there were no hidden injuries. "The saintess is unharmed," Lin Qingqiang said, turning to Lin Guitian. Lin Guitian nodded, the taut line of his jaw relaxing slightly. Lin Qingqiang looked back at the crack in the bone gate, his brow furrowing once more. Why had only Lin Qingqing come out? There's still one more person. Where is Lu Chen, the holy son of my Xiantian sacred land? The spirit stones have been paid. Release him now. At that moment, the sky above the abyss of fallen gods fell into dead silence. The gazes of all the great powers converged once again on the bone gate. Inside the Tao field, Lu Chen rubbed his chin. He cleared his throat and transmitted his voice in a hoarse tone. What's the rush? His low voice rumbled and echoed across the sky above the abyss of fallen gods. That brat named Lu Chen has the foulest temper and the hardest mouth. I find him displeasing, so naturally you'll keep him until the end. As these words fell, the war vessel of the Xiantian Sacred Land instantly erupted into chaos. Lu Bin stepped forward. The pressure of a Saint Realm cultivator radiated outward, and the surrounding air warped into visible ripples. You bastard! Lu Bin roared in fury. If you dare harm even a single hair on my Xiantian Holy Son's head, I swear on my old life that I will smash your wretched gate to pieces. Lu Fengshan patted Lu Bin on the shoulder. Third brother, don't act rashly, he said with a stern face. Our man is still in his hands. Don't provoke him yet. Lu Bin gritted his molars, his chest heaving violently, his eyes fixed on the bone gate. Lin Guotian looked at Lin Qingqing and asked, Qingqing, did you see Lu Chen inside? How is he? Lin Qingqing shook her head. As soon as I entered the Tao field, we got separated. Then a heavy pressure bore down, and no one could move. I never saw Lu Chen the entire time. Lin Guotian's brows knit tightly. The great Xia Divine General approached and spoke in a deep voice. Lord Lin Saint, do not worry too much. Since this bandit is greedy for wealth, as long as we pay enough spirit stones, he likely won't take a life. Lin Guotian did not reply. His gaze remained fixed on the bone gate. If anything happened to Lu Chen, he would surely tear down this bone gate. Meanwhile, Lai Qingshan stood in the rear, his gaze fixed on the crack of the bone gate, trying to see through it and discern the figure within. After all, the Emperor's Tao field was an illusion he had set up, and he believed that with his divine sense he could see through the other party. But he realized he had been too naive. Within the bone gate was a powerful oppressive force that deeply crushed his divine sense. If he ventured closer, he might even be obliterated. Lai Qingshan hastily withdrew his divine sense, terrified by the other's strength. Over the next half hour, the top-grade spirit stones from the last few sacred lands were delivered one after another. The heirs of the Primordial Sacred Land, the 10,000 Swords Sacred Land, and the Ethereal Sacred Land were thrown out of the bone gate one by one. Each time someone emerged, the great powers of their respective sects would immediately step forward to check for injuries. Not until the last disciple of the Sacred Lands was released did the entire Tao field become completely empty. Within the stone chamber, only Lu Chen remained. He withdrew his god-slaying domain, and the surrounding pressure instantly dissipated. Lu Chen opened his system panel and tallied the gains from the past half-day. Combined with the accumulation from the previous Divine Demon battlefield, the total number of top-grade spirit stones in his system space had reached an astonishing 83 million. 83 million top-grade spirit stones. This was a terrifying fortune. Not even the millennia-old foundation of a first-rate sect might possess so many. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted uncontrollably. He first stored all the spirit stones into his system space, which would isolate them from all external forces, ensuring no one could detect their existence. Then Lu Chen dismissed the system panel and looked toward the exit of the bone gate ahead. The act was over. It was time for the curtain call. Outside, above the abyss of fallen gods, none of the forces that had paid had left. Dozens of war vessels surrounded the bone gate in an impenetrable circle. Dozens of great Saint Realm experts along with several reclusive Saint Kings lurked hidden within the void. Countless divine senses locked firmly onto the pale bone gate. If the madman who had extorted the entire world dared to show his face, he would undoubtedly be blasted into dust in an instant. On the war vessel of the Xiantian Sacred Land, a full incense stick's time had passed since the last person emerged. Yet until now the bone gate remained utterly still. At this moment Lu Bin could no longer contain himself. He flashed to the front of the bone gate. You've taken the money and released the others. Why hasn't my Xiantian Holy Son come out yet? If you dare break your word, don't blame us for being rude. Lu Bin summoned a crimson great blade. Flames rose from the blade, distorting the surrounding void. Just then Lin Guotian slowly descended from the war vessel. He straightened his robe, walked to the front of the bone gate, clasped his hands, and spoke with a respectful tone. Sir, I am Lin Guotian, the Saint Lord of the Xiantian Sacred Land. The 1 million top-grade spirit stones have been paid in full, without a single one missing. You seek wealth, and we pay to avert disaster. This transaction is settled. Now that all the other prodigies have been returned, only my sect's holy son, Lu Chen, remains. Please show mercy and release my sect's holy son. If you have any other demands, feel free to state them. As Lin Guotian's words fell, complete silence reigned. Everyone stared at the bone gate. The elder of the boundless demon sect sneered. Lord Lin Saint, why waste words on such a shameless scoundrel? If he dares not release the man, well, join forces and level this wretched gate. The great Xia divine general also tightened his grip on his halberd, ready to strike at any moment. Inside the Dao field, Lu Chen listened to the commotion outside and knew the time was ripe. If he didn't go out soon, these old fellows would truly smash the gate. However, before that, he still had to put on a show. He reached up and tousled his hair toward the sleeve of his left shoulder and smeared a few streaks of dust and blood on his face. His originally clean and neat clothes instantly became tattered. He restrained his aura, suppressed his cultivation, and deliberately made his breathing rapid and disordered. Having done all this, Lu Chen tilted his body. Pretending to be physically exhausted, he staggered toward the crack in the bone gate. Outside, Lin Guotian was about to speak again when suddenly the black mist in the center of the bone gate churned violently. All the great powers tensed up instantly. Countless treasures blazed with brilliant light and numerous powerful attacks had already condensed in their palms. If that madman dared to show his head, they would strike him down immediately. Slap! A hand stained with blood reached out from the black mist. Then a disheveled, blood-soaked figure staggered out from the crack of the gate. Cough, cough. The newcomer let out a violent cough, then his legs gave way, and he fell forward. Lin Guotian's eyes sharpened. He instantly recognized the style of the tattered clothing. Lu Chen. Lu Guobin shouted, turning into a blur as he rushed forward. Just as Lu Chen was about to hit the ground, Lu Guobin caught him. Lu Chen, what happened to you? Lu Guobin's eyes reddened as he frantically checked Lu Chen's injuries. Lu Chen opened his eyes with difficulty, glanced at Lu Guobin, then looked at the approaching Lin Guotian. Third grandfather. Lu Chen's voice was weak and faltering. Saint Lord, that person was too strong. After saying this, Lu Chen's head lolled to the side, and he closed his eyes. The entire scene erupted in uproar. Their divine senses swept over Lu Chen's body. His breath was weak, his meridians damaged. It was indeed the sign of severe injury. Beast! He took the money and still dared to hurt him. Lu Guobin ground his teeth, his rage instantly ignited. Lin Guotian's face was as dark as water. He stepped forward, took out a saint-grade pill exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, and placed it into Lu Chen's mouth. Take him back to the war vessel for treatment. First, Lin Guotian ordered. Lu Fengshan and Lin Qingqiong immediately protected Lu Guobin as they brought Lu Chen back to the Xintian Sacred Land's war vessel. After Lu Chen was settled, Lin Guotian turned to face the gathered experts from the various powers. Everyone. Lin Guotian's voice was icy. All the hostages have been released. Now it's time to settle the score. The elder of the Boundless Demon Sect let out a loud laugh. We've been waiting for that. The great Xia divine general swept his halberd. Attack! Before his voice faded, dozens of great Saint Realm experts struck simultaneously. All manner of divine abilities tore through the void. A torrent of wild spiritual energy weaved into a net of destruction, slamming violently into the pale bone gate. Boom! The entire abyss of fallen gods trembled violently, shaking heaven and earth. In just a few moments, the bone gate was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lai Qingshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly felt as if his body had been gravely injured. Boom! Under dozens of devastating attacks, the bone door couldn't even last a single breath before it exploded into a sky full of bone dust. At that moment, violent energy currents tore the space within 100 miles into shreds. The entire nether abyss trembled as if on the verge of total collapse. Before long, the energy dissipated and the dust settled. At the spot where the bone door once stood, only a bottomless spatial void remained, slowly being repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. Completely empty. No trace of the kidnapper, no remnants of any presence. Where is he? The elder of the limitless demon sect swept every inch of land and void with his divine sense, his expression darkening to the extreme. He escaped. The great Xia divine general gripped his halberd, brows furrowed, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Present were dozens of great sage realm powerhouses, and several Saint King realm experts with auras as deep and vast as the ocean. Such an inescapable net with divine sense sealing this space so tightly that not even a fly could escape. How did that kidnapper vanish right before everyone's eyes? Could it be he used some special concealment technique? The elder of the Thunderfire sect spoke in a deep voice. Search. Scour every inch of ground and drag him out. At the command, dozens of great sage realm powerhouses acted simultaneously. Some turned their divine sense into swords, plowing the earth into bottomless chasms to probe the depths. Others tore through the void, meticulously searching the spatial folds. Still others employed the secret art of time reversal, attempting to glimpse what had just transpired. Yet all efforts were in vain. The causality and heavenly secrets of that area seemed to have been completely erased by a higher power, leaving nothing to be detected. Half an hour later, all the powerhouses ceased their actions. They exchanged bewildered glances. Incomprehension was written on every face. A living person, someone who had just extorted the entire world, had vanished into thin air right under the noses of several Saint Kings and dozens of great sages. This was an utter disgrace. Could it be? He wasn't human at all, but an incarnation of some rule. An elder murmured, suddenly struck by this absurd thought. At that moment, the group reluctantly continued their search for a while. Only when night fell did the powerhouses of the various major factions finally accept this humiliating truth. The kidnapper had truly escaped. With their immense wealth, he had vanished without a trace. Let's go. The great Xia divine general snorted coldly, turned, and boarded his warship, turning into a streak of light that tore through the void and departed. A colossal disgrace. Today was a total loss of face. The other factions also withdrew their forces, one warship after another, leaving the nether abyss filled with frustration and fury. Soon this place of strife, once teeming with powerhouses, fell into silence once more. Inside a quiet room on the Xintian Sacred Land's warship, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, the traces of his severe injuries long gone, his breathing steady and deep with no hint of weakness whatsoever. Buzz! The communication spirit stone in his bosom vibrated slightly. Lu Chen activated his divine sense and connected the transmission. Lu Chen, are you really injured? Lu Rian's voice came through the spirit stone. What do you think? Lu Chen was too lazy to explain. I knew it. Lu Rian suddenly became excited. Heavens, that was so fun. You have no idea, the elders' faces were green. When can we do it again? Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Was this woman addicted? Do it again. Did she really think the top forces of the 5 domains were leaks that could be regrown after being cut? Don't contact me for a while, Lu Chen said calmly. Be careful not to blow our cover. Oh, all right. Lu Rian felt a bit disappointed, but obediently complied. Take care of yourself. Got it. With that, Lu Chen cut off the communication. Outside the quiet room, the auras of Lu Guobin and Lu Fengshan had already faded, presumably thinking he needed rest and not wanting to disturb him. Perfect. Everything was going according to plan. With a thought, he sank his consciousness into the system space. In an instant, a dazzling mountain range formed from top-grade spirit stones appeared before his eyes. The light was blinding, the spiritual energy incredibly dense. On the system panel, a number clearly emerged. Balance: 83 million top-grade spirit stones. Even with his composed nature, Lu Chen's breath caught slightly when he saw that number. 83 million. This wealth would make any sacred land envious. And now it all belonged to him alone. Robbery was indeed the fastest path to fortune. Lu Chen suppressed the turmoil within his heart. No matter how great the wealth, it was just a number. Only by converting it into true strength could it be the foundation for survival. He gazed at the golden recharge button on the system panel, hesitating no longer. System. Recharge, everything, begin the breakthrough. Inside the silent chamber of the Xintian Sacred Land's warship, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his aura harmoniously circulating. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the system. System recharge completely. Ding. Detected 83 million top-grade spirit stones. Current realm of the host is Great Sage 3rd layer. Shall we begin the recharge breakthrough? Begin. Lu Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. With his command, the system began to automatically recharge. Great Sage 4th layer. Great Sage 5th layer. Great Sage 6th layer. The numbers on the system panel fluctuated wildly, instantly decreasing by more than half. Great Sage Pinnacle. An indescribable, terrifying energy was born from the void, pouring into Lu Chen's limbs and bones. Saint King 1st layer. Saint King 2nd layer. His body felt as if it had been thrown into a furnace, every inch of flesh and every bone undergoing destruction and rebirth. The difference between Great Sage and Saint King is but a word, yet it is as different as heaven and earth. The Saint King realm can control the laws of a domain. It is the true king. For an ordinary Great Sage at the pinnacle to break through, not only is a vast amount of resources needed, but also years of comprehension and opportunity. As for how long this years actually is, it remains unknown. However, before the system, all bottlenecks are rendered meaningless. Boom. A terrifying Saint King pressure erupted from his body, instantly filling the entire silent chamber. Had he not set up dozens of isolation formations in advance, this aura would have been enough to shatter the entire warship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to Saint King's 2nd layer. Balance: 305671 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of divine light flickering and disappearing. He raised his hand and gently clenched it. The space emitted a mournful cry of unbearable weight, and fine black cracks appeared and vanished in his palm. This is the power of the Saint King realm. His perception of the laws of heaven and earth was clearer than ever, as if with just a thought, he could summon the power of this world for his own use. 80 million spirit stones only bought a Saint King 2nd layer. Lu Chen felt the surging power within him, but felt little turmoil in his heart. The cost of this upgrade is becoming increasingly terrifying. However, it is worth the price. Meanwhile, the warship of the Xiantian Sacred Land had already passed through layers of cloud seas with the massive outline of the mountain gate coming into view. Lin Guitian and the various elders stood on the deck, each with different expressions. Although this trip to the burial god abyss had cost them dearly, the disciples under their care had returned safely, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Yet that mysterious kidnapper's methods were too bizarre. He could disappear into thin air before everyone's eyes, which had become a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Master, should we thoroughly investigate this matter? An elder could not help but ask. Lin Guitian shook his head. How can we investigate? We don't even know if the other party is human or ghost. This matter ends here. Restrain the disciples, and do not spread the news of our sacred land being extorted. Understood. Everyone acknowledged the command. Such a great humiliation must be swallowed down in silence. Meanwhile, the burial god abyss, abandoned by all major forces, lay in ruins. The ground was torn apart, and the space still retained violent energies. Puff! Under a pile of rubble, Lai Qingshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face pale as paper. That bone door was connected to him with his own essence blood and the blood ancestor array disc. With the bone door destroyed, he suffered a devastating backlash. Not only did his cultivation plummet, but even his foundation was shaken. Why? Why did this happen? Lai Qingshan's eyes turned blood red as he roared in unwillingness. Years of planning had come to naught in an instant. Not only did he fail to trap Lu Chen, but he also brought disgrace to the Lai family, and he himself ended up severely injured. He hated that mysterious kidnapper who disrupted his plans. And he hated Lu Chen even more. If it weren't for Lu Chen, his grandson Lai Wuji would not have died. If it weren't for Lu Chen, he would not have taken such risks and fallen to this state today. Endless resentment and hatred gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. At that moment, a trace of extremely subtle blood mist slowly floated out from deep within the ground. It silently hovered behind Lai Qingshan. An evil thought swept across Lai Qingshan. Your resentment is truly excellent nourishment. Who? Lai Qingshan suddenly turned around, his expression wary. The blood mist surged and condensed into a blurred head. Lord Bloodfeast. Lai Qingshan was startled upon recognizing the face, which quickly turned into wild joy as he struggled to kneel on the ground. What exactly happened? Who is that mysterious powerhouse? Even Lord Blood Ancestor. Waste. The cold voice of the head interrupted him. You actually led a powerhouse in using the array disc given to you by Lord Blood Ancestor. If it weren't for me having left a trace of divine sense, I would have been turned to ashes by now. Lai Qingshan's body stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. No. I don't know. But the trouble. The tone of Bloodfeast suddenly shifted, laughing as he said, your resentment still has some use. Do you want revenge? Yes. I dream of it. Lai Qingshan gritted his teeth and said, I dream of tearing those with the surname Lu into pieces. If it weren't for them, I would have long been the saint son of the Xiantian Sacred Land. They personally took away my position. Now that I have fallen to this state, it is also because of them. Lai Qingshan became more and more agitated as he spoke, his wounds bursting open and his body trembled uncontrollably. Very good. Bloodfeast let out a satisfied low laugh. In the next moment, the blood mist suddenly rushed towards Lai Qingshan, instantly invading his 7 orifices. Ah! Lai Qingshan's mournful scream instantly resounded throughout the entire burial god abyss. His body convulsed violently. His flesh and blood shriveled at a visible speed, only to be refilled and expanded by a strange blood energy in the next second. His bones shattered inch by inch, only to be forcibly reassembled. His soul was being frantically devoured and fused by an even stronger will, feeding on your hatred, using your broken body as a furnace. From today onward, you shall be my walking embodiment in this world. The voice of the blood ancestor directly exploded in Lai Qingshan's mind. Not knowing how long had passed, the screams gradually subsided. Soon after, Lai Qingshan slowly stood up. His skin took on a sickly pallor, and his eyes became incredibly deep red. Moreover, his aura was continuously rising. Saint King First Layer. Saint King Third Layer. Saint King Sixth Layer. Ultimately, his aura stabilized at the pinnacle of Saint King Eighth Layer. The Lu family. Lai Qingshan twisted his neck. He raised his head, and his blood-red gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, precisely locking onto the direction of the Xiantian Sacred Land. You took what rightfully belonged to me and ruined my grand scheme. Your lives, your talents, your fortunes. I, Lai Qingshan, want them all. As soon as his voice fell, his figure instantly transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth. He tore through the void and shot towards the Xiantian Sacred Land. A bloody rainbow streaked across the heavens, tearing through the void. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed countless miles. Within mere moments, Lai Qingshan had arrived at the Xiantian Sacred Land. Boom! An aura that made heaven and earth tremble descended with a thunderous crash. Like an invisible mountain, it pressed heavily upon the hearts of every disciple guarding the mountain gate. Who goes there? Zhou Tong, the elder guarding the gate, abruptly looked up. The entire sect instantly went on high alert. But when he recognized the familiar face of the approaching figure, his tense body relaxed. So it's Elder Lai? Why are you returning from outside? Upon seeing who it was, Zhou Tong immediately changed his demeanor, grinning obsequiously as he fawned over Lai Qingshan. Yet inwardly he was puzzled. Wasn't Lai Qingshan supposed to be with the Sacred Lord at the Abyss of Burial? The Xiantian Sacred Land's worship had long since returned, so why was Lai Qingshan only coming back now? Faced with the grinning gate elder, Lai Qingshan stood motionless, uttering not a single word. Seeing this, Zhou Tong looked at him with confusion. Elder Lai, what's? Before Zhou Tong could finish his sentence, a blur flashed before his eyes. Lai Qingshan had already moved, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. A suffocating sensation struck instantly. Zhou Tong's legs flailed wildly, his face turning a livid purple. With all his strength, he squeezed out a few words. Lai. Elder Lai, it's me, Zhou Tong. He tried to rouse the man, but in response came a pair of chilling blood-red eyes. The next second, a terrifying suction force emanated from that palm. Ah! Zhou Tong let out a miserable shriek. He could clearly feel his own essence, blood, flesh, and even his soul being violently drained away by an irresistible force. The surrounding disciples were all stunned. How could Elder Lai do this to Elder Zhou? Zhou Tong's body withered at a visible rate. In the span of just 2 breaths, a living saint-level powerhouse was reduced to a dry, withered skeleton draped in tattered cloth. Clatter! Lai Qingshan casually tossed it aside, and the skeleton shattered upon hitting the ground. Elder Zhou has been drained dry by Elder Lai. A young disciple, terrified out of his wits, let out a scream and scrambled frantically toward the sect's interior. That cry jolted the other petrified disciples back to their senses. Run! Elder Lai has gone mad. He killed Elder Zhou. In an instant, chaos erupted before the mountain gate. Lai Qingshan's blood-red eyes swept over the fleeing figures, and a sinister grin curled at the corner of his mouth. With a mere lift of his hand, he grasped at the air. Ah! 2 disciples at the rear were instantly frozen in place by an invisible force. Then their bodies flew uncontrollably toward Lai Qingshan. In moments they met the same fate, as Zhou Tong reduced to 2 piles of bones. This hellish scene was witnessed by several passing elders. Isn't that Elder Lai? How could he? Quick! Activate the mountain protecting formation. Hum! A brilliant light barrier shot into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Xiantian Sacred Land. The ancient and imposing aura of the formation isolated Lai Qingshan. Meanwhile, drawn by the formation's energy, he discarded the 2 skeletons and slowly walked toward it. Hurry and inform the Sacred Lord, one elder shouted, and the others rushed toward the Sacred Lord's hall. Just as the protective formation was activated, deep within the Lu family mansion, Lu Guobin, who was meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. The Sacred Land's protective formation. He had already sensed its power. This formation had not been activated even once in hundreds or thousands of years. For it to be raised now meant either an enemy attack or a great calamity for the Sacred Land. Which blind bastard dares to cause trouble in my Xiantian Sacred Land? Without a second thought, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of fire that shot straight toward the mountain gate. In a few breaths, Lu Guobin arrived at the scene. With a single glance, he saw the familiar figure outside the gate and the gruesome skeletons on the ground. Lai Qingshan. Lu Guobin's hair and beard bristled with fury. You old bastard, how dare you commit murder at the mountain gate? They'll tear you apart today. He summoned his crimson greatsword, unleashing the full pressure of his saint-level cultivation. Charging forward, he lunged straight at Lai Qingshan. However, upon seeing Lu Guobin, Lai Qingshan's fury was instantly ignited. He raised his hand and struck out with a single slap. That slap landed squarely on the protective formation. The terrifying pressure rippled outward, causing even the formation to shudder with waves of distortion. Boom! Not only that, but the shockwave penetrated the formation, surging inward. Lu Guobin, who had just charged halfway, was caught off guard and struck heated by the expanding blast. Uft! Lu Guobin, as if struck by lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying back faster than he had come, crashing into a distant cliff face. Ugh! He groaned as he crawled out of the rubble, staring in disbelief at Lai Qingshan beyond the gate. His mind was a blank. How was this possible? When had that old dog Lai become so powerful? Meanwhile, in the Sacred Lord's hall, Lin Guotian also sensed the violent fluctuations of the protective formation, his brow deeply furrowed. What is happening outside? He demanded gravely. No sooner had he spoken than an elder stumbled in scrambling. Sacred Lord, it's terrible. Elder Lai Qingshan. He has gone on a killing spree at the mountain gate. Elder Zhou Tong, who guards the gate, and several disciples are all dead. What? Hearing this, Lin Guotian shot up from his throne, his face a mask of disbelief. Lai Qingshan. At the sound of that name, he was momentarily stunned. How could he suddenly appear at the mountain gate and commit such slaughter? A wave of unease surged through Lin Guotian's heart. Without a word, he rose and headed out. At the same time, at the mountain gate, one powerful aura after another shot into the sky. Dozens of elders, roused by the commotion, had already arrived. When they saw that blood-red figure, they all gasped in shock. Dozens of elders from the sacred land rushed to the mountain gate. What greeted their eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Outside the grand protective formation, Lai Qingshan stood with a smile, admiring his own masterpiece. Lai Qingshan, are you rebelling? The law enforcement elder Zhao Gang erupted in fury, pointing at Lai Qingshan beyond the formation and bellowing. Lai Qingshan heard Zhao Gang's reprimand. He slowly turned his head, gazing at the assembled elders who stood ready within the formation. Rebelling? Lai Qingshan chuckled. I've merely come to reclaim what is rightfully mine, and to make those who stole it from me pay the price. As his words fell, he slowly raised both hands, reaching directly for the protective formation. A crackling sound rang out as lightning and fire from the array instantly surged up his arms, madly searing his flesh. Lai Qingshan's whole body trembled as his 10 fingers suddenly exerted force. The next moment, the grand mountain protecting formation was forcibly torn open, creating a gap several zhang wide. He was an elder of the Xiantian Sacred Land. Over these thousands of years, he had long since thoroughly understood this protective array. Lai Qingshan stepped forward, walking through the breach. The sight stunned the entire assembly. The protective formation of the Xiantian Sacred Land was as fragile as paper before this man. Form the array. Capture this traitor who betrays his master. Zhao Gang roared. 3 elders at the peak of the Saint Realm shot up instantly. One wielded a great seal of thunder and fire. Another bore a sharp azure longsword. A third held a soul-binding whip. They sealed off Lai Qingshan's retreat from 3 directions. Lai Qingshan let out a cold sneer. He made no move, merely emitted a disdainful snort. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within him. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 supreme saint artifacts, upon touching the ripples of blood light, exploded into countless fragments. The chests of those 3 peak saint elders caved in simultaneously. They spewed great mouthfuls of blood, midair crashing like kites with broken strings heavily into the wall behind. The surrounding elders were all dumbfounded. He had defeated 3 peak saints using only the force of his aura. Wretch, how dare you? A furious roar thundered from the heavens. Supreme Elder Lin Qingqiang descended as a streak of light, his terrifying pressure sweeping the area instantly. Lin Qingqiang formed hand seals, and a colossal Tinso Fangtal Azure Wood Dharma avatar rose from the ground. It raised a giant hand that blotted out the sky, bringing down destruction upon Lai Qingshan. Lin Qingqiang, you old dog, dare to obstruct me? Lai Qingshan snarled. He clenched his right fist and threw a seemingly light punch towards the descending giant palm. A pillar of blood light thick as a water vat shot up into the sky, colliding directly with the palm of the Azure Wood avatar. A crisp cracking sound echoed through the clouds. That imposing Azure Wood avatar began to shatter inch by inch from its palm, dissolving into specks of light. Then the backlash force surged back instantly. Lin Qingqiang's face turned deathly pale. He sprayed a torrent of blood, and like a cannonball, he crashed straight into the mountainside. With a thunderous roar, half the mountain peak collapsed, burying Lin Qingqiang under countless rocks. Seeing this, a deathly silence fell over the scene. All the elders hardly dared to breathe, their limbs icy cold. A Grand Saint Realm Supreme Elder couldn't even withstand a single blow. What kind of monster was this Lai Qingshan? How could he have become so powerful? Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, in the courtyard, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, Lu Changfeng and Lu Linger beside him also sensed the commotion. Senior brother, what's all this noise? Could something have happened? Lu Changfeng asked, puzzled. Lu Chen didn't answer. A faint light glimmered in his eyes. His gaze pierced through countless buildings, traversed dozens of li, and precisely locked onto the blood-dura-shrouded figure before the mountain gate. Lines of information appeared before his eyes. Target: Lai Qingshan, Realm Saint King, 8th layer, status blood sacrifice, possession, extremely bloodthirsty, overwhelming resentment. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Regarding the ins and outs of the false emperor's Dao field incident, Lu Chen had long had a suspect in mind. He had just been too happy after snatching the opportunity and had forgotten about it. If he, Lu Chen, hadn't entered the emperor's Dao field and slain that blood sacrifice head, most of the continent's prodigies would have become its nourishment. If that had happened, the head's power would have skyrocketed. The continent would have faced its darkest hour. He just hadn't expected the mastermind behind it all to sacrifice his own body to the blood sacrifice. Even more unexpected was that he dared to attack the sacred land. That old dog went to the burial abyss, and instead of getting himself killed, came back with some kind of power-up. Saint King Realm 8th Layer. No wonder he dared to come knocking. Senior brother, why don't we go take a look? Lu Changfeng suggested. Lu Chen pressed a hand on his shoulder. The seemingly casual gesture made Lu Changfeng feel as if a mountain were pressing down on him, unable to move an inch. Going to get yourself killed, eh? Lu Chen's tone was flat. But, you two stay right here. Don't go anywhere. Before his voice faded, Lu Chen's form had already blurred and vanished from the spot. At the Xiantian Sacred Land's mountain gate, Lai Qingshan had broken through everyone's restrictions and was about to unleash a massacre. But at that moment the void twisted violently. Accompanied by a vast and majestic sacred Lord Lin Guotian, leading 5 Grand Saint Realm Supreme Elders, tore through space and descended above. As Lin Guotian landed and saw the devastation, his expression darkened to its limit upon seeing Lai Qingshan. Lai Qingshan. Lin Guotian roared with uncontrollable rage. The pressure of a Saint King at the 6th layer was released without restraint, causing the surrounding air to explode with constant pops. As an elder of this sacred land, you dare to slaughter your fellow disciples and commit such heinous acts of betrayal. Do you truly believe no one in the Xiantian Sacred Land can subdue you? Facing Lin Guotian's overwhelming pressure, Lai Qingshan only smiled contemptuously. The blood energy on his body churned even more violently, forcibly pushing back Lin Guotian's aura. He even gained a slight upper hand. Huh, betraying my master. Lai Qingshan laughed maniacally. He pointed fiercely at Lin Guotian. Lin Guotian, don't put on your sacred lord airs with me. In terms of seniority and talent, the position of Holy Sun back then should have been mine. But you were biased, favoring Lu Junjiang, and even cancelled the Holy Sun competition because of his departure. Otherwise it would be me sitting on the sacred lord's throne, not you. Lin Guotian's face turned ashen. You have fallen to demonic ways. All elders hear my command. Seize Lai Qingshan and throw him into the celestial prison. Hold. Lai Qingshan raised his hand abruptly, staring at Lin Guotian with a strange look. My dear master, don't be so hasty. Lai Qingshan smirked at Lin Guotian, speaking word by word. Haven't you been investigating for 3,000 years? Haven't you always wanted to know who 3,000 years ago secretly struck and forced your precious disciple Lu Junjiang into that hopeless dead end? Now I'll tell you. 3,000 years ago, on the night Lu Junjiang attempted to break through to the great sage realm, you've always wondered who betrayed him, haven't you? Indeed, it was I. Lai Qingshan's voice was low, yet it rang with crystalline clarity into the ears of every soul present. Silence descended upon the entire hall, absolute and suffocating. Lin Guotian's expression froze. He stared at Lai Qingshan in disbelief. In truth, suspicion had long festered in his heart, yet he had spent centuries deluding himself. Yet even as Lai Qingshan confessed aloud, Lin Guotian could not suppress the violent tremor that seized his body. Already undone by this, Lai Qingshan threw back his head and roared with laughter before continuing. I watched him bleed from all 7 orifices. Watched his divine soul tear apart as he writhed upon the ground. I still remember how he crawled screaming for his master's salvation. Lai Qingshan tilted his head skyward, unleashing a manic, ear-splitting laugh. But at that very instant his laughter shattered, cut off mid-breath. His teeth clenched, resentment surged to its apex. By talent alone, what do I lack? Was it merely because he knew how to flatter you that you bestowed the Saint Heir title upon him? You poured every ounce of cultivation resources into him. And what of me? Was I no more than a dog tail wagging in your wake? Fine. He was crippled by me and fled. I thought at last my turn had come. Then what did you do? Lai Qingshan's voice grew increasingly frenzied, his blood chi churned violently around him. You abolished the Saint Heir succession entirely, and made me a mere elder. What then am I to you? Nothing but a token figure. Lin Guotian closed his eyes, and 2 streaks of blood traced down his cheeks. 3,000 years. He had searched for 3 millennia, tormented by guilt for 3,000 years. He had always believed he failed to protect his most gifted disciple, leaving Lu Junjiang's fate unknown, his whereabouts lost to time. Now, the truth lay bare. The architect of ruin was none other than another disciple he himself had raised with his own hands. Monstrous wretch. Lin Guotian's eyes snapped open, his aura surging violently. Boom. The overwhelming pressure of a Saint King Realm 6th tier erupted without restraint. The surrounding air shrieked under unbearable strain. Nearby elders could not withstand the terrifying pressure. They were hurled backward instantly. Today I shall cleanse the sect's lineage. Lin Guotian's hands blurred as he formed intricate seals, golden radiance blazing from his entire being. In the next breath, a colossal golden seal, hundreds of zhang tall, materialized in midair. It descended with cataclysmic force, aimed directly at Lai Qingshan. Excellent. Old fool, I'll slay you too this very day. Lai Qingshan made no attempt to evade. Crossing his arms before his chest, he braced, taking the blow heeded. Boom. Golden light and crimson blood chi collided. The void within 10 Li shattered outright, revealing vast swaths of turbulent black spatial chaos. Gales howled outward in all directions, savage and unrelenting. Form the formation, now. Zhao Gang tumbled forward in panic. The remaining dozens of elders rushed to join him, channeling their spiritual energy into the array without hesitation. A thick, translucent dome of light rose into the sky. Simultaneously, auxiliary protective formations across the Holy Land activated, barely containing the aftershocks of their clash. High above, two afterimages blurred, colliding with furious intensity. Lin Guotian struck with lethal precision, abandoning all defense. A golden longsword materialized in his grasp, each swing carving deep shimmering fissures across the fabric of space itself. Lai Qingshan fought barehanded. His blood chi seemed inexhaustible, wounds gashed deep yet sealed shut within a blink. Too slow, too weak. Lai Qingshan mocked aloud amid the storm of blows. Old man, have these 3,000 years been wasted upon a dog's life? Is this all the strength you possess, to think you could kill me? Crack. Lai Qingshan drove his fist straight into the blade's flat. A mournful wail escaped the sword, as it bent violently into a crescent shape. The immense recoil surged up the hilt into Lin Guotian's hand, shattering his palms and hurling him backward over a dozen paces. Before Lin Guotian could regain his footing, Lai Qingshan closed the distance, appearing inches from his face. His fist cut the air with a shrill shriek, crushing into Lin Guotian's chest. Snap! Lin Guotian spat a torrent of blood, staining his robes crimson. Sectmaster. Elders below cried out in horror, powerless to intervene. A Saint King level battle. Any interference would mean certain death. Lai Qingshan seized Lin Guotian's collar, yanking him close until their faces nearly touched. Master, you have grown old. Lai Qingshan bared his teeth in a ghastly grin. This Saint Master throne has long awaited a worthier heir. Lai Qingshan released his grip and delivered a thunderous kick to Lin Guotian's side. Boom. Lin Guotian became a streak of light, plummeting like a meteor toward the plaza below. The ground caved inward, engulfing him in a crater dozens of meters deep. Dust exploded skyward, obscuring all vision. Sectmaster. Zhao Gang and the others recoiled in terror. They tried to rush forward, but Lai Qingshan's Saint King aura pinned them motionless, immovable. Lai Qingshan hovered high above, gazing down upon the crater with cold finality. All is over. Slowly he raised his right hand. Blood chi from every direction surged toward his palm. Within mere breaths, a colossal blood-red blade, hundreds of zhang long, coalesced in the heavens. The blade pulsed with an energy so dreadful it chilled the soul. Space warped and twisted violently under its oppressive weight. Descend into the earth, and beg forgiveness of your beloved disciple. Lai Qingshan brought his hand down, swift and merciless. The 100 zhang blood blade cleaved downward, aimed to split the crater, and Lin Guotian, down the center. At that moment, every heart leapt into throats. If this strike landed, the Xiantian Holy Land would drown in rivers of blood. Just 10 meters above the ground, the bloodblade halted. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the entire Xiantian Holy Land. An indescribable crushing gravity descended from the heavens, unheralded and absolute. The 100 zhang blade hung suspended, utterly immobilized. Then, hairline fractures spread across its surface as if buckling beneath the sudden, unimaginable pressure. And more. Lai Qingshan, hovering midair, felt an immense weight settle upon his shoulders, forcing him downward over 10 meters before he barely stabilized. Yet even then he remained utterly paralyzed. Not just he but every elder nearby locked in place by that overwhelming force. Seeing this, Lai Qingshan's face paled. He whirled sharply toward the Holy Land's inner sanctum. Who dares? From the depths, a slender figure clad in azure slowly emerged. So, it truly was you who betrayed my ancestor. Hearing that familiar voice, Lai Qingshan shuddered faintly. Impossible. How could he be unaffected? Could it be? Lu Chen strode calmly into the battlefield. As his features came fully into view, all present stood frozen in stunned silence. Was this not the newly appointed Saint Heir? Elder Lai, long time no see. Lu Chen smiled, gently greeting the man suspended above. Lai Qingshan, you. This suppressive force. Blood Food exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Lai Qingshan responded inwardly to Blood Food. But no matter how he urged the spiritual energy within his body, he remained unable to move. The great Emperor's Tao arena. It's this very law of gravity. He still remembered it vividly. The terrifying suppression from the burial abyss. Great Emperor's Tao arena was exactly the same as this. Upon hearing this, Lai Qingshan was stunned. Burial Abyss. Great Emperor's Dao Arena. The mysterious kidnapper who had abducted all the continent's prodigies and extorted top-grade spirit stones from the major powers. Could it be this Lu Chen? Lai Qingshan's mind buzzed. All the clues connected in that instant. He had wondered how some formidable expert had entered the Great Emperor's Dao Arena. It had been this brat all along. Everything was Lu Chen's doing. Bloodfood had also realized the truth. This brat had not only snatched his opportunity, but had also made fools of all the powers in the world. It's you. The one from Burial Abyss. Lai Qingshan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he strained his throat to shout out this earth-shattering secret. If he exposed this, Lu Chen would become the enemy of the entire world. All the major powers would surely unite to raise the Xiantian Sacred Land. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This old fool was quite clever to have recognized him. But trying to expose him in public. Dream on. Lu Chen raised his right hand and clenched his fingers suddenly. Boom. The gravity of the Godslayer domain instantly multiplied tenfold. The space around Lai Qingshan contracted violently with a harsh sound. Lai Qingshan let out an agonized scream, and his remaining words were forcibly choked back. An invisible force gripped his neck tightly. His cervical bones emitted a strained cracking sound. I won't accept this. Lai Qingshan stared fixedly at Lu Chen. Why? 3,000 years ago he had lost to Lu Zhenjiang. 3,000 years later he was losing to Lu Zhenjiang's descendant. He had schemed for 3,000 years, secretly colluding with the Blood Clan. He had even turned himself into a monster neither human nor ghost. He had thought today he could unleash a massacre and wash away the humiliation of the past. Yet in the end, before Lu Chen, he couldn't even muster the qualifications to fight back. Lai Qingshan, you can't withstand this. Bloodfood's voice came urgently in his mind. This brat's domain technique is too bizarre. With your current cultivation, you can't resist this gravity. Then what do we do? Lai Qingshan said in agony. Sacrifice your entire soul to me. Bloodfood urged impatiently. Once I fully take over your body and devour your soul, I can break through to the peak of the Saint King realm on the spot. At the Saint King peak, even this gravity domain won't trap me. Otherwise, we'll both die here today. Lai Qingshan hesitated. Sacrificing his soul meant he would be completely erased from this world. It was tantamount to giving his body to Bloodfood for free. But when he saw the smile on Lu Chen's lips, he couldn't bear it. Fine, they'll give you everything. As long as you tear this little bastard surnamed Lu to shreds and slaughter the Xiantian Sacred Land. Deal. Bloodfood let out a greedy laugh. The next second, Lai Qingshan suddenly threw his head back and let out a harrowing shriek. His skin split open inch by inch. Streams of blood-colored mist erupted from his 7 orifices, instantly enveloping his entire body. The once clear clouds in the sky were instantly stained blood red, and the entire world was filled with an overwhelmingly thick scent of blood. Then a terrifying pressure, several times more formidable than before, exploded outward. Bang! The surrounding air was forcibly displaced by this power, forming a visible shockwave that swept in all directions. Zhao Gang and dozens of elders were knocked off their feet before they could react, tumbling hundreds of meters away. The protective Grand Formation began to shake violently. Massive cracks appeared on the formation's light barrier, threatening to collapse at any moment. This is... Lin Guotian watched the scene, his face turning deathly pale. The peak of the Saint King realm. Lai Qingshan had actually broken through on the spot. The Saint King peak was already the pinnacle of combat power on the continent. The only option now was to have the Patriarch forcefully break through his seclusion to protect the sacred land. In midair, the blood mist gradually dissipated. Lai Qingshan reappeared before everyone's eyes. His appearance had completely transformed. His body was covered in eerie dark red runes. His eyes had turned entirely blood red, and a pair of blood-colored fleshy wings had grown from his back. The feeling of this power. Bloodfood twisted his neck, savoring the surging Saint King peak force within him. He lowered his head, stared at Lu Chen, and grinned. Kid, you enjoyed crushing me earlier, didn't you? Now it's... Before Bloodfood could finish, the expression on his face suddenly froze. He tried to raise his hand. It wouldn't budge. He tried to flap the blood wings behind him. They didn't move either. What's going on? Bloodfood strained with all his might, channeling the peak Saint King's spiritual energy within him to break free. But it was still useless. The invisible gravity didn't diminish, instead it multiplied, pressing down heavily on his back. Forget tearing apart the domain. He could barely even move an eyelid now. This is impossible. A storm of shock raged in Bloodfood's heart. He was at the Saint King peak. What cultivation level was this brat? Could he be a quasi-emperor? No, absolutely impossible. How could this brat be a quasi-emperor? What did you just say? Lu Chen picked his ear, his expression calm. Bloodfood panicked. He was truly panicked. The gravity was still increasing. His flesh began to crack, and the newly grown blood wings were crushed into bloody liquid that dripped down. Wait, you can't kill me. Blood Food screamed in terror. I am a general of the Blood Clan. If you dare harm a single hair of mine, the Blood Ancestor will never forgive you. The Blood Ancestor's cultivation transcends heaven and earth. Once he descends, the entire Shantian Sacred Land will be buried with me. Release me now, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Meanwhile, the surrounding Shantian elders were slightly startled. Blood Clan, Blood Ancestor. They seemed to recall some past events. No wonder the monster before them looked so familiar. It was a general of the Blood Clan. Faced with such a threat, Lu Chen merely smiled calmly. Are you done? As his words fell, he slowly raised his right hand and pressed his index finger together. Buzz. The space around Blood Food instantly solidified into an absolutely sealed cage. Then Lu Chen pointed his finger through the air. No, Blood Ancestor's safe. Blood Food's desperate scream was cut short. Bang! A dull thud rang out. The mighty Saint King Peak Blood Food, along with Lai Qingshan's physical body, was crushed into a cloud of blood mist in midair. A gentle breeze blew, leaving nothing behind. The entire place fell into dead silence. Dozens of elders stood rooted to the spot, not daring to even breathe loudly. A Saint King Peak monster. Gone just like that. Killed with a single finger. Then their gazes turned unanimously toward Lu Chen. What kind of freak was this? Lu Chen raised his hand and collected the storage ring floating in the air. This was Lai Qingshan's belonging. After all, he was an elder. There should be some spirit stones inside. Lu Chen extended a thread of divine sense into the ring, finding about 100,000 top-grade spirit stones along with various pills and techniques. Though it paled in comparison to the over 80 million he had extorted from Burial Abyss, every bit counted, and he would take what he could. Having done this, Lu Chen slowly turned around. By now, Lin Guoshan's face was etched with sheer astonishment. Sacred Lord, are you all right? Lin Guotian struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen. You? What cultivation level are you really? Lin Guoshan's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Chen. The once imposing face now bore only a dazed, almost vacant bewilderment. Nor was he alone in this. Zhao Gang and dozens of other elders stood frozen, as if struck by a paralysis spell. A peak Saint King realm cultivator. Gone with a single finger. You? Just what level of cultivation do you possess? Lu Chen landed on the ground, smoothing out the slightly wrinkled cuff of his white sleeve. Lu Chen offered a faint smile. What profound cultivation do I have? I merely stumbled upon half a remnant formation in the abyss of fallen deities. That monster was overconfident and took the full force of the formation, leading to its downfall. Rely on a formation. Merely lucky. Zhao Gang, listening from the crowd, felt his face twitch uncontrollably. Who did he think he was fooling? What kind of formation could kill a peak Saint King with a single finger? Yet no one dared to refute him. In the realm of immortal cultivation, who didn't have a few hidden secrets? Moreover, the methods displayed by this newly appointed Holy Son had completely surpassed their comprehension. Lin Guotian did not press the matter further. After all, if Lu Chen hadn't intervened just now, he would surely have suffered a severe blow from Lai Qingshan's attack. Whether Lu Chen spoke truth or falsehood, at least the Shantian Sacred Land remained unscathed, just as the crowd was still reeling from this shock. Boom. From the deepest part of the Sacred Land, suddenly came a deep, muffled explosion. The ground began to shake violently. Following that, an overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave from the direction of the ancestral land, shooting into the sky. The clouds, fragile as paper before this pressure, were instantly torn to shreds, revealing the endless clear sky. Quasi-Emperor. The moment this aura spread, everyone was stunned once more. It's the Ancestor, Lin Guotian said, trembling. The Ancestor has awakened. Greetings, Ancestor. Dozens of elders, understanding, without words, bowed directly towards the ancestral land. The Shantian Ancestor, a monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was the true, stabilizing pillar of the Shantian Sacred Land. But at that moment, a weighty voice came from the ancestral land. Guotian Xingqiong, come see me at once. The words had barely faded before Lin Guotian and Lin Xingqiong exchanged a glance, then transformed into two streaks of light, speeding towards the ancestral land. With the Sacred Lord and the Supreme Elder gone, the oppressive atmosphere before the mountain gate finally dissipated somewhat. Lu Guobin, his face dark, strode over to Lu Chen in large, hurried steps. He said nothing. He just stared with bull-like eyes, circling Lu Chen twice. He even reached out and pinched Lu Chen's arm. Third grandfather, what are you doing? Lu Chen said helplessly. Lu Guobin lowered his voice, leaning in mysteriously. Kid, be honest with your third grandfather. Have you been possessed by some ancient, undying monster who's lived for tens of thousands of years? Lu Chen rolled his eyes. If I were possessed, the first thing I'd do is swat you old man to death. Would I still be here listening to your nonsense? Lu Guobin stroked the stubble on his chin, his brow furrowed into a knot. His own Lu Chen had been at the second level of the half-saint realm not long ago. How much time had passed since then? He went to the divine demon battlefield, then to the abyss of fallen deities. He came back and killed a peak Saint King with one finger. Who wouldn't be baffled by this? Really not. Lu Guobin persisted. Really not. Lu Chen said helplessly, the abyss of fallen deities is full of opportunities. I was lucky, and my cultivation increased a bit quickly. Besides, I'm from the Lu family. The stronger I am, doesn't that mean the Lu family is stronger? Hearing this, Lu Guobin thought it seemed to make sense. That's true too. This old man's protective nature had flared up again. As his voice fell, a dazzling golden light shot through the air from the ancestral land, hovering steadily before Lu Chen. It was a jade slip inscribed with flowing golden runes. Words materialized on its surface. Lu Chen come to the ancestral land for an audience at once. This was the ancestors' decree. Lu Guobin was momentarily stunned, then pushed Lu Chen. What are you standing there for, kid? The ancestor wants to see you. Go quickly. Following the guidance of the golden light, Lu Chen passed through the layered restrictions behind the sacred land's rear mountain. The deeper he went, the denser the surrounding spiritual energy became. Along the path, spiritual herbs of astonishing age were everywhere. Rare and exotic beasts seldom seen in the outside world were merely guardian spirit pets here. Such was the profound heritage of the Xiantian Sacred Land. As he walked, Lu Chen calculated in his mind. The Xiantian ancestor must have lived for tens of thousands of years, right? Before long, an ancient stone gate appeared ahead. Lin Guotian and Lin Qingqiong were respectfully waiting outside. Seeing Lu Chen approach, Lin Guotian stepped aside. Go in. The ancestor is waiting for you. Lu Chen nodded and stepped through the stone gate. Inside was a world of its own. But it was not the resplendent grandeur one might imagine. There was only a solitary thatched cottage with an ancient pine tree of unknown age planted in front. An old man in coarse gray linen clothes sat at a stone table beneath the tree. The old man appeared utterly ordinary, with no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, like an elderly man basking in the sun in a mortal village. But Lu Chen thought otherwise. Around the old man's space was distorted. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to bow at his feet, revolving with his every move. This was a quasi-emperor. The old man set down his teacup and looked up. His ancient eyes fell upon Lu Chen. Meanwhile, at the southernmost tip of the central province, the 10,000 Great Mountains. This was a forbidden zone for humanity. Shrouded year-round in a miasmic green poison fog, sunlight never penetrated, and even the soil emitted a stench of decay. Deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, in a dark, damp underground cavern, at the center stood a blood-red statue tightly bound by thick chains. The statue's surface was covered in dried bloodstains. Suddenly, the statue's face split open, revealing a pair of eyes with no pupils, only a surging sea of blood. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the cavern. The underground space trembled violently, and stone fragments from the ceiling broke off and fell splashing into the pool of blood below, sending up foul, bloody water. Dead, all dead. The blood ancestor writhed his mutilated body frantically, the thick chains pulled taut. The life-bound imprint he had left within the blood food's body had just been completely severed. That was a blood clan general he had nurtured with immense effort, and even his own origin power. With just a few more devoured peerless geniuses, he could have reshaped his flesh and become his most formidable warrior. But unexpectedly, he was gone just like that. The final images transmitted back by Lai Qingshan before his death replayed repeatedly in the blood ancestor's mind. That man in the green robe. That terrifying suppression that made even him, an ancient monster, feel a chill in his heart. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The blood ancestor's roar shook the cavern, making it hum. How could a junior from the human race possess such power? If I'm not mistaken, that terrifying suppression is the law of an emperor-level being. Thinking this, the blood ancestor couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He frantically deduced in his mind. Could it be the reincarnation of some human emperor? Or has the Xiantian Sacred Land always hidden a quasi-emperor who lived for eons, merely borrowing this kid's body? Whichever possibility it was a devastating blow to him in his current state. The pieces he had placed in the central province, Lai Qingshan the blood food, were all gone. With his residual body sealed for 100,000 years, he couldn't even dream of avenging himself at the Xiantian Sacred Land. Even an ordinary quasi-emperor passing by could dismantle him like refining material. But just then, as if struck by an idea, his gaze continued southward. That was the territory of the demon race. 100,000 years ago, when the Blood Clan ravaged the continent, the demon race had taken full advantage from the shadows. Those beasts were greedy and bloodthirsty. They would do anything for sufficient profit. The demon emperor. As long as I promise to help them break the seal of the 10,000 Great Mountains, those beasts will pounce like rabid dogs catching a whiff of blood. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, a gurgling sound coming from his throat. A mass of dark red lifeblood essence was forcibly spat out by him. After this mass of essence blood left his body, the blood ancestor's aura visibly wilted, and even the color on the statue's surface dimmed a few shades. The essence blood writhed and morphed in midair. It soon transformed into a palm-sized blood-red bat. The bat flapped its membranous wings, emitting a sharp shriek. Go! Tell the demon race this is their only chance. The blood-red bat turned into a streak of red light darting out through the crevices of the cavern. It plunged headfirst into the boundless miasmic poison fog of the 10,000 Great Mountains.